Chapter 251, Anytime. Wales and Yale didn't expect that Mendez and his team would sleep until the second morning before waking up. Before that, they were like unconscious brain-dead people. No one moved or even turned in their sleep. Wales and Yale, however, were not sleeping. This display from Mendez and his team could only explain that they were too tired. The more it was like that, the more it meant that it was a grave matter. When the sun rose on the second morning, a sound came from the tents. Wales and Yale, who hadn't slept, were startled, and then the two of them charged straight into Mendez's tent. Mendez was resting inside. Mendez just woke up, and he was sitting inside the tent and looking around. Although he entered a defensive stance on instinct upon seeing Wales and Yale charging in, he soon relaxed as his expression became one of elation. "Little Seventh, I've finally found you." Then his expression darkened all of a sudden and he said, "Little Seventh, you have to run as far away from the tribe as possible. Fifth brother is dead, and so is our father. Gasol has become the chieftain now, and he wants to hunt you down." Even though Wales had thought about this outcome, hearing it from Mendez's lips filled his mind with noise for a moment. His vision went dark, and he swayed where he stood. Yale immediately grabbed him before Wales would faint. Fortunately, Wales had a bit of mental preparation for this. After a few deep breaths, he focused on Mendez and asked, "What happened, sixth brother? Please explain clearly." Mendez's tears were pouring out as he nodded. "Not long after you left, the two high elders made their way towards Beast God City due to 10,000 Beasts Festival. Not long after they left, Father suddenly became sick and died in just a few days." Gasol immediately announced that before Father died, he had handed over the chieftain's position to Gasol. But me and fifth brother didn't believe it, because when Father passed away, we weren't at his side. Gasol sent people to surround Father's tent and didn't let us in. Wales' face went ashen. He knew that his father was a level 8 powerhouse and his health was great. How could he contract an illness and pass away not even a few days after? It was absolutely impossible. Mendez continued, "When burying Father, fifth brother discovered something wrong. Fifth brother wasn't healthy and he ate medicine every year, which was why he knew some drugs very well. When he saw Father's face, he knew Father wasn't sick, he was poisoned." Splack. Wales smashed a small table at the side with his fist. His eyes were red, and his breathing was like a bellows. Mendez only glanced at him and then continued, "When fifth brother discovered this, he didn't voice it. He looked for me that night and spoke of it to me, in order to let me find you. But right at that time, Gasol suddenly announced that me, you, and fifth brother are Herculean Bull Tribe's traitors, and issued an order to kill us. We went through many detours in order to find you here. If we hadn't found you, we'd be in greater danger. Gasol must be looking for us all over the prairie right now." Wales breathed hoarsely, "That bastard. From this day on, he's my enemy. I will have this revenge. I will." Mendez looked at Wales and said, "Wales, Gasol controls the tribe now. You can't take revenge. It's useless. Believe me, we can start over far away from the tribe. With your 300 escorts and my 100, we can have up to 400 warriors. We can make another tribe somewhere else." There were many such examples on the prairie. A tribe was exterminated, but some warriors escaped to someplace else and conquered some smaller tribes, slowly got stronger, and finally became a large tribe. Such things happened on the prairie every year. But likewise, there were even more tribes that were eliminated. Mendez was right, however. With their 400 powerful Herculean bull warriors, they were not a force to be underestimated. They could carve out a turf for themselves with this strength. Mendez had this confidence. Wales shook his head and said, I want to go back and contact the other branch races in order to make them band together and chase Gasol away from the seat." Mendez was startled and asked loudly, "No, Little Seventh, you can't. It's too dangerous. The branch tribes might not buy what you say to overthrow Gasol. It doesn't benefit them. Why should they do it?" Wales smiled, "I will give them benefits for sure. Come, sixth brother, I'm taking you to see someone." He grabbed Mendez and walked out of the tent. Mendez's mind was in a blank when he was dragged out of the tent by Wales. He had forgotten about what had happened yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a defensive stance when Wales and Yale walked in. Actually, when Mendez and the others were riding on their mounts, they were already on the verge of breakdown. They were in a state of semi-unconsciousness, so when they stopped, they slept for a whole day and a half, despite having received Meg's treatment. Mendez saw Zhao Hai's campsite not far away from him after he got dragged out of the tent. Their campsite wasn't the same as the one set up by Wales people. Not only did Zhao Hai and the others have grains, the style of their tent was also different as well. Human tents and beastmen tents were two different concepts. Mendez then saw the friendship flag attached to the top of Zhao Hai's tent. The big-bellied pig tribe wasn't a small tribe among the beastmen. They had a medium-level strength as well. But while the big-bellied pig tribe's branch tribes could use the tribal flags, the flag themselves had slight changes between each other, as each larger and smaller tribe would have different markings on their flags. It could be said that there were secret unique codes on the flags which belonged to each of their tribes. They were just hard to tell for anyone who wasn't a beastman, even though it was a friendship flag from a big-bellied pig race's branch tribe. Mendez had a great shock when it came to that. Mendez was very clear that human merchants had never gotten a friendship flag from beastmen, because they thought that true friendship never existed between humans and beastmen. Mendez was at a loss for words when he saw Zhao Hai's campsite. Wales let him go just then and spoke. "The one I speak of is him." He pointed at Zhao Hai's campsite and then detailed how he had met Zhao Hai to Mendez. Mendez frowned after hearing the tale. He looked at Wales and asked, "Little Seventh, why do I feel like this is all a lie? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Half price, best bamboo rice, and that many? Impossible, right?" Wales replied with a cold shimmer in his eyes. "This is our final chance. Instead of running away to somewhere else to set up a small tribe, why don't we use Zhao Hai's grains to make a gamble? If we can get the branch tribe's support, Gasol's chieftain position will not be stable." Mendez was still frowning as he said, "I'm afraid that they're lying to us right now. If they are, we're finished. We wouldn't have the slightest chance." "Little Seventh, I don't want something to happen to you." A trace of feeling flashed across Wales' eyes, but he still spoke insistently. "Relax, sixth brother. I will meet with them shortly. Maybe you'll change your mind once you meet Zhao Hai." "Oh right, go and have a bowl of mutton soup." It was boiled for a night. Mendez felt an unprecedented hunger when he heard what Wales said. He felt as if his stomach had turned into a black hole that could fit a cow. In the middle of the campsite was a large iron pot. The fire under the pot had not faded yet, and the mutton soup in the pot had been boiled to a white color which looked just like goat milk. Next to the pot was a small table with a few bowls on top. Mendez didn't speak any further as he walked towards the pot, filled a bowl with the soup and drank it slowly. Mendez had never felt that mutton soup could be so delicious before, even though he knew that it was just a thing that couldn't be more normal than it already was. It felt like he was drinking the most delicious soup in his life. A single bowl of mutton soup, and Mendez felt even hungrier, but he knew he couldn't eat a lot of things right now, so he drank another bowl. Because the soup had been boiled for too long, the mutton had already disintegrated. There were only a few bones in the soup, but the flavor of the soup had become better as a result. After 3 bowls of mutton soup, Mendez put the bowl down. He felt that his body had completely recovered. He also felt strange, because he clearly remembered that he had injuries. How could his injuries be recovered so quickly? Just then, others had walked out of their tents. They were Mendez's escorts. They bowed to him when they saw Mendez, which prompted him to wave his hand. "All right, come and drink some bowls of soup." Little Seventh boiled this for a night. These people knew who the Little Seventh Mendez was referring to actually was. Of course, they bowed to Wales immediately and then ran to the pot before drinking large mouthfuls of mutton soup. They were seriously starved. Mendez also noticed just then that his subordinates' injuries had all recovered. Even ones with larger wounds had recovered, and only scars were left behind. Wales noticed Mendez's expression. He smiled and said, No need to look. It was Zhao Hai's fiancé who used magic to treat your injuries. Let's go and meet Zhao Hai. Mendez nodded immediately and followed Wales to Zhao Hai's campsite. He was really curious about Zhao Hai now. They soon arrived outside Zhao Hai's campsite, and Zhao Hai also came out from the tent immediately. It was still early, but Zhao Hai and the others didn't wake up late, and had already eaten breakfast. Wales immediately greeted with a chest salute when he saw Zhao Hai coming out. Brother Zhao Hai, I want to thank you for your assistance. Zhao Hai smiled and returned the gesture. Brother Wales, you're too welcoming. Being able to help you is my honor. Mendez also walked forward and saluted Zhao Hai. Mendez greets Brother Zhao Hai. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten better this quickly. Zhao Hai laughed in response. Brother Mendez, you're too kind. Wales saw Laura and two others behind Zhao Hai and then spoke to Zhao Hai. Brother Zhao Hai, come with me to my tent. I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Hai nodded and led Laura and the others to follow Wales to the tent. Once they sat down, a few people immediately brought some bowls of hot mutton soup. Wales dismissed the people afterwards, leaving only Wales himself, Mendez, Yale, and then Zhao Hai and the others. After the people left, Wales spoke to Zhao Hai. Brother Zhao Hai, you have discovered as well, right? Something happened in my home. Zhao Hai nodded as it wasn't anything strange. If he couldn't realize even this, then he would be an idiot. Wales continued, my eldest brother started a coup, poisoned our father, killed my fifth brother, and then sent people to hunt us down. He even became chieftain. When Wales spoke to this point, his face was filled with hatred, but his eyes were looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still being calm. He just frowned slightly and looked at Wales. Brother Wales, what do you want me to help you with? To be honest, with my identity, if I help you, you might get further and further away from the position. Wales knew why Zhao Hai said that. It was because Zhao Hai was a human. If the tribe knew that a human was helping in the fighting over the position of chieftain, then Wales would only be further and further away from the chieftain position. Wales also never planned to let Zhao Hai help him in combat directly. It couldn't be done. However, helping with grains was possible, so he nodded. I understand, Brother Zhao Hai, but I really need your help this time. I want grains, lots and lots of grains. They have to be at the price you listed earlier. My brother, can you tell me exactly how many grains you have? Zhao Hai calculated before answering. Nearly 200 million kilos, and they are the type I showed you before. There's also several tens of thousands of kilos of vegetables, and they're also the same as the ones I showed you before. Wales looked at Zhao Hai and asked, my brother, you must know how important the food is to me. I stake my entire fortune on this, so brother, how long until you can bring the food to the prairie? Zhao Hai glanced at Wales and replied calmly, anytime. Wales asked Zhao Hai with a confused look, did you say anytime, my brother? Even now? Zhao Hai waved his hand softly, and a bunch of vegetables appeared in front of him. Another wave, and the vegetables disappeared. He waved his hand again, and a bunch of grains appeared in front of him. Yet another wave, and the grains disappeared. Chapter 252 to 3 Jobs. Zhao Hai's display had the intention of showing his hand. He wasn't afraid that Wales would be suspicious of him. He just wanted to let Wales know that he had a storage device. For the beastmen, spatial equipments were too mysterious, and even now they didn't have a single one. It was because they did not have any that they treated spatial equipments like they were sacred artifacts. It was as if the space in a spatial equipment could fit an entire continent. Zhao Hai decided to display this ability in front of Wales and the others after learning this. It could be said that Zhao Hai wanted to cooperate with Wales, because whatever the case may be, if Wales became Herculean Bull Tribe's chieftain, he would repay the one who had always helped him. Zhao Hai didn't need too many benefits from Wales. As long as he could be friends with Wales, it would save him a lot of trouble on Beastman Prairie. No matter how self-important the other humans acted, The ones who truly called the shots were still the beastmen. Only by forming good relationships with beastmen could he stand firm on the prairie. The Herculean bull's place on the prairie was not lower than ordinary battle tribes. Such a position was definitely not to be looked down on. Even if the smaller tribes wanted to look for trouble, they would have to consider their own strength first. Beastmen on the prairie may be fond of fighting, but they were not entirely maniacs like the jackals. Furthermore, the grains in his possession were for selling. If Wales didn't buy them, it would be Wales' failure. How would that be any of Zhao Hai's business? He was just simply selling them to Wales, while he would also sell them for the same price to others should they want to buy from him. He didn't lower the price because of Wales. Of course, the main reason why Zhao Hai dared to do this in front of Wales and the others was because Wales needed the food in his hands. As long as Wales needed the food, he wouldn't speak of the spatial equipment to others. Zhao Hai would have nothing to be afraid of. Wales and others were stunned by Zhao Hai's display. They didn't really know what to say, as Zhao Hai's performance was too shocking. Wales stood up after a while and asked, "Heavens, Brother Zhao Hai, you actually have a spatial equipment, and you use it to store food? Are you mad?" Zhao Hai looked at Wales with incomprehension. Can spatial equipment not be used to store things? What's the problem? What's the problem? This question certainly stopped Wales in his tracks. That's right, weren't spatial equipments supposed to be used to store things? What would be the problem if there were no limits? Wales felt that he was getting a little dizzy. He spoke after a while. "It's a big problem. Don't you realize how precious spatial equipments are? We beastmen have never had a single one. You actually use one to store food? Isn't it too much of a waste?" Zhao Hai laughed. "My brother Wales, for me, these foods mean all of my fortune and money. If I don't use it to store them, what else can I use? Besides, I can only use spatial equipment to store the food in order to bring it to Beastman Prairie at the fastest speed. That's how I could get away from the damn border troops." Wales went silent for a moment before he drew in a long breath and laughed loudly. "My brother Zhao Hai, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your spatial equipment bringing the food over here, we would really be finished." "Do you have all of your foods on you?" Zhao Hai nodded. "All of them. If you will let, I can bring them from my fief at any time. I think I can get another 100 million kilos of them in this period of time." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. "From your fief at any time? Are you bringing your fief with you?" Zhao Hai and the others laughed at that, because Wales had guessed correctly. Wales thought that Zhao Hai and the others were laughing because they found his question to be a joke, so he didn't mind. Zhao Hai laughed as he said, "Of course not, but I have a flying magic hawk. I can give my spatial equipment to the hawk and then let it fly to my fief, and then bring my food here. It saves a lot of time this way, does it not?" Wales was stunned, and then looked at Zhao Hai like he was looking at a lunatic. "Are you mad? You are willing to give your spatial equipment to a magic beast?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm not mad. This is the best way. Besides, my magic beast isn't a normal magic beast. To put it exactly, it isn't a magic beast, but simply a phantasmal beast." Wales had heard of phantasmal beasts before, of course, he just never thought that Zhao Hai would have one. He nodded. "Phantasmal beasts are more secure than magic beasts indeed. But my brother, can it really fly that far?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Sure, that's why I said I can give you large amounts of food. I'm not kidding. I really have them." "Wales, my brother, just do whatever you want to do. I can't help you in anything else, but when it comes to grains, I can help you solve those issues. I can even get some from the human lands for you, only when you need it. Of course, I will not give the food away for free. I may not be a legitimate merchant, but I'm a merchant all the same. Which is why you have to exchange for it using argali, goat skin products, slaves, magic beasts, or even rare plants on the prairie. Of course, the plants cannot be dead ones. They should only be living ones or seeds." Wales never thought that Zhao Hai would say this. He looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension and asked, "My brother, isn't that too much of a loss for you? What do you want the plants for? What use do they have?" Zhao Hai laughed. "My brother, I'm not losing out at all. Perhaps you don't know that I have an apothecarist senior at home. He needs all of the rare plants in this world as well as uncommon ones. He wants to build himself the most wholesome plant garden in the world." Wales and the two others were relieved to hear that. There were two kinds of people who were the most mysterious in this world: apothecaries and alchemists. Not only did the humans have them, but the beastmen had them as well, only they were referred to a little differently. Among beastmen, apothecaries were called witch doctors, while alchemists were commonly called shamans. Among the beastmen, there were three jobs that were respected the most. The first was prophets. Of course, they were regarded as the wisest of people. The second was shamans, due to the lack of metal tools at the beastmen's disposal. While shamans were researching on how to make metal tools last long and how to make weapons sturdier, they were thought to be the ones with the greatest spirit of exploration. The third was witch doctors, who were regarded as the most mysterious. They needed all sorts of herbs to treat beastmen illnesses. These three kinds of people were highly respected among the beastmen. The witch doctors here would sometimes hire some tribes to help gather some plants as well. So when Zhao Hai mentioned that there was someone at home who was an apothecary, they no longer felt Zhao Hai's methods to be strange. Wales took in a relaxed breath and looked at Zhao Hai. "My brother, knowing you has got to be the most fortunate thing in my life. Ha ha ha. The beast god is truly helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been allowed to meet you. You even saved me on your own." Zhao Hai laughed. "Not necessarily. I do think that the beast god let me meet you. If not for meeting you, I really don't know which year one would have to sell all the grains in. You should know that storing the grains too long will turn them into aged rice. That won't be valuable anymore." Wales and the others laughed at that. In the beastmen's territories, even aged rice could sell for a good price. It was apparent that Zhao Hai wanted to crack a joke, but this joke of his was cracked at the right time. Wales knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai didn't want to let him keep putting gratitude on his mind. This was more to Wales' taste. Mendez now understood what Wales meant when Wales said that he would probably know what sort of person Zhao Hai was when meeting him. Indeed, from Zhao Hai himself, Mendez saw a very unique disposition, which was never seen from other humans he had seen before. Mendez had seen many human merchants before. In fact, he was also an oddity among beastmen. He wasn't as ambitious as Gasol, as capable of fighting as Paul, as sickly as Hales, or as smart as Wales, but he was very interested in business. It was because of this that whenever the Herculean bull tribe made contact with human merchants, he would be the one to meet them. He was better at this than others. When he made contact with the humans, he could buy more things than other beastmen no matter what. This was his most unique trait. Mendez had always wanted to become a merchant. This was something that made him different from other beastmen. Other beastmen didn't want to become merchants since they believed that merchants were vampires and cowards. But Mendez didn't think of it that way. He wanted to be a merchant, and a good one at that. It was precisely because of these reasons that he could be said to be the one who had seen the most humans in Herculean bull tribe, especially the human merchants. When the human merchants met him, they put up an appearance of respecting him, but he, Mendez, could see that those merchants looked down on him. From their eyes, he could see a trace of condescension. Mendez knew that those humans looked down on beastmen. They thought that beastmen were barbarians and unenlightened races. They even thought that beastmen were beasts. It wasn't just one human merchant who was like this. Almost every human merchant he had approached before had been like this. Mendez was furious at first, but he was unable to be angry at this in the end, since that would only kill him. But Mendez didn't see those kind of eyes in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes were very clear and very sincere. It was outside of his expectations. Mendez believed that Zhao Hai wasn't pretending, as he had seen those kinds of condescending eyes too many times. He became very sensitive to them to the point that he could notice them even when pretending. But he didn't find those eyes from Zhao Hai. He noticed that Zhao Hai wasn't looking at them with condescension and disdain. There was only sincerity. Chapter 253, Beheading Blood Oath. Zhao Hai's performance left Mendez with an incredibly good impression. Adding that to how Zhao Hai saved whales before and even helped out after that, Mendez's impression of Zhao Hai was much better than those of the other human merchants. After some laugh-filled conversation, Zhao Hai spoke to Wales. "Wales, my brother, what are you going to do now? Food isn't an issue, but if you want to overthrow Gasol, you must have a charted course. Moving on without thinking isn't going to work." Wales did a double take at that. To put it seriously, he still didn't have a specific plan laid out. He just wanted to use grains to pull in the other branch races, and there wasn't a more detailed plan of action after that. Zhao Hai glanced at Wales and said, "My brother Wales, I think that you should have a more detailed plan, but I can't help you much when it comes to this matter. You two know that I'm a human, and I don't know you Herculean bulls well enough. If I help you too much, it might have the opposite effect, so this matter is up to you yourselves. But after you plan things out, then you can tell me how to proceed. If you don't want to attract attention, we can proceed separately. You just need to tell me where to deliver the food." Wales glanced at Zhao Hai. "My brother, the timing of your reminder is too perfect. I do have something to discuss with you right now. I hope you can agree to it." Zhao Hai asked with incomprehension. "What's the matter, Brother Wales?" "If it's something I can do, I will do my best to help." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with a stern expression. "My brother Zhao Hai, I wish to conduct a beheading blood oath with you." Zhao Hai was startled and he looked at Wales with confusion. Laura and the others were also confused. Mendez and Yale looked at Wales with shock. The beheading blood oath was a very special oath among beastmen. This oath wasn't made by one person, but two. Using Earth's words, it was called bond swearing. Only, the beastmen treated this oath with even more importance, because once two people made this oath, they would be like born siblings. Neither one could betray the other, or there would be disdain from all of the beastmen. Even more severely, the betrayer would be hunted down. The beheading blood oath wasn't something that required your own blood. It required the two people who were making the oath to cut down the head of an argali together at the same time, and then collect the goat's blood with a bowl before drinking it simultaneously. None of the two would be able to betray the other. When the other was in trouble, one had to do their best to help, even if it meant bankrupting the family fortune or shattering the body. There must be no regrets. Do not assume that this blood oath would be done willy-nilly. According to the beastmen, this blood oath was done under the witness of Beast God. If someone broke the oath, they would receive punishment from Beast God. As for the importance the beastmen placed on the beheading blood oath, it could be seen that, even though the argali was just a level 1 magic beast, it was the most important magic beast for the beastmen. That was why they wouldn't easily make this oath with others, even with one of the same race, not to mention someone of another. On the beastmen prairie, it had been a long time since it was last heard that someone had made the beheading blood oath, and that was between two beastmen. A beheading blood oath between a beastman and a human had never been heard of. It was exactly because of this that humans had never heard of the beastman's beheading blood oath, as not even their records would detail it. Because such an oath was absolutely meaningless to humans, Laura and the others had never heard of this oath. Wales knew that Zhao Hai and the others had never heard of what the beheading blood oath was about from the looks on their faces. He explained, "My brother, the beheading blood oath is the most important oath us beastmen can swear. Once the oath is made, we become true brothers." And then he explained the meaning and process of the oath to them. Zhao Hai and the others listened to Wales quietly. The beheading blood oath was a bloody oath. In reality, the weight of the oath might be heavier than the beheading. Beheading was simple. Countless people would be decapitated in a single battle, but very few people would stake their own lives to help their own friends when in trouble. The weight of the oath could be seen from this. Zhao Hai went silent for a long while after Wales finished explaining. He understood that the beheading blood oath was equal to Earth's bond swearing, like the oath of the Peach Garden. If there was a country on Earth that saw the most importance in oaths like these, it would be China for sure. Not the modern China, it was ancient China. The oath of the three men in the Peach Garden was fabled to this day, which surely had its own logic to it. Perhaps only that oath could compare to the beastman's beheading blood oath. The oath which the beastman put so much emphasis on made Zhao Hai feel very bewildered. He didn't know what to do. because he really didn't want to enter a conflict between beastmen. But if he really became brothers with whales, sworn by blood, then he wouldn't be able to avoid doing so. This went against his original intentions. Laura and the others didn't speak either. This situation made them feel awkward as well. Zhao Hai didn't agree. The cooperation between them and whales would be hard to progress, but if he agreed, they would have to involve themselves in the succession conflict. This wasn't a good thing to them. Zhao Hai raised his head, only to find that Wales was staring at him with very sincere eyes. This made it even harder for Zhao Hai. The relationship between Zhao Hai and Wales wasn't even at the point of making such an oath, to be honest. But now that Wales suggested it, if Zhao Hai didn't agree, it would be too hurtful to Wales. Wales' personality was different from his. Zhao Hai didn't have any grand ambitions, while Wales did. He wasn't proud, while Wales was. The two of them didn't seem to have a lot in common, but circumstances had put the two of them together. Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to laugh when he looked at Wales. Bond swearing? He never thought of such a thing before. Even on Earth, he didn't expect that a bull-headed person would seek to form a bond after he came to another world. This was too interesting. Zhao Hai's mood suddenly became better when he thought of this. If he really wanted to calculate, he wouldn't have much of a loss either. If he swore with Wales, then he had to do his best to help Wales become the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain. Even if he didn't swear, wasn't he helping Wales to become chieftain anyway? What was the difference between bonding and otherwise? Maybe it was just a formality. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed loudly and stood up after an exhale. Then what are we waiting for, my brother Wales? Wales let out a sigh of relief when he heard what Zhao Hai said. He laughed. Good, my brother. I've been waiting for those words of yours. Sixth brother, teacher. Let's make preparations. Mendez and Yale heeded with a sound, and walked out of the tent. They were still somewhat confused about Wales' actions, but they didn't object. Actually, the rite didn't need preparations. Beastmen didn't have as many customs as humans did. For the beastmen, it was too troublesome to have so many customs, so they didn't need them. After Mendez and Yale walked out of the tent, Wales dragged Zhao Hai out of the tent as well. By the time Wales did so, Mendez and Yale had prepared the things. There wasn't a lot to prepare, actually. Yale brought a bowl, Mendez pulled an argali over, and an escort brought a flying axe. A flying axe was a small axe to the beastmen, but don't forget that it weighed 10 kilos as well. For beastmen, who had great physical strength, it wouldn't be a problem to decapitate the head of an argali. With those three things, it was time for the rite to begin. Zhao Hai and Wales arrived next to the argali. It was a large one, so it was an adult. It was being pressed down to its knees by two escorts. Wales turned to Zhao Hai and said, my brother, according to the rules of the oath, we must both chop down its head at the same time. But from what I'm seeing, I don't think you can lift an axe. Can you? Zhao Hai made a bitter smile. My brother, not only can I not lift an axe, I can't even chop a goat's head off. I think we should leave the head chopping to you, while I get the blood. How about that? Wales laughed candidly. All right, my brother, let's do that. He then grabbed the flying axe with one hand, while Zhao Hai took the large bowl and stood next to the argali under Mendez's instruction. Zhao Hai had never taken a life this violently before, so he didn't know how to catch the goat blood. Mendez had done it before, but had never done so during a beheading blood oath. Soon, they were all prepared. Wales shouted and swung the axe down toward the argali's neck like a lightning strike. The flying axe was too sharp, and with Wales' brute strength, it was like it met no resistance. Just a single chop was enough to cut the head of the argali clean off of its body. The head flew far away because of the blood pressure, which caused the blood to spray out like a geyser. Mendez was indeed experienced, as the position which he had instructed Zhao Hai to stand at was enough for Zhao Hai to avoid the blood splattering. Not a single drop of blood fell on Zhao Hai as it happened. Zhao Hai didn't immediately collect the blood. Instead, he waited until the blood wasn't spraying so fiercely. He then moved the bowl to fill it completely with goat blood. Wales then handed the flying axe to his subordinate, while the two escorts who held down the argali moved it away as well. They were going to process it immediately in order to eat it after a moment. Just then, Wales walked to the bowl of goat blood which Zhao Hai had put on the ground. He and Zhao Hai knelt down together, and he spoke out loud, "Magnificent beast god, under your witness, I and Zhao Hai swear the beheading blood oath. Starting from today, we are brothers tied by blood. If I violate this oath, I shall be trampled by 10,000 beasts and become puree." Chapter 254, Gift. On Earth, oaths are like cold drinks. They don't have the slightest sincerity, especially for some people, who use oaths as a means to deceive others. But it was different here on our continent. Here, no one would make oaths inadvertently, especially to the deities they worshipped. Zhao Hai didn't know if there really were deities on the continent, but he was sure about one thing: oaths could not be made without thinking, because he discovered that, once you made an oath, your heart would have a special feeling. It was like how Zhu Wanying, who had sworn a blood oath, really wouldn't be able to betray him after that. Just like that, Zhao Hai felt that he now had a special connection with Wales after the latter made his oath. It was a feeling of being bound by blood that was too vivid to be his imagination. After saying something similar to what Wales had just said, Zhao Hai took the bowl of goat blood after Wales drank half of it in one gulp. Zhao Hai was somewhat squeamish at the sight of the blood, but he felt that his blood was heating up under the effects of the oath. He didn't think any further and just gulped it down in one go. An indescribable stench-filled taste filled his mouth, which almost made him vomit. But he still shut his eyes and let the blood go down to his stomach completely. He put the bowl down after the final drop was finished, but he was clenched his mouth shut, fearing that he would puke as soon as he opened his mouth. Wales wasn't feeling too great, but he was a lot better at this than Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Starting from today, we are brothers." After that, he kowtowed with Zhao Hai. The two of them stood up after doing it 3 times. Wales laughed loudly. "Since you are my brother from today onwards, let's have you look at my 6th brother." "Oh right. How old are you today?" Zhao Hai did a double take and forced himself to swallow his saliva to hold back the stench in his mouth. He replied, "I'm 18 today." "You?" Wales laughed. "It seems like I'm gonna be the older brother." "I'm 20 today." Zhao Hai immediately said, "Big brother." Wales laughed and slapped Zhao Hai's shoulder. Mendez came over just then with a small dagger in his hand. This dagger was a lot better than the one from Spiel. The grip and sheath were both golden and studded with gemstones. The whole thing looked both noble and foreign. Mendez stood in front of Zhao Hai and handed over the dagger. "Little Hai, this is my gift to you." Zhao Hai noticed how Mendez had changed his way of addressing him. It seemed that Mendez really was treating him as a sibling. He didn't hold back and took the glittering dagger. He bowed to Mendez. "Thank you, 6th brother." Mendez laughed. "Don't be. You're now already my younger brother." "Where's your gift, little 7th?" Wales smiled. "Inside the tent." He led the way for Zhao Hai inside the tent. After that, he grabbed a horse cane from the wall and put it in Zhao Hai's hands. "Brother, this is my gift to you." Zhao Hai measured the horse cane, and what he could be sure of at first was that it was an antique, since it looked very ancient. Although it had been cleaned up nicely, Zhao Hai couldn't deny the scars of aging on its surface. The cane wasn't long, only less than a meter long, and as thick as a thumb. The grip was made of a bone from an unknown magic beast, as dark as a black jade. Yet it wasn't cold to the touch. Instead, there was a trace of warmth. The grip had some very intricate patterns etched upon it, and they didn't seem to have been etched just to look ornate. The cane body itself was made of tiny strands woven together. They weren't normal threads, as Zhao Hai discovered that there were gold and silver-colored threads, as well as some black threads and threads of other colors. One thread on top of another, interwoven inside out. It made the cane heavy. Zhao Hai felt that it weighed at least several kilos in his hands. It seemed like it could be used directly as a weapon. Where the cane and the grip met, there was a small leather strip acting as a guard. It wasn't known which magic beast this strip had come from, and it wasn't long, only 10 centimeters long, and also very aged, which could be seen from its blackening. Despite that, It was still very sturdy. Mendez and Yale were also looking at the cane while Zhao Hai was sizing it up. Their eyes held a trace of admiration. Zhao Hai then saw their eyes. He felt weirded out by them and asked Wales, "Hey brother, what's so special about this cane?" Wales smiled. "This cane is a sort of a symbol of identity. It's a treasure we the Herculean bull tribe happened upon, but one which no one knew how to use. In the end, it was passed down from one generation to the next. In every generation, the cane is passed down to the successor of the chieftain. Anyone who holds this cane has a certain summoning ability for all of the bull-headed races. Holding this cane allows one to command 5,000 of the bull-headed race's people." Zhao Hai then understood that it wasn't just a cane. It was more like a commanding sigil, a cane that could command beastmen when held. This gift from Wales wasn't cheap, but Zhao Hai didn't intend to return it to Wales. This wasn't back when it was Laura and the others. He was in Beastman Prairie right now, and he was facing beastmen. No need for formalities. If they gift you something, you just have to take it. Yale also brought out something from his possessions just then. The item was a silver vial with very beautiful engravings. It wasn't large, since it was only as large as Zhao Hai's palm. For beastmen, it was simply too small. Yale presented the vial to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is my gift. When I was young, I had the opportunity to go to the Elven Forest once, where I got this vial. Don't underestimate it though. Inside it is the liquid of life, an especially precious thing for elves." Zhao Hai looked surprised at the silver vial. It wasn't as though he'd never heard of the liquid of life. On the contrary, he had heard of it more than once, because it was too famous on the continent. The liquid of life was a liquid secretion from the elves' divine object, the Tree of Life. The amount produced wasn't high, but it had a very large effect. The liquid of life could restore stamina, battle aura and magic. It could even detoxify. It was an incomparably unique treasure, famous throughout the continent. In the human lands, it was marketless and priceless, since it only existed in legends. No one had seen it and no one had bought it. If it weren't for a witness of its usage, people would surely think of it as baseless fabrication. Zhao Hai didn't imagine Yale would give him a vial of that. To him, it was simply a precious thing. He bowed to Yale. "Thank you, Mr. Yale." Yale smiled without word, but Zhao Hai was a little embarrassed. Mendez's gift aside, Yale and Wales' gifts were extremely precious. If he didn't gift them things in return, it would seriously be unacceptable to a degree. Zhao Hai smiled as he thought of this. He tossed the 3 things gifted to him into the space and 3 spatial pouches appeared. Zhao Hai put the 3 normal-looking pouches into their hands while smiling and said, "This is my gift to you. I hope you don't find them dislikable." The 3 of them glanced at the pouches. They neither opened them nor showed any reaction. They just tucked them away carefully. Zhao Hai felt somewhat embarrassed about their looks. It wasn't as if he wanted to test how they would react. If the 3 of them disliked his offerings, then even when he had just made the beheading blood oath with Wales, he wouldn't see him as a brother afterwards. But obviously, he worried too much. Beastmen were indeed this simple. Even when Wales was such a calculative person, compared to humans, he would also be a simpleton. In Beastman lands, relationships between brothers could not be measured with gifts. Even when you gave your brother a lot of gold, while your brother only gave you a blade of grass in return, you couldn't be angry, because you were brothers. Zhao Hai scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "You all have to keep what I gave you well. Those are not ordinary pouches, but spatial pouches. Each has up to 10 cubic meters of capacity, and they don't need any energy. Just loosen the rope of the pouch to use it." The 3 of them did a double take, and looked at each other. They quickly took out the pouches and opened them like they couldn't wait for it. An illusionary magic formation appeared on each pouch. Zhao Hai immediately explained, "Point the magic formation at the thing you want to keep, and think about it. That thing will automatically be put into the pouch. If you want to take it out, just open the pouch, think about what you want to take out, and you can bring it out." The 3 of them experimented for a bit, looked at their pouches with crazed grins, and then put their pouches away carefully, like they were the most precious things in their lives. They looked to be even more careful than if they were carving on eggshells. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laughing at them. I'd say, you don't need to be so careful. With that kind of quality, you can't damage those pouches. Wales shot Zhao Hai a strange glance and said, what do you know about being careful? What if they get broken? Zhao Hai snickered. It's alright if they do. I'll just deliver some for you again. After Zhao Hai said that, the three of them stopped their movements and looked straight at Zhao Hai, who then asked with incomprehension, what's the matter? Wales yelled and pounced on Zhao Hai. Mendez pounced as well, while Yale wasn't as fast as them, so he just stood to the side and chuckled at the sight. Wales sat on top of Zhao Hai while he kept on slapping him and asked, you ask me what's the matter? You actually dare to ask such a question, you brat? Don't you know what's the matter with you? Do you have a lot of spatial pouches? How come you're not the slightest bit pained when you give them away? Mendez also didn't let Zhao Hai off the hook. Like Wales, he was slapping Zhao Hai's head around like a ball, which made Zhao Hai very dizzy. The two of them stood up after a while, and Zhao Hai got up in the midst of dizziness. He looked at them with disdain. I can't believe you two. When I say I have a lot to give, remember, I'm an oddity artist. Oddity artist, understand? Wales did a double take. Oddity artist? Are you saying you are one yourself, my brother? Zhao Hai nodded at that. Wales looked at Zhao Hai with a glimmer in his eyes. Well, I'll be. Does your oddity art have something to do with the creation of these spatial pouches? What are you selling grains for? Just sell these instead. Zhao Hai looked at Wales unpleasantly. Don't bullshit me. I just said I'm an oddity artist. When did I say I can make these pouches? They were found by me in a cave, and there were only several of them. After giving them to Laura and two others, there are only these three left. My power as an oddity artist is the ability to turn corpses into undead creatures, and then put them into my space. Where else do you think those pouches and the grains are from? Wales and the two others nodded at Zhao Hai's explanation. They had neither seen nor used spatial equipments before, but such an equipment wouldn't be too great. If the storage space of each equipment were great, humans would have already circumvented the need to use horse-drawn wagons when fighting against beastmen by just transporting food to Iron Wall Fortress using spatial equipment instead. That way, the beastmen would not be able to break through the fortress. There were oddity artists among both humans and beastmen. There were more than a few of them in beastmen lands, and likewise, they were very respected as a group. It was because their special abilities could help the beastmen tribes to a greater degree. Wales asked Zhao Hai, it's great that you have such an endurance, brother, and I have to ask, can your space store argilly and others of the sort? Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't expect Wales to be this smart just from what Zhao Hai said himself. It was beyond his expectations. Chapter 255, Plan. Zhao Hai nodded after a glance at Wales. Sure, why else would I want to exchange for so many magic beasts and argilly? It takes a lot of time just to transport them to the human lands. Wales nodded. That's excellent, brother. With this capability, we no longer have to worry about grains. Come, let's go and drink some mutton soup. He was really happy that this brother he had just acknowledged was this capable. Actually, Wales was selfish when he wanted to swear the beheading blood oath with Zhao Hai. He aimed for the food in Zhao Hai's possession, and had intended to use it to tie Zhao Hai to his war machine. However, he had to admit that even he himself had underestimated the power of beheading blood oath. It seemed to be able to alter someone's thoughts and emotions as soon as the oath was made. It was that frightening. It had been a very long time since people on the prairie had last sworn the beheading blood oath. It was exactly because of this that Wales underestimated its power. In his view, if his own brother, Gasol, could betray him, then what effect would the oath have? But he hadn't expected that the oath would be very effective. If it weren't, he wouldn't have given the horse cane to Zhao Hai. It was a heirloom of the Herculean bull tribe, passed down from his father, and it was because of Wales giving Zhao Hai the horse cane that Yale gave him the liquid of life. Otherwise, Yale wouldn't have done so. knowing how hard it was to get such a treasure. It was another rule of the beheading blood oath that the article used to conduct the rite must be eaten the same day, so the mutton soup was made using the one that was killed by whales. Now, Zhao Hai had a different identity, which was Whale's blood-sworn brother. The escorts immediately saluted Zhao Hai with great respect in their expressions. Zhao Hai nodded to them and then made his way to the pot of mutton soup. Different from before, Whales let his people put the small tables closer together. They could get closer as they chatted. Laura and the others were arranged to other small tables, now that their identity was different as well. To the escorts, Laura would now count as half a princess. Laura and the others didn't object to Zhao Hai swearing the beheading blood oath with Whales, since Zhao Hai wouldn't have much of a loss from it, and they all got Whales as a bonus. If this matter was settled, then no one would dare to act against them on the Beastman Prairie. After they all sat down, the escorts brought Whales some milk wine. Even though the escorts knew what had happened in the tribe, none of them betrayed him. For the Beastmen, if they believed someone to be a person worth following, they wouldn't resort to betrayal so easily, even when their relatives were still in the tribe. To tell the truth, there was still a stench of blood in Whale's mouth as he drank a mouthful of milk wine. He didn't like it very much, but it was exciting, and it gave him a blood-boiling sensation. But he needed to think about things instead of being impulsive. He had to calm his emotions as quickly as possible. Whales felt better after that mouthful of milk wine. He turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother, you have to help me come up with a good idea this time. What do I do if I want to drag Gasol down? It's very bad for me now that he has control of the Herculean Bull tribe." Zhao Hai didn't have as many reservations right now. Whatever the case, he was now Whale's blood-sworn brother. Helping Whales was a given. Zhao Hai thought and said, "Big brother, I don't know the situation in the tribe very well, so I can't help you there. You still have to depend on yourself for that." Whales nodded. "Now that Gasol is in control, if we go there now, we might as well be going to die. So, we stick to what was discussed. Find a branch tribe, get their support, and then return. I'm getting ready to find teachers Buffalo tribe and the Fighting Bull tribe. These two have high positions among the branch races, and they have a lot of influence." Yale agreed to that, but Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Big brother, I don't think that's right. You know that the Buffalo and Fighting Bull tribes have great influence, so doesn't Gasol know that as well?" "Gasol wouldn't stage a coup if not for a branch tribe's support. Let's not talk about other things first. Gasol should know crystal clear that Yale is your teacher. If sixth brother hasn't been killed, Gasol will surely think that he's found you. If you know what happened in the tribe, then Gasol would know as well. In such a situation, how can he not take extra measures? I think that there won't be a positive outcome if we go to either the Buffalo tribe or the Fighting Bull tribe. Gasol might be waiting for you midway, just to kill us directly." Whales and the others were startled, as they hadn't thought about this point. To put it directly, Whales appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was still blazing. Gasol had gone too far this time. The fact that he killed his own father and disregarded his own siblings was something that fueled the flames of Whale's rage to burn outward from his heart. That was why Whales wanted to topple Gasol from the position in the shortest possible time. But Whales had forgotten about one thing. Could Gasol succeed just by using his own men? His father, a chieftain, the most powerful figure in the tribe, had been struck down in secret. It would have been impossible without someone behind Gasol. Zhao Hai's words calmed Whales down in the truest sense. Even though Whales was one of the few smart ones amongst beastmen, he had been blinded by hatred and rage. He was getting better now. Whales took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a while. He nodded. "You are right, brother. I've always underestimated Gasol before, so I got into such a big trouble now. But I think this is strange. Gasol's actions this time and his usual style are not the same. There has to be something behind it." Mendez suddenly spoke. "There's something which I know, that I'm not sure if it's related to this incident. A while before Gasol made his move, he was secretly dealing with some human merchants. You both know that whenever the tribe has to meet with human merchants, it's always my job. But those human merchants were meeting with Gasol directly, and They came and went in a hurry each time. Secretively, Wales was startled, and asked with a changed expression, "Are you saying that Gasol colluded with those human merchants and poisoned our father?" He had such gall. Mendez made a wry smile. "Little seventh, you still haven't grasped the situation then. Ever since father gave the horse cane to you, Gasol has gone insane. You know that the cane is only passed down to successors. Giving it to you meant that father acknowledged you as his heir. Gasol knew he had no hope, so how could he take the loss lying down? It's not a strange thing for him to do anything at this point." Wales' expression darkened and he sighed with nothing to say. Yale spoke. "This possibility is likely. If someone goaded Gasol from behind, then he might really have something planned. I think we can't go looking for the Buffalo and Fighting Bull tribes now. Remember that the eldest princess and fourth princess are also in the Fighting Bull tribe. If we go there, Gasol will be the first to know, even without prior placements." Yale had a point. Wales' four sisters were all married to the Fighting Bull tribe, but his oldest and fourth sister didn't like him very much, and were closer to Gasol instead. If he went to the Fighting Bull tribe, then his oldest sister would know and notify Gasol for sure. His plan would not be able to continue after that. Wales let out a long breath. "Seems like I thought of things too simply. But no matter, the plan hasn't been started yet. How about this? We find a small tribe first, and we proceed slowly." "I don't think Gasol is monitoring every tribe, is he?" Mendez and Yale laughed at that. "Gasol wouldn't be that capable, of course. In fact, no ruling tribe could ever monitor all of their branch tribes. There was neither manpower nor a need to do so." Zhao Hai laughed. "That's good. But big brother, it's best that you contact people you can trust in the tribe, and then let them investigate the merchants' identities. See if this matter is related to them. If it is, then perhaps the discovery can become your weapon." "They didn't swear the beheading blood oath, did they?" Wales laughed a little and nodded. "I will make arrangements, but Gasol knows all of my subordinates. Sending them is equal to ordering them to their deaths. I'll have to find a translator." "Oh right, Little High, let us send you to the Fighting Bull tribe's territory and have you conduct a trade with them, while I infiltrate and meet with second sister. I'll make things clear with her. Perhaps she might be of help." Zhao Hai nodded. "No problems there, as long as you're not discovered, that is. But I think that the times ahead will not be peaceful. Sixth brother making his way here isn't something Gasol would not notice. I suggest you to be prepared." Wales nodded without a word. He just took the milk wine on his table and drank it entirely. Chapter 256. Tool Spirit. Beastmen couldn't live without wine. To them, the most important thing was their mounts, the second most important was their argily goats, and the third most important was wine. No matter what the occasion may be, wine was ever present. Winters in the prairie were cold. Even during summer, the nights wouldn't be hot. They would be in trouble if they lacked wine while they had to herd every day, every year. This was the day Wales and Zhao Hai swore the beheading blood oath, so they drank quite an amount of wine. They discussed how to deal with Gasol during the process of drinking. It was inadvisable to use force against Gasol, as he was now in control of the Herculean Bull tribe. Herculean bulls were known for being one of the stronger races when it came to fighting power, so taking them head-on was tantamount to seeking their own deaths. Wales wouldn't do that, because no matter what Gasol did, he was of the same race, and so were his followers. If Wales fought against Gasol the hard way, the one suffering would be the Herculean bulls. Wales hoped for the Herculean bulls to become powerful, so he naturally wouldn't do something that could harm himself and benefit others. Although Zhao Hai could help Wales and the others come up with ideas, the ways in which he could help were limited. He lacked understanding when it came to their matters. Zhao Hai's group returned to their tent that afternoon. He didn't drink too much wine, as he was now Wales' brother. Being someone like family meant that there was a much more carefree treatment for each other. Upon returning to his tent, Zhao Hai drank a large glassful of the Space's water. Every time he drank the Space's water after taking alcohol, he would sober up quickly without the discomfort that usually came after drinking. That was why drinking the Space's water after wine had become a habit of his. Laura looked at Zhao Hai after he drank the water and asked, Hi bro, are you really going to help whales become chieftain? Zhao Hai gave her a bitter smile. What else can I do? I'm now his blood-sworn brother, so I can only help him as much as I can. I didn't think that he would want to become my blood-sworn brother. The oath is very special too, just like Zhu Wanying's blood oath. If you make the oath, there will be a sensation. Laura nodded. We can tell from the name itself. Helping whales with all our power isn't anything much. If he succeeds, we'll have easier days on Beastman Prairie. But what Mendez mentioned, what was up with the human merchants making contact with Gasol? Zhao Hai shook his head. I have no idea either. Human merchants don't usually mix themselves into the conflict between beastmen, because if that were made known to other beastmen tribes, they would never be able to set foot on the prairie. But why did they make contact with Gasol? Could it really be that they helped fueling Gasol's actions? Which power did they belong to? Laura frowned as well. Humans who set foot on Beastman Prairie mostly don't look into who's from which power, because that will easily cause misunderstandings. But now that you're Whale's blood-sworn brother, if we defeat Gasol, we can then check out which power those merchants belong to. Even if we can't investigate for the time being, we can let whales do it. Your identity is useful here. Zhao Hai smiled. It looks like there are many benefits to becoming Whale's brother. Oh right, let's go into the space and check out their gifts. I have a feeling that those gifts are very special. Laura and the others laughed at that. The four of them appeared in the space instantly. The gifts were inside the storage, so there was no reaction from the space. As soon as they appeared, Kai flew over immediately and sat on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Young master, Ah Wen is so mean. She won't even play with me. Zhao Wen also flew over, and rested on top of Zhao Hai's head without moving or making a sound. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and asked in annoyance, Kai did you play tricks on Ah Wen again? Kai was very naughty, while Ah Wen was too honest, which was the reason for Kai picking on her. But Ah Wen was good-tempered and didn't get angry in the slightest. At most, she would just ignore Kai for a period of time. Zhao Hai noticed something strange. Before Kai entered the space, she was very prone to sleep, but that changed after entering the space. Not only did she not sleep, she was hyper every day as well. Kai giggled and didn't say anything to Zhao Hai's question. He shook his head as he couldn't do anything about her. He simply asked, is everything alright at the Messistone Hill Resort? Zhao Hai and the others had left the place, but Kai left a branch behind. It was hidden inside the white fruit tree in the resort's garden. Normal people couldn't see it. The branch was for monitoring Greenstone Hill Resort, since they were still cooperating with the Fansel family, who would periodically obtain some Peachland products. Kai replied to Zhao Hai's questioning. There are quite a lot of people that have been monitoring the place for a long time, and they haven't left. Some snuck into Messistone Hill, but they haven't discovered anything yet. Zhao Hai nodded. Be careful not to let them find something out. If they are being too forceful, then turn them into flower manure. Kai heeded his words with a sound. Zhao Hai asked, what about Iron Mountain Castle? Is it alright? Kai laughed. Great. Iron Mountain Castle is fine, and the two really are being kept well. They eat magic radish leaves as well, and even eat my leaves. HMPH. Zhao Hai chuckled, and then Mendez's gift, the dagger, appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai unsheathed the dagger and found the blade to be very beautiful and eye-piercing. He touched it gently and found it to be cool to the touch. It wasn't to say that the material of the dagger was cold, but the sensation from its sharpness could make people shiver. The dagger had cloud-like patterns. They weren't painted or etched. They were formed after using a special method in the forging process. The patterns could only appear after layering the metal multiple times with a special method. Laura took the dagger from Zhao Hai and took a closer look. She nodded. This should be a dwarven master blacksmith's work. This cloud-patterned dagger is very precious and rarely seen on the continent. Zhao Hai was obviously not as in the know as Laura in this regard, so he just nodded and put the dagger away in the storage. No matter how good it was, it wouldn't be very useful to him right now. After storing the dagger, Zhao Hai took out the cane. The moment it appeared, the notification voice in the space came. As soon as the notification voice stopped, Zhao Hai felt the cane shaking in his hand, and then a virtual figure of a person appeared above the cane. The virtual figure looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, wearing 5-colored clothes. The figure wasn't very large, as it was about the size of the cane itself. The cane itself was standing in front of Zhao Hai, which made him feel very bizarre. The virtual figure bowed and said, "Greetings to young master." Zhao Hai was used to this kind of situation. He knew it had to be yet another creation of the space. He didn't mind and just nodded. "Let's call you Muir from now on. Follow me, I'll show you to where the ranch is." Muir obeyed with a sound, and then climbed onto Zhao Hai's hip like a snake without further movements. Kair flew down from Zhao Hai's shoulder and looked at this virtual figure with curiosity. She wanted to touch Muir, but Muir dodged. The more Kair tried, the more Muir resisted. Both of them went in circles around Zhao Hai. Laura and the others laughed at the two of them. They were now basically immune to the abilities of the space. Zhao Hai was happy to have gotten this amazing cane. Zhao Hai said nothing about Kair and Muir playing around. It didn't take long for his head to light up as Zhao Wen joined in the fun. Zhao Hai shook his head with a bitter smile, and the vial containing the liquid of life soon appeared in his hand. The notification voice came again. Zhao Hai did a double take. He didn't imagine that the liquid of life could have so many good points about it. Just the part about reviving dead plants was too awesome. Later on, he could get some dead special plants and revive them using the space's water. He would no longer need to worry about the lack of plants in the space. There was a bit of a time limit, but it was good enough. Most importantly, since the liquid of life was now fused with the space's water spring, he would have an endless source of it from now on. Chapter 257, Changes of Iron Mountain Castle. The liquid of life was very famous on the continent. If people knew Zhao Hai had an undepletable source of it, he would surely attract a lot of envy. But what Zhao Hai couldn't understand the most was that he had never heard of anyone using the liquid of life to revive any plants. Could it be that the space caused the liquid of life to mutate? The vial which Yale had given Zhao Hai was only as large as his palm. The neck was rectangular, like one of those liquor flasks he had seen before on Earth. The vial was full of engravings, which made it look very beautiful. Laura looked at the vial and said, "This vial looks like a product of the elves." Elves love nature deeply and they have high standards regarding art. Every work of art must be made above what great could be used to describe, and most of them are based on the mark of nature. See those engravings? Do they look like vines? Every leaf was etched so intricately that you can see the webs. There's even a special magic formation exclusive to elves on the vial, but I don't know what it does. Zhao Hai looked at the engravings carefully. They were indeed special, but he didn't know about the magic formation part. The space didn't notify him about it, so it didn't seem like it was really a magic formation. Zhao Hai liked the vial a lot. He shook it lightly and noticed that there was still half of the liquid of life left. It was no longer rare to him now, so he drank it all down and smacked his lips. The liquid of life wasn't flavorless like ordinary water. There was a very special taste. How to put it? The taste was a bit like being in the woods in the middle of a growth spurt during spring. Refreshing and natural. Zhao Hai nodded. Not a bad taste. All of you should have a taste. Directly from the spring, that is. Laura and the others laughed at that before they tried the spring water. Such a refreshing taste was very suitable for ladies. Zhao Hai brought them to the ranch. Kair couldn't manage the ranch since she was a plant fairy, so Zhao Hai had to manage much of the ranch's matters himself. It was good that Muir had joined in right now. He could now leave matters for Muir to manage. Zhao Hai let Muir get familiar with the surroundings before managing the ranch. Actually, it was excessive to do so. He didn't know that the reason why Muir appeared was because the cane was special. The body of the cane was made of refined gold, mithril, and several other high-class magic beast tendons, while the grip of the cane was made of a soul bone. Soul bones were rare on the continent, so it could be said that only a handful of people knew about them. Someone happened upon the soul bone used in the creation of this cane. That someone only felt that the bone was very special and sturdy, so he made it the grip of the cane. What they didn't know was that the soul bone had a special ability, which was to seal souls. Sealing souls meant that the soul of a deceased person could be sealed into the bone, which would ensure that the soul would not disappear. At the right opportunity, when a suitable vessel was found, the soul could be extracted from the bone and put into body, and that person would be regarded as revived. However, there was no such magic to do so on Ark Continent. Because there were no magic beasts that could produce soul bones, no one knew about them in the slightest. Actually speaking, soul bones had another ability, which was to gain sentience on their own, little by little. But the sentience could not be called a soul, because it would be too weak. To the space, however, a soul bone would be like a blank computer. Just add some programs into it, and the computer would function normally. It was also because of the space's alterations that Muir appeared. Because Muir was created by the space, all information related to the ranch had been inputted directly into Muir, which was beyond Zhao Hai's knowledge. There was no need for familiarization. Although Kair couldn't manage the ranch, Muir couldn't manage the farm, and Zhao Wen couldn't intervene in neither. But the three of them could freely come and go between these two places, especially the lively Kair, who kept following and teasing Muir, like a child who had found a new toy. After sorting out the matters in the ranch, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Iron Mountain Castle. Green was there at the moment. Unless there was anything important, Green and the others wouldn't come into the space. Even Grun had set up a laboratory in the castle. Humans are social animals, after all. They need to communicate with others. Green and Kunjing were of similar age and experiences, so the two of them got along well. Since there hadn't been an issue on the Beastman Prairie, the two of them were cooped up in Iron Mountain Castle, which let them learn more about the surrounding environment, in order to prepare the place to become the most important and integral base in a better way. The two sagacious old men knew clearly that no matter where Zhao Hai and the others went, the Black Wastelands was their roots, and the foundation of Buddha family's development. The space could provide them with assistance, but if Zhao Hai were gone, then what would Buddha family depend on? It could only be the Black Wastelands. Upon reaching the castle, Zhao Hai and the others noticed that Green and Kunjing were absent. Even Malin was gone. They learned from Blockhead that the three elders had gone to the underground lake. They then went to the underground lake in the mountain, but they didn't find the elders. Zhao Hai didn't become anxious. The Black Wastelands was very safe at the moment, so nothing could have happened. It was possible that they had simply gone somewhere else. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the castle surroundings. The rice milling factory was operating normally, and so was the oil squashing factory. The blue-eyed rabbits had been raised well, while the two orderly were in top condition with no signs of sickness. Everything was in working order. Although it had become colder outside the castle, there was no drop in the temperature inside. The temperature inside the castle was higher because of Kair's rainbow flowers. Due to the climate, the improved soil outside could not be planted, and the corn in the valley had been harvested. However, Zhao Hai had a new idea. He let Kair leave a branch in the valley, so that the temperature there would rise and the land there could be planted again. The castle was bustling right now, as there was another couple who got married. Of course, as with before, Zhao Hai held a marriage ceremony for them and gave them a marriage certificate, while also restoring their commoner statuses. Zhao Hai didn't want the slaves to remain as slaves forever. A force could not be sustained with slaves alone, so Zhao Hai didn't mind turning the slaves into civilians. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the slaves would leave after gaining civilian identities. They couldn't leave because of their brands. No one would acknowledge their civilian identities outside of the Black Wastelands. They would even be captured as runaway slaves. The slaves were very satisfied, not only because Zhao Hai had given them civilian statuses, but also because he had given them lands and houses. Helping Zhao Hai do things gave them money to spend. While it was a given that they now had to use money when they ate food and vegetables, the prices were low. They could totally save up some money to buy necessities and what they liked. Now, in Iron Mountain Castle, the first shop had been set up, the Lycoris Free Market. There was only one person keeping watch, and that was Ju. This market was designed by Zhao Hai according to supermarkets on Earth. Every day, Blockhead and Rockhead would let some slaves replenish the stocks, while only Ju alone would keep watch during regular hours. Whether they were slaves or civilians, anyone could come and buy things, with identical prices of course. Ju only received payment at the entrance, so everyone bought what they liked and made payments to Ju. Laura had never heard of such a shop before. She thought that this was totally a chance to have things stolen, but Zhao Hai went ahead with it. What surprised her was that nothing had been stolen since the opening of the market. Not even a single needle was reported to be lost. It wasn't just Laura who was surprised. Zhao Hai was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the slaves, who had become civilians for only a short time, would have such a resolve. What he didn't know was that it was exactly because the slaves had been paid money and given civilian identities that they wouldn't steal things. To them, being able to buy things like normal people was a happiness as well. They didn't have a chance to do so before. Now that they had it, of course they wouldn't let it go. Zhao Hai didn't build this market in order to earn money. He hoped that the civilians of his fief could lead ordinary lives. Buying and selling things was what an ordinary person could do. He didn't want the people of his fief leading slave lives despite having civilian identities. Iron Mountain Castle looked like a real castle right now. The slaves who worked their shifts in the rice milling and oil squashing factories would go shopping around different parts of the castle after work, or chatting around together. Their lives were carefree. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the current situation of the castle. He knew that changes had to come in little by little. It would have been impossible to do this when he had first arrived, but now it had all fallen into place. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the living room of the castle. Laura looked around and smiled. To be honest, I still like it here, because it feels like home here. Zhao Hai laughed. Of course. You set up everything here by yourself. Of course it feels like home to you. Hee hee. What are Grandpa Kunjing and the others doing? Laura laughed. It's all right. If they said they went to the lake in the mountain, they must be there. I think that they must have gone to see how long it is, and where its source is. They must be trying to figure this land out. Zhao Hai nodded. I heard that they want to draw a map, detailing the course of the mountain, its terrain, and everything around us. This is our home, so we should have a proper understanding of it. Just then, Kunjing's voice came from outside. Zhao Hai and the others stood up immediately before Kunjing. Green and Malin came in. The three of them were startled, and then Green asked with a smile, back this early today? What happened? Zhao Hai shook his head. Nah, nothing at all. We just finished our matters earlier, so we came back. After they all sat down, Laura described what happened during these past few days to Green, Kunjing and Malin, who listened quietly. They never thought that so many things happened on the prairie in such a short time. Once Laura finished, Green spoke with a frown. Young master, you really swore the beheading blood oath with that whales? Wasn't that too brash? Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile. It couldn't be helped. If I didn't agree to it, then the cooperation with whales would have fallen through. Currently, almost all the large tribes have their own long-term cooperating merchants, so we can't interfere. If we gave up this chance, we don't know when our business on the prairie will succeed, so I decided to gamble. Kunjing agreed with what Zhao Hai had done. He nodded. I think Little Hai did the right thing. The Herculean Bull tribe has quite a high standing on the prairie. Common battle tribes wouldn't be unreasonable with them. Even the highly ranked battle tribes will give the Herculean Bulls some face. If we can form ties with them, it will be good for our business on the prairie. I've heard of this beheading blood oath before. It's one of the most important oaths to the beastmen. If whales dared to swear this oath, it means he doesn't have wicked intentions towards Little Hai. This is enough. Zhao Hai nodded. Just when he was about to say something, his expression changed. We have to go back. Just now, the undead saw that the Blood Hawk has returned. Something might have happened. After bidding farewell to Green, Kunjing and Malin, he led Laura and the others back to the campsite on the prairie. Chapter 258. A fighting chance. Zhao Hai and the others left the tent as soon as they appeared inside. A blood hawk was circling in the sky. Zhao Hai noticed the blood hawk's movements and spoke. There are people coming this way. 2,000 in number, mostly bull-headed cavalry. Oh, they seem to have aerial recon troops as well? Laura and the others were stunned. and then looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. Zhao Hai laughed. The Bloodhawk discovered that there are 2 flying hawks that seem to be helping the cavalry. I'll go and inform Big Brother. You should make preparations as well. Laura and the others nodded at that, while Zhao Hai ran towards Whale's campsite. Whales and his people were resting, and the sky was getting dark. They couldn't rush ahead at night, so they had gone back into their tents to rest. Even though didn't drink a lot this day, they were somewhat drunk due to their bad mood. It's easy to get drunk when drinking during a bad mood. Wales was in a bit of a blur. There hadn't been any battle, but he felt exhausted. It was an exhaustion of the heart. It only took a bit of alcohol for him to fall asleep on the bed. But Wales wasn't sleeping soundly. He was having a nightmare. It was a nightmare about his own father wanting him to take revenge. Soon, he dreamt about Gasol, who was trying to hunt him down. Just then, Zhao Hai arrived at the campsite. The escort's standing guard didn't get in his way, and saluted him instead. Zhao Hai's current identity was Whale's blood-sworn brother. Zhao Hai soon arrived outside of Whale's tent, which was guarded by only one person. This person wasn't actually guarding Whales, but was ready to relay Whale's orders when necessary. That person immediately saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't enter the tent. He asked, "What's Big Brother doing?" The escort answered, "Young Lord is resting." Zhao Hai nodded. "Go and wake Big Brother up. I have an important thing to say, so hurry. You must wake him up no matter what." When the escort saw how serious Zhao Hai's expression was, he ran into the tent without delay. Just then, Mendez and Yale came out of their tents after hearing Zhao Hai's words. They didn't sleep as deeply as Whales. Yale's expression changed as he saw how serious Zhao Hai's face had become. He stood in front of him and asked, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Was it the grains?" What Yale cared about right now was the grains, so he assumed that something had happened to them. Mendez tensed up when Yale asked the question. He knew how important the grains in Zhao Hai's possession were to them. Zhao Hai shook his head. It's something else." After he finished, Whale spoke out, "Little Hai, what's the matter? Come inside." Zhao Hai entered the tent with Yale and Mendez following behind. Whales had just gotten up, and was drinking water. He felt his head hurting. Zhao Hai got in front of him hurriedly and said, "Big Brother, there are enemies coming. They number 2,000. All of them are bull-headed cavalry." Whales and the others were stunned, and they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai knew from their looks that they must be wondering how he had gotten such information. Zhao Hai added, "How could you forget, Big Brother? I have a phantasmal hawk. It can perform aerial reconnaissance. The enemies aren't just 2,000 strong, there are also 2 flying magic beasts providing reconnaissance for them. If not for my phantasmal hawk, we could have been the ones being discovered first." Whale's expression changed after hearing Zhao Hai's words. He asked, "You said that the enemies have 2 flying magic beasts?" Zhao Hai nodded at that. Whale's expression darkened. "They've come. It looks like they are following 6th Brother." Mendez's expression darkened as well. "I underestimated Gasol. It seems that he really has a capable party backing him up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such movement." Zhao Hai looked at them with incomprehension. Yale saw the doubt on Zhao Hai's face and spoke calmly. "Everyone on the prairie knows that Gasol raises 2 flying magic beasts. He has been raising those magic beasts for a long time, and they can provide reconnaissance for him and track his enemies. He accomplished a lot of battle merits for the tribe using these 2 magic beasts." Zhao Hai nodded, and then spoke to Whales, "Don't worry, Big Brother. I will let my phantasmal beasts go ahead and cripple those 2 magic beasts." Whales shook his head. "Don't, Little Hai. Your phantasmal beasts are not a match for them. Those 2 are offshoot magic beasts. Flame birds. Their strength can match level 5 magic beasts." Zhao Hai smiled and walked out of the tent. Once he did, he shouted, and 5 bloodhawks came down from the sky shortly after that. Actually, these bloodhawks were let out of the space in secret. He was just pretending to call out for them in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of Whales and the others. Zhao Hai made a gesture to the bloodhawks in the sky, and with a sharp cry, They flew away into the distance. They disappeared into the sky in just the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai turned to Wales and the others and said, "Relax, big brother. They will come back after a while, and my order was, I want them alive." Wales looked at Zhao Hai with shock. "I'll say, my brother, you actually want them alive? Do you know how hard that will be? They are level 5 magic beasts." Zhao Hai laughed. "Perfect. It's the first time I've come across flame birds. I'll capture them in order to let my senior back home study them. Hee hee. How about we roast one?" Wales snickered and then shook his head. "Brother, now I really don't know anything about this." "Are you really that confident?" Mendez and Yale were looking at Zhao Hai as well. They knew that phantasmal beasts weren't usually as highly regarded as magic beasts on the continent. It was common knowledge that phantasmal beasts couldn't win against magic beasts. Zhao Hai being so confident, despite having sent only 5 phantasmal beasts to deal with 2 magic beasts, was something that surpassed their imaginations. Zhao Hai simply smiled at them. "Don't worry about them. Let's think about how to deal with the 2,000 people. They'll be here in about 2 hours. Are we leaving, or are we fighting?" Wales went idle for a bit, and then said, 2 hours. Even if we run, they might catch up to us. We can only fight, but we only have 400 people." Mendez spoke with a sunken expression. "How about this? Little Seventh, leave here while taking 100 escorts. I will stall them here for as long as it takes. Go and hide in some other tribe's turf for a while, and contact other branch tribes to come up with a way to deal with Gasol." Wales looked at Mendez. He knew that Mendez was trying to sacrifice himself in order to help him. Wales was truly moved by what Mendez was suggesting, but he couldn't let Mendez do it. Yale agreed with Mendez's decision. Mendez didn't have as high of a calling as Wales in the tribe. Wales could deal with Gasol because he had been a chieftain candidate, while Mendez had not. From this situation, letting Wales leave meant preserving a hope of having revenge. If Wales remained, then he might die here as well, and then there would be no hope left. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say when he looked at how the 3 of them were acting like they were about to be separated by life and death. He just scratched his head and said, "I don't want to break up this mood, but I am compelled to say that we seem to have a fighting chance." Wales, Mendez and Yale were looking blankly at Zhao Hai, who then said, "When I say a fighting chance, I mean the 400 escorts in the camp with my undead creatures added into the mix. We should be able to halt Gasol's advance." The 3 of them immediately thought about Zhao Hai's undead creatures, which were amazingly strong. They dealt with the jackals as easily as if they had been chopping vegetables and splitting melons. Zhao Hai added, "I now have about 4,000 undead creatures. We shouldn't have a problem defending ourselves if we add them to your escorts." Zhao Hai actually had more than 5,000 undead creatures. They were comprised of the magic beasts from the Black Wastelands, humanoids that had joined afterwards, and the jackals from the prairie. Wales did a double take, and then his eyes sparkled. "You really have 4,000 undead creatures, brother? What about their fighting power?" Zhao Hai smiled. So, about the same level as a level 9 human fighter." Wales and the others couldn't help from taking in a breath of cold air. What sort of concept was that? The undead might even be harder to deal with compared to 4,000 human level 9 fighters, because undead felt no fear, were unafraid of injury or death, and would never retreat. Wales suddenly laughed and hugged Zhao Hai. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you would have such great power, my brother." "Excellent. We will wait for them here. I want to see if Gasol is coming here himself." Chapter 259, Move Forward, and Move Forward Again. Yale and Mendez were smiling. They felt that Wales' blood-sworn brother was too valuable. Not only did he have so many grains, he had a lot of fighting power as well. Wales let go of Zhao Hai and said, "You are now my blood-sworn brother. No one will be able to say anything no matter how you help me. Ha 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 ha. Just relax and help your big brother take back the chieftain's seat." Zhao Hai laughed. "I really hope that we're not going to fight. If we fight so hard now, the ones to die will still be people of the Herculean Bull tribe. If there are too many casualties, other races might have a chance to take over." The smile on Wales' face disappeared. He nodded. It's because of such considerations that I had never clashed against Gasol. I didn't expect that he would go this far. He's too ruthless." Zhao Hai nodded as he felt bummed out. Gasol had gone off the deep end this time as he killed his own father. Even though Zhao Hai had heard about such things many times before, he had not expected that such a thing would happen so close to him. If he had to put his feelings into words, they would be, "What a ballbuster." Mendez patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "All right, don't think too much. If Gasol really colluded with those human merchants to harm father, then he has no right to be the chieftain." Zhao Hai nodded. "Then let's go prepare ourselves. I think my blood hawks are about to come back." Right after that, two cries came from the sky. Zhao Hai and the others raised their heads to see that 5 blood hawks were flying back slowly. 4 of them were holding a couple of flying magic beasts, which were obviously not dead. They were struggling, but they could not get out of the blood hawk's claws. Whales didn't expect that Zhao Hai's phantasmal beasts would capture the flame bird so quickly, while Zhao Hai himself wasn't surprised. It was 5 against 2. If the flame birds couldn't be captured, he would surely make a stew out of the blood hawks afterwards. Zhao Hai made a gesture, and the 5 blood hawks came down from the sky. When they did, Wales, Yale and Mendez discovered something strange. These 5 blood hawks were 2 meters tall, each of them imposing and overwhelming, phantasmal, more like even more magical than magic beasts. The 2 large birds under the blood hawk's feet weren't as large, but they weren't small either, more than 1 meter tall, with a wingspan of 5 meters. Their tail feathers were very long, especially the middle 3. Each was about 3 meters long, and a fiery red color, very beautiful. These 2 birds weren't red, but pale blue in color. There were small feathers on their heads like crowns. Their bodies weren't as stout as the blood hawks, but they were linear and smooth. They would give off the feeling of an arrow that had been loosed should they fly into the sky. The 2 flame birds were injured. A good deal of their feathers had been clawed out, and their wings had blood stains. It was evident that the blood hawks didn't held back. Zhao Hai ordered them to bring the flame birds back alive, but he didn't say not to injure them. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 birds curiously. He knew from the blood hawks that these 2 were very fast and had extremely powerful fighting ability. They weren't fire-type magic beasts, but wind-fire double-type magic beasts, fast and strong. Zhao Hai would not have been able to bring them in if he hadn't sent 5 blood hawks. Zhao Hai asked Wales, "Big brother, are these the birds?" Wales knew what Zhao Hai meant, but he was still captivated by the 5 awesome blood hawks. How did they resemble phantasmal beasts? If phantasmal beasts were all this powerful, then magic beasts should have already retired from the stage. Wales lowered his head and glanced at the flame birds. They were indeed the 2 birds that had been raised by Gasol. Gasol showered these flame birds with tender loving care. He would feed them by himself every day while forbidding others from doing so. If anyone were to touch them, he would be enraged immediately. However, he would sometimes let the 2 birds show off in front of others, which made others gnash their teeth in anger. Now, these 2 birds were on the ground like diseased little birds. Wales felt like he wanted to burst into laughter. These birds, which were said to be Gasol's most prominent assistants in accomplishing merits, had now been crippled by Zhao Hai without hassle. He was happier than anyone else. Wales nodded. "Indeed, these are the 2. Well done, fella. You actually got them back alive. I have to ask, you're not seriously going to roast one, are you?" Zhao Hai and Mendez laughed out loud at that. Zhao Hai replied, "How could I bear it? Maybe later, when I raise some more, we will roast 10 of them. Eat 5, toss 5, ha 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 ha." Everyone laughed before Zhao Hai took in the flame birds. He then said, "Big brother, I'm giving you these 5 blood hawks. From now on, they will be your aerial recon." Wales was taken aback. He admired the blood hawks greatly, but he didn't want them. In his view, these capable blood hawks would be of greater help to Zhao Hai. Wales refused. "Please don't, brother. Keep them yourself. They're more useful to you." Zhao Hai laughed. "Don't worry, big brother. I can raise some more. And my phantasmal beasts are different from the others. My phantasmal beasts can be like magic beasts and hunt on their own. You can also feed them some mutton or beef. just like feeding magic beasts. No need to worry about them a lot. Whales did a double take. My brother, are these magic beasts or what? How can they be fed this way? No wonder they've grown so strong. Zhao Hai laughed at that statement. Sometimes, beastmen were weird. When they saw a person, they would first see if a person looked strong. The stronger they were in appearance, the more the beastmen thought them to be capable. The same was applied to magic beasts. Zhao Hai spoke to the 5 blood hawks. Go and meet your master. That is my big brother. Listen to him. The Bloodhawks nodded and then walked behind Whales step by step. Whales was shocked by such a display. Whales looked at the Bloodhawks behind him, and murmured, "Are all phantasmal beasts this smart?" Mendez and Yale were speechless as well. If they had to be honest, they had never seen anyone using phantasmal beasts. Zhao Hai giggled, "Don't sweat the small stuff, big brother. Go and make preparations. Those people are coming." "What are you going to do? Fight against them head-on?" Whales regained his composure from Zhao Hai's words. He said, "You're right, brother. I intend to go head-to-head with them. Beastmen are different from humans, brother. They despise cowards. If I don't face Gasol today, I will lose the right to contend with him in the future." Zhao Hai nodded. "Very well then. If he wants to fight, then we give him a fight. I will now call out all of my undead creatures to bolster your troops. It would be best not to start a major battle, however. Otherwise, the losses to the Herculean bull tribe will be too great." Whales knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai intended to use this method to deter Gasol to stop the latter's rash movements. Otherwise, they would not show mercy. Whales didn't want to fight either. If they fought, it would be the strength of the Herculean bull tribe which would suffer. It was the outcome Whales disliked the most. Whales nodded. "You are right, my brother. Unleash your undead army, and let my brother witness it." Zhao Hai laughed as he waved his hand. A giant horde of undead creatures appeared from the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't let all of his undead out. He just released the jackals, Zhao Zua's group, Gurren and the mercenaries, plus Carlo and his subordinates, Orlaga and the others, and then there were the beasts captured from the Black Wastelands. This had already exceeded 4,000 in number. Zhao Hai didn't mobilize the ones from the Church of Light who attacked them, but such a deployment was already frightening enough. The middle was a horde of undead beasts. The left and right flanks were composed of undead jackal light cavalry, and the reserve was human undead. In order to avoid causing misunderstandings, Zhao Hai let them appear as skeletons instead of zombies. The sight of a horde of skeletons suddenly appearing from the ground was still very terrifying. Whales was happier than he expected when he witnessed this skeleton army. With his blood-sworn brother having such strength, he firmly believed that he had nothing to fear should he clash against Gasol. Whales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said nothing. Zhao Hai understood that Whales had kept this gratitude in his heart. Whales could not express his gratitude for such a help with words. Whales had nothing to say as Zhao Hai had prepared himself. He called out all of his escorts, and 400 Herculean bull warriors stood in front of Whales, watching him fixedly. Whales was their prince, and they were awaiting his orders. They could guess who their enemies were this time, but they had no regrets. For the beastmen, having regrets meant betrayal. They would only obey their orders, take up their weapons, follow their leaders, move forward, and move forward again. Chapter 260, Herculean Bull Tribe's Plight. Whales looked at his warriors who had no regrets, while his heart was very emotional. On Beastman Prairie, if one weren't a qualified leader, no one would follow. Beastmen too had the right to choose their own leaders. Such a thing had happened on the prairie. A tribe's chieftain had become incompetent, and his tribesmen had gradually left him. Eventually, the tribe disappeared from the prairie. Whale's current situation wasn't too good. Gasol controlled the entire Herculean bull tribe, and his subordinates' families were in Gasol's hands. If they weren't following him out of deep loyalty, they probably would have left him some time ago. Whales was touched that these people had stayed behind. He watched them calmly and said, "Brothers, I'm sure everyone has learned of what has taken place in the tribe. Your families are still in the tribe. I am happy that you are still able to stay by my side. Our enemies are coming, and after an hour, they will appear before us. We will not retreat. Herculean bull tribe's warriors will never retreat. Now, brothers, ride your bulls and raise your axes. Follow me and let our enemies know that we are the strongest warriors of the Herculean bull tribe. Wales's words weren't shouted. In fact, he was speaking them very calmly, like he was simply stating a fact. But the warriors were very emotional. They heeded him with a loud call and ran to pick up their weapons, and pulled their mounts by their reins. Wales ignored them and asked Zhao Hai, "Are you coming with us, brother, by horse or by wagon?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "No, big brother, I'm going by something better." With a move of his hand, Xenomorph appeared in front of him. Wales was very curious about Xenomorph's powerful appearance. Zhao Hai smiled and walked towards its mouth. "Come, big brother, drink some koya with me." He then walked into Xenomorph's mouth. Wales and the others followed Zhao Hai inside curiously, and they soon arrived in the space inside Xenomorph. Now, its space had gone through a major change. Laura modified this space to the point that it was like her own wagon. A few boxes had been put in there, which could be used as benches. Inside the boxes were blankets and other things, while there was also a box in the middle, which had upper and lower compartments. The bottom compartment was a refrigeration block that could be used to keep things at freezing temperatures. The top compartment contained koya and other things, while a tea set was placed on top of the box. In the middle of it was a magic burner powered by a magic crystal, used to boil water. Wales and the others looked idly at all of this. They had never expected that there was another realm inside this undead creature's body. Zhao Hai smiled at them. "Sit down, big brother. Want a cup?" Wales sat down and looked around. "Not bad. We can even see what's outside." "Teacher, I think you should sit here with little Hai. I'll settle the matters outside." Yale didn't object and just smiled. "That's fine. It's quite nice sitting in here. You should go out and prepare yourself. I think Gasol and his lot will be here soon." Wales nodded and glanced at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, when things get rough, don't be polite, just act directly." Zhao Hai smiled. "Relax, big brother, I won't be kind. You should hurry. They might have discovered where we are." Wales nodded and then went out of Xenomorph. Mendez also went out, while Zhao Hai and Yale stayed inside. Laura and the others stayed next to Zhao Hai, while the food wagons outside hadn't moved. Zhao Hai poured a cup of koya for Yale and asked, "Mr. Yale, do you think we'll fight?" "Gasol shouldn't make a move after seeing what we have, right?" Yale shook his head in response. "Not necessarily. Gasol is a conceited individual. He won't give up so easily. Right now, Wales is his biggest concern. If he can kill Wales, he can gain total control of the Herculean bull tribe." Even though there are a lot of undead, beastmen usually don't think of them seriously, because they believe that undead aren't powerful. It isn't likely that they know your undead creatures are so powerful, which is why I think Gasol might make a move. Zhao Hai nodded. He really didn't want to do this. He didn't fear the act of murder. He had killed plenty of people from our continent, but right now, he was going to kill the Herculean bull tribe's people. If the tribe's losses were too great, its place on Beastman Prairie would be lowered, and that would not be a good thing for him. Nothing else mattered on Beastman Prairie other than strength. With strength came respect. If you didn't have great strength, then sorry. It wouldn't matter how powerful you were in the past as a whole. People wouldn't give you face. No matter what, one must retaliate when struck. Not striking back wasn't Zhao Hai's style. He had nothing to say about that when Wales and the others had decided to strike back. Zhao Hai sighed. "I still don't get it. Does Gasol want the chieftain's position that badly? If a lot of people die because of his clash against Big Brother, then the position of the tribe will be lowered. What good will it do him? He harmed his own father in the process of becoming the chieftain, so his reputation is surely a bad one on the prairie. He's at a major disadvantage." Did he never think about all this? Yale sighed. "You don't know Gasol. He is a prideful person, very self-absorbed, who thinks that his own power is great. To top it off, he is a battle maniac. I can say that, if not for such a temperament, Wales wouldn't have to fight him for the chieftain position. Because, Wales and I are very clear that once Gasol becomes the chieftain, War will be unavoidable. Yale sighed again and continued. Don't be fooled by how powerful the tribe seems right now. There are still a lot of people provoking the Herculean bulls. Just the fighting bulls are vexing enough. To name a single example, Zhao Hai was taken aback. He knew that the fighting bulls were a major race among the bull-headed races, and that its tribe had marital ties to the Herculean bulls. Why did Yale say that the fighting bull tribe was provoking the Herculean bull tribe? Yale clarified upon looking at Zhao Hai. The position of every ruling tribe of a beastman race isn't fixed in place. If you are powerful, then you are the ruling race. On the other hand, if you are weak, you have no right to be the ruling race. Despite the previous chieftain having battled across the prairie with great results, the tribe's strength has been spent for a great deal. Now is supposed to be the time for rest and recovery. If a battle maniac becomes chieftain now, our losses will be even greater if new wars are waged. Yale stopped to drink a mouthful of koya before continuing. The fighting bulls are a powerful fighting race among the bull-headed races. They are muscular and have immense strength, especially when leading their charges. Even Herculean bulls will not necessarily maintain the upper hand when facing them. They are scary in the fact that they weren't very powerful before, but changed after their new chieftain got the position. Unlike his predecessors, he isn't someone who is very fond of fighting. They have been resting in all these years, and thus have become more powerful than they were before. The Herculean bull tribe's late chieftain saw that the position of the ruling tribe was becoming unstable, so he wedded 4 of his daughters to the fighting bull tribe. He attempted to use marriage to pacify the fighting bull tribe, but it obviously hasn't been very effective. It was because of this reason that there are decreasing amount of wars fought by the Herculean bull tribe. However, Gasol assumed that the late chieftain lost his ambition because of his age, so he was greatly dissatisfied with the late chieftain. The late chieftain was deeply disappointed. How could he ignore the threat by his side? That was why he gave the position to Wales. Wales isn't fond of fighting, and he is very smart. The late chieftain could be at ease that way. Zhao Hai didn't think that this fight for the succession would be serious to the extent of deciding the very future of the Herculean bull tribe. Yale sighed. We don't know how many casualties will be lost if this war is waged. The greater the death toll, the greater the Herculean bull's loss, and the more unstable the position of the ruling race. Sadly, Gasol cannot see this. That overly arrogant fool keeps on believing that the Herculean bulls are undefeatable, and he keeps treating the fighting bulls as the good guys. He has no idea that these good guys are saving their strength to bring him to his knees. Yale's face bore an expression of mockery at this point. The one he was mocking was none other than Gasol. How could the likes of him lead the Herculean bulls into a bright future? It was the reason why Yale fully supported Wales. Zhao Hai sighed at the thought. He knew a little bit more about the Herculean bull tribe now, but he hadn't gotten used to seeing someone like Gasol, who had the ruthlessness of a ruler to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. However, it would only end in tragedy when such a ruler didn't also have a ruler's foresight. Chapter 261, Poetic Payback, rumbling galloping broke the silence on the prairie, and the dust they kicked up in passing seemed to hasten the setting of the sun. Wales didn't want to witness a scene where brothers engaged in mutual violence. He sat on his own mount in silence. He didn't wear any armor. Instead, he wore a robe, and his large axe was stuck into the grassy ground next to him. Mendez was in a similar get-up as Wales, but his large axe was in his hands. 400 warriors in arms had lined up behind them. Behind them was Zhao Hai's undead army. A black line soon appeared on the distant horizon, coming towards them like a torrent. Wales squinted at it, while Mendez and the others gripped their weapons tightly. Very soon, the galloping sounds became greater. It was as if the earth itself were trembling because of it. But this had no effect on Wales and the others. They were standing there quietly. Wales even closed his own eyes softly. Soon the galloping died down as it got closer. Wales knew that Gasol wasn't far away from them now. He then opened his eyes. The sun was about to set completely. Although it wasn't too far, Wales was still not be able to make out the faces on the other side. Gradually, Wales was able to determine that the one in the lead was indeed Gasol. What surprised Wales was that there weren't many Herculean bulls among the troops Gasol had brought with him. There were only 500, the rest were all fighting bulls. Wales was puzzled as to why so many fighting bulls had come alongside Gasol. Just then, Mendez grunted coldly. Little Hai was right. Gasol got the Fighting Bull tribe's support. No wonder he has such gall. What an idiot. Wales knew what Mendez's words meant. The Herculean bulls had held two attitudes when it came to the fighting bulls. One was affectionate, and another was being cautious behind closed doors. The former was Gasol and his lot's attitude, while the latter was Wales and his father's attitude. Wales knew well the threat the fighting bulls posed. Gasol leading so many fighting bulls to deal with him right now was something that made Wales gnash his teeth in anger. Now, he suspected that the reason Gasol had treated his father in such a way was due to the fighting bulls giving him that idea. Wales gradually calmed down after taking a few deep breaths. Gasol and the others slowly came to a stop about 100 meters in front of them. Even though Gasol and the others numbered 2,000, all of them were tall and brawny beastmen, which was why they appeared to be black and boundless from a distance. Zhao Hai saw Gasol and the others, but what he noticed more were the ones beside him. The ones next to him were also from a bull-headed race. One thing about them that was different from the smooth-skinned Herculean bulls was that their faces had short black hair, while their horns were curved instead of straight. The short length of their curved horns made them look like pairs of daggers. Just when Zhao Hai was sizing up these bull-headed people he had never seen before, Yale let out a cold snort. As expected of the fighting bulls, they're the ones who have been supporting Gasol. Zhao Hai immediately understood that the ones he was looking at were fighting bulls. He asked Yale with incomprehension, "Mr. Yale, didn't Big Brother intend to get the fighting bull tribe's support? Why is it that they're all very close to Gasol right now?" Yale sighed. Actually, the fighting bulls are split into two sides. One side is the faction under the current fighting bull chieftain. They are close to Gasol, and they're also the ones the eldest princess and fourth princess were married to. The other side is the fighting bull tribe's West Wonder King's faction, who are closer to the late chieftain and young master Wales. Second princess and third princess were married to this side. Young master was trying to meet the West Wonder King's faction. Zhao Hai nodded and asked, if the fighting bulls have never been united, how can they threaten the Herculean bull's position as the ruling race? Yale sighed yet again. Actually, the fighting bull tribe was originally united, and it was much stronger back then, to the point of threatening the Herculean bull tribe's position as the ruling tribe. The late chieftain discovered this, so he intentionally supported the West Wonder King, who is at odds with the fighting bull chieftain. The plan was very successful. Under the tribe's backing, the fighting bull tribe was divided into two factions. Although West Wonder King's strength wasn't as great as the chieftain's, it wasn't weak either. However, in recent years, the chieftain had gotten close to Gasol. In order to get the fighting bull tribe's support, Gasol started supporting the chieftain. Now, the chieftain's strength is much stronger than it was before, and West Wonder King is now at a complete disadvantage. Yale continued, perhaps this was something they have learned from the Herculean bull tribe. Our tribe once supported West Wonder King, who was able to fracture the tribe, but unable to shake up the fighting bull tribe's chieftain. And in return, the fighting bull tribe is now supporting Gasol to achieve the chieftain's position, which has divided the Herculean bull tribe, while getting a lot of benefits in the process. If Gasol wages wars, a lot of the Herculean bull young adults will perish, and the tribe's strength will decrease greatly. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop the fighting bulls when they seize the position of the ruling race. To use one's ways against them in return. Poetic payback. Zhao Hai suddenly thought about this. He didn't expect that the beastman, who appeared to be straightforward and inflexible, would also be capable of twists and turns. It seemed that no sentient race on this world was to be underestimated. Yale continued after a disappointed exhale. The Herculean bull tribe was vicious back then, and the Fighting Bull tribe was split. Now, the Fighting Bull tribe is even more vicious. They want the Herculean Bull tribe's roots to be cut. Grasses without roots will wither over time. Zhao Hai watched those fighting bulls with disbelief. He thought that the Fighting Bull chieftain was impressive on account that he had plotted it all out to this extent, including perhaps even the death of the previous Herculean Bull chieftain. Just then, Wales didn't make a single move. He was just watching Gasol calmly, who was appearing to be spirited. However, Gasol's expression wasn't pleasant right now, especially after seeing the undead creatures behind Wales. Gasol put down his reins softly and walked out. The two escorts next to him were one Herculean bull and one fighting bull. They were muscular and had gruesome scars. They appeared to be ones who should not be taken lightly. Wales put down his reins as well and walked towards Gasol. Mendez followed him with his weapon in his hands. They slowly got closer, until both sides were only 10 meters away from each other. Gasol stared as Wales coldly. "You have indeed colluded with humans, Wales. You really are a traitor to the Herculean Bull tribe." Wales spoke coldly in response. "Everyone knows who has colluded with humans, Gasol. An idiot like you is only worthy of being used by others." Gasol let out a cold laugh. "Your words are useless. I am the chieftain, and you are the traitor. Surrender, brother, and I will spare your life." Wales stared coldly as Gasol. "You could kill even our father and our sickly fifth brother. Can I even believe you? Now I'm really suspicious. Does the blood of Herculean bulls flow in your veins, or is it not blood at all, but murky bull urine instead?" Gasol's eyes flared at Wales. Even though he killed his own father, he hadn't spoken a word of it. He only claimed that his father was poisoned. What Wales was doing now was like slapping Gasol on the face. How could Gasol take it? Gasol grumbled with anger. "Who said I killed our father? I'm saying he was killed by you. You dared to team up with human black mages. Who on the continent doesn't know that black mages are the most evil of them all? They're the best at using poison." Wales laughed coldly. "Didn't you say that father died of illness? How has it become he was poisoned now?" "No matter how poisonous black mages' poisons are, they are not as poisonous as your heart. Your heart has already betrayed the beast god. You will be judged." Gasol's expression changed, and he then spoke coldly. "Cut the bullshit. You won't elude death no matter what you say, traitor. You think that handful of people and those loose bones will win against us? Stop dreaming and prepare to die." Wales retorted coldly. "I will let you know today, Gasol, that you are not invincible. I didn't want to do this, since I thought that you would bring our tribe's warriors, but since you have brought the Fighting Bull tribe's people, I don't need to hold back, except death." Gasol replied, "Ignorant runt. How can undead creatures compare to us beastmen in terms of strength? Wales, you're incapable of living down your reputation of being smart. I think you are a fool." Wales gave Gasol a cold smile. "You are speaking too much crap, Gasol. Can it be that after a long time without battles, you have become a useless person who only knows how to move his lips?" Gasol snorted coldly. He knew that he would never be a match for Wales in conversations, so he didn't speak any further. He turned around and walked back to his troops. Wales also returned to his escorts. Chapter 262 - Finish him off after drinking. Yale knew after watching Wales and Gasol's expressions that the conversation had fallen through. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The talks have soured. Get ready to make your move." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's not a big deal. Most of the people Gasol brought with him are fighting bulls. This is even better. I can use all of my might. To be honest, I'm still unwilling to fight against Herculean bulls." Yale smiled at Zhao Hai. "I feel that you are more and more like a Herculean bull yourself." On Beastman Prairie, the power of a race isn't just about how powerful the ruling race is, it's more about the overall strength of a whole race. Whether it's fighting bulls or Herculean bulls, they all seem to have forgotten about this issue. We buffaloes know about this, but when it comes to conflicts of interests, they rarely listen to us. That's why, even though we have profits, it's useless for us to persuade them. You can see this point clearly. You don't like to make a move against Herculean bulls, Yet you want to deal with fighting bulls. Although it looks like an extermination of life on the prairie, it's a good thing from another perspective. If the fighting bull tribe becomes too powerful, it will surely engage in conflict against Herculean bull tribe, as long as both races tribes are the strongest among the bull-headed races. If they don't come into conflict, then all of the bull-headed races will be stronger. There is only one way to prevent conflict amongst them: make one side completely stronger than the other to make the other side unable to fight back. Zhao Hai smiled. I seriously haven't thought about it that much. I'm just thinking about what's best for Big Brother. The bull-headed races are a major race together. Simply having the Herculean bulls' support isn't going to work. The other branch races have to become stronger as well, so that the entire race can be even stronger. But the situation here is that only a single powerful race can rule the entire bunch. The whole bunch of races keep engaging in conflict. How can they become stronger? Zhao Hai went silent after speaking to this point. He suddenly thought about ancient China. Before the Qing dynasty's resistance against 8 foreign powers, warlords engaged in skirmishes, industry fell behind the global pace, and there wasn't a centralized administration. Those were the reasons why China was so far behind the world, and an incomparably painful price was paid in order to fight back against all the intruders. If the bull-headed races were to keep on fighting each other like this, the outcome would not be much better than that of ancient China. There was only one way to strengthen the entire bull-headed race: let the bull-headed races have only one unshakable king. That was his reason for defeating the fighting bull tribe. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't doing it entirely for whales. Even though the two of them were blood-sworn brothers, he wasn't selfless to the point of removing every single one of whales' obstacles. He was actually doing it for himself as well. He currently had the best relationship with whales and Spiel. Spiel was a given. His tribe was too small, and could be exterminated by others at any time. The only help Zhao Hai got from them was the friendship flag. Wales was different. Wales was royalty, and right now, he was fighting for the chieftain's position. If he could become chieftain and thus remove all the obstacles in his path, it would bring Zhao Hai unimaginable benefits. Although Zhao Hai was having a conversation with Yale inside Xenomorph, they were also paying attention to the battleground. The sky was darkening, which could be said to be bad for prairie battles. Zhao Hai didn't know if Gasol was going to attack at night, but he didn't have any worries. To him, night didn't have any effect on him. He had undead creatures, and undead creatures were the true rulers of the night. For the undead, it was best that there was no light. They were the best night battle legion. Now, Zhao Hai just wanted to see what Wales was going to do. If Wales wanted to attack right now, he wouldn't hold back as well. If Wales didn't want to, he wouldn't make a move. He didn't want to steal Wales' spotlight. Even though he and Wales were blood-sworn brothers, even born siblings would turn into enemies in the face of power, not to mention blood-sworn brothers. Even if Wales would do nothing to Zhao Hai, it would be a great loss if Wales didn't support him. He was helping Wales in order to get Wales' support. After Wales returned to his formation, Mendez spoke to him after a glance at Gasol's troops. Are we going to hit him right now? Any later, and we will be unable to see. Wales smiled. No need to rush. Let's back away slowly. The sky is about to go dark. We can't see them, and they can't see us by then. But don't forget that Little Hai's undead army is behind us. When have you ever heard of undead creatures being afraid of the dark? Mendez was reminded by Wales' words. There were still 4,000 undead behind them. At night, the fighting power of undead creatures would be increased. This could only be something positive for them. Mendez had decided that this battle must be fought. After all, they no longer had any reservations. If they let go of this chance, it would be more than a little humiliating. After Wales lifted the axe that he had planted into the ground, he waved his hand to signal the 400 escorts to move backward slowly. Just then, Zhao Hai made the undead creatures advance at a gradual pace. Although he didn't discuss this with Wales, he made the most appropriate decision. Xenomorph was mixed into this undead army. Though it wasn't particularly eye-catching, Gasol and his troops wouldn't even know that there was a human mixed within this undead army. Now, Wales and the others had gone behind the undead army, and were firmly protected by it. Even should Gasol start charging now, he would have to face the tall platoons of undead magic beasts. Obviously, Gasol was not a battlefield virgin. He was a warrior who had been through 100 battles and was famed for being good at fighting in the Herculean bull tribe. It was impossible for Gasol not to know about what he was going to face. The sun had just set, while the moon hadn't yet appeared. It was the darkest time. Fighting against an undead army now of all times would be an attempt at self-induced defeat. Gasol would never do it. So he waved his hand as well and led his 2,000 cavalry to move backwards slowly. It was obvious that they didn't want to engage in a night battle. Wales nodded at the sight of Gasol's retreat. With no disruption to the formation, Wales spoke to Mendez, sixth brother. I have to say, Gasol really has a touch when it comes to fighting battles. It's unfortunate that he is so passionate about power. If he were willing to put up with us brothers, we could have made our race stronger and stronger. Mendez sighed. It was because of being too good at fighting battles that he has lost sight of himself. Now he has colluded with the fighting bulls, and maybe even humans to kill father, all in order to get that position. Has he never thought about whether the position is really that important? Working with fighting bulls is just like sleeping with wolves. Wales spoke coldly. The fighting bull tribe has been waiting for this day. And Gasol actually went ahead and did this himself. It looks like we'll have to talk it out with our second and third sisters. Once we resolve the matter with Gasol, we will have to deal with the fighting bull tribe as the next step. Now that the fighting bull chieftain isn't being honest, perhaps it's time for us to teach them a little lesson. Mendez spoke coldly. Then fight. Only fighting can make them settle down. I think it wouldn't be bad to let West Wonder King become the next fighting bull tribe chieftain. Wales replied, now is not yet the time. Besides, do you think West Wonder King is really dependable? If he didn't have ambitions, he wouldn't have left his tribe under father's support. Once he has enough strength one day, will he leave Herculean bull tribe's side as well? We can use such a person, but we must keep our eye on him and not let him run rampant. Mendez nodded and then he smiled. Do you know why I have always supported you, little seventh? It's because you're really smart. You're not like a beastman. There are too few smart people among us beastmen. You had great luck in finding Little High. I believe he will help us, the Herculean bulls, become the most famous race on the continent. Wales smiled upon the mention of Zhao Hai. He laughed. If I had to put it in a way I was happy with, I'm more relaxed when it comes to Zai Hai compared to West Wonder King. He might threaten our rule, but Little Hai won't. I'd rather trust Little Hai, who is a human and who cannot possibly threaten us. Mendez nodded. Yeah, compared to West Wonder King, I'd rather trust Little Hai. But you have to pay attention as well, little seventh. We cannot trust him completely. Don't forget the Black Bear tribe's lesson. Wales nodded. Of course I won't forget, but you don't need to worry about this. When I met Little High, I mentioned that, if he could help me, I could make him the Herculean bull tribe's sole grain dealer. Guess what he said? This piqued Mendez's interest. He hadn't known about this yet, so he asked curiously, what did he say? Wales smiled. He said he can help me, but he doesn't want to be the tribe's sole grain dealer. He just wants our tribe's friendship flag. Mendez was stunned, and then sighed. He is indeed different from other human merchants. If you asked any other human merchant that question, I bet 100% of them would choose to become our sole grain dealer, because that would mean seizing our tribe's lifeline. Wales nodded. This was what I saw in Little High. He knows what he's doing, how to do it, and how to keep doing it. It's a pity he's not a beastman like us. He would be an unbelievable person otherwise. Mendez laughed. I think it's quite nice right now. I don't know where Little High appeared from, but at least it looks like he has no evil intentions towards us. It's enough that he treats us big brothers with respect. Wales smiled. Well, enough about that. Let's go and have a drink from Little High's place. I hear that he has fine wine from the human lands. We'll look for trouble at Gasol's place later. He doesn't want to fight at night? Well, He's not the one calling the shots right now. Wales and Mendez gave orders to their escorts, and then rode their mounts towards Zhao Hai's place. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, they could still recognize Xenomorph. Zhao Hai didn't let the undead creatures pursue Gasol due to not knowing Whale's intentions. He stopped as soon as Gasol left. The undead creatures stood where they were in silence. He immediately let Xenomorph open its jaws when he saw Wales and Mendez coming his way. Laura had prepared the koya as Wales and Mendez entered. Wales sat down hurriedly as soon he entered Xenomorph's inner space, and spoke to Zhao Hai. "Brother, make preparations. We will attack Gasol after a while." "I don't think he set up his camp too far away." Zhao Hai nodded. "No problem. Night battles are the undead's expertise, so relax. Even if we can't keep Gasol here tonight, we'll be keeping those fighting bulls here if we have to." Wales laughed. "Looks like I don't have to tell you. You have gotten the picture." "That's right. Our goal this time is those fighting bulls. We're going to be beating them until they're done." Zhao Hai smiled and poured Wales and Mendez a cup of koya each. Wales drank a mouthful and said, "I still think our beastman's milk wine is much better than this. Which reminds me, bring us 2 bottles of your human's fine wine." Zhao Hai laughed. "Fine, I'll let you taste our human's fine wine." "Laura, bring some fruit platters with snacks. We'll finish him." Gasol, off after drinking. Laura and the others heated with a laugh. Actually, most of the things were inside Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai took out 3 bottles of wine, while the rest was handled by Laura and the others. It didn't take long for the appetizers to be ready. There weren't just fruit platters, but also some famous continental snacks, which had been bought by Zhao Hai and the others and stored inside the space beforehand. After all, the space would not change their taste, and Laura and the others liked to snack on them, so Zhao Hai had readied quite an amount of them. These things weren't too attractive on the continent, but to the beastmen, they were incredible. Wales and Mendez had never seen most of these things before, so they ended up having their appetites satisfied. Chapter 263, Gasol's frustration. Compared to Wales and the others, Gasol wasn't so happy. He knew very well that, despite being the chieftain of the Herculean bull tribe, the tribesmen didn't respect him. There was the escape of Mendez and the others. The people in the tribe had some idea as to why they had escaped and why his father had suddenly passed away. If he couldn't settle this matter as quickly as possible, his situation would become even more difficult. In order to nip this danger in the bud, Gasol had sought help from the Fighting Bull tribe, by requesting a levy of troops and pursuing Mendez in tandem with his own escorts. His plan had been to find the traces of Wales' whereabouts, and then kill them both in one strike. What Gasol hadn't expected was Zhao Hai's appearance. Even further beyond his expectations was the appearance of a large undead army at night. Gasol didn't know when Wales had come in contact with human black mages. If Wales could mobilize 4,000 undead creatures, it would either be due to a powerful black mage, or a team of black mages. Either possibility was extremely dangerous. Gasol now regretted the fact that his pursuit was seriously untimely. If it were daytime when he found Wales, then he would have been able to attack without reservations. But he couldn't now, because it was dark. Fighting against undead creatures in the dark was no different from seeking death. The most nerve-wracking parts about undead creatures were the fact that they excelled in fighting at nighttime, and the fact that they didn't fear death. These creatures that didn't have thoughts would never know what death was. They only knew about attacking and had no notions of death. Such enemies were the most frightening. What gave Gasol the biggest headache was that his 2 aerial recon units had been attacked by other magic beasts before being captured. This gave him the worst heartache in his life. Just as Wales said, a large part of Gasol's accomplishments were due to the 2 aerial recon units that he had been raising. As long as he had the recon, he could discover his enemies first and make placements beforehand. That way, he could naturally gain the upper hand during battle. However, his 2 aerial recon units were attacked by 5 flying magic beasts in midair. He could do nothing but watch as the 2 flame birds which he had spent much care in raising were captured by the red-colored flying beasts. Gasol couldn't help but frown when he thought about it. He felt as if nothing had gone smoothly for him lately, other than becoming the chieftain. Nothing else had gone as he had planned. He hadn't needed to sort out so many matters before he had become the chieftain. He had mostly needed to handle military matters while the others' matters had been handled by his father. However, once he became the chieftain and truly began to deal with the tribe's matters, he discovered that managing a tribe wasn't so easy. Soon it was going to be winter. Goats needed to eat grass and people needed to eat food. Timber was needed to keep warm. Everything had to be prepared. These matters gave Gasol a huge headache. Leaders in the tribe had started to sidestep his commands. Although the Fighting Bull tribe was still cooperating with him, they didn't seem to be kind about it like before. His biggest worry was the fact that Wales and Mendez were still at large. Even though there were a lot of matters that needed to be taken care of, Gasol had always believed that Wales was his biggest threat, because Wales was still popular in the tribe, and respected the elders and various leaders in the tribe very much. Everything had been done in a seemingly low-key fashion, but it had been done right. Most importantly, his father had given the cane to Wales. The God Bull cane was passed down from chieftains to their successors. In other words, the moment his father gave it to Wales, in the eyes of the elders and the leaders, it meant that his father had appointed Wales as his successor. It was exactly because of this reason that the people in the tribe weren't pleased when Gasol said that his father made him the chieftain after being poisoned. In order to make those people give up and acknowledge him as the chieftain, he could only eliminate Wales and the others in the shortest time possible. Only then would the elders and leaders acknowledge his place. However, Gasol couldn't mobilize too large of a force to pursue them. Due to Wales and Mendez being princes of the tribe, he could only bring 500 of his personal guard and borrow 1,500 warriors from the Fighting Bull tribe to hunt them down. And the 1,500 Fighting Bulls hadn't been loaned to him for nothing. Their price had been 10,000 dargali and 1,000 slaves, which had been sent to the Fighting Bulls as payment. This was exactly what Gasol was angry about. Before he had become the chieftain, the Fighting Bull tribe was very hospitable, and would immediately provide him with help if he asked for it. But after becoming the chieftain, the Fighting Bull tribe started listing conditions, which made Gasol feel very irritated. But he had no other options. The Herculean Bull tribe was internally unstable. Although he could suppress the elders and leaders now, he could neither do what he truly wanted, nor be like his father, who could move the whole tribe at his beck and call. Gasol had had no option but to seek help from the Fighting Bull tribe. When he had caught up to Wales, he had found out that Wales hadn't turned around and run as he had expected. Instead, Wales led a large undead army to confront him. Night had come, and he couldn't afford not to retreat. Watching someone who could threaten him, yet be unable to act, Gasol felt that a bad air was being kept in his chest, like a polar bear that had swallowed an icy barnacle, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down. But he couldn't let down his guard now, because he was very clear that Wales wasn't a fool. It would be weird if Wales didn't utilize the undead to attack him at night. That was why Gasol had prepared for a night attack when setting up the tents. Many bonfires had been lit around his tent, and 500 people had been mobilized just to keep watch. He ordered the rest to sleep as soon as they set up their campsite. They had to take this chance to rest, in order to be prepared for the great battle that could come at any moment. However, Gasol still underestimated the fighting ability of Zhao Hai's undead creatures. In Gasol's eyes, even though Wales would use them to attack him, they could be defeated, because undead creatures only had an advantage at night. But when Zhao Hai ordered the undead creatures to attack Gasol's campsite, Gasol realized something strange. These undead creatures were too powerful. Gasol was a level 8 powerhouse, but even he couldn't gain any advantage when facing these undead beasts. This proved that these undead creatures had strengths higher than level 6. How could this be? Gasol seriously couldn't believe it. But the truth was right in front of his eyes. Zhao Hai commanded the undead creatures to besiege Gasol's campsite from 3 directions. The undead beasts from the front, the jackals from the sides, and the humanoids entered the campsite from behind the beasts and the jackals. The attack was like a blitzkrieg. turning the campsite into burnt ashes in an instant. Even though both Herculean bulls and fighting bulls were known for being the most powerful among bull-headed races and good at fighting, when they faced opponents taller, larger, stronger, and with better defenses than them, they helplessly realized that all of their advantages were not advantages at all. They could defend against neither the head-on assault of the undead beasts, nor the undead jackal cavalry flanks. Gasol hadn't discovered that the cavalry were the jackals. He had given money to the jackals in order to have them kill whales, but he had lost contact with them. He knew that the operation had been a failure, but he never imagined that the jackals had become undead creatures themselves. However, Gasol finally discovered that they were the jackals after they charged in. Not only had they become undead creatures, but they had also become stronger as well. On the prairie, the jackal cavalry wasn't famous because of how powerful they were, but how fast they were. They were patient and able to keep tailing their enemies until they broke down. But everyone on the prairie knew that the jackal cavalry didn't have a powerful leading charge. They were short, weak, and had fragile defenses. All these could make them only light cavalry at best, but that had changed entirely in Zhao Hai's hands. After having gone through the spaces strengthening, the jackal cavalry had become even stronger, more powerful, and faster. Now they totally had the ability to become a powerful armored cavalry. For the undercalculated Gasol, who had only put 300 people on the left and right flanks, he discovered that he had made a mistake, a very big mistake. When the 600 fighting bulls and the undead jackal cavalry crossed paths, the fighting bulls were crushed in a single charge. The main weapons of the jackal cavalry were scimitars, while fighting bull cavalry mainly used wolf-tooth clubs. Their wolf-tooth clubs were a type of heavy weapon that could not be used without immense strength. Heavy cavalry paired with these clubs in action was a very frightening thing. Yet the undead jackal cavalry made the fighting bulls understand what nothing is too tough to break. Only speed cannot be broken meant. The fighting bull cavalry was like a tank when in action, while the jackal cavalry was like a wind that carried blades. When the wind blew, the tank became scrap metal. Chapter 264, Two Blades. Gasol was running like crazy. There were only a few dozen escorts left at his side, all of whom were Herculean bulls. There were nobody else other than them. Not a single one. 2,000 armored cavalry, all killed in action. Gasol felt like he was still having a nightmare. Why had all 2,000 of his cavalry been crushed in just a single charge by the undead creatures? Could it be that he hadn't brought 2,000 armored cavalry, but 2,000 Dargli instead? If it weren't for his escorts using their own lives to help him break through the encirclement, he would likely have died in the melee. The attacks of the undead creatures still resonated in his mind when he thought about it. Meanwhile, Gasol thought about another thing. If he had been defeated by whales this time, then what would whales do next? Would whales lead the undead into the tribe? Gasol felt even more insecure when he thought of this. And there was another matter that troubled him deeply, the loss of the 1,500 fighting bulls. They had been loaned to him. Now that they had all died, what sort of reaction would the fighting bull tribe have? Most importantly, the 500 Herculean bulls that he had brought with him were his most loyal subordinates, and his most effective weapon. Now, they had fallen almost completely. Without this weapon which he could definitely depend on, his days would be even harder to get by. Gasol had already wanted to cry. His losses this time were too great for him to bear. In contrast to Gasol, Zhao Hai's gains were large. 1,500 fighting bull warriors, no escapees. They had all become Zhao Hai's new underlings. Zhao Hai didn't touch the remaining Herculean bull warriors, since he had to give whales some face. No matter whose subordinates they were, the fact that they were Herculean bulls still remained. Zhao Hai couldn't step over that line. Whales was very happy about Zhao Hai's actions. In Whale's eyes, these fallen Herculean bull warriors should receive their due respects. And so, Whales buried the Herculean bull warriors along with their mounts. However, he kept all of their weapons, because Beastman Prairie lacked metal, which he couldn't afford to waste. Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed that not a single mount was kept alive in this attack. Zhao Hai had lost a chance to add a new species to the space. However, Zhao Hai felt happy when he thought about the 1,500 fighting bull warriors. Now, he had over 7,000 undead creatures in his possession. He could deploy the undead beasts at Iron Mountain Castle as guards, and still have enough undead hands to use afterwards. Actually, if Zhao Hai willed it, he could reveal his family identity. Given his current strength, even with the Church of Light as his enemy, he wouldn't have to be afraid. He didn't need to worry about his own safety at all with the existence of the space. He should be indulging in warfare, because if a war were fought, he would get new undead troops. If he wished for it, the number of undead would keep on increasing, and then he would have even fewer reasons to be afraid of anyone. But he didn't want to do it like this. To be honest, Zhao Hai was still insecure about the frequent use of undead creatures. Chinese people emphasized peace in burial. If it weren't for the safety of he himself and the ones around him, Zhao Hai wouldn't even wish to use the undead, especially humanoid ones. He didn't like warfare either. He knew that if his identity were discovered, it would cause a war that would center around him, and then many people would surely die. He didn't want to become the criminal of the whole continent. Currently, only the nobles were giving him trouble, but to Zhao Hai, it wasn't a big deal. If I don't want to fight, I'll just hide, he would think. But if a war was waged because of him, then not only would the nobles hate him, but the civilians would as well. He didn't want that. Wales didn't go after Gasol immediately after their victory. He still intended to stick to his original plan of going to get the support of the branch tribes before finishing Gasol off. Wales had considered this beforehand. Just as Yale had said, there was nothing good about the contact between the Fighting Bulls and Gasol. They wouldn't just watch Gasol fail without doing anything. If Gasol fell, then the one to rise would be Wales, who had never gotten along with Fighting Bulls. If Wales gained the chieftainship, he would oppress the Fighting Bull tribe. The Fighting Bull chieftain would never miss this detail. If Wales chose to push their momentum, it would only let the Fighting Bull tribe support Gasol completely, and things would escalate to a higher degree. If things really progressed to that point, then all of the bull-headed races might engage in civil war. That was absolutely not what Wales wanted to see. So, what he needed to do now was to stick to the plan, overthrow Gasol, and then clean up the Fighting Bull tribe. Currently, what Gasol and the Fighting Bull tribe didn't know was that Wales had the greatest trump card, the grains. The Fighting Bull tribe and Gasol had surely assumed that Wales' current greatest backing was Zhao Hai's undead army, but they couldn't be more mistaken. The undead army was just one blade in Wales' hand. The grains were the other fierce blade in his hand. The best weapon in the Beastman lands was food, due to the frequent food shortages experienced here, especially some of the smaller tribes, who had food shortages not just during winter, but all the time. They couldn't get more than the larger tribes, and the grain dealers wouldn't come to smaller tribes. It was thus very difficult for them to buy grains. Now that Wales had grains, coupled with his reputation in the tribe, he could definitely gain the support of the branch races, and then he could deliver the fatal blow to Gasol. Wales and the others rested where they were for 2 days after having defeated Gasol, while actually, there wasn't a need for them to do so, since the ones who fought had been the undead creatures. However, Wales and the others still rested. In those 2 days, they handled the corpses of Gasol's escorts by burying them properly. Then they left after a proper rest. Strictly put, right now, the territory they were in wasn't the bull-headed race's territory. Although everyone on Beastman Prairie lived nomadic lifestyles, every race actually had their own turf. The stronger the race, the better their grasses, and the more rivers they had. Their places would be warmer when winter came, and less likely for blizzards to pass by. On the flip side, the weaker the race, the worse grasslands they had, and it would be impossible for their magic beasts to grow strong. Without strong magic beasts, they would not be able to get more grains. Without more grains, they could only eat magic beasts, which would incur greater losses. This was a downward spiral. Wales and the others were currently at the outer regions of Beastman Prairie. The grasslands here weren't great, and they were shared. However, This was the territory of pig-headed races. It was because of this that Zhao Hai had come across Spiel and the others. One should know that small tribes like Spiel's would never dare to be active in the turfs of other races. The pig-headed races had a lower standing on the prairie compared to the bull-headed races because of the difference in fighting power between them. The ruling race, the warthogs, couldn't match up to the Herculean bulls. This affected the overall standing of all the pig-headed races among beastmen. Whales and the others made their way towards the pig-headed races' territory, but they didn't head towards the bull-headed races' territories immediately. Instead, they went in a circle. That wasn't to say that Whales was afraid that Gasol would mobilize a force to deal with him. Whales clearly knew that, if Gasol really had the support of everyone in the tribe, then Gasol wouldn't have brought this amount of people to deal with him, with a larger amount of fighting bulls. The smart Whales could guess from this point that not everyone in the tribe had supported Gasol, and thus, Gasol had borrowed troops from the Fighting Bull tribe. Not only did this expose his colluding with the Fighting Bull tribe, it also exposed the situation of his position in the tribe. Beastmen were a direct race. They worshipped power. If you were powerful, they would listen to you willingly. Gasol's power was great indeed. He had fought many wars for the Herculean Bull tribe, with more victories than losses, and had a high popularity. That was why his ambitions had inflated so rapidly. If Gasol had done nothing more, he would have had a chance to become the chieftain. After all, the position could not be decided by the former chieftain alone. But Gasol had made a wrong move. He never should have poisoned the former chieftain, or sent people to hunt down Mendez and Whales. Doing so made his popularity drop to the freezing point instantly. Because beastmen's personalities were too direct, they always got the shorter end of the stick when it came to getting along with humans. Such direct personalities also created a habit of deeply despising anyone who would use schemes. Gasol's original image of a powerful warrior had instantly turned into that of a petty creep who used schemes. His popularity in the tribe was lost as a result. That was exactly why he couldn't mobilize the Herculean bulls to hunt down Whales and his company. Chapter 265. Entering the bull-headed race's territory. Whales's group didn't advance quickly. Currently, they were still in the territory of the pig-headed races. Even though the bull-headed races and the pig-headed races had no mutual favor or enmity, it wasn't a good thing to bumble around randomly on someone else's turf. That was why their advance was a careful one. If they came across some small pig-headed tribes, they would need to greet them on their own. It would cause misunderstandings if they didn't. For the beastmen, if you didn't bear hostilities, you had to greet them when you met with them. If you didn't do so, there were only two possibilities: either you had evil intentions, or you were looking down on them. Either possibility would be enough to make them treat you with their weapons. Beastmen liked having receptions for their friends, so you had to invite them for a feast if you came to their doorstep. Otherwise, not only would they not treat you as a friend, they'd even take you for an enemy. Whales and everyone were just passing through, but they still had to go visit any pig-headed tribe they came across and stay for a night. Zhao Hai engaged in trade with them. Of course, he used grains in exchange for their magic beasts. However, most of the tribes they came across were small tribes, so Zhao Hai didn't manage to get very powerful magic beasts. Most of them were Argali, while the tribes wouldn't give their exclusive magic beasts to him. Beastmen treated their tribe-specific magic beasts with great importance. These magic beasts of theirs were commonly their mounts. In other words, the beasts were their beastkin. If Zhao Hai's personality hadn't matched well with Spiel's, and if he hadn't had a lot of grains, Spiel wouldn't have given the squirting boars to Zhao Hai, because squirting boars were the beastkin of the big-bellied pigs. Zhao Hai was satisfied with the trades he made. Other than getting more than a few argali, he also got a large amount of goat hair products. The small tribes were generous, since they wouldn't come across a single human merchant in a whole year. When a human merchant finally showed up to conduct trade with them, they were very delighted. Due to the recent sudden changes, Laura and the others couldn't stick to their original plan to rendezvous with Ottai. However, Laura still sent a bloodhawk to give Ottai messages, in order to establish a foothold in Beast God City and gain a better understanding of the situation there. Zhao Hai was curious about this slightly mysterious Atai. He could tell how much Laura trusted him, as he was Laura's only subordinate on Beastman Prairie. He also knew from Laura that in recent years, Atai had earned a lot of money in her stead on Beastman Prairie. If she had to count, the earnings he had made were up to 1/3 of her total assets. This was a very large sum. Everyone knew that business could be lucrative on Beastman Prairie, but large merchants commonly did business with battle tribes, while the ones who did business with other tribes were smaller merchants. There was a limit to how much money the smaller merchants could earn, and they would often be raided by beastmen. That was why the money they earned was less than what people would expect. Under such circumstances, the fact that Atai could earn so much money for Laura had to have something behind it. The people that Zhao Hai and Laura could use were few. Atai was one, Zhu Wanying was another, and then there were Sayer and Dorlaga. Zhao Hai had never seen Atai before, but Laura trusted him very much. Zhu Wanying was helping Green and the others attend to matters at Iron Mountain Castle, while the same went for Sayer. Orlaga was currently an undead, but the fact that he could become Carlo's attendant meant that he had certain capabilities. Orlaga had now been stationed at the factories, where he did things in an orderly way. Blockhead and Rockhead's performances were a little worse off in this regard, but both of them liked training more. They had now reached the level of level 6 fighters. Although it didn't seem like much, they could count as geniuses on the continent when one looked at their age. These people were now the master's staff of Zhao Hai's management. He couldn't use more people even if he wanted to, because they didn't have enough capital. Letting Atai establish a foothold was for the sake of relaying the situation in Beast God City. Although the city was controlled by beastmen, there were a large amount of human merchants that gathered there. Zhao Hai and the rest would lose out if they didn't grasp the situation well. Wales and the others weren't in a rush, but he still sent a team of 50 to obtain information from the bull-headed tribe's territory. He wanted to check the branch race's reaction to the incident in the Herculean bull tribe. What had transpired shouldn't have zero effect on all of the bull-headed races. Wales wanted to know what Gasol's next move was after he returned. Of course, if possible, he still wanted to make contact with West Wonder King. Wales put the idea of contacting the Buffalo tribe on hold. He knew that Gasol wouldn't let down the surveillance there because of Yale. Because Wales wanted to wait for information, he didn't move towards the bull-headed race's territory in a hurry. He knew that in doing so, he might have a high chance of being discovered by Gasol. Now, he and his people were moving forward slowly, as if they were just traveling, while he familiarized himself with the 5 Bloodhawks Zhao Hai had gifted him. Wales knew the importance of these Bloodhawks as aerial reconnaissance too well. There were too few races on Beastman Prairie that had aerial scouts. The magic beasts that could be used as aerial scouts were not few, but most of them were under the control of avian races. It would be impossible for other races to get such aerial recon magic beasts. Gasol had gotten the 2 flame birds due to a chance meeting. Now, those flame birds had been put into the space by Zhao Hai. The level assessment of the flame birds was a shocking level 35, which raised a level of the ranch to level 6. Unfortunately, the ranch had to reach level 7 in order to keep 100 more magic beasts. Zhao Hai was happy that the space improved the abilities of the Bloodhawks once again. Now, they could use simple fire and wind magics, while the flame birds had gained some of the Bloodhawks' abilities. This was beyond his expectations. This was good news to him. The Bloodhawks were powerful, but they weren't invincible. They had become predators in the sky because of their strength, size, flying height and speed. But they had a weakness, and that was that they weren't nimble when they turned in the air. They needed a lot of space to turn around, while the flame birds didn't. Their wind magic could help them turn more nimbly in a smaller area, like a martial artist that would evade an opponent's attacks using their agile movements. Just from their fighting power alone, flame birds wouldn't lose to Bloodhawks. Perhaps in equal quantities, they might even win against Bloodhawks. However, Zhao Hai didn't prepare to raise flame birds. Even if he did it now, he couldn't use them. If he brought out too many of them, it would raise Whale's suspicions. Whales watched as Zhao Hai put the flame birds into the space, and he knew that Zhao Hai's space could store living things. Zhao Hai had told him that it was an oddity art, which made Whales very envious. But if Zhao Hai brought out too many of the flame birds, Whales would know that Zhao Hai's space could raise magic beasts. It would be too much of a cheat, so Zhao Hai wouldn't let others know about this easily. Even though Whales and the rest were moving ahead slowly, after 7 days of traveling at this speed, they still entered the outer territory of the bull-headed races. They could no longer see any pig-headed tribes from here. Zhao Hai was in his wagon while he curiously asked Whales, who was on the back of his bull, "I'm very curious, Big Brother. How did you mark the territories? These grasslands all look the same. How do you do it?" Whales laughed in response. "You don't know, do you? Although they all look the same to you, in us beastmen's eyes, every grassland is different. A small river, a small hill, or a dried river bank. These things can be used as standards for marking territories. The small hill we passed was one of the signs used to mark the boundary between our territory and the pig-headed races. Common pig-headed races wouldn't go past that small hill." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at where they just went past. To be honest, it really was a simple little hill. If the distance was greater, it would only be just a little slope on the prairie. It was hard to imagine that they could even call such a slope a small hill. Zhao Hai asked, "Big Brother, how many days remain until we reach the Herculean bull tribe if we go from here?" Whales glanced at the northeast direction and replied, "With our current speed, it'll take about a month to get to the Herculean bull tribe's main camp." Zhao Hai was stunned for a bit. He hadn't imagined that it was so far away. No wonder Whales wanted to enter the bull-headed race's territory from here. It was because the main camp of the Herculean bull tribe was too far away from here. Even Gasol would be hard-pressed to find them. Chapter 266, Shocking News. Main camp lost. Zhao Hai knew too little about Beastman Prairie. He hadn't known that, actually, the size of Beastman Prairie wasn't smaller than human lands. This place could truly be called an endless plain of grass. Whale sighed as he looked northeast. "Our tribe's main camp has been there for nearly 1,000 years. That place was called the Plum Mile, but now, people have already forgotten that name. They can only remember that it is where our main camp is set, called Bull King Camp." Whales felt very complicated right now. To be frank, the Herculean bull tribe had been more powerful than it was right now. Even the powerful tiger races wouldn't dare to offend the Herculean bulls before. Now, however, the tribe was not as it had been. Even the fighting bulls were now daring to challenge the Herculean bull's might. Whales was very upset because of this. With Gasol's recent actions, the fighting bulls had become even worse. Whales didn't know what to say to Gasol. If he had to call him a huge idiot, sometimes there was a bright side to him. But if he had to say that he was smart, then what about what he had just done? Gasol was truly not so smart. Zhao Hai honestly liked this prairie a lot. The beastmen who lived on the prairie wouldn't always have their way. They were busy throughout the whole year, and their lives were far from what other people had romanticized them to be. But to Zhao Hai, all of that wasn't a problem. He had the space, so he could go there to rest at night. He could watch the blue sky and the white clouds during the day, as well as the endless stretches of green grass. It was an amazingly good feeling. Just then, a hawk cry came from the sky. Zhao Hai and Whales looked skyward, and saw that it was from one of the 5 blood hawks Zhao Hai had gifted Whales. Whales had now learned how to check the signs of the blood hawks, since they were too important to him. Whales even wished that he could hug them in his sleep. Whales relaxed after looking at the blood hawks a few more times. He said to Zhao Hai, 50 people. It looks like Bogue and the others have returned. I don't know what happened to the tribe. Zhao Hai nodded. It should be fine. We'll know after they get back. After he said that, sounds of galloping came from a distance. They were the 50 cavalrymen that Whales had sent to retrieve information from the bull-headed race's territory. Bogue was the leader of that cavalry unit of 50. And also a person of ingenuity among the bull-headed races. That was why Whales had felt confident about letting him lead the charge. When Bogue and his company came near, Whales went idle for a bit. It wasn't to say that Bogue and the others had injuries. since they didn't actually appear to have been attacked. What made whales feel strange was that the expressions on Bogue and the others' faces were like their families had died. Whale's heart skipped a beat after seeing the expressions. He knew that something big had happened in the tribe. Otherwise, there would be no way Bogue and the others would have such expressions. Soon, Bogue and his company arrived 10 meters in front of Whales. He then rolled down from his mount. Yes, rolled, and cried on the ground, face down, unable to say a single word. Other cavalrymen also jumped down from their mounts and cried on their knees. Whales jumped down from his mount and walked to Bogue's side. He kicked Bogue to flip him around and scolded, "What are you crying for? Speak." "What the hell happened?" Bogue got up after a while, and then hugged Whale's thigh and said, "My lord, the Herculean bull tribe is gone. The main camp was lost. Nothing. There's nothing left." Whales felt his mind being filled with tremors. It was as if it had just been smashed by a wolf-tooth club. However, he immediately calmed his emotions and looked at Bogue. "What really happened? Tell us." Just then, Mendez and Yale had also walked over, and they looked at Bogue with unpleasant expressions. They too wanted to know what had happened. Why had something like this happen in just a short time? Bogue then cried out the information which he and the others had heard of. It was just when Gasol had gone to hunt them down, that the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain suddenly led an army to attack the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp. Paul, who was Whale's second brother, had been on guard at the time, but he had failed to protect the camp, and was thus killed in action, while Whale's younger brothers, 8th and 9th, were killed in the chaos. In the end, the Fighting Bulls captured the Herculean Bulls' main camp, while the remaining Herculean Bulls had fled towards the deeper parts of the prairie. By the time Bogue had finished, Whales and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that things would take such a turn. Mendez suddenly asked, "That can't be. What about the high elders in the tribe?" "With them, how could the main camp be assaulted by the Fighting Bulls?" Bogue answered, "I heard that one high elder was killed, and the other was heavily injured. In the course of the Fighting Bulls' attack, there seemed to be a human mage among them. It was a level 9 human mage who injured the remaining high elder." Whales and the others were shocked, as they hadn't anticipated human intervention in this matter. It was far beyond their expectations. Humans usually wouldn't interfere in conflicts between beastmen, because once they did that, it would be like treating the beastmen as their enemies. The battle races wouldn't let go of anyone, let alone a level 9 expert. Any level 9 human who attempted to make a mess out of the beastmen's territories would be hunted down by level 9 beastmen for sure. Whales frowned and asked, "Bogue, is this information truly valid? Was there really a human in the mix? What did they do?" Bogue shook his head. This information was something he had heard, and right now, rumors were flying around. They couldn't know if all of this was true or false. Whales curled his brows and asked Yale, "Whether or not humans have taken part in this, what we can be sure of is that something has happened to the main camp. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such rumors going about." "What should we do, teacher?" Whales had calmed down right now. He had been very shocked when he had heard this information, but he had already known that the Fighting Bulls had been plotting against them from the start. He just hadn't expected that the Fighting Bulls would make their move so soon. Yale had calmed down as well. Although many things had happened to the Herculean Bull tribe, none had been as shocking as this. When a ruling race couldn't keep its own main camp, then it wouldn't have the right to be called the ruling race anymore. It could be said that the Fighting Bulls were now the ruling race, which, of course, still needed the approval of the other races on the prairie. The conflicts between beastmen were realistic, and as such, they only respected the strong and the victorious. But, if this matter had humans meddling in the process, it wouldn't fare well for the Fighting Bulls either. Yale thought about it and said, "What we need to do right now is to set up camp here. We'll leave the bull-headed race's territory tomorrow and make our way deeper into the prairie. We'll send someone to make contact with West Wonder King and find out what's going on." Whales frowned. "It's not likely going to work, is it? If things are really as the rumors suggest, then the presence of Herculean bulls in the bull-headed race's territory will surely attract a lot of attention. I'm afraid we won't be able to make contact with West Wonder King. Yale nodded at that. Beastmen wouldn't need to look at battle flags in order to tell different races apart. It could be said that right now, the Herculean bulls were at the top of the rumor mill. If the Herculean bulls made any movements on the bull-headed race's territory, they wouldn't be able to do anything because of all the attention. Just then, Zhao Hai said, "I think you can leave the information gathering to me. I have a human merchant identity, and I'll be able to move around freely on the prairie. It's not likely that the fighting bulls have any news about me. What do you think, Big Brother?" Wales did a double take and then nodded. Indeed, only human merchants could move around freely and undiscovered on the prairie. Although Zhao Hai and Wales were now blood-sworn brothers, and Gasol knew that someone had used undead to help Wales, the fighting bulls had no way of knowing about any of that, because the fighting bulls had ransacked the Herculean bulls' main camp when Gasol was fighting the undead. Gasol would naturally not go back to the main camp, while the 1,500 warriors loaned to him had all been turned into undead creatures, which couldn't possibly report back to their former brethren. So right now, the fighting bulls shouldn't know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Wales. Yale nodded. "That's a good idea. Little Hai can get information while making contact with West Wonder King. He must be in trouble these days. It's good that you had gifted the cane to Little Hai. If Little Hai presents the cane to West Wonder King to prove his identity, then West Wonder King will be able to trust him." Wales nodded. "This is also an opportunity. The Herculean bulls have been chased out of the main camp due to Gasol's actions, but I think that a majority of their strength can still be preserved. What we need to do right now is find the escapees and regroup them. Now is the time they need a leader, and Gasol obviously cannot be their leader even if he finds them. Perhaps they might even kill him. This is our chance." Yale and Mendez both nodded at that. All of this had been caused by Gasol, so how could the Herculean bulls not hate him? If Gasol appeared in front of them, he would surely be torn to shreds by the angry mob. If the ever-popular Wales could stand up in the tribe, he would surely be able to become the chieftain. Chapter 267. Who was it? Wales knew that being a chieftain wouldn't be easy. The Herculean bulls had been chased out, so they must be lacking in food and clothing right now. Being the chieftain under such circumstances, and having to shoulder the hatred towards the fighting bulls on top of that, Wales could tell the difficulty of the tasks he had to face. However, he neither wanted to back away, nor did he have a means to. He was a prince of the Herculean bulls. His race was his roots. If his race prospered, he too would gain respect. If their face fell, then he too would be nothing. Zhao Hai nodded. "I think this is a good opportunity as well, but you will surely come across a lot of tough issues, and there's nothing much I can help you with. How about this? Laura, Meg, Near, give me your pouches. Big Brother, Mr. Yale and Sixth Brother, give me yours as well." Wales and the other two knew what Zhao Hai was going to do, and they gave him their pouches. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he simply filled all 6 pouches with grains. After filling the pouches, Zhao Hai gave them to Wales. "Take these first, Big Brother. Give them to your tribesmen as soon as you find them, and then have your bloodhawks come to me for grains. We have to improve this situation first." Wales didn't hold back and just took the pouches. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, I will not say much. We'll rest here for the day and leave tomorrow. If anything happens, we'll contact each other using bloodhawks." Zhao Hai nodded. "Just tell me whatever supplies you need. I can have bloodhawks bring the pouches to my find back. It's now the tribe's most difficult time, and a lot of things are required. You must persist. Oh, once you return, help me prepare a map. I don't want to go looking for West Wonder King all over the place." Wales smiled. "Relax, brother, I'll take care of it." He then glanced at Bogue and his company. "Don't just sob on the ground. Stand up. We Herculean bulls haven't gone extinct yet. Remember that as long as we're not gone, we are the ruling race of the bull-headed races, and we always will be." Bogue and the others stood up, bearing murderous expressions because of Wales' words. Wales nodded. having been filled with fighting spirit. It was because of Zhao Hai's support, whose grains had become his life-saving herbs. As long as one had grains on Beastman Prairie, one could do a lot of things. Just as Zhao Hai had said, it was the most difficult time for the Herculean Bull tribe. Their own main camp had been lost, and 2 of their high elders had been killed or injured. Zhao Hai had to assist whales properly as a blood-sworn brother under these circumstances. It was then that Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. He took out 2 things from the space immediately. He had them stored in bottles before giving them to whales. Whales looked at the 2 bottles in his hand with confusion. One of them seemed to contain water, and the other held a pink liquid, which he knew nothing about. Zhao Hai explained to whales, "Big brother, in these 2 bottles, one of them is the liquid of life, which Mr. Yale had given me. I don't have a use for it, but the flask that he gave me was very beautiful, so I kept it. Another bottle is a type of medicine that can treat injuries. Bogue just said that your high elder was injured, so I hope these 2 things can help him. Without the high elder's support, it won't be easy for you to deal with the fighting bulls." Actually, the medicine which Zhao Hai mentioned was magic peach juice. Green had used one last time, and there had been one left, which Zhao Hai was now giving to whales. Whales looked at Zhao Hai without knowing what to say. Zhao Hai had been too great of a help to him, and now, he even brought out the liquid of life. Now he felt that no matter what he would do, he would never be able to repay Zhao Hai's kindness. Whales took the 2 bottles in silence and put them away carefully. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and turned to command his people in setting up camp. Zhao Hai said nothing and went to set up camp as well. At this point, words would be excessive. He had to give Whales and his people time, in order to let him plan things out properly. Zhao Hai and the others sat inside the tent quietly after it was set up. Laura poured a cup of koya for Zhao Hai, then frowned. "Hi bro, it's not a good thing for us right now when the Herculean Bull tribe is in such trouble. What are we going to do next?" Zhao Hai closed his eyes and said after thinking, "I keep feeling that something's not right." What Mendez said after Gasol started his coup was that Gasol and the human merchants were being too secretive in their contact. Now, when the fighting bulls attacked the Herculean Bull tribe, humans showed up again. "Don't you think that human activity has been too frequent on Beastman Prairie as of late?" Laura concurred in her thoughts. How many times was it that they had heard about humans meddling in Beastman affairs? This was too strange. Meg frowned and spoke. "What does this mean, young master? Can it be that there is a human force seeking to take control of Beastman?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It can't be. Humans can't possibly control Beastmen. There has to be a reason for Beastmen and humans to be locked in conflict for so many years. Do not presume that humans look like they're controlling the Beastmen using food. That's because they have no other option. If they don't give them enough food, they'll start wars, and the food will be taken anyway. So it's impossible for humans to use this method to control Beastmen. But as for why human activity has been so frequent lately, I still can't get a good idea." Laura frowned. "I can't get a good grasp of it either." "Don't they fear Beastmen retaliation? Even though the fighting bulls have taken over the Herculean Bull's main camp, their strength shouldn't be too great. The ones who are really in charge of the prairie are the major battle races, and the cooperation between the fighting bulls and humans will greatly incite them." "Do the fighting bulls think that they have the ability to withstand the pressure from the battle races?" Zhao Hai's frown continued. "I don't have a good idea why they're doing this. Their methods are very likely going to make them the public enemies of all the Beastmen. So why? Is it only just for the sake of being called the ruling race?" Laura and the others were at a loss as to why the fighting bulls were doing what they were. It would be discernible if the fighting bulls were cooperating with common humans. However, a strange picture had been painted when the humans they cooperated with had a level 9 powerhouse. Since when had it become the time for level 9 human powerhouses to come and mess around on Beastman Prairie? When the battle races got the news, they would surely react. It wasn't known how the fighting bulls would respond to that. Zhao Hai spoke out after a while of sitting. "No matter how much we guess right now, It's useless. Just reaching the Fighting Bull's turf and prodding around will do. I just feel that this matter isn't so simple. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with incomprehension. How so? Can it be something related to us? Zhao Hai shook his head. It shouldn't be. If this matter is really related to us, then it can only be our enemies who are trying to deal with us on the prairie. Our current main enemies are the Magidal family, the Church of Light, and Southern King. The Church of Light will not have any grip on the prairie, and there's no direct profit and loss relationship between Southern King and Beastman. Magidal family is a business family, and there are a lot of business opportunities on the prairie. It's impossible for them to just watch other people do business here. But I think that even they wouldn't have the guts to send a level 9 powerhouse to hunt us down on the prairie, right? Laura nodded. She knew clearly what Magidal family was like. All they cared about was profit. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had left Fansaldachi, there had been no way for Magidal family to obtain profits from Zhao Hai. They wouldn't pay a large price to hire a level 9 powerhouse to deal with Zhao Hai under these circumstances, since it wouldn't fit their principles of merchants seeking profit. But why did she keep feeling that these matters were happening so close to them? Before they had entered the prairie, it seemed that such a thing had never happened before. But the moment they had entered, all of this had happened. This was too contrived, wasn't it? Meg asked. Young master, do you think that someone is trying to act upon the Herculean Bull tribe, like how someone acted upon the Black Bear tribe? And that's why all of this happened? Zhao Hai shook his head. It can't be. The Herculean Bull tribe's strength doesn't seem to be as great as the Black Bear. Wait a minute. There is a possibility. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura, and Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai said, Beastmen have gotten it badly from humans in recent years. Can it be that Beastmen are setting their sights on humans again? Yet the humans received word about it and sent people to stir things up beforehand, in order to mess up the waters here so that the Beastmen don't have time to mobilize against humans? Laura frowned. Not too likely, right? Trades between humans and Beastmen have been going along smoothly, and there haven't been great disasters on the prairie. They shouldn't have any reason to mobilize against humans. Besides, humans wouldn't mess things up by sending a level 9 powerhouse. That's basically a declaration of war against Beastmen. Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. Forget it. I'm done guessing. We might not guess things right anyway. What we have to do right now is help Big Brother get information. If we take care of the Fighting Bulls, we'll be closer to figuring out which human force is cooperating with them. Laura nodded, but she believed that it would be very difficult. The Herculean Bull tribe was greatly crippled right now, and the Fighting Bulls were now on a roll. Exterminate the Fighting Bull tribe? Difficult. Chapter 268. Mastiffs. Compared to Zhao Hai, Wales was currently in a bigger dilemma. What he and his people had to face was a crisis. It was something he didn't want to see, but one that he had to face no matter what. Wales sat in his tent as a large cup of milk wine had been put in front of him. He had actually drunk 5 cups, and this was the 6th. Mendez wasn't any better. In fact, he had already started to drink the 8th cup. Only Yale was normal. But he was sitting there without a single word. The news which Bogue had brought back was too shocking. They hadn't expected that the main camp of Herculean bulls, which had been inhabited for generations, had been lost. How could they face this? Fortunately, Wales had self-restraint, so he didn't drink any further. After downing the 6th cup, he stopped, but he still said nothing. None of the 3 who had entered the tent had spoken anything. Wales raised his head to look at Yale after a while and said, Teacher, what do you think Gasol is doing right now? Yale wouldn't think that Wales was caring about Gasol. Of course, right now, Wales wanted Gasol to die right in front of him badly. There was no way he would care about him. Yale sighed and said, It's really hard to say. If my guess is correct, then I fear that the reason why the Fighting Bull tribe had loaned troops to Gasol was because of having the intention to eliminate him after what is done. Kill us with Gasol's hands, and then kill Gasol with the lone troops, while taking over the main camp. By then, The Herculean bull tribe will not have the spine to threaten the fighting bull tribe. The act of eliminating the fighting bull cavalry happened to help gas off for a time. Splack. Mendez smashed the small table in front of him into pieces, and the silver cup was also flattened. He looked at Yale with blood-red eyes and said, "I better not know where he is. If I do, I will gouge him with my own hands." Wales took a deep breath and asked, "Teacher, where do you think the tribesmen would go?" Yale thought for a bit and replied, "Right now, there are two places which they could have gone. One is West Wonder King's place, but I think they wouldn't go there. He's a fighting bull after all, and right now, the fighting bulls are in a momentum, so they would have no guarantees there. Which leaves only one more place to go, the Mastiff tribe." Wales agreed to Yale's perspective. The Herculean bull tribe had always had a good relationship with the Mastiff tribe. The Mastiff tribe had helped the Herculean bull tribe for many times in the past. Now that something had happened, the Herculean bulls would naturally head over to the Mastiffs for refuge. The Mastiffs were a very unique race. They were the ruling race of dog-headed races, which were between battle races and civil races. The fighting power of the entire race was slightly worse than wolf race, but stronger than civil races. Relatively speaking, their position was a little higher than bull-headed races. The Herculean bull tribe and the Mastiff tribe had always maintained a good relationship. The Mastiff tribe had helped Herculean bull tribe for a lot of times in the past, so now that the Herculean bull tribe had gotten into trouble, they would surely head over to the Mastiff tribe. Wales took in a deep breath and said, "Well then, our next move is to go around the horse races turf and go to the Mastiff tribe." Yale nodded to that. The turf of bull-headed races was adjacent to the turfs of horse races, pig races, dog races and cat races. The relationship between Herculean bull tribe, pig tribes and horse tribes was normal, neither good nor bad. Because of being good with mastiffs, it ended up spelling a negative with cats, due to how cat and dog races had never gotten along. And now, Wales and his men were at the point where the borders of the pig-headed races and the bull-headed races met. There were only two ways they could go to the Mastiff tribe. One was to go through the bull-headed races turf, while the other was to circle it via the horse races turf. They wouldn't go to the cat races turf as it was too dangerous, and the same was now true for the bull-headed races territory. The only choice left was to move into the turf of horses. Wales glanced at Yale and said, "We have to trouble you to draw a map for Little High, teacher. Our time is limited, but please be as detailed as possible. Just letting him know how to get to West Wonder King's place is enough." Yale nodded. "No problems there. We still have to thank Little High for this. If it weren't for him, we would have been in a more difficult spot by now." Wales nodded at that and sighed. "I never thought at the beginning that just a single trial of traveling would be followed by all these events, but luckily, I met Little High. Something gained, something lost, I guess." Yale gave Wales a look and said, "Wales, I don't think now's the time to speak of this. We can only keep Little High's help inside our hearts. We still have to think about how to proceed after reaching the Mastiff tribe's turf right now. Even though our tribe's relationship is great, do not forget that our tribe has fallen from the spot of the ruling race. It's hard to say for sure how the Mastiffs will treat us now." Wales ceased his thoughts for the moment. He knew that their gratitude towards Zhao Hai was not something that could be paid in words. In his heart, Zhao Hai was like his birth sibling. It would be acting like strangers if he kept speaking of it as something they owed him for. Just as Yale said, he should be thinking about what to do when meeting the Mastiffs. Beastmen were simplistic, yet even they would have politics among them. It was a fact. Wales had made contact with the Mastiffs for several times in the past, but during those times, they were as equals. Both sides were rulers. Even though the Herculean bulls felt grateful, they wouldn't feel as if they were inferior. It was like how either of the two good friends were living a little better and offered a little help. The other friend would be grateful, but there wouldn't be a sense of inferiority. But that had changed now. The Herculean bulls were now refugees who had lost their homes. They had no right to speak with the Mastiffs as equals. How the Mastiffs would treat them was something that needed his proper consideration. Wales thought about this silently with closed eyes. To be honest, he didn't have enough capital to operate on. He didn't know how many Herculean bulls escaped, and what the situation was in the tribe. The amount of supplies left, the quantity of argali remaining, were unknown to him. His only capital right now was the grains which Zhao Hai had given him. Endless supply of food was the final thing he could depend on. Wales looked at Yale and said, I think that right now, the only thing we can offer is the grains that Little Hai gave us. But we cannot let him be in too much of a disadvantage from this. I'm saying, once we reach the Mastiffs, let's see how they treat our people first. If they're treating them well, we can introduce Little Hai to them and have him trade with them. I think they'll be very happy too. Since his grains are very cheap. If they're not treating our people well, then we'll give them some grains and leave, before settling down in a horse race or pig race's turf. What do you think, teacher? Yale nodded. Only in the worst of disasters can we peer into the true nature of people. If the Mastiffs are truly friends, then we'll just introduce Little Hai to them. His existence is something every beastman can only dream of. If they are friends, then we have to treat our friends well. Wales nodded. We have absolutely no idea about the situation in the tribe. I just hope it's not too dire. Both of them sighed at the same time. They knew that Wales was consoling himself. The situation of a race that had been chased out of their hometown was easily imaginable. It was not unlike being bankrupt. It was possible that other than their own selves, weapons and mounts, there were nothing else. Out of things to discuss, Yale returned to his own tent and started drafting a map for Zhao Hai. However, because he had too little time, he couldn't afford to be too detailed. He could only mark the location of West Wonder King's campsite and some obvious geographical landmarks along the way. The next morning, Yale gave the map which he had drawn overnight to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai found the map to be decent. There was no indication of range, but at least it pointed a general direction and some famous landmarks were marked on it. Even tribes that could possibly be encountered were written on it. Zhao Hai kept the map and looked at Yale, who had bloodshot eyes. Thank you, Mr. Yale. Take care of yourselves, big brother. If there's anything, contact me with the Bloodhawks right away. Just attach a letter to them. They can find me. Wales gave Zhao Hai a strong hug. Brother, I'm not going to say thankful words now. You must take care. If the bull-headed races really want to make a move against you, don't hold back and unleash the undead creatures. This is Beastman Prairie, and the Fighting Bull tribe is now the ruling tribe. They might use this authority to act against you. Zhao Hai laughed. Relax. If they really dare, it would be like gifting me new subordinates, and my underlings will grow more and more. It's nothing to be afraid of. All right. Have a safe trip, big brother. Wales nodded before leading his people on the trip. Watching his back, Zhao Hai sighed. Big brother has to deal with a lot of things this time. Laura nodded. I hope he can make it through. Only then can he be the best ruler of the Herculean bulls. Zhao Hai smiled. I believe that under his leadership, the Herculean bulls will get better and better. We can help him no matter what difficulty he faces. With a powerful collaborator, Beastman Prairie will be ours in the future. Laura was also happy. She understood that Zhao Hai was definitely not helping Wales out of brotherly relationship. On Beastman Prairie, in order to do business properly, it would be impossible to lack a powerful collaborator. Although Zhao Hai was paying out right now, once Wales got into position and the Herculean bull tribe developed, the gains he would get would not just end at dozens of times the cost or more than that. Zhao Hai smiled after looking at the sky. We should leave too. Phew. To be frank, I'm really lifted from a burden today. Following Wales and his people every day makes it really inconvenient to return to the Space or Iron Mountain Castle. Laura, Meg and Near laughed at that. They too had felt inconvenienced. Even though they rested inside the space every night, it couldn't be compared to moving around freely. The convoy slowly traveled forward, and Zhao Hai once again put the large-bellied pig's friendship flag on top of his wagon. He didn't get a flag from Wales, as right now, it was best not to raise the friendship flag of Herculean bulls. Wales had also been aware of this, so in order to avoid giving Zhao Hai trouble, he himself didn't give him the friendship flag. Zhao Hai wanted to find West Wonder King's campsite as quickly as possible, so he proceeded according to the map directly. Although the map had no ratios, the amount of days needed to move from one landmark to the next was noted, so Zhao Hai wasn't worried about going the wrong way. It was in order to help whales obtain information, but Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew it very clearly that the cow races were in a sensitive period. If he asked around carelessly, he would surely attract suspicion. At worst, he might come into conflict with them. As beastmen were extremely cautious towards humans from the start, Zhao Hai believed that everything should be done with maintaining the cover as top priority in such a sensitive period of time. After a day, Zhao Hai and the others hadn't found a single tribe, but the map looked legit. They needed at least 3 days of traveling until they could come across a tribe. Of course, it was just speculation. A tribe might have been active at the surroundings, but beastmen were often moving around, so Yale also wasn't sure if a tribe would really be there. Now, it was the busiest time of the year on Beastman Prairie, because they were about to enter winter. They had to prepare the grass feeds and the food needed to live past winter, so a lot of beastmen tribes would migrate around to prepare those things. Yale was a prophet, but even he couldn't know all of the tribes like the back of his hand. If he could, he wouldn't be a prophet, but a god instead. Zhao Hai and his company returned to Iron Mountain Castle that night, and discussed the changes of the Herculean Bull tribe to Green and the others. Green and the others believed that what Zhao Hai had done was not mistaken. Now that the Herculean Bull tribe was in trouble, it was the best time to offer a helping hand. They would be grateful for life. Chapter 269, Large Horn Raging Bulls. Green and the others felt very strange concerning the appearance of humans on Beastman Prairie, but they couldn't get a handle on the situation over there, so they naturally couldn't guess why humans would show up there. Zhao Hai hadn't wanted to get answers from Green and the others, as they had never been to Beastman Prairie. What they had known was told to them by Laura, so if they could guess what the humans were up to, they would be able to pose as prophets after some makeup. The next morning, Zhao Hai and his company continued on their journey, but at a faster pace. He wanted to go faster, so long as they didn't encounter any Beastman tribe. He hadn't came to Beastman Prairie to cause a ruckus. Helping whales would bring him a lot of benefits, but what he needed more was new and unique magic beasts, and never before seen plants. Those were his fundamental reasons from the start. Everything would be fine as long as the space leveled up, so Zhao Hai picked up his pace. However, he didn't put the convoy into the space this time. After all, none of the coach drivers were mortal to begin with. On the prairie, you wouldn't need to worry about your wagon crashing sideways. There were plenty of grasses that were thicker than rugs, which acted as natural shock absorbers, so that your wagon would never be too bumpy. However, your horses would need greater strength in order to pull the wagon as a result. But this wasn't an issue for Zhao Hai, since the wagon-pulling animals were undead creatures. Although Zhao Hai and his company increased their speed, they paid cautious attention to their surroundings for enemies. He had let out 2 flame birds in order to act as aerial recon. Of course, just a couple of the birds would not be enough for him. He still let out a lot of bloodhawks to engage in reconnaissance. Flame birds weren't phantasmal beasts, so Zhao Hai couldn't use them as easily as he did the bloodhawks. However, flame birds were beautiful, and Laura, Meg and Near liked them a lot, so he let them out and kept them as pets. If Whale saw the birds, he would just say that he had treated their injuries. Zhao Hai watched the map while he was rushing on, and the size of the map in the space was increasing without stopping. This was good news to him. If he wandered around the prairie a lot, perhaps he would be the first person to have a complete map of Beastman Prairie. Zhao Hai and his company spent just 1.5 days to finish a 3-day trip. He couldn't afford not to slow down when he reached an area marked on the map as having a tribe. The marked tribe was a small one of raging bulls, which should number about 1,000 people. Raging bulls were also known for their strength, and their mounts were the namesake bulls. However, the bulls were not quite the same as the ones meant to be eaten on the continent. They were called large-horned raging bulls. They were a type of unique bovines, due to their horns being too big. The large horns of these magic beasts were like sharpened wooden pillars. Every horn was up to 2 meters long, and the thickest they could get was a staggering half-meter. They were very straight, and they grew out horizontally, like a pillar was strapped onto a cow's head. The Raging Bull race was very famous among the bull-headed races because of their cavalry charges. Their mounts, the large-horned Raging Bulls, might not be too fast, but once they charged, they were imposing, all because of their large horns. When they charged, they would form a straight line. All of their horns put together was like a moving wall. The speed wasn't very fast, but there wasn't the slightest gap. But this didn't mean that the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's fighting power was great. Although such a cavalry charge was imposing, it also had a very serious flaw. Because of how large the horns were, the cavalry couldn't change directions quickly, so the cavalry would be at a serious disadvantage when facing agile light cavalry like the jackals. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe could be considered as a branch of the Raging Bull races. Yet famously, their temper among the bull-headed races was anything but short. They were in the category of good guys. Of course, none of this was written on the map which he had been given by Yale. All of it had been researched by Laura herself. Zhao Hai was waiting for the Bloodhawks and the information they might be carrying. Now that they had entered the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's area of frequent activity, since Zhao Hai and the others could run into them at any moment, he let the birds increase their recon radius in order to ensure that he wasn't going the wrong way. The Bloodhawks returned after more than an hour. Zhao Hai took a glance, and noticed that they were going in circles and crying out without stopping. He turned to Laura and said, "There's an abandoned campsite ahead. It looks like it was attacked. Let's take a look." Laura nodded, and the convoy picked up the pace once more. After more than 2 hours, they discovered the abandoned campsite. There were a lot of corpses there, and all of them were the large-horned Raging Bull tribe and their mounts. The tribesmen were very similar to their mounts, tall and having large horns. The horns were longer than any other bull-headed race's horns. From the look of the campsite, it appeared to be of a size for about 1,000 people. However, it had been attacked, and every usable thing had been taken away. Even the clothes on the dead had been stripped off. Zhao Hai looked at this with a frown and a sigh as with a wave of his hand, he turned them all into undead creatures. He only turned one of them into a high-level undead, in order to know who it was that had attacked this campsite. Zhao Hai counted for a bit. The tribesmen who had died amounted to more than 300. The number of youths this tribe could afford to send into battle was approximately this figure. He just picked the strongest of them all and turned him into a high-level undead, because he knew that among beastmen, the strongest ones had often been the chieftains. Just as he had expected, the high-level undead was called a Batai, the chieftain of this tribe. Their tribe had more than 1,300 people, and other than 400 youths, the rest were the elderly and women. Their fate was normal. What surprised Zhao Hai was the ones who had attacked them. It was none other than Gasol and his people, and the attack had taken place more than 4 hours ago. In other words, right before the Bloodhawks had discovered this campsite, it had been attacked by Gasol and his people. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhao Hai immediately put a Batai and the others into the space, and followed the trail left behind by Gasol and his people. From the trail, the direction they were headed to was most likely West Wonder King's place. It seemed that Gasol too had learned of what had happened to the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp, but he wasn't as smart as Wales, who headed over to the Mastiff tribe's place. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head, as he truly felt that Gasol wasn't a smart person. The relationship between Gasol and West Wonder King had never been good, and yet he was now going to put himself under West Wonder King's service. Obviously, Gasol had seen how West Wonder King and the current Fighting Bull tribe chieftain were at odds, but he had forgotten that circumstances determined how people would move. Now that the Herculean Bull tribe could no longer provide the Fighting Bull tribe with any form of help, it was hard to determine what sort of attitude West Wonder King would have in treating them. But after another thought, This situation made sense to Zhao Hai. He knew of Gasol's pain. The reason why the Herculean bull tribe had gotten to this point was all because of him. Perhaps he had thought about where his tribesmen would go, but what would happen even after finding them? He would only be torn into pieces by angry tribesmen, and no one would listen to him, so he could only head over to West Wonder King's place. It just wasn't a good choice, Zhao Hai thought. Gasol had only several dozen guards, but from how they had attacked the large horned raging bull tribe, their fighting power was still great. Gasol should have left the bull-headed race's territory, as staying here was only akin to waiting for death. Even if he got West Wonder King's support, he wouldn't be a threat to the Fighting Bull tribe. Perhaps the Fighting Bull tribe had never seen West Wonder King as a threat. Otherwise, the Fighting Bull tribe wouldn't have attacked the Herculean Bull tribe's main camp. However, Zhao Hai wasn't letting these thoughts sway his judgment. He didn't care what Gasol's thoughts were. What he needed to do right now was to charge forward, grab Gasol, and send a letter to Wales in order to ask about how to deal with him. Right now, he was blood-sworn brother of Wales, not Gasol, so of course he wanted to help Wales. Whether Gasol lived or died was not within his range of concerns. Most importantly, he had to think about the ground bulls which Gasol and his men were riding. Although he couldn't get a hold of stone-skin bulls, ground bulls would be fine too. Zhao Hai believed that Gasol wouldn't be fast while bringing a lot of people with him. The latter must be having hard days, otherwise, he wouldn't have raided the large horned raging bull tribe. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't slow. The wagon pullers were all high-level undead creatures. It wouldn't be difficult to catch up to Gasol. In order to confirm Gasol's travel direction, he sent out his bloodhawks once more, with flame birds added. Of course, now that the flame birds were his, they shouldn't have any reaction upon seeing Gasol. After more than 3 hours, Zhao Hai finally managed to track down Gasol's figure. Only 2 hours later, before nightfall, he and his convoy would be able to catch up to Gasol and his men. Chapter 270, Regretful Gasol. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry after discovering Gasol. However, he started to slow down. They could catch up to Gasol after 2 hours, but it wouldn't be nightfall by then, so it would be very bad for his attack. In any case, Gasol was a level 8 powerhouse. Without Zhao Wen and Kair's help, he wouldn't be able to suppress him in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was also thinking about how to deal with the large horned raging bull tribe's people. Now that the tribe had lost most of its youths, this matter would definitely be a disaster for them. If they were taken away by Gasol as they were, they would surely end up as slaves. But if Gasol didn't care about them, their days would not be any better. Winter was about to arrive, so without the majority of their youths, there was no way they could prepare enough feeding grasses, and they had not yet migrated to a place where they could withstand the coldness of the winter. In such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would survive this winter. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the wagon while looking at Laura with a frown. What do you think we should do, Laura? How should we treat the large horned raging bull tribe's people? Laura's brows curled as she said, they are now considered slaves. Even if we save them, their lives will not be any better. Instead, they will still become slaves if they come across other tribes. This is a really tough matter. Zhao Hai sighed. As I suspected, the prairie has its own rules, but I didn't expect that when a tribe has lost and becomes enslaved, sometimes that can be their only chance at life. What should we do with these people? Send them to Iron Mountain Castle as slaves? Laura was at a loss as well. Unlike the situations before where the slaves had been bought, and didn't have any loyalty issues, the large horned raging bull tribe's people were people who had been defeated in combat before being made slaves. It was hard to tell how many of them would be willing to become their slaves. Laura looked at Zhao Hai. Hi bro, how about we bring them to West Wonder King's place? If we deliver them to him, won't they be able to safely get through this winter? Zhao Hai shook his head. Right now, we still don't know about his stance towards the attack on the Herculean bull tribe. Even if we find him, we'll still have to observe him instead of making an immediate approach. If we bring the large horned raging bull tribe's people, how will we explain where they are coming from? If we say they were seized by force, Then whose hands did we seize them from? How? Besides, will West Wonder King think that we're outside help, just like the humans hired by the Fighting Bull tribe? The prairie has its own rules. If we just put our hands around inadvertently, it will not end well. Just then, Meg spoke. What are you thinking so much about, young master? They have nowhere else to go right now, and they are considered slaves, so let them be our slaves. They won't run away after being put into the castle, and nothing will happen if Grandpa Green keeps watch. We also have enough food to feed them, so why not? Zhao Hai was stunned for a bit, while Laura nodded. That's the best solution thus far. Gasol and his men attacked them and made them his slaves. We defeat Gasol, get his spoils, and they will become our slaves. Then, whatever we do to them is our business, and Iron Mountain Castle is an enclosed environment. It just so happens that putting them there can make them get used to life over there. There won't be any problems as long as they don't run away. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He had finally discovered something different from mirth in Ark Continent. People who had been given a slave status would be treated as merchandise and sorted at will. It was already inappropriate to view them from the angle that everyone was equal. Zhao Hai had been thinking to release them after their rescue, but he had never thought that they had already become slaves, who were to be treated as other people willed whether they liked it or not. If they were slaves, it wouldn't be hard for Zhao Hai to process them. With Green and Kair's supervision and the undead creatures guarding Iron Mountain Castle, the large-horned Raging Bull tribesmen would expect to leave. It would be almost impossible. Zhao Hai nodded. Very well then, let's do that. I don't think they'll be able to run away while Grandpa Green and the others are handling them. Laura nodded. We'll have to notify them and let them make preparations. It's more than 1,000 people. After all, preparations will be necessary. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Meg. Meg, go tell Grandpa Green about it, or else they might have their hands tied. After that, he sent Meg into the space, and from there to Iron Mountain Castle. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop. They just moved slowly in Gasol's direction. He knew that Gasol couldn't possibly be in a hurry at night, and he would surely stop and take a rest. If Gasol stopped, Zhao Hai could attack immediately. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Hai's convoy pushed forward, while the Bloodhawks were still tracking Gasol's movements in the sky. Perhaps it was due to how Gasol wanted to reach West Wonder King's place sooner that he and his men didn't stop at night. Instead, their wagons had lit torches placed on them. Although this was somewhat out of Zhao Hai's expectations, it turned out to be much easier for the Bloodhawks to track him down, because beastmen didn't usually rush around at night. As the sky turned completely back, Zhao Hai knew it was time to make his move, as there wouldn't be any beastmen that might come and witness the fighting between him and Gasol right now. Whether or not Gasol was rushing was no longer important. Zhao Hai's convoy increased its speed while he unleashed his undead creatures. He didn't release undead beasts this time, because they were protecting Black Wastelands. Instead, he released the newly acquired 1,500 Fighting Bull and 2,000 Jackal Cavalry. Also not being released were the undead mercenaries. They were infantry, so their speed would never be as fast as that of cavalry. Zhao Hai put the convoy into the space, while he, Laura and Nier sat inside Xenomorph's body. Because Wales wasn't around them this time, all the undead creatures present besides Xenomorph were in their zombie state. Gasol was sitting gloomily on the back of his mount while his escorts were maintaining the order of his march. Most of his convoy were the weak and elderly, so their speed wasn't fast. Just a while ago, he had killed an elderly large-horned Raging Bull because he couldn't walk any longer due to his age. This infuriated the Raging Bull tribesmen deeply, but they didn't dare to voice their rage. The large-horned Raging Bulls knew about the rules of the prairie. They were now Gasol's properties, and Gasol was the one in charge of their survival. Unless they could win against him, they had no choice but to accept their slavery. Gasol felt like he was about to go insane, and truly so. He didn't understand why things would turn out like this. The Fighting Bull tribe, which had been on good terms with him, had suddenly occupied his main camp. When Gasol had heard the news, He had been angered to the point of vomiting blood where he stood. It was then that Gasol had finally understood that he had fallen into the Fighting Bull tribe's trap from the beginning. He knew that he was finished, and would never be able to return to the Herculean Bull tribe. So he wanted to find West Wonder King. West Wonder King had never been satisfied with the way the current Fighting Bull chieftain did things. With the support of Herculean Bull tribe, he had broken away from the chieftain's rule and been opposed to it ever since. Gasol hoped that he could use this to borrow some troops to fight against the Fighting Bull tribe to the very end. It wasn't until now that Gasol finally had a trace of regret. He truly regretted killing his father, and he felt that he really shouldn't have hunted Wales and Mendez down. It had also dawned upon him now that the 1,500 Fighting Bull cavalry which he had borrowed from the Fighting Bull tribe would have been his killers if they hadn't been killed by Wales and the others. Gasol had been blinded by power, and his logic had been overcome by greed. When he thought about the things he had done, there was only endless regret. Yet now, he had no face to see Wales. He just wanted to borrow some troops to launch a suicidal attack on the Fighting Bull tribe in the hopes of making up for his crimes. Right now, Gasol was just like a gambler who had lost his fortunes, with only his own life left. The only thing he could do was throw his life at his enemies. The first reason was that he thought it was likely that he would be able to borrow troops while West Wonder King was at odds with the Fighting Bull chieftain. The second was that he wanted to weaken West Wonder King's strength. His loss made him realize a lot of things which he hadn't been able to before. He knew that West Wonder King wasn't a truly dependable individual either. If West Wonder King were to be in power one day, he would likely threaten the rule of the Herculean Bull tribe, and so, he wanted to borrow some troops in order to weaken West Wonder King's strength. Gasol had also thought about whether or not he could really borrow the troops, but at this point, he could only hope for the best. He thought that the chances of borrowing the troops would be high. If he didn't put pressure on the Fighting Bull tribe's forces, West Wonder King wouldn't have easier days. Certainly, West Wonder King would not risk his own life to fight against the Fighting Bull chieftain. He should, however, be willing to see that Gasol was raring to go against the chieftain. Chapter 271, No Chance Whatsoever. Right now, Gasol was like a madman who had calmed down completely and whose mind was now thinking of ways to throw away his life. This kind of person is the scariest of all, because there's a word that's synonymous to them, and that is maniac. Right now, Gasol was like a maniac. He needed to kill people from time to time in order to appease his anger, which was why he had attacked the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. On top of that, he killed people randomly along the way. He would kill anyone he found unpleasant to him. There had been another purpose behind his attack on the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, and that was to prepare presents for West Wonder King. Now that he had nothing, he would feel that he was overstepping the bounds if he went to see him empty-handed. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people were his presents for West Wonder King. Of course, the tribesmen weren't his only presents. Gasol had wanted to turn every tribe he could attack into slaves, and then send them to West Wonder King as presents. Coincidentally, the large-horned Raging Bull tribe became the first sacrifice. Right now, even Gasol's escorts were afraid of him, because Gasol appeared to be too gloomy right now. There wasn't a trace of the high spirits as he had been in before. The sky had darkened, and the enslaved tribesmen had become exhausted, but they didn't dare to stop or slow down, because as soon as they stopped, the escorts would rouse them with their whips. If they passed out, the only things waiting for them would be the Herculean Bull's axes. Before all this, all the Raging Bulls had been compliant with the Herculean Bulls, who had never mistreated these smaller bull-headed tribes to a great extent. The Herculean Bulls would even help if there was trouble. Right now, however, they just felt that these Herculean Bulls were not beastmen at all, but outright demons. Because the tribesmen couldn't resist these demons who were too scary, they could only accept this fate of theirs. Just then, sounds of galloping came. It was very rhythmic and orderly. Gasol was taken aback when he heard this galloping, which was then followed by a change in his expression. He called out loudly, to arms. He was very clear that troops that were able to make such galloping sounds must be well-trained elites. It was anything but good news when such a well-trained army showed up around him and his men. His escorts had seen many battles, so they knew what was going on. They immediately gathered at Gasol's side and looked towards where the galloping was coming from. The weirdest part was that they didn't see the slightest bit of torchlight. Could it be that the opposite party wasn't carrying any torches? As such thoughts were in their minds, the galloping sounds came closer and closer. Although the darkness of the night had affected their vision, Gasol and his men could hear from the galloping that this group of cavalry should have more than 1,000 people. This put an unpleasant expression on their faces. All of them knew very well that, now that they could hear the galloping, it was too late to run away. Right now, all they wanted was to know who the other party was. Slowly, a large shadow came towards Gasol from a distance. It didn't take a moment for a whole cavalry unit to appear in their sights. Gasol's eyes went red as soon as he saw the cavalry, because the cavalry was composed entirely of fighting bull riders in neat rows. Right at that moment, one of Gasol's escorts suddenly shouted in fear. Gasol turned to look at him fiercely, as he assumed that the escort was afraid. It was far from what Gasol could tolerate. In his eyes was the escort's deathly pale expression. The escort's eyes were fixated on a single direction, like he was seeing a ghost. Gasol looked toward that direction, which had a fighting bull whose armor was broken. Other than that, there was nothing else special. Gasol spoke coldly. "What did you scream for? Quit embarrassing us." However, that escort's expression was still ugly. He turned to Gasol and said, "Chieftain, I know that guy. He's one of the people who followed us to kill Lord Seventh. He was already killed by undead creatures. How come he's still here?" Gasol's expression changed immediately upon hearing that, because he thought of a possibility. When he and his men had been fighting whales, they had been defeated by a necromancer. Now, the fighting bulls who should have been dead had now appeared here. What could this mean? The necromancer had caught up to them. Gasol couldn't help but speak out. "Have you come, whales? Come and face me." As soon as he finished speaking, an undead beast crawled over, which reaffirmed his thoughts. He didn't know why such a bizarre undead beast would show up here. Just then, the undead beast opened its large mouth, and the figure of a person appeared inside. That person slowly walked out of the mouth, stood in front of the beast, and looked at Gasol calmly. Gasol was watching that person, who was wearing a black magician's robe with a staff in his hand, silently. Obviously, he was a typical human mage, who should only be around his 20s, with average looks. At the very least, the looks weren't anything special in a beastman's eyes. That person was Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai wanted to look at what had become of Gasol, and right now, he had one word to describe Gasol's current look: gloomy. Yet embers of madness were flickering in Gasol's eyes, which made Gasol look especially fearsome. Zhao Hai didn't mind, and just smiled and bowed towards Gasol. "Greetings to Brother Gasol. I am Zhao Hai, beheading blood oath brother of whales." Gasol did a double take, and then stared at Zhao Hai. "You're saying you swore the beheading blood oath with whales?" As a beastman, Gasol naturally knew what the beheading blood oath meant. He hadn't expected that there would be anyone on the prairie who would swear it, and with a human, at that. Zhao Hai smiled. "Indeed. When you came last time, little me couldn't come and deliver greetings. That was truly impolite of me. I hope Brother Gasol can forgive me." Gasol laughed coldly at Zhao Hai and said, "Humans are just hypocritical. You're here for my life, yet you have to put up a joyful look. It's disgusting." Zhao Hai smiled. "Your words are too harsh, Brother Gasol. You should know how potent the beheading blood oath can be. I cannot possibly do anything that will be harmful to the Herculean bull tribe. What I don't know about is you, Brother Gasol. Who were the humans you made contact with? Were they the spies that the fighting bull tribe sent to help you?" Gasol's expression went cold when he heard that. "Cut the crap. Where's Wales? Tell him to come see me." Zhao Hai smiled. "Brother Wales went for the Mastiff tribe's turf. I heard that the Herculean bull tribe's people are there, so he's going there to pacify his people. That's why he's not here. And he let me go to see the two older sisters in West Wonder King's place." Gasol was taken aback at this, and said to Zhao Hai, "It seems like Wales really trusts you. He actually left you such an important task, so I guess you happened upon me by chance. What exactly do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Nothing much. Brother Wales has been meaning to find you, but he has his own matters to take care of. Since I've found you, it's natural that I have to help him keep you here." Gasol's expression changed and he snorted coldly. "That will depend on whether or not you have what it takes." As soon as his words ended, his hand moved suddenly, a flash of light, and a hand axe was hurled towards Zhao Hai. This attack of Gasol's was very sudden, and well hidden. There were no signs whatsoever. This hand axe of his wasn't the type used by the bull-headed races, but a small one that was only as large as his palm. It looked like it was meant to be a hidden weapon. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting that Gasol would use hidden weapons, but he was no fool, and had come prepared. Which was why when Gasol made his move, Xenomorph stepped in front of Zhao Hai and blocked the hidden weapon, followed by Zhao Hai disappearing from where he was. The fighting bull cavalry then moved towards Gasol and his men. Instead of reacting to that, Gasol and his men turned around to run, but as soon as they turned, they saw that their path of retreat had already been cut off by Jackal cavalry. The Jackal cavalry's mounts were flash jackals, which were carnivores. Carnivores' feet have claws instead of hooves, and claws have paws. The flash jackal's paws allowed them to run with only very small sounds being made. This had allowed them to surround Gasol while Zhao Hai had drawn his attention. It was also why Zhao Hai had let the undead appear as zombies. It was to keep the paws of the flash jackals, and therefore achieve the effect which Zhao Hai wanted. Gasol was in disbelief as he looked at the Jackal cavalry. He was pretty sure that the cavalry had appeared as skeletons last time. Why did they change their looks this time? Before he could figure out what was going on, the Jackal cavalry had charged forth, leaving no chance whatsoever for Gasol and his men. This time, Zhao Hai had given strict orders to kill everyone but the ground bulls and Gasol. If the escorts were killed, then fine. But if Gasol were to be killed, then Wales would definitely feel bad in his heart. Whatever the case may be, Gasol was Wales' older brother. Their grievances were their own matters. Zhao Hai couldn't intervene. Gasol was obviously underprepared for this pincer attack, and by the time he wanted to strike back it was already too late. The Jackal and Fighting Bull cavalry had killed his dozens of escorts, while only their mounts were still alive. Gasol was then surrounded by the two groups of cavalry, who stood looking at him silently. Gasol couldn't help but make a bitter smile at this. He lifted his large axe to engage in the final charge of his life, but right at that moment, a vine appeared behind him all of a sudden, and struck his head. Gasol felt a headache, and then nothing. He swayed before collapsing from his mount. The moment he fell onto the ground, he was wrapped by more vines before disappearing on the spot with a flash of light. Zhao Hai then waved his staff and put the ground bulls, as well as the weapons, into the space. The corpses of the Herculean bull escorts were buried using earth magic. He knew that Wales wouldn't like to see Herculean bulls being turned into undead creatures, so Zhao Hai didn't do so. After all, having these few more underlings wouldn't make any difference. After the process was complete, Zhao Hai turned to look at the large horned raging bull tribesmen. They didn't run, but stood dumbly at the side. Some of the kids had been scared to tears. Zhao Hai walked in front of them and said, "I am a necromancer. I'm called Zhao Hai. Starting today, I am your master. You can call me young master." The tribesmen watched him with fearful expressions. Behind him was Xenomorph, which was swaggering imposingly. What could they do when the undefeatable Gasol and his men had been destroyed without a chance to resist? With a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the Fighting Bull and Jackal cavalry turned into skeletons in an instant, and then stood in formation behind him. This made the tribesmen even more afraid. A lot of the women had started to cry, and the eyes of the elderly shone with despair. It was on purpose. He wanted to scare them in order to make them follow his orders to a T. Zhao Hai said, "I will send you to a place, and you will live there from now on. You have to obey the people there. Anyone who doesn't, I will turn them into an undead myself." The tribesmen looked at Zhao Hai dumbly, as they couldn't register all of this immediately. But one thing was for sure, This frightening human mage in front of them didn't seem to want to kill them. Zhao Hai glanced at them and spoke. Have some leaders speak with me. There was a fuss before two of the elderly tribesmen were selected. Although they were tall, their waists were somewhat bent. It seemed as if their horns were keeping them from raising their heads. One of them spoke. Young master, I am Alaz, elder of the large horn tribe. I am Ali. Likewise, Zhao Hai nodded. Good. Assemble your tribesmen. I'm going to send you all to where you are going to be living from here on. Chapter 272, Complicated Human Merchant. Alice and Ali could only address their tribesmen with lowered heads. After glancing at Zhao Hai and the undead creatures behind him, it didn't take more than a while for every tribesman to be assembled. There were only about 900 people left in the tribe, with more than 100 of them being youths, and the rest being the old and weak. Everyone was looking nerve-wrackingly at the undead creatures, whose strength they had just witnessed. All of Gasol's escorts had been experts with at least the strength of level 6 warriors, and yet, even with such strength, the undead cavalry had exterminated them in a single charge with no casualties. What sort of concept was this? The large horn tribe's people were not idiots without common sense. They knew quite well that if the undead creatures had not been powerful enough, Gasol's dozens of escorts would have been able to deal with several hundreds of them without breaking a sweat. But the escorts had been taken care of without a single casualty on the undead side. This could only prove that the strength of the undead creatures was not inferior to that of Gasol's escorts, and since they numbered more than 3,000, there was no way the tribesmen could oppose them. If they couldn't oppose them, then all that was left was only submission. They gathered around cautiously, with the women and children in the middle, then the elders, and finally the youths. Zhao Hai glanced at them, then waved the staff in his hand. A cloud of black mist wrapped everyone up, which made the tribesmen nervous for a while. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and the tribesmen discovered that they were now standing outside a castle, a real human castle. Beastmen had always heard about such castles more than they had seen them. Now that the large horn tribesmen were finally seeing one, they couldn't react. They just stood there in front of it, staring dumbfoundedly at two people. Yes, not beastmen, but true humans. They couldn't understand how they had suddenly appeared here. Just then, Zhao Hai's voice suddenly rang out. All right. From here on out, this will be where you live. Remember, you are the slaves of Zhao Hai. Me. The tribesmen returned to their senses in an instant, and then looked at Zhao Hai at a loss for thoughts. They seriously couldn't understand how Zhao Hai had done it. Why was he able to bring so many people here from the prairie in an instant? Without care, Zhao Hai continued. This is my supervisor, Green, and likewise, this one is Kunjing. They will arrange your accommodations, as well as clarify the rules here. Remember, whoever dares to cause trouble, I will be turning them into a specter. Of course, Zhao Hai was terrorizing the tribesmen, which was something he couldn't afford not to do. If he couldn't make the tribesmen feel fear, then he would have to kill more people if they caused trouble. In order to settle the large horn tribesmen down as quickly as possible, Zhao Hai waited and watched Green arrange them into their accommodations instead of going back to the prairie in a hurry. Green and the others had prepared for this. With their crazy purchases in Kosa City beforehand, they were not lacking in supplies right now. It didn't take a lot of effort to settle the tribesmen. Most importantly, this castle wasn't small. Zhao Hai and the others had only been able to use a part of it since they had been too few in number. With more than 1,000 of the large horned raging bulls here, it was just enough to make the castle a little more lively. Although the tribesmen didn't know where they were, they didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai's words. Adding the fear of being in a completely foreign environment, they could only enter the castle nervously under Green and Kunjing's arrangements. Food had already been prepared for them in the castle, so all the tribesmen needed to do was to occupy themselves in it. With Zhao Hai keeping watch, everything proceeded very smoothly. In the eyes of the large-horned raging bulls, Zhao Hai was a devil with power beyond boundaries. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to have such a large army of undead, not to mention the ability to bring them to here in an instant from the prairie. Zhao Hai had used the space to bring them here, Of course, in order to avoid letting them see what was going on inside the space, he had used a black mist spell to cover their entry, and with the speed of the transition being so fast, they could only feel the black mist covering them up before they were transported to a completely foreign location. This caused them to have an incomparable fear towards Zhao Hai's ability. The large-horned raging bulls were a very gentle race among beastmen, and their nature made them a little cowardly. With how obeying the strong had always been the rule on the prairie, they could only be complacent. By the time they had settled down, dawn was about to break, and Zhao Hai immediately returned to the prairie, where there were a lot of matters he had yet to attend to. When Gasol had defeated the large-horned raging bull tribe, all of their supplies had been looted, including magic beasts, food, wagons and tents, which were the most commonly used by beastmen. Zhao Hai had only taken care of Gasol and his men, and the matter of transporting the large-horned tribesmen to Iron Mountain Castle, while the other things had been left untouched on the prairie. Right now, they were being guarded by the undead creatures, led by Laura. Zhao Hai entered Xenomorph as soon as he arrived, and found that Laura and the others had gone to sleep. He smiled a little and didn't disturb them as he walked out. The things which Gasol and his men had looted weren't a lot, for the tribe in question was a small tribe of more than 1,000 people. Even so, their supplies were not little. Just putting these things away required several hundred wagons. One had to keep in mind the difference in size between beastmen wagons and human wagons. The wagons that Zhao Hai's group was using could only fit up to 1,000 kilos of grains each, while each of the beastmen's wagons could carry more than 5,000 kilos of grains. Zhao Hai counted it carefully. The large-horned raging bull tribe had up to 500 large wagons, with 300 of them containing tents and everyday necessities, while only 200 of them contained grains. However, when Zhao Hai took a look, he saw that the grains had not been fully packed. Every wagon only carried around 2,000 kilos, and each had been tightly covered with leather. This showed that they treated the grains with great importance. Some magic beasts were tied to every wagon. There were 3 kinds: large-horned raging bulls, ordinary raging bulls, and argali goats, the first of which were obviously the tribesmen's mounts, while the ordinary raging bulls were for pulling the wagons. The argali were naturally their most important assets. After careful counting, there turned out to be more than 1,500 large-horned raging bulls, more than 1,100 ordinary raging bulls, and the argali were too many to be counted. The beastmen certainly had a way to deal with the argali. Such a large commotion had taken place last night, yet the argali hadn't run away, and right now, in the morning, the argali were eating grass in a laid-back manner. After some thinking, Zhao Hai put everything into the space, while leaving only several hundred argali and a couple of supply wagons outside. One contained tents, while the other contained living necessities. Although they were meant for beastmen, they were enough for appearances. Zhao Hai had thought the merchants on the prairie to be too simple when he had talked with whales in some days ago. The merchants on the prairie were even more like beastmen in lifestyle. They brought large numbers of grain wagons, as well as wagons with tents and supplies. Because they had to set up their own tents most of the time, it would be impossible for them to seek accommodation with beastmen every day. Humans who had arrived at Beastman Prairie would normally wear clothes made of beast skins. The first reason for this was to generate a sense of positivity in the beastmen, and the second was for suitability. It was also until now that Zhao Hai knew that human merchants were living their lives this way on the prairie. He tried to ask Laura, since Laura should have had known all of this since she had claimed to have done business on the prairie. Unexpectedly, Laura rolled her eyes at him and said that businesses on the prairie had always been monitored by Kunjing, who had always barred her from making contact with those people, human merchants, on the prairie. Then, it had been passed to Atai, so she had only been in charge of ledger issues instead of the specifics. In Kunjing's view, the main purpose of this excursion was not to do business, but to acquire rare magic beasts and plants, so he hadn't said too much of this to Zhao Hai and the others. Besides, with the space, There wasn't a need to do so many things. Kunjang could never think of seriously letting Laura eat and sleep while exposed outdoors like the merchants. He couldn't bear the thought. The wagons which Zhao Hai left behind were just to keep up appearances, and he wouldn't use them seriously. After all, they rested inside the space. The reason why he had left the Argali outside was to have them match his identity of being a merchant. On the prairie, it was very normal for merchant convoys to be followed by a large herd of Argali. The grain wagon of the large-horned Raging Bull tribe was left outside, since he would use it to engage in trade from this point onwards. The smaller wagons were too small after all, and unsuitable for use on the prairie. After sorting everything out, Zhao Hai let out 500 undead humans and 100 undead large-horned raging bulls to guard the wagons. He also let out Laura's wagon and woke her up. They had to hurry up once again. Chapter 273, Children Issues. Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai had taken care of matters as soon as they woke up. Laura couldn't help but speak in a heartache tone upon looking at Zhao Hai's bloodshot eyes. "Did you not sleep for the whole night? Hi bro, take a rest, quickly." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's nothing. All of you, go into the space and clean yourselves up. I'm going to write a letter to Brother Wales, tell him about the situation here, and arrange a place for our meeting to hand Gasol over to him." Having Gasol in our hands is not a solution in and of itself. With all those supplies seized from the large-horned Raging Bull tribe that are meant to be used by beastmen, we have to leave them with Big Brother, since we can't use most of them. Laura nodded. "Right. We'll go and make ourselves presentable. Head into the space and rest as soon as you finish writing the letter. We'll just keep watch outside. We won't go the wrong way, after all." Zhao Hai nodded and turned around to write the letter, while Laura and the others immediately went to clean themselves up in the space. They had slept quite late yesterday, so they needed to wake up properly now. Soon, Zhao Hai had finished writing a letter to Wales. It wasn't a long letter, as it was just about meeting Gasol, having captured him, and asking about how to deal with him. After writing the letter, Zhao Hai returned into the space and called back one of the 5 bloodhawks he had gifted to Wales in order to send the letter. The bloodhawks were actually phantasmal beasts from the space. No matter how distant they would be, the space could always contact them. As Zhao Hai was the owner of the space, he could naturally command the bloodhawks through the space without concern for distance. Zhao Hai went to the ranch inside the space after commanding a bloodhawk. He wanted to see the assessed levels of the 2 new types of magic beasts he had gotten yesterday. He immediately released the raging bulls, which prompted the immediate sounding of the space's voice. Just as Zhao Hai had imagined, these large-horned raging bulls weren't of a high level. He paid it no mind, as long as the space had an additional type of magic beast from here on. He then released the ground bulls. Once again, the notification voice came. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry after there was nothing more from the notification. He realized that it was much harder to raise the ranch's level compared to the farms. He had already gotten a lot of animals into the space by now, yet the ranch was still at level 6. It seemed that it would be very difficult to raise the ranch to higher levels. Zhao Hai let out a sigh. He didn't intend to raise ground bulls and large-horned raging bulls immediately, and right now, it was useless to do so. He'd be better off raising Argali and raging bulls. After all, Argali and raging bulls could be exchanged for money in human lands, while ground bulls and large-horned raging bulls would not have a lot of use in human lands. Zhao Hai came out of the ranch, and saw Laura and the others, who had finished cleaning themselves up by now. They appeared to be a lot more energetic. Zhao Hai laughed at the 3 of them and said, "I think you won't need to head out now. Just stay here and monitor what's outside using the surveillance function. Head out when there are people while letting the undead creatures lead the wagons. If you're really bored, you can head to Iron Mountain Castle." The ladies agreed after some thought. They had grown bored of the scenery of the prairie, which was not as comfy as the space, where they could lie around and sit anywhere they pleased. They had a bigger range of activity here, too. Zhao Hai said nothing more after knowing that the girls had agreed with him. He then went to sleep in the bedroom inside the space. He was worried that they might get truly bored in here, so he told Kair to go keep watch outside should Laura and the others want to go to Iron Mountain Castle. If something really happened while he was sleeping and Laura and the others were in Iron Mountain Castle, Kair would wake him up. Actually, Zhao Hai was still not clear about Kair's role right now. However, he didn't need to worry. Kair had managed the space so well. While the same could be said for Muir and the ranch, he was relaxed in that he only had to let Kair do his bidding. Until now, he hadn't discovered anything asked of Kair that couldn't be done. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was Kair's master after she had merged with the space. If there were something Kair couldn't do, she would tell him about it, so he felt assured about her. After a full sleep, Zhao Hai felt very replenished. If he had to list something he was the most dissatisfied with regarding his body, it was the fact that he would be very worn out just after a bit of fatigue, which made him pathetically weak. After cleaning himself up, Zhao Hai arrived at the living room of the villa. He noticed that the wagons were still moving through the surveillance, and they had not deviated from their course. He immediately returned to Iron Mountain Castle, as he hadn't found Laura and the others in the villa inside the space. As expected, he found them in Iron Mountain Castle. They were instructing the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people how to perform their tasks. Zhao Hai smiled as he appeared next to Laura. Laura suddenly sensed that there was another person next to her, and realized that it was him. She smiled. "You're awake." "Hi bro." Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at the tribesmen, who were lifting some goods. He asked, "How are they? Are they obedient?" Laura nodded. "Very. They're just a little not used to living here, but I believe it won't take too long for them to get used to it. Just look." "Hi bro." So many large-horned tribesmen kids, running around with nothing to do. It just won't do. How about we find some things for them to do? Zhao Hai nodded. He had seriously considered this problem before. Back when Qi and Zai had gotten married, there was no such thing as planned childbirth on our continent. For people in this world, birthing was just a natural affair, so in the near future, there would be a lot of children here. So what about the children? Let them run around ignorantly every day. Safety aside, it would not bring him any benefits whatsoever. There was only one way to solve this issue: schools. Right now, this place was a de facto independent kingdom, so these things should have been planned. Which country doesn't have schools? Schools are an important unit in which the quality of the citizens is raised, so they must be built. If a school were to be built at this time and get on track, then future school building would be a lot more convenient with the experience gained for building the first one, even if there were a lot of people. There was a great saying in China: education is the foundation of 100-year plan. In order for Buddha family to develop, the matter of education must not be overlooked. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Let the tribesmen work first. Call Grandpa Green and the others. We'll head to the living room and discuss some things." Laura nodded and let Nier go and call the people. Zhao Hai said, "Oh right, contact Halaz and Ali as well." Nier heeded with a sound, and ran off. Zhao Hai and Laura walked towards the living room in the castle together, while the large-horned tribesmen looked at him with eyes full of fear. He paid them no mind and just asked Laura, "Laura, how do you think we can solve the issue with their children?" Laura thought for a bit then said, "Schools. I think that maybe we can build a school." Zhao Hai smiled. "My thoughts exactly. I too want to build a school. It not only lets people pay attention to them, but by the time they grow up, we'll have a lot of capable people." Laura nodded. "We bought a lot of books when we came out this time. They can be used to educate the children. Even if they won't be able to learn martial arts and magics when they grow up, they will help us a lot." Zhao Hai nodded, and the two of them entered the castle. Right now, there were quite a few people inside the castle who had become married couples. They had not only been given civilian statuses by Zhao Hai. If they willed it, Zai Hai would give them houses inside the castle perimeter. Of course, they weren't the quarters of the main castle, but the servants' quarters instead. When the two of them arrived at the living room, Green and the others were already there. Other than Green, Malin, Kunjing, Meg, Blockhead and Rockhead, Sayer, Alice and Ali had also arrived. Right now, they were the management of the whole Buddha family. Zhao Hai let everyone sit down, while only Alaz and Ailey felt uncertain and sat down carefully. He didn't say anything about them, and just turned to Green and the others. "The reason I've called everyone here today is to talk about the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's children issues." Green and the others were watching Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura, which meant that he wanted her to carry on. Laura smiled and said, "Before, we didn't have a lot of people in this castle, and there were no children, so no one has paid attention to this issue. Right now, with the addition of the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, we have suddenly gained a lot of children, but with no one to keep watch over them as they run about every day. Besides not having learned anything, it is simply unsafe. There is a moat outside this place. If they play around there, it will easily cause accidents." Green and the others did a double take, and then nodded, while Alice and Ailey were looking dumbstruck at Zhao Hai and Laura. Although they were beastmen, and therefore not as smart as humans, with age came wisdom, or so the saying goes. They knew what Zhao Hai and Laura meant. They saw that Zhao Hai and Laura seemed to want to make a school. Chapter 274, National Policy. Schools. Not only humans had them, but beastmen as well. However, only major battle races had schools. The most famous school was in Beast God City, which was the oldest one in the long history of beastmen. But in that school, only the high-rank battle races and some prophets, shamans and witch doctors were taught. Common beastmen would never be able to take lessons there. It was exactly due to this reason that schools had a very high standing in the hearts of beastmen. Due to old age and the fact that they had experienced a lot of things, Alice and Ailey got the impression from Laura that she wanted to build a school, since the purpose of schools for the major battle races was to conduct concentrated management and training. The two of them looked emotionally at Zhao Hai, who glanced at Green and said, "In the days to come, our population will be higher and higher, and with it, the number of children. In light of this, building a school is inevitable. I think we should build one now, when our population is still small, and compile the experience. That way, if we want to build schools when the population becomes greater, we will not have our hands tied." Green nodded. "Young master has a point. A school should be in order. There are quite a number of rooms in the castle right now, so we should do it immediately." Kunjing also nodded and said, "I think we should make a magic martial school. Examine the children when they're little, put the ones that are good at martial arts to be taught martial techniques, and the ones that are good at magic to be taught magic spells. The teacher for martial arts can be settled with Sayer. As for the magic teacher, how about Meg?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, that's too broadly laid out. If we want to build a school now, we have to do it right, for the sake of future experience. It's definitely a no if we do it according to the format of magic martial schools on the continent. We need to have more detailed curriculums. How about this? First we survey the number of children and get their ages, then separate them based on their age. My plan is to have the children taught by their parents before they are 4 years old. Upon becoming 4 years old, we send them to a unified kindergarten, and have them taken care of by specific personnel. We bring them to the kindergarten every morning, and bring them back to their homes every night. They will eat there at noon. While they're at kindergarten, we give them a rudimentary education, so that they know some basic words and arithmetics. At 7 years old, they'll officially go to classes, divided into literature, mathematics and martial arts classes, which will have to be conducted in the same time period. For example, the 3 classes could all be an hour long each. They'll go to school and come back from it at the same times as the kindergartners, with the same meal time. At 12 years old, they'll be officially split by categories. Like for the ones talented in martial arts, most of their time will be spent on martial lessons and general learning. For the ones talented in magic, their attention will be mainly put into magic spells and general learning. If there are ones who have talent in neither, they can then focus on learning other lessons, and we can then hire some workers to teach them some skills. That way, even if they aren't good with words and numbers, they will have some skills to ensure their own safety. Even barring that, at least they will know about basic arithmetic, which can only be good for them. What do you think? Green and then others didn't expect that Zhao Hai had actually taken everything into consideration. They knew from his words that this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment plan, because the plan which he had just proposed was very detailed. It could be said that the magic martial schools on the continent were not as detailed as what Zhao Hai had suggested, and starting from 4 years old at that. One should know that schools on the continent generally started from 6 to 7 years old, during which only basic training and words were taught and nothing else. They couldn't possibly know that Zhao Hai had simply brought Earth's education over after giving it a facelift. However, they had to admit that Zhao Hai's schooling plan was far better than that of the other schools on the continent. If they managed to pull it off, it would definitely be a one-of-a-kind school on the continent, which would make it a historical first. Because the people of the continent valued martial strength, magic martial schools normally taught martial techniques and magic spells as their main curriculums. However, the school which Zhao Hai had proposed was different, as it was mainly teaching writing and mathematics. From start to finish, the importance was put upon those, which for Green and the others was something they had never heard of before. Laura frowned. If we do it as you say, hi bro, the cost we will need to put into it will be hefty. For example, children from 4 to 7 years old are very hard to take care of, and with the amount of different lessons, and the ones who will need to be in charge of making meals and babysitting, they all need people. Who do we put in charge of them? Every member of this kindergarten has to eat, and teachers have to get their wages. Do we have to pay them ourselves? The investment will be a bottomless pit, and there are too many things in need of budget allocation when it comes to developing the Black Wastelands. I'm afraid it won't work. Green and the others nodded, as they knew what Laura meant. Indeed, if they did set up such a school program as Zhao Hai had suggested, the amount of investment would be too great. They might not be able to feel it right now when they were few in number, but if there were a lot of people, the expenditure would be an astronomical sum. Zhao Hai nodded. I know about that, of course, which is why lesson fees will have to be received. But we can't take too much. The students' parents will pay a portion, while we will pay another. That way, the school can be built. My plan isn't made based on a fief's, but a country's outlook. Schools have to be managed by a country directly, instead of leaving them to someone else. Besides, we are few in number and have almost no commerce, but once there are a lot of people, there will surely be merchants, and we will have taxes. What are taxes for? Just to equip troops? I think there's no need to. We can implement military-style management in the school. That way, when there's any kind of battle, we won't have to worry about a lack of soldiers. For the sake of Buddha family's prospects of becoming a long-lasting dynasty, I think we will have to look at taxes rationally. The taxes we receive must be used on the right places, in accordance to these words, from the people, for the people. Laura and the others were stunned. It was the first time they had heard of Zhao Hai's ideal, which was different from all the other countries on the continent when it came to the view on taxes. Currently on the continent, the highest rulers were royal families, followed by nobles. Although a part of the taxes which they received was used on necessary construction and military expenditures, little was put into other aspects. Even the schools on the continent required lesson fees. What Zhao Hai had proposed was something they had never heard of. Everyone went silent for a moment before Kunjing slapped his own thigh and said, "Great, very well put, little Hai. Your words are too appropriate. For the sake of Buddha family's great future, this is what we should do. Otherwise, what's the use of losing our entire home for the sake of piling up money?" I support little Hai. Green wasn't someone uncultured. He was simply taken aback for a bit due to the shock of all this. He had never thought that Zhao Hai would plan so far ahead. Thanks to Kunjing, he returned to his senses and spoke with a face full of excitement. Right. Too right. I support young master. After the words of those two, the entire matter was basically settled. All that was left was finding a place and teachers. Malin said, "Finding a place isn't hard, but for children, we will have to find a more quiet and spacious place, so that they can learn martial arts. They can also play under the supervision of adults. I choose the back of the castle." Behind the castle was a place that was originally intended to be a place for storage, servant quarters and stables. No one had been there, but the houses were intact, just some cleaning, and they could be used for schooling. They were distant from the outer parts, far away from the oil and milling factories. This quietness was exactly the ideal condition for a school. Right now, the one who was the most knowledgeable about the castle was Malin, so when she made her point, no one opposed her. Zhao Hai nodded. Then let's pick the back of the castle, and have Granny Malin be in charge. Next up is the selection of teachers. We can have Sayer handle the role of martial arts teacher, but due to a majority of children being large-horned raging bulls, we will have to let one of the tribesmen become a teacher. I will leave you to it, Alaz. Find a warrior from your tribe to teach the children. But remember to find someone smart. We're teaching children here. If he cannot even speak and doesn't even know how to teach, the children will be brought up wrongly. Zhao Hai knew that the martial arts of beastmen and humans were very different. Evidently, humans couldn't teach soul fusion-related techniques to beastmen children. Thus, Zhao Hai wanted to select a teacher from the tribe. Alice and Ailey suddenly knelt down in front of Zhao Hai, with the former proclaiming loudly, "O great magician, your heart is as wide as the prairie itself, and your power is as omnipotent as the beast god. Your knowledge is even greater than prophets, and you are as kind as the mother river. Please be at ease, for we will surely handle what you have asked of us well." After those words, the two of them kowtowed to Zhao Hai 3 times. Zhao Hai didn't expect that they would act this way. He waved his hand before Blockhead and Rockhead held both of them up. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "Remember that while you are my slaves, I am different from other humans. In here, you and humans are equals, but you must never betray me. If you do, I will have you become a part of my undead army." Alice bowed down and said, "Benevolent master, please relax. Once a beastman acknowledges a lord, it will never change for life." Zhao Hai nodded. "Also, do not forget that the tribe is already no more. Tell your people to get used to the life around here as soon as possible. If there's any assistance you require, just find any of the people you see in this meeting. That reminds me, do you still have your tribe's friendship flag?" Alice nodded. "We still do." "Do you need it, master?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Bring it to me after a while. I need friendship flags in order to do business on the prairie." It was something Zhao Hai had thought up all of a sudden. The big-bellied pig tribe's friendship flag which Spiel had given him had garnered a lot of positive feelings from a lot of beastmen, which made the importance of such flags clear to Zhao Hai. Now that Alaz himself was his, using his flag was even less of a problem. Alaz nodded immediately. "Relax, my master. I will immediately bring it to you after I return." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, sit down. Remember to call me young master." "Didn't I tell you that already?" Alice and Ailey both heeded with a sound before sitting down. Zhao Hai turned to Green and the others and said, "Sayer is the martial arts teacher, and there will be another one from the large-horned raging bulls, which should be enough for the time being. If Sayer has matters to attend to, have Blockhead or Rockhead take care of it. However, both of them are still primarily about martial training. When it comes to the magic teacher, I pick Baffy. Even though he's become an undead creature and his level was decreased by a lot, he should be able to manage. He was once a level 9 mage after all." Malin and the others didn't want to let an undead creature teach the children, but there was no other way. They had no suitable candidates right now. However, having Baffy act as a teacher wouldn't be too big of a deal. Beastmen couldn't learn magics, so Baffy only had to teach the children how to react to magical attacks. Once Zhao Hai saw that no one had anything to say, he continued, "Making meals won't be an issue. Select 2 women from the large-horned tribe, and another 2 women from among the slaves. Teaching the kids about reading and writing will be more difficult." "Oh right, we can let Orlova try his hand at that. He can teach them about words and mathematics, which should be possible." "What do you think, Granny Malin?" Malin felt that this was the only way. They didn't have a lot of people at their disposal right now. Malin could do it, but she didn't have the time for it. They could only do as Zhao Hai suggested. Once he confirmed that there were no objections, Zhao Hai spoke to Green and Kunjing. "Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kunjing, I'll leave these matters to you both. We're heading back to the prairie. Contact me if you need anything. Alaz, bring me the friendship flag." Alaz and Ali heeded with a sound and left. Zhao Hai spoke to Malin. "Beastmen mostly eat meat. They will not get used to our eating habits right now. Their lifestyle will have to be changed little by little as well. Keep an eye on this, Granny." Malin nodded. Just then, Kai told him that the Bloodhawk had returned. Chapter 275, Teaching Material Frustrations. This was the second time the Bloodhawks had returned this day. The first time was when Zhao Hai had been sleeping, but he had left the letter which was meant for Wales with Kai, who had then passed it over to the Bloodhawk. This time, it must have brought back Wales' reply. As it turned out, the moment Zhao Hai appeared in the space, he saw a Bloodhawk standing in front of Kai. When it saw Zhao Hai, it walked over to him and used its hook-like beak to peck on his face gently as a show of affection. Zhao Hai patted the Bloodhawk's large head gently while Kai passed a letter to his hand. Zhao Hai could easily tell that Wales had been worked up, since the words on the letter were hastily written. Even so, Zhao Hai understood what the letter was trying to say. Wales' intention was to have him hand over Gasol. On the back of the letter was a very simple map, and he let the Bloodhawk lead the way. Zhao Hai didn't have an opinion on this matter, since he was going to West Wonder King's territory for a few days. He wasn't in a hurry, so he returned to Iron Mountain Castle once more after putting the letter away. Green and the others were now discussing the matter of building the school. Fortunately, there were relatively few people in Iron Mountain Castle, so it would be easier to set things up. But what Zhao Hai had meant was that they must not do things half-heartedly just because they only had a few people. The framework must be set properly in order to make a decent example. If there were other schools to be made later, they would be able to use their first school as an example to do so. Just then, Alice and Ali both returned from outside. They were bringing a battle flag in their hands, which had a head of a bull with large horns painted on it. It was none other than the friendship flag of the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. Zhao Hai took the flag, glanced at it, and passed it over to Meg, who was at his side. He turned to Alaz and said, "Alaz, you must count the number of children you have as fast as you are able to, and find a teacher. The school must be built at once." Alaz and Ali both heeded his order with a sound. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I'm leaving this to you. We still have to return to the prairie. I just received word from Wales to give Gasol to him." Green nodded. "Relax, young master. Everything's normal in the castle and nothing has happened. The firewood for winter has also been prepared, so there's nothing to worry about." Zhao Hai laughed. "Very well, then. Actually, we don't need too much firewood for winter now. Kai's flowers can spread heat during the winter, so that the castle will not be too cold. We now have so much food we will never be able to finish it all, and there's no lack of meat. Right now, I still think we should build a battle ration factory as soon as possible." With Alaz and his people joining in, producing the rations should be easy. "We aren't short on argali, so everyone will have something to do during the winter. What do you think?" Green nodded. "How many argali have we gotten this time, young master?" Zhao Hai glanced at the space, and said, "About 30,000 of them, all from Al's tribe." Alaz and his people did not show any sign of discontent. Since they now belonged to Zhao Hai, the ownership of the argali was not even a question. However, Alaz frowned slightly and asked, "Young master, I recall that our tribe had more than 50,000 argali. How did it go from that to 30,000? Zhao Hai did a double take, thought for a bit and replied, "They probably ran off during the fight between me and Gasol." "No matter. 30,000 is enough for us. Looks like we'll have to raise more of them. Right now, the blue-eyed rabbits which we've been raising in the ranch can more or less supply the Fansel duchy. Later on, we will focus primarily on argali." Green nodded. "Very well. Oh right, young master. We can also open a goat hair product factory. We'll hire Alaz people for this as well, and let the slaves learn from it. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Alaz and his people are the best in this field. You just arrange things accordingly. We don't need to worry about the goat hair processing. With them, We can now do what we couldn't before." Alice and Ailey couldn't help but straighten their backs. Beastmen were so simple. They had been afraid that Zhao Hai would look down on them after becoming his underlings. Now, with Zhao Hai's words, they felt truly happy. Zhao Hai glanced at them before continuing. "Grandpa Green, find an empty plot of land specifically for cavalry training. Alaz and his people are beastmen, so we must not let them forget their roots as riders. Besides, we have the room. Preparing a training field for them isn't a difficult matter. When those kids take their lessons, we'll have to set up riding lessons for them as well. We'll let Alaz and his people pick someone to be the teacher for those lessons, while Grandpa Kunjing can also provide some guidance. After all, humans have their own ways when it comes to riding." Kunjing laughed. "All right, I'll teach them well." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky. "I'm heading to the prairie first to alter our course. I'll come back for a meal in a bit." Laura, Meg, Near, stay here. "I'll be on my own." Laura nodded, but Meg said, "I'll go with you, young master. I have nothing to do here anyway." Zhao Hai didn't object, and just brought her along. Upon arriving at the prairie, Zhao Hai immediately released the blood hawk, then ordered the undead coach drivers to follow it. He then brought Meg back to Iron Mountain Castle once again. No one could notice anything different about this convoy from its appearance. Laura's wagon was completely sealed, so no one could tell if there were any people inside. Zhao Hai and the others still returned to rest inside the space at night. Under Laura's insistence, it was because she knew that Zhao Hai had drunk the water of void, and the space was good for his body. That was why she wanted Zhao Hai to sleep inside the space every night. Zhao Hai knew that Laura's insistence was due to her caring for him. He didn't object to that. After all, no one would disturb his slumber in the space, which was good for him. There was also no noise. He could sleep well there. Kroon's laboratory, which had originally been inside the space, had now been moved to Iron Mountain Castle. Kroon had originally wanted to stay inside the space, but Laura could no longer stand him, and had chased him out to Iron Mountain Castle. Kroon didn't mind. He could settle with just a laboratory that had been readied for him. To be honest, he had willingly relocated to Iron Mountain Castle, since the environment there wasn't bad. Over the next few days, most of Zhao Hai and the others' focus was put into the construction of the school. There were more than 200 kids from the large horned Raging Bull tribe. More than 40 were over 12 years old, and more than 100 were under 12 years old, while more than 3 dozen were between 4 to 7 years old and around a dozen were under 4 years old. Zhao Hai and the others organized them. The children over 12 years old would mainly learn literature and martial arts. The children between 7 and 12 years old would learn mathematics on top of those. The children from 4 to 7 years old would be taught like they were budding talents, with simple language and simple physical training first. But now there was a problem, and that was teaching materials. There weren't a lot of concrete teaching materials on our continent. Normally, teachers would teach the students about words, and then start by bringing out the magic or battle oral books, expecting the children to know what was written in them. Almost every school on the continent taught like this. Zhao Hai thought that this wasn't a very good method. Kids were active, and books like the basics of magic and battle oars were some of the most boring and tasteless things. Normal children would find it very hard to be interested in them. So Zhao Hai believed that such books were not suitable to become teaching materials. Zhao Hai had never wanted to write his own teaching materials, for it would take too much time. They could only look through the books that they had right now for something suitable. However, Zhao Hai knew after searching that the spiritual well-being of the people in this world was sorely lacking. Books in this world were divided into 4 major kinds. First was magics, which included basics, techniques, visualization, research of magic formations, low-level, mid-level, and high-level usage manuals, and nothing more. One would seldom see the recollections of high-class mages, because such a book would not be circulated, and would instead pass down to their own apprentices. Second was battle auras, which included basics, basic techniques, utilization of weapons and such, and nothing else. Like magics, recollections would be passed down to close disciples. Third was alchemy and medicine concoction. Such books were few in number, with few readers and fewer writers. These books would only contain basic knowledge, and nothing of post-learning thoughts. Fourth was notes. Books like these consisted mainly of travelogues, which mostly introduced the lifestyles of the local countryside and special legends. Such books were many, but were not written according to a standard. Normally, they had been written by mages or some high-level warriors regarding their experiences and impressions. Zhao Hai liked these books a lot, for he could learn a lot of special customs from them. But if teaching material were to be selected from these four kinds of books, it was evident that none of them were very suitable. In the end, Zhao Hai decided that children from 4 to 7 years old would mainly learn literature, which would be from travelogues. Such books introduced all sorts of curious tales, which a lot of children should like. Children from 7 to 12 years old would also learn from travelogues, but such books would not make up the main part of their education, which would mostly be composed of the basic books of magics and martial arts. The teaching materials for children over 12 years old would have to be decided after confirming their development. Chapter 276-You have won. No one went against the plan Zhao Hai put forward. On the continent, children were enrolled in school at around the ages of 6-8 years old. Children that enrolled at around the age of 6 came from well-off families like merchants or nobles, and children that enrolled at around the age of 8 were from families that were not well-off, mainly commoners. But the school enrollment age that Zhao Hai had set was 4 years old, 2 years younger compared to those noble children. Teaching these children some basic knowledge wouldn't be detrimental, and wouldn't affect their martial arts studies. Zhao Hai carefully examined the map that Wales had given him. Right now, Wales should have reached the horse-headed race's territory and become very familiar with them. Based on this, he should hurry and catch up with him. From Zhao Hai's current position, he would have to walk around 5 days or so to reach Wales' position. But Zhao Hai did not want to waste that much time walking. His undead did not need rest anyway, so he could just let them walk without stopping. This way, they could reach Wales' position in around 2 days. During these 2 days, they did not meet anyone on the prairie. Zhao Hai did not care about the prairie, and let Kai manage everything. He was currently busy constructing the school with Malin. Although the size of their school was not very big, it still needed to contain several hundred people. Zhao Hai had just realized that they did not have enough teachers, but they did not have enough workforce available. They were especially lacking in people that were literate and could teach mathematics. One person that was literate and could do mathematics that Zhao Hai had prepared was Orlaga. Even though Orlaga was an undead and did not need rest, there were too many children, and it wasn't enough for him to do it alone. But the problem was that Zhao Hai could not take people out to act as the children's teachers, which made Zhao Hai feel very difficult. Eventually, he had no choice but to pull out some undead mages to teach the children how to read and write, and the person he chose was Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia was a great light element mage, so naturally he was literate. But the students were all large-horned raging bull children, and they could not learn magic, so letting him teach the children how to read and write was very normal. As the matter stood, the literacy aspects would be handled by Zhao Jia, and the mathematics would be given to Orlaga. As for the children aged 4-7 years old, Zhao Hai did not pull out a teacher for them. Rather, he selected 2 female slaves, as well as a female from the large-horned raging bull tribe, to teach these children. The children aged 4-7 were still young and needed to be nurtured, so it was better to let females do this. At the same time, there was another matter that was causing headaches for Zhao Hai, and that was textbooks. He had already decided on the teaching material, but what would he do about textbooks? They did not have enough books on hand to give each child a book. In the end, Zhao Hai had to come up with another method. He gave each child a stack of white paper which was bound together by strings. They would be using these to write down what the teachers taught them. Although it would slow down the teaching process, it was still a good method. Although they would need a large supply of paper and ink to teach the children like this, it did not matter. On the continent, buying paper was much cheaper than buying books. On our continent, there were currently no movable printing presses, What they used was a simple primitive engraving printing, so books were much more expensive. There were many commoner children on the continent who couldn't afford textbooks in schools, so they used the same method Zhao Hai was using now. Zhao Hai gave those children the steel pens he had prepared for them. Zhao Hai had purchased these in bulk when they were still in Kosa City. He had originally bought them for the beastmen, but now they were being used by the children. But Zhao Hai had said that the children had to treasure the pen and paper in their hands. They had to take notes every day, and the teacher would check them the next day. The teachers would also check their pens. If their pens were even slightly damaged, they would receive punishment. Of course, it wasn't any kind of corporal punishment, and Zhao Hai did not want the teachers to hand out corporal punishment. But this punishment, which was to not let them go to physical education class, was quite serious to a child. If one had to say which class was the favorite class of all among the students, it would be physical education, because they would be allowed to go out and play. But the physical education they taught here was different from the one Zhao Hai had on Earth. Here they used physical education class to teach the children martial arts and riding skills. This kind of physical education was very beloved by the children. Once they heard that if they even slightly damaged their pens, they would not be allowed to go to physical education, to them this was the most serious punishment possible, and thus the children all treated their pens with care. With the full support of Zhao Hai and the others, the school was finally finished, and those large-horned raging bull children became the first batch of students. But they were only daytime students. Once the children were let out of school, all the people in the castle could go to school to learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic. This was something Zhao Hai had stipulated. Since the teachers for language and arithmetics were all undead, they wouldn't get tired, and could give extra lessons to the beastmen and servants. These 2 days also allowed Zhao Hai to completely understand how vast Beastman Prairie was. After moving non-stop for 2 days, Zhao Hai had not met a single beastman on the road, which completely surprised him. After 2 days, he had already gone from the Bullhead tribe's territory to the Horsehead tribe's territory. Because this was the adjacent area between the two territories, there were few people that came here, out of fear of causing a misunderstanding. But once they entered the horse-headed race's territory, not much time passed before Zhao Hai saw a camp not far away. The camp was not very big, but the ruling flag of Herculean Bull tribe fluttered in the wind above the camp. Zhao Hai couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He knew that Wales was a very proud person, and although his Herculean Bull tribe had been defeated by the Fighting Bull tribe, he would not hide his identity. He would always show his ruling flag high on his tent wherever he went. Zhao Hai did not say anything, as he just sped up and hurried towards Whale's camp. He did not release Gasol because he was being held by Kai-Er. Kai-Er had been controlling Gasol, or rather, it was more accurate to say that Gasol had been in a half-conscious state the whole time. Kai-Er had been giving him water from the space, which was why Gasol had not starved to death yet. Actually, not only had Gasol not died, he was living quite well. It had to be known that the water from the space was the water of life, which was a rare treasure on the continent. It would have been strange if something had happened to him instead. It was very obvious that Wales had also seen Zhao Hai, as people came rushing out from his camp, their hoofbeats creating a shocking sound. When Zhao Hai saw this, he gave a faint smile and turned his head to speak to Laura. It seems Big Brother Wales is anxious to see Gasol. What do you think they will do to him? Laura gave him a bitter smile. How will they treat him? You can tell by the brothers from my family, fighting to the death over their positions. Big Brother Wales is still alright, but Gasol caused the death of his father, so he definitely will not let Gasol off. Even though they really need people right now, Gasol will not be able to live. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood Laura's logic. The Herculean Bull tribe needed people right now, and Gasol was a level 8 expert, which would be a great help to the current Herculean Bull tribe. But because the grudge between Wales and Gasol was too deep, Wales would definitely not let him go. When Wales appeared in front of Zhao Hai, he did not greet him, but instead immediately asked, "Little Hai, where's Gasol?" Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. Then Gasol appeared in front of Wales. The vines on his body had already disappeared and he was still unconscious. When Mendez, who had followed Wales, saw Gasol, he immediately released a roar of rage and jumped down from his bull. An axe head then flew at Gasol. With a dang sound ringing out, Wales blocked Mendez's axe. Mendez's eyes were blood red as he turned to look at Wales and angrily roared, "Little Seven, what are you doing? I want to kill him. I must kill him." Wales spoke with a cold expression. "Calm down, sixth brother. He is still unconscious right now, so if you kill him, he wouldn't be aware of it. That would be letting him off too easy. We'll wake him up and then kill him." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Big brother, don't get worked up first. Let's go to the camp first. I have some things I want to discuss with you." Wales nodded and waved his hand. A subordinate immediately came over and turned his head. Without dismounting from his bull, he grabbed Gasol and placed him onto his bull as he followed Wales back into the camp. Once they arrived at the camp, Zhao Hai saw Yale standing in front of the camp. Yale's complexion was a little thin and pale. It was clear that he had been running around the past few days settling the worries of the Herculean bull tribe. Zhao Hai and Laura dismounted from their wagon and greeted Yale. Yale returned their greetings, and then looked at Gasol on the back of the bull with a complicated gaze. He was not a part of the Herculean bull tribe, so his hatred towards Gasol was not as deep as Wales and the others. Wales and the others also jumped off of their bulls, and Wales looked over at Gasol. He said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, how do we wake him up?" Zhao Hai gave a faint smile and said, "Just dump a bucket of cold water on him." Wales did not have any cold water. He just walked forward and sent Gasol flying 2 meters with a kick, which woke him up. When he opened his eyes, Gasol saw Wales and the others, as well as Zhao Hai standing beside Wales, and he understood what was happening. He did not show a trace of nervousness and slowly stood up. Looking at Wales, he suddenly revealed a faint smile and said, "You have won in the end, haven't you?" Wales went forward and grabbed Gasol by his collar. He punched him to the ground and angrily scolded, "Bastard! Are those the kinds of words you can still say? Are you even a member of the Herculean bull tribe, you bastard?" He continued to scold Gasol as he kicked him several times. Chapter 277, Best Time to Counterattack. After kicking Gasol a few times, Wales finally stopped. Gasol did not put up any resistance, and Wales' kicks were quite heavy, making Gasol spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Wales did not want to kick Gasol to death like this, so he stopped. Looking at Gasol, he said, "What is your brain made of? Is it full of goat shit? Did you feel like our father had mistreated you from the beginning? Is it because you achieved the greatest merits in battle, and did the most for the tribe, but you still couldn't become the chieftain?" Gasol gave a cold snort and said nothing else. It was very clear that he was agreeing with what Wales had just said. Wales looked at Gasol's appearance and suddenly felt an urge to laugh. He really wanted to laugh at the fact that Gasol was too foolish. Even now, Gasol still did not realize why their father did not want to give him the position of chieftain. Wales shook his head and sighed as he said, "Gasol, I had always thought that you were a smart person, but now I finally realize that you are just an idiot, a fool that could not be any dumber. Did you not realize that our tribe had been fighting less and less with foreign tribes? A few years ago, Father had the same idea as you. He wanted to prove that our Herculean bull tribe was the #1 tribe amongst the bull-headed races. But then what? Our father found that after every expedition, although we obtained many slaves, the strength of our own tribe was slowly being consumed, and slowly, most of our youth were dying out. But because he chose not to fight for a year, the youth population of our tribe slowly began to increase once again. Our father realized this, and chose not to launch any military campaigns, just so he could give our tribe a chance to rebuild our strength." When he said this, he saw the expression on Gasol's face changing. Today, he decided to let everything out, so that Gasol would no longer feel like he had suffered any kind of injustice. He took a deep breath, and then said, "After learning of the Fighting Bull tribe's threat towards our tribe, our father reduced the number of foreign troops, and began to support West Wonder King, who the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain is at odds with. If West Wonder King broke out, the Fighting Bull tribe would be weakened. Without our father's support, what do you think West Wonder King would rely on to fight against the Fighting Bull tribe for so long? Gasol's expression turned even uglier. He had not seen through anything that Wales had just told him, and he had always wondered why his father would be close to West Wonder King rather than the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain. It was for this reason that he had cried out for injustice from the Fighting Bull tribe's chieftain. It could be said that the reason why the Fighting Bull tribe had recovered so quickly was inseparable to his support. Wales saw Gasol's expression and he gave a cold snort. What, you're regretting your decision now? You couldn't see why our father supported the Western King and stubbornly supported the Fighting Bull tribe's leader. You were completely fooled by just a few words of praise. What a joke. Just based on this one point, are you worthy of being the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain? A pity. What a pity indeed. Father was too soft, and chose not to limit your military power. Otherwise, the Herculean Bull tribe would not be in this kind of situation today. Gasol quickly got up and said, "Nonsense. That's all nonsense. It's all fake. Father never thought of this, and everything was fabricated by you." Wales gave a cold snort and said, "You're already clear on whether I made it up or not. In order to sit on that spot, chieftain position, you went crazy and even dared to cause the death of our father. Now you've even dragged your own tribe into the deep abyss. I'll see what sort of face you make when you see the beast god after you die." The beastmen all believed that after they died, they would meet the beast god. The beast god would look over the deeds you accomplished throughout your life, and decide whether you were to be a beastman or just a beast in your next life. When Gasol heard Wales say this, his face turned completely pale. He had been on the verge of breakdown to begin with, but now he had already fallen to ground while continuously muttering, "It's a lie, it's all a lie." Wales looked at Gasol's appearance, and then he turned his head to look around at his guard and said, "Prepare the white flag, Brother Sixth. It's your turn." The white flag was a beastman tradition. It was something that was used to wrap dead traitors. The beastman had a legend saying that the beast god hated the color white the most, so anyone that was wrapped in white when they died would be turned into a beastkin by the beast god. It was because of this that beastmen executed their traitors in this fashion. They wanted them to become beasts in their next life so they could compensate for the debts they had incurred in this life. As soon as the guards heard Wales telling them to prepare the white flag, they immediately understood what he meant. They rushed off to prepare it as Mendez picked up his giant axe. He did not have the slightest bit of compassion for Gasol right now. How could he possibly have compassion? It was this man in front of him who had caused the deaths of his father and brothers, and caused them to lose the camping grounds that the Herculean Bull tribe had inhabited for thousands of years. Right now, Mendez wished that he could skin Gasol alive. So how could he feel any kind of compassion? Meanwhile, Gasol had completely lost his will to live. He curled himself up into a ball, not knowing what was happening around him at all. When Mendez lifted him up, he did not react at all. Soon, a piece of white cloth was prepared, and Mendez helped himself to it. A single swing of the axe chopped off Gasol's head, not giving him a chance to retaliate at all. After Gasol died, the guards wrapped his body in the white cloth, while Mendez threw the giant axe in his hands away and broke down loudly in tears. Wales let out a sigh. His eyes were also a little wet, and he was filled with sorrow. The Herculean Bull tribe had been destroyed by Gasol's hands in such a way that even if they reclaimed their main camp now, their status among the beastmen would fall by a large margin. This was a bad kind of news that could not get any worse. After seeing them tidy up Gasol's corpse, Wales let out a sigh and beckoned with his hand as he said, "Find a place to bury him." The guards took the body away. Wales felt as if he had somehow lost all the strength in his body. He stumbled back to his own tent and drank large mouthfuls out of a silver wine jug. Although he had exacted his revenge now, he did not feel any happiness at all. On the contrary, he was deeply saddened. The sadness in his heart was getting close to driving him crazy. Yale and Zhao Hai had also noticed that Wales' emotions were unstable, and quickly followed him into the tent. When they saw Wales' appearance, Yale couldn't help letting out a sigh. He knew that Wales had been suffering a lot of pressure lately. The Herculean bull tribe was like a rock that kept weighing him down. Although he had exacted his revenge, he still had to kill his own brother in the process. Wales was a very compassionate and righteous person, so Yale knew that must be feeling very uncomfortable in his heart right now. Zhao Hai did not know how he should approach Wales right now. He had never gone through anything like this, so anything he said right now would seem tactless. Zhao Hai did not say anything, and just gave a sigh. He sat down beside him and picked up another silver jug to pour himself a cup of milk wine. After drinking a mouthful, he turned to Yale and said, "Mr. Yale, please sit. I have something I want to discuss with you." Yales looked at Wales once, then nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." Zhao Hai said, "I met Gasol in the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's territory while he was robbing them. He had killed almost all the youths, and was transporting something, wanting to go to the Western King's territory. I killed all his guards, but please rest assured that I buried them all. In order to make sure that this disappearance was not spread, I sent people to bring all the large-horned Raging Bull tribe's people to another location, and they will never appear in the bull-headed race's territory ever again." Yale did not understand what Zhao Hai meant by this in the beginning, but after thinking about it for a bit, he immediately understood. He looked at Zhao Hai with an expression of gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Little Hai. If it wasn't for you, the Hercules Bull tribe would not have had the opportunity to reclaim the position of the ruling race." "That's right, Little Hai. I, your big brother, am truly thanking you. If it wasn't for you, the Herculean Bull tribe would have been done for." At this moment, Wales had already let go of his wine jug, and he looked at Zhao Hai with a grateful expression. Mendez had also just come in from the entrance. Wales was truly a heroic figure to be able to recover himself this quickly. Actually, this was also thanks to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai had not talked about this matter, Wales would not have recovered himself this quickly. Compared to Gasol, he cared more about the future of the Herculean Bull tribe. Wales and the others were very clear that if the other bull-headed tribes knew about the matter of Gasol robbing the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, then the Herculean Bull tribe would never receive the support of any other bull-headed race in the future. The large-horned Raging Bull tribe hadn't had a high status within the bullhead race, and they weren't powerful in fighting ability, but they were always hospitable, and their disposition was famous. If it became known that Gasol had tried to rob them, it would have definitely incurred public outrage. The Herculean Bull tribe had just been chased out by the Fighting Bull tribe, so the branch tribes would definitely not be willing to accept them. And over the years, the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain had taken care of the branch tribes, so these people had not forgotten this kindness. This was very important for Wales. If the branch tribes knew that it was Gasol who had robbed the large-horned Raging Bull tribe, then they would come to dislike the Herculean Bull tribe and not support them anymore. For the Herculean Bull tribe, this would definitely have been a catastrophe. What the Fighting Bull tribe could only dream of would then have been realized by Gasol himself. Wales couldn't help but shake his head upon thinking such thoughts. He really did not know when Gasol had become this stupid. He remembered that Gasol had not been this dumb in the past. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Wales as he said, "It was because I was lucky enough to bump into Gasol. Otherwise, things would have truly become troublesome." Wales let out a sigh and shook his head. "Little Hai, come with me to see the Mastiff tribe. You have many things in your hands, so perhaps you can help your big brother stabilize the current situation there." Zhao Hai did a double take. He looked at Wales and said, "Big brother, are you serious? You aren't going to West Wonder King? Are we not going to find out the situation with the Fighting Bull tribe?" Wales let out a sigh, but he did not know what to say. He wanted to find out the current situation with the Fighting Bull tribe and West Wonder King, but he also felt as if he could not leave Zhao Hai's side right now. This was all making him feel very conflicted. The beastmen all worshipped the beast god, and from what Wales could see, Zhao Hai was a benefactor sent to him by the beast god. He had encountered all kinds of trouble during this period of time, but Zhao Hai had solved it all for him, making him want to keep Zhao Hai by his side. Zhao Hai saw Whale's expression and said with a smile, "Alright, big brother, no problems. We should stick to our original plan. You and others go meet the Mastiff tribe, and I'll go find West Wonder King to get some news. Then I'll immediately come to the Mastiff tribe's territory and look for you. What do you think about that?" Wales nodded. "It's our only choice. You should stay here tonight and have a good drink with us, and then you can leave tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled. "No problem. Oh yeah, I still have something I want to give you. Come with me." After he finished speaking, he walked outside. Wales and the others had confused expressions on their faces as they looked at Zhao Hai, but they still followed him outside. When they came out, Zhao Hai took out all the resources he had taken from the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. He pointed at the resources and said, "Big brother, these are all the items that Gasol stole from the large-horned Raging Bull tribe. They have all been used, and they cannot be sold on the prairie, so you should use them." Wales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Thank you brother, I won't say any unnecessary words. Let's head into the tent and have a drink." They re-entered the tent and after sitting down, Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, "Big brother, what plans do you have to attack the old camp?" Wales was stunned for a bit. To be honest, he really did not have any plans. Right now he was only thinking about pacifying his tribesmen. He had not thought about attacking the old camp at all. When Zhao Hai saw the expression Wales had, he knew that he had not thought about this at all. He couldn't help but say, "Big brother, I think you should give it some more thought." Although the Herculean Bull tribe has suffered heavy losses, the tribesmen's hearts are also filled with hatred. As long as Big Brother has a supply of grains and they can eat their fill, the first thing they will think of will be revenge. Adding on the fact that the Fighting Bull tribe has just seized the old camp and still do not have much control over the bull-headed races, there should be many tribes still in support of you, which you can make use of. If there is a need, you can also ask the Mastiff race for help. If push comes to shove, just give them some grains. If you give the Fighting Bull tribe enough time, they will be able to regain their footing, and your tribesmen will be disappointed in you. It will make getting revenge much harder when the time comes. Whale silently listened to Zhao Hai speak. This was his first time thinking about this, but he had to admit that what Zhao Hai said was right. The beastmen were like this. They worshipped the strong, but the Fighting Bull tribe's reputation was not good, since they liked fighting too much. Considering the fact that the Herculean Bull tribe had ruled the bull-headed races for many years, the majority of the branch tribes all supported them. It meant that this was indeed the best time to launch a counterattack. Chapter 278, In Need of a Maniac. Yale nodded and said, "I think what Little Hai said is very right. Sometimes, hatred is not a force to be underestimated. If we can use this power well, then defeating the Fighting Bull tribe by ourselves is not an impossibility." Mendez had just recovered, and he also nodded and said, "We also have the element of surprise on our side. No one would think that we would counter-attack right after a big loss. Didn't the Fighting Bull tribe also use the element of surprise to steal our main camp?" Wales frowned and said, "These are valid points. But the problem is that our tribe's only High Elder is injured. I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with the Fighting Bull tribe's High Elder. Furthermore, didn't the Fighting Bull tribe also hire a level 9 human powerhouse?" When Wales laid it all out, everyone fell silent. Regardless of their plans, the presence of a level 9 powerhouse had always been a giant rock weighing down on their hearts. If they really wanted to fight against the Fighting Bull tribe, they couldn't do it without a level 9 powerhouse of their own. Zhao Hai turned to Wales and said, "Big brother, do you think we can use grains, vegetables and oil to convince the Mastiff tribe to use their level 9 powerhouse?" "You'd best ask the other tribes and see if we can also use what we have to bring out their powerhouses too. Also, don't forget that, out here in the prairie, if a human powerhouse is too full of himself, the larger fighting tribes won't let that fly. If we can bring out the powerhouses of the other tribes, we can win. Maybe with the liquid of life and the magic beach juice, we can heal the High Elder of the Herculean Bull tribe as well. That will greatly improve our chances of winning." Wales frowned. The wounds of a level 9 powerhouse don't heal that easily. If we can actually heal the wounds of the High Elder, I will immediately arrange for a counterattack. If we can't, then we will just have to endure." Zhao Hai nodded at that. He still admired this careful part of Whale's personality. He hadn't let hatred fill his mind, and instead remained calm. "This was good," he replied immediately. "Good. If Big Brother has needs, I have all the grains you need." "Oh yeah, tell them that I also have vegetables and oil. All are guaranteed to be fresh." Wales nodded and turned to Mendez. "Sixth brother, slaughter a raging bull. Let's have whole roasted bull today." Mendez turned around and left. Zai Hai was somewhat surprised. Usually, the beastmen wouldn't slaughter cows. Cows and bulls had many uses to them. Normally, they only served cows and bulls to the most respected of guests as a feast. He never would have thought that Wales was going to slaughter a bull. He spoke hurriedly. "Please, Big Brother, we are already a family. Why do you do this?" Wales smiled and said, "Save it, Little High. You don't have to mind. I have been feeling uneasy because I haven't been able to serve you a whole roasted bull ever since I met you. And today, I, your big brother, have settled a big grudge. We are going to have a big drink." Zhao Hai smiled. "Fine. Since Big Brother is in the mood today, we will drink till we drop. Ha 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 ha." After the conversation, they went outside to find the bull already slaughtered and ready for roasting. Laura and the others weren't just loitering around doing nothing. They were helping the guards rearrange stuff. This was permitted by Zhao Hai, as he was now the blood-sworn brother of Wales. Laura and the others weren't outsiders, so they should be helping. After Zhao Hai and company sat down, they began to discuss the matter of their counterattack non-stop. Even though Wales was highly conservative, he still had a fire in his heart when it came to the Fighting Bull tribe stealing their main camp. However, now that he was the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain, he couldn't afford to make a mistake because of a moment's rage. That was why he was being careful. If there was a chance to counterattack, however, he would still take it. Like he had said before, he would immediately begin preparations for a counterattack once the Herculean Bull tribe's High Elder was healed. That was his intention. Later that night, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get drunk again. Whale's feelings were complicated, so he needed to drink, and Zhao Hai thus had no choice but to drink with him. In the end, everyone fell asleep drunk. But this time Zhao Hai did not get wasted. He had arranged for Kyer to give him the space's water if he got too drunk, so he could wake up faster. He didn't want to sleep in a big tent with Laura and the others, because while it would feel good, it would honestly still be quite awkward. If anyone knew that Zhao Hai used the liquid of life as a means to cure hangovers, they would strangle him for sure. The liquid of life was too precious to be used as a mere hangover cure. No one would stand it. After drinking the liquid of life, Zhao Hai sobered up immediately. It wasn't too late, so Laura was just sitting in the tent chatting. When she noticed Zhao Hai waking up, she immediately said, "How are you feeling?" "Hi bro, feeling well. Do you have a headache?" Zhao Hai chuckled. "Good. No pain at all now. We have to go back to the territories of the bull-headed tribes tomorrow, so we must be completely on our guard. I'm afraid the Fighting Bull tribe might catch word of our presence." Laura paused. "Are you saying the Fighting Bull tribe might obtain information regarding our meeting with Big Brother Wales?" "No way, right? We haven't encountered that many beastman tribes on the way here, right?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It's better to be careful. We should try to avoid going outside to gather information. It should be fine if we can just be more attentive than usual. Do not actively gather information. That may attract suspicion." Laura and the others all nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Whale's camp and sighed. The Herculean Bull tribe has been hurt badly this time. Even if they reclaim their main camp, the humiliation they've suffered will be forever recorded in their history, a stain that can't be erased. Most importantly, with their main camp stolen, it's a death blow to their authority. It won't be possible for the Herculean Bull tribe to rule the bull-headed tribes again in the future. There will surely be more and more challengers. Laura had once been part of the upper class, so of course she understood this logic. That time when she was assailed, the Magidal family had wanted to immediately take over her business. Many of her employees were thinking of betrayal, so after the incident she had mercilessly cleaned house. It was because of her ruthless policy that she was able to become completely independent from the Magidal family. Now that Laura heard what Zhao Hai had to say, she couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yeah, the thing that took the biggest hit from this incident was the Herculean Bull Tribe's authority. It will become increasingly difficult for them to rule the bull-headed tribes again. Zhao Hai nodded, and with both eyes staring coldly, said, "If I were Big Brother Wales, I would mount an all-out counterattack with the entire tribe to take back the main camp as fast as possible, and slaughter all of the Fighting Bull Tribe's members. We'll have to eradicate all of the Fighting Bull Tribe. This must be done so that we can deter the other tribes and instill fear in anyone who plots against us. You must understand that, in this world, the most feared person is not an expert who calculates his losses and gains, but a maniac who doesn't care about them. And right now, that is what the Herculean Bull Tribe needs." Laura frowned. "But won't that just cause more problems for the Herculean Bull Tribe? How will they ever rule the bull-headed tribes again?" Zhao Hai smiled. "There will be no other tribes that will dare to fight to the death with the Herculean Bull Tribe. Even if they can knock the Herculean Bull Tribe down, will they even be able to hold on to the throne afterwards? Once the Herculean Bull Tribe takes it back in that manner, there will be no one that can easily push them off. If they can peacefully recuperate after that, there won't be any problems in the future." Laura nodded. Sometimes that was what a tribe had to do, use a moment's rampage to bring about a longer period of peace. It was highly necessary. Zhao Hai sighed. "Forget it. I'm not even the Herculean Bull Tribe's chieftain. There's no use talking about it anymore. It's getting late, so let's go to sleep. We still have to rush tomorrow." The next morning, Zhao Hai said his goodbyes to Wales and headed towards the West Wonder King's territory. It was apparent that the movements of West Wonder King had become increasingly important. If he were to support Wales still, then the chances of Wales winning against the Fighting Bull Tribe would be greater. Of course, it would have to be under the condition that they were able to control the situation. Wales did not want to create another Fighting Bull Tribe's chieftain. Zhao Hai had now grown curious about West Wonder King. He thought West Wonder King had to be someone with capabilities. West Wonder King had been at war with the Fighting Bull Tribe's chieftain, who hadn't been able to get rid of him. With the support of the Herculean Bull Tribe, he had been able to fracture the Fighting Bull Tribe. He was not some simple personage. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what kind of person was capable of doing such deeds. It would take around 10 days to reach West Wonder King's main camp from their current location. They would also encounter several smaller beastmen tribes along the way, which Zhao Hai wouldn't bother with anymore. He needed to speed up, so he attached both the big-bellied pig tribe and the large-horned raging bull tribe's friendship flags on his wagon and headed straight for West Wonder King's main camp. Along the way, Zhao Hai's group mostly spent their time either in the space or in Iron Mountain Castle. Now that the school was up and running, it seemed to be fairly effective. Although the large-horned raging bull tribe's children had yet to adapt completely, they started to attend school under the supervision of Allah's group so they wouldn't run all over the place. The school was slowly getting on the right track. What Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to quickly build processing factories for mutton and goat hair. Also, he had another idea, which was getting Allah's group to build a milk wine processing factory. Milk wine had always been a specialty liquor of beastmen. The main ingredient came from the milk of various animals, and the refining technique was not that complicated either. However, beastmen had not yet come up with a means of distillation, therefore their milk wine was not so easily preserved, and its alcohol percentage was not as high. That was why whenever the beastmen drank, it was always one jug after another non-stop. Chapter 279, West Wonder King's Camp. Beastmen weren't the only ones who didn't utilize distilling methods in their alcohol. Humans didn't use them either. This puzzled Zhao Hai greatly. Another thing was that the popular alcohols here on our continent were typically fruit wines for humans, while it was milk wine for the beastmen. There were basically none that had been made using grains or vegetables. This also puzzled Zhao Hai. Beastmen drank a lot of alcohol due to the environment they lived in. It was very cold here during the winter, and the other 3 seasons weren't much better. They had to eat and sleep in the open when they herded animals, and given the unpredictable weather, a good sack of wine could sometimes be a lifesaver. Because of that, the beastmen weren't just alcoholic, they were inclined towards strong liquor. But right now, there wasn't any strong liquor produced on Ark Continent, but they could make milk wine themselves, which meant that they didn't have to go and buy liquor. That was why milk wine was still the staple on the plains. Back on Earth, Zhao Hai would drink sometimes, but he mostly drank beer or white wine. He rarely partook in fruit wines, so he didn't know how to judge them. But if he had to put it into words, white wine would be fine. It was strong in alcohol content, and if produced properly, he wouldn't get a hangover the day after drinking. But here in Ark Continent, he could only have a few fruit wines, and undistilled at that. Honestly speaking, they were really not that great. That was why Zhao Hai had wanted to start a brewery early on, but he hadn't known how, and the same applied to Green and others. Although Laura's subordinates were very capable, they didn't know how to brew liquor as well. If they just followed the recipe books, nothing of good quality would be produced anyways. So Zhao Hai had never gotten started with the whole project. But now they had Alaz Group. Although they didn't know how to make grain wines, it was enough to just make milk wines. Don't forget, right now in Zhao Hai's ranch, he could purchase milk cows, and their milk production was surprisingly high. So now Zhao Hai wanted to experiment and see if he could make some grain wines. The food production of his farm in the space was ever increasing. If he unloaded them all onto the food market of the beastmen, it would have too much of an impact. It would most definitely attract too much attention, and then every country on the mainland would investigate the cause. The result of that investigation would lead to a certain individual that didn't exist, which would be a major problem. So he wanted to transform his stockpiles into something else he could sell, and liquor was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Regardless of whether it was rice or corn, they were both excellent materials for fermentation. If they could manage to ferment white wine and process it through distillation, the resulting white wine would be around 40% proof. Even with only this much alcohol content, it would be considered fairly strong here in Arkansas. The beastmen would love it for sure. So liquor making has been added to the schedule. But there were still many difficulties to consider before starting. So Zhao Hai wanted to try making milk wines first, and experiment based on how they did. Right now, Zhao Hai had 200 milk cows and 1,000 sheep. This way, whether he wanted milk or wool, there would be plenty. Now he could actually go ahead with producing dairy-related products and wool processing, so he wouldn't have to only sell rabbit meat for income like before. However, all of this would take a long time to prepare, and Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He had all the time in the world now. They could take it slow. Zhao Hai traveled in 4 days what would take 10 for others. That was because his carriages were pulled by the undead, which didn't feel fatigue. So, he could just let them keep marching. The carts that the beastmen had were all unsuited to be pulled by the scale-horned horses or wind-chaser horses. As a result, Zhao Hai turned all the cart-pulling raging bulls into undead with a merciless heart. And now all the raging bulls could work all day and night. In all honesty, Zhao Hai's heart still ached after turning all those raging bulls into undead. Even if he had simply sold those bulls on the market, they would have fetched a pretty penny. Sadly, he did not have the connections to do so. Recently, Zhao Hai would let his bloodhawks roam to see if there were any small tribes around. If there were any, they would try to go around and avoid them, which would save them some travel time. What Wales needed the most right now was information regarding West Wonder King, so Zhao Hai went around the smaller tribes because he didn't want to waste too much time with them. The way Zhao Hai was moving right now might probably make West Wonder King suspicious. He was ignoring all the different territories, and heading straight for West Wonder King's base. Normally, considering how much food Zhao Hai could hold on his carriages, he would have had to sell to most, if not all, of the smaller tribes he encountered on the way to West Wonder King's base. It would be impossible to haul all of it safely to his base. Bigger tribes like the West Wonder Kings had their own connections with a steady food supplier if they ever wanted to buy food. When those food merchants wanted to transport the food they bought, They would have their tribe's battle flags planted on their carriages, thus signaling who the transports were specifically for, and in turn ensure their safety. People like Zhao Hai who did not have the support of bigger tribes would usually sell their food to smaller tribes or have them robbed. They rarely reached the bigger tribes. On the prairie, every big tribal camp was like an open market. There was a day each month where the human merchants came and did business with smaller tribes in the larger tribes' camp. Usually, the smaller tribes had to be lucky if they wanted to buy something from these markets, because they would have to meet a willing human merchant. If they were unlucky, they would have to wait until market day and go to the bigger tribe's base to buy what they needed. Among all the Beastmen tribes, West Wonder King's base was not actually considered a big base. However, they were considered at least a medium-sized one, so they were able to host open markets, but only for a day every 2 months. The result was that the smaller tribes around West Wonder King's camp found it even more difficult to get what they needed. It was also because of that their desire to buy was very strong. Hence it was generally impossible for a passing convoy like Zhao Hai's group who was not specifically delivering to a bigger tribe to travel safely. Their goods usually ended up being bought off or robbed. Good thing Zhao Hai had already prepared an excuse. He could say that he thought there was a bigger tribe around here, so that's why he hadn't sold his food, and he was bringing a sample for West Wonder King. After 4 days of restless marching, Zhao Hai had almost reached West Wonder King's camp. He and others had also returned to the prairie from Iron Mountain Castle. Once on the prairie, Zhao Hai immediately opened Laura's carriage door. He looked outside and smiled. Doesn't it feel like we haven't been back in a long time? It suddenly feels like the prairie looks even more beautiful than before. Laura and the others all laughed at that. These days, they had all been busy building the production facilities at Iron Mountain Castle. Now that the temperature around the Black Wastelands had dropped, they had stopped farming and switched their focus towards building those facilities. But they still don't have enough people to build all the production facilities. At first, Zhao Hai had really wanted to start a facility for making battle rations, but then he considered that even if he had the facilities, there was no market for battle rations among either the beastmen or the humans. The only thing they could do right now was make wool products. That way they didn't have to kill the goats. But now they had an even better product, milk wine. Although the beastmen themselves also produced milk wines, they only made the usual goat milk wine. It was incomparably inferior to the ones that Zhao Hai was now making from cow milk. The main difference was that his milk wine had been distilled, which would most definitely make it taste better than the ones the beastmen made. Of course, in Zhao Hai's eyes, milk wines were ultimately a lower-tier product, but because beastmen liked to drink good milk wine, he could use it to trade for better goods. The convoy was quickly entering the area around West Wonder King's camp. They could, in fact, already see it in the distance. The area it covered was very large. All they could see on the horizon were the tops of white dome tents. The middle of the camp seemed the busiest. According to Zhao Hai's estimations, there had to be more than 100,000 people here. Just then, with a rumbling of hooves, a group of riders came rushing out of the base and approached Zhao Hai's convoy. Perhaps it was because they noticed the 2 sets of friendship war flags, but the riders slowed down and scrutinized their convoy carefully. Zhao Hai hurried out of the carriage and bowed respectfully to one of the riders. "Hello, respected warrior. We are merchants from the humans. Is this where West Wonder King's base is located?" After the warrior from the Fighting Bull tribe noticed Zhao Hai's kind behavior, he hurriedly replied, "Hello, human friend. This is indeed West Wonder King's camp. What business do you have here?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Respected warrior, I'm a merchant. My business here is of course to establish trade with West Wonder King, and sizable trade at that too." The rider didn't think too much of it. There would often be human merchants that came to make deals in their base. He looked at Zhao Hai's convoy again, then said, "Human friend, we welcome your trade, but you don't seem to be carrying much." Zhao Hai smiled, "Relax, respected warrior. These are just samples. If you agree to trade, the food will come non-stop." The rider nodded. "All right then, human friend, please follow me." He then leads Zhao Hai further into the camp. To avoid suspicions, Zhao Hai had already put all the undead large-horned raging bulls away. There were no undead creatures in his convoy right now. They looked just like your average group of human merchants. Zhao Hai followed the rider into the camp, and immediately discovered that this place was not the same as the smaller tribes. It was more than a matter of size. In a bigger tribe, of course the camps are bigger. The difference Zhao Hai saw was in the attitudes of the people here. Chapter 280, Surveillance. Zhao Hai has had many interactions with small beastmen tribes, but for a big tribe like West Wonder Kings, it'll be his first. Back when he met the small tribes, they would be very enthusiastic upon meeting a human merchant. Take Spear's Sheep Hammer tribe for example. Due to Zhao Hai willing to sell them grain for a small price, they'd gone and happily offered their friendship flag to him. But in West Wonder King's camp, that scene is non-existent. Upon seeing Zhao Hai arrive, they did not even show an expression of surprise. Even the children inside the tribe did not come over and surround him. Zhao Hai could instead see in the eyes of some of these people a glint of contempt. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment before realizing that the reason these beastmen look down on them is because their caravan size and cargo is too small, about 200,000 jin, at most, and 200,000 jin when regards to a big tribe such as this, is really too low as supply. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. Escorted by some beastmen cavalry, he was led towards a corner of the camp where surprisingly a tent was located. Moreover, the surrounding area seemed to be devoid of other beastmen. The leader of the beastmen cavalry, riding a cow, arrived before Zhao Hai and said with a strong tone, "Human friend, you can temporarily stay here. This tent is specially made for human visitors to stay in. You can move in immediately. You can also inquire other people nearby should you need anything. Naturally you need to offer something in exchange." "Well, thank you so much, brave warrior. May I ask for your name?" Zhao Hai felt somewhat flattered because he never expected that West Wonder King camp would provide accommodations. The cow-riding beastman grinned and said, "My name is Beta. You can call me Beta." Zhao Hai smiles and said hastily, "Good, brother Beta, I've prepared a small gift. Please accept. If you have time, please help me send one to Sir West Wonder King. I have a big business to discuss with him." As he said that, he waved hand. Laura immediately took a bottle of alcohol. Naturally this isn't milk wine, but a genuine human fruit wine. Beta was stunned for a moment before he laughed and took the wine from Zhao Hai's hand. "You are an interesting person, very interesting indeed. Ha ha ha, be at ease. I'll tell the elders about your request." Patting the cow's belly, he aimed towards the other fighting bull clansmen, then began to turn away. The team of beastmen cavalry also followed him to leave. Zhao Hai shows a faint smile as he turned to Laura and said, "A big tribe is different, it seems. They unexpectedly provided a place for living. Go take a look, see if the tent has anything in it." Laura complied with a smile and turned around towards the tent. Zhao Hai commanded his undead to go tie up the grain carriages. After being settled, Zhao Hai pulled out some grain and went to trade some milk, wine and mutton to the nearby bull-headed tribesmen. After quite some time, Zhao Hai felt the West Wonder King's tribe's differences with the small tribes. West Wonder King's tribe is more utilitarian. Perhaps this is an inevitable phenomenon of societal development. The larger the population, the more utilitarian the people are, while the smaller the population, the more they stick to morals. Time passed at their settlement. Zhao Hai was just quietly waiting. He did not go around too much and he also did not interact much with the other beastmen. His surroundings appears very peaceful without much disturbance. However, inside the tent, Zhao Hai has opened his space's radar. He wants to look at the surrounding situation and was quick to notice some peculiarities. The surrounding bull-headed beastmen warriors appear a bit too many. Sometimes there would be patrols around the camp, eyeing the tent from time to time. As Zhao Hai sees this situation, he couldn't help but look blankly. He turned to Laura and asked, "Did we have any flaws in our actions? Why would they send some people to spy on us?" Laura frowns and shakes her head. "I don't know. We haven't done anything out of the ordinary." Meg looked at the screen and said, Young master, maybe they think that we are spies sent by the patriarch of Fighting Bull tribe. The Fighting Bull tribe has defeated the Herculean tribe, but there was a human expert that helped out. Then all of a sudden we appear here. Wouldn't they suspect us? Zhao Hai stopped for a moment, then he nodded and said, it is possible. They have a grudge against the Fighting Bull chieftain before. Now the Fighting Bull's power has become strong, and they have shown their relations with humans. Then suddenly we come. It is very possible that they would suspect us. Laura affirms and says it seems that our decision to stay honest here is correct, otherwise they would be on to us. Zhao Hai nods. In this case, let's just stay here honestly. Care, Zhao Hai called. Care immediately appeared on his shoulder. Zhao Hai turns his head to Care. Care, can you record everything here so that we could watch it afterward? Zhao Hai remembers that there was a video recording function. He had not used it before because he didn't have any use for it. Care nodded and said, can record, and if there is no command to retain it, 7 days later, it will be deleted. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, starting today. Record all that happens in West Wonder King's tribe. In the evening we'll be watching it. Kair complied, then returned to the space. At this time, there is suddenly someone speaking outside. Human friend, are you well? Zhao Hai was surprised, but after he heard that the voice was Beta's he immediately replied, Brother Beta, I am well, come inside. Beta walked in, saying that the tent is really nice, that the things inside must have been brought in by Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai can just use the things provided, but Laura objected. She fears that too many people have used the furniture, so they just used the furniture that they brought with them. Inside, Zhao Hai is sitting down while drinking milk tea. This milk tea is also traded from Mother Beastman nearby. When he saw Beta come in, Zhao Hai beckoned and said, Brother Beta, come and drink a cup of tea. After which he poured Beta a cup of tea. Beta smiled. He held the cup and downed it in one go. Then he says to Zhao Hai, human friend, the elders in charge of outsiders wants to see you, come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. As he walked outside he tells Laura, just stay in the tent, do not wander around. Laura complied. She escorted Zhao Hai up until the entrance of the tent. After walking a few meters, Beta turned his head and asked Zhao Hai, human friend, why can I see that you're not like any other human merchant? Other human merchants would move around to other places to get business. Zhao Hai gave a forced smile and said, brother, if I depend on that kind of business, how much money can I make? How many things can I sell? Too little. My goal now is to supply grain to your tribe. That would give me big profits. Those small profits don't have any value to me. Beta looked surprised at Zhao Hai's response. It seems that you really didn't lie to me. Do you really have large supplies of grain? For how much would you sell it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, a lot of grain, and the price I give is definitely the lowest in the entire priory. Beta looked at Zhao Hai. He couldn't make out if what Zhao Hai said is true. At this time they have arrived outside a big tent. This tent is bigger than most tents. Additionally, erected outside this tent is a flag. Zhao Hai didn't know what this flag meant, but he could understand that this tent isn't so simple. Outside the tent, there are 2 Fighting Bull Beastmen guards standing straight, each of them holding a giant mace in their hands, making them look very imposing. Beta walked towards the entrance and nodded towards the guards. He then led Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai felt the surroundings dim as he went inside. He sized up the tent. The inside is very big, about 40 square meters. This is not small when describing a tent. The decoration inside the tent is very peculiar, things that most beastmen use. This tent seems to lack. Instead there are books upon books stacked inside, nothing else. On the floor there is just a plain colored carpet, actually looking very ordinary. In the middle of the tent is a fire pit with which a steaming copper pot is hanging above. Also inside, there is a small table where sitting behind it is a old-looking Fighting Bull tribesman. Some of the hair on this Fighting Bull tribesman's head have turned white and his face has grown wrinkles, making him look like an old senile man. But his eyes were not clouded at all. On the other hand, his eyes were very clear and full of wisdom. Beta stepped forward and gave a bow. Beta has seen the elder. The old fighting bull beastman nodded. Is this the merchant you were talking about? Beta nodded hastily. Zhao Hai stepped forward and in manner of courtesy said, Zhao Hai has seen the elder. I thank the elder for meeting me. The elder nodded. He waved. Beta bowed towards the elder and promptly left the tent. Zhao Hai kept silent. He just kept standing there. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, Human friend, please sit down. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he sat at the right side of the elder. The eyes of the elder showed a small flash of approval. Then he went on, Human friend, I heard from Beta that you have a lot of food that can be traded with us? Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, respected elder, I have plenty of grain. To be honest, I am not a pure merchant. I have my own territory and my territory's product is bamboo grain. I don't want to sell it cheap to other merchants, so I decided to sell them myself. The elder nodded. How much grain do you have? Zhao Hai said with a serious voice. 30 million jin. He didn't declare too much, afraid that the elder would hold suspicion, while in his eyes it is still less. The elder asked, the price? Zhao Hai calmly replied, every 2,000 jin of grain. I'll trade for 1 mountain sheep argali. The elder's expression dropped. He looked at Zhao Hai surprised. You say 2,000 jin of grain for 1 argali? Are you sure you're telling the truth? Zhao Hai nodded. Respected elder, I will not joke on this matter. What is said is true. 2,000 jin for 1 argali. The elder looked at Zhao Hai. How is the quality of your grain? If the quality is not bad, when can it arrive so that we can immediately trade for argali? Zhao Hai replied, the quality of the grain is not a problem. I brought some samples. I'll be honest with elder, these grains that I brought are the most inferior among their batch, but the grain that I'll send later is absolutely first grade. The elder nodded. At this point Beta's voice rang from outside the tent. Beta reports to the elder, the grains have been checked, the quality is very good. The elder smiled and turned his head towards Zhao Hai. Human friend, you really did not lie? You really have more grain of such quality? Zhao Hai shook his head. No elder, these grain that I have brought are the worst among the grains I have. The incoming grains would be of better quality. The elder looks at Zhao Hai silently for a while Zhao Hai is staring at the elder as well. After some time, the elder nodded. Human friend, we'll go with this transaction. Have your people transport the grain. But remember, you only have a half months to transport. Bring all you can in those half months because after which winter will come and the snow will seal the road. When that happens, no matter how much you want to deliver, it would be impossible. Zhao Hai faintly smiles and says, Elder, be relieved, it wouldn't take too long. We'll also be able to deliver for a little less than a month. Then please allow me to excuse myself, Elder. I still have some things to prepare. The elder gave a nod. Zhao Hai slowly exits the tent to make his preparations. At this point Beta went inside the tent. Elder, they're very clean. They almost didn't leave their tent. I can't see any issue with them. The elder agreed. I also think that this young man is good. Monitor them more for a few days. If they have the same behavior, then we could trust them. If they do something out of the norm, like contacting other tribe members, find out what they said. If it's just ordinary conversation, then we don't need to spy on them. Beta looked puzzled at the old elder. Elder, they already acted positively. Why need to monitor them further? And you also said to monitor them when they talk with tribe members. Isn't that just normal behavior? Chapter 281, Finding Clues. The elder looked at Beta and said, Beta, you should know about our present situation. Nowadays is a very tense period, and this human merchant appearing is very strange. They have just arrived, so they would obviously act normal, but a merchant not reaching out to others for a few days? Impossible. Therefore in these couple of days them contacting other people is normal, but if they are still acting honestly in their tent, then there is definitely something fishy. We should stay alert, do as I say. In addition, do not put all our trade resources on them. Do not break relations with other merchants. We don't dislike too much grain. Understanding the meaning of the elder's words, Beta nodded. Yes, elder, I will immediately go handle it. The elder nodded and turned around. The elder looked at the waving curtain and murmured, Prince, your choice in this matter is really wrong. Do you really think that the Herculean Bull tribe would be defeated easily, and that the Fighting Bull tribe invited the humans for help? Oh, the tent immediately fell into silence as the elder's mood became heavy. Recently, due to the defeat of the Herculean Bull tribe, West Wonder King began to think of ways in order to please the Fighting Bull tribe. The first thing he did is rounding up their tribe's 2 Herculean Bull princesses who he married and sent them out to be slaves so that they'd completely lose their dignity. Regarding this practice of the West Wonder King, the elder is very much in disagreement. Herculean Bull tribe was a great help to the West Wonder King. Without Herculean Bull tribe there would be no West Wonder King today. Although the Herculean Bull tribe helped the West Wonder King so that they could keep the Fighting Bull tribe in check, in the end they still helped out West Wonder King, and the West Wonder King's current practice isn't something that a proper beastman would do, but would instead be like what some ungrateful humans would do, the kind of humans that are despicable. In fact, many people in the tribe are in opposition with the West Wonder King regarding this, but in the eyes of West Wonder King, Herculean Bull tribe is done. Of their 2 supreme elders, one is dead while the other is heavily injured. What other hopes do they have? Additionally, they lost their territory as well as all their properties. At this point, they can only become a vassal tribe to the Mastiffs. Forget about getting vengeance. They couldn't even return to the bull-headed tribe's territory, so West Wonder King decisively demoted the 2 princesses to slaves. Zhao Hai did not know about any of these. As he returned to the camp he immediately made the undead unload the grains from the carriage and had them drive the carriage away. Zhao Hai also had them carry the ghost staff. After completing all of these, Zhao Hai returned to the tent. Laura followed Zhao Hai from the side. Inside the tent Laura immediately asks, "Elder brother Hai, do you really want to sell the grain to West Wonder King?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, do not forget, currently we are merchants, we couldn't afford to show any flaws, so why shouldn't we sell?" "Right, starting from tomorrow do not stay inside the tent, go around the area and find if they have any special magic beasts. Talk to them to see whether we could buy it." Laura nodded, then frowned and said, "Then should we not ask for news about the 2nd and 3rd princesses?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We do not need to inquire about it right now, we are acting as merchants, we're not supposed to care about these matters as long as there is profit to be had. For now, pay special attention to special plants and magic beasts, these are also integral to our trip." Laura smiled. "Don't worry, but they are still monitoring us. Is it appropriate for us to walk around?" Zhao Hai faintly smiles. "Why would it be inappropriate? We are human merchants, don't forget about that. And human merchants that are unwilling to make contact with beastmen? Now that is unusual." Laura also understood, so she did not say anything. She looked at outside the tent and quietly said, "I don't know how the 2nd and the 3rd princesses are faring right now. Their situation must not be good nowadays. I just hope that the West Wonder King is a grateful person, or else their days would be much harder." As it is getting late, Zhao Hai returned to his space. He also needs to pay attention to the undead carrying the goods. As soon as the undead leave the Tauran tribe's area, they are to be filled with food so that they could come back immediately. His caravan currently has 100 large carts each able to carry 5,000 jin of grain. These 100 carts can altogether transport about 500,000 jin. Additionally, Zhao Hai still has additional 1,000 or more carts available that could transport 2,000 jin each, which adds more than 2 million jin of grain to the total amount. In this case, their supply would be very close to 3 million jin. A number couldn't be considered small. But from West Wonder King's camp, if you want to leave the bull-headed beastman's area, the most direct way was to head towards the Iron Fort. If you head straight there it would take about 6 days before you can leave the bull-headed beastman's domain. But Zhao Hai can reduce this travel time to 3 days, so it takes about 6 days to travel back and forth, and each trip can carry almost 3 million jin each time. A trip of 3 million jin each, in 1 month they could transport 15 million jin, although not at the level of 30 million. For Zhao Hai this income is already a lot. Additionally, He does not really want 30 million jin of grain to be sold to West Wonder King. 15 million is good enough. At night, Zhao Hai entered the space to rest, but after they entered the space, they didn't immediately went to sleep, but instead they let Care bring out the recordings acquired during the day. The recorded events isn't just around the tent they were living in. As Beta led Zhao Hai to the tent, the camera also followed and recorded everything 2 kilometers around. For Zhao Hai this video function seems very normal, but for Laura they look really amazing. They saw everything Zhao Hai went through throughout the day. Even though she knew that these were obviously things that happened during the day, she still felt very excited and tensed. Looking at her appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't say anything. This made Zhao Hai remember the first time he watched television and also similar to when he first started playing with a computer. Zhao Hai has been observing the expressions of all the people he passed by along his way. There is nothing special about this route. After all, he did not go far from the camp. He's just in the immediate vicinity. Zhao Hai listens to Beta calling out to the foreign affairs elder. The elder seems to be the elder who manages the external affairs in West Wonder King's camp. There is nothing strange about the elder setting up the visitors' stand here. The outsiders who arrive to visit naturally won't be immediately invited to the center of the camp. Just like Zhao Hai's caravan, they would be placed on the outskirts of the camp. So the elder also erected his tent at the periphery of the camp to easily facilitate contact with the visitors. Another reason is for possible scouts to have no chance of getting inside the camp. Zhao Hai attentively observed the elder because he found that the elder is very uncommon. His beastman body seemed to express wisdom. This feeling made Zhao Hai very vigilant. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the tent. Right now, he and Beta just came out. At this time, the tent is still in the vicinity of the record range. Zhao Hai immediately said to Care, can you transfer the camera view to inside the tent? Care nodded, yes. As she said it, the video suddenly turned. Beta and the elder appeared on screen. The words exchanged between the two entered Zhao Hai's ears. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhao Hai's face suddenly changed. He turned to Laura. It seems that this West Wonder King is trying to throw their lot with the Fighting Bull tribe. Laura, in the next few days, you must pay more attention to any information regarding the second and third princess. If West Wonder King wants to rely on the Fighting Bull tribe, he would certainly won't be polite towards the second and third princesses. Remember, only listen, do not directly inquire. Laura has now been accustomed to the magic of the monitor. When she heard Zhao Hai's command, she understood immediately. Then she replied with a straight face, I did not think that West Wonder King is unexpectedly that type of person. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, if he is not that kind of person, then he wouldn't have betrayed the Fighting Bull tribe chieftain. This situation is normal. I have already thought about this scenario, but I did not think that he'll really disregard his morals. Laura sighs. As a result, Big Brother Wales has lost a lot of strength. This has become a great blow on his part. Zhao Hai replied with a cold expression, we'll have our revenge soon. For now we should collect more information about the Fighting Bull tribe situation. I think there are a lot of people in this battalion that will talk about the bull-headed race's matters. We must pay attention and listen to the second and third princesses' matters. We should see if they are still alive or dead. If they are living, look at their current situation. If they're not treated well, we'll find a way to rescue them and then find Brother Wales. We still have a month of time in any case. Laura nods. This seems to be the only way. Trying to count on West Wonder King isn't possible in our situation anymore. Let's just leave it to Brother Wales to find another solution, right Haj? Do you want to tell Brother Wales about the current situation? Zhao Hai nodded. We should tell him. Otherwise Brother Wales would still be hoping there would be no trouble here. We should find a chance to inform Brother Wales one of these days whenever possible. Chapter 282. We can start. After a wordless night, Zhao Hai started his operation right at the very next morning. They could not become overly obvious, so they just carried simple transactions with the surrounding beastmen. When they discover a good product, they would just trade according to a preferred price. Zhao Hai has exactly 1 month to gather information, so naturally he wouldn't be so impatient to complete it. What he needs to do now is to eliminate the wariness of the beastmen. How to eliminate wariness? For these beastmen, it is not talking to them nor helping them work, but instead selling them food at a discounted price. So Zhao Hai did so, but since they need to be covert, every time they perform a transaction they try not to overly show that they want to curry favor with the beastmen, something unfitting for a merchant. For the bull clansmen monitoring Zhao Hai, they observed that his actions were just ordinary. There was nothing they could find suspect, and to make sure that there was no mistake, those who spied on Zhao Hai would ask those who have traded with him about their conversations. To their disappointment, Zhao Hai only focused on trading, and did not say many words. After 4 days, those people lost their patience in monitoring Zhao Hai. Even the elder agreed that Beta should loosen his surveillance on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to his camp, and through the screen he could see that the people gathering around and about their tent have lessened. This made Zhao Hai very relieved. However, he didn't become impatient in gathering information. He continued his daily activities, but his activity range had grown in scope and is slowly heading towards the center of the camp. On the 5th day after they arrived at West Wonder King's camp, Whale's Bloodhawk arrived. Zhao Hai wrote the current situation carefully and then handed the note over to the Bloodhawk to deliver the message to Whales. He told Whales to not count on West Wonder King, and he fears that West Wonder King would ally with the Fighting Bull tribe. The reason why Zhao Hai has still remained here is to monitor the situation of the Fighting Bulls community. He also wants to know about the second and third princesses' situation. If the two are in a bad situation, he will find ways to save them and have them reunite with Whales. After sending the letter, Zhao Hai felt that a huge burden has been removed from the depths of his heart. At the same time, he also monitored the cargo's progress. Tomorrow the caravan would arrive. Along with it is nearly 3 million jin of grain, which is not a small number in any sense. Zhao Hai saw the situation and immediately went to inform Beta. These days, the person Zhao Hai has the most interactions with is Beta. Although he knew that Beta was sent by the elder to monitor him, Zhao Hai has taken the initiative to interact with him often. This action would enable him to eliminate Beta's wariness, and also, if he were to always dodge and hide from Beta, it would be impossible to have Beta's surveillance on him relax in only these few days. Beta is responsible for the security of the camp, therefore he doesn't go and herd like other bulls. Every day, he goes on to patrol around the camp. Zhao Hai could very easily find him. In these past few days, due to Zhao Hai's actions, Beta and Zhao Hai's friendship has been very good. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai, Beta immediately smiled and greeted, "Brother Zhao Hai, what are you busying with?" Zhao Hai quickly responded, "Brother, I've been looking for you. I need your help on a matter." Beta stared surprised for a moment, then replied, "Brother Zhao Hai, you've been very polite to me these past few days. Tell me the matter you need help with. As long as I can lend a hand, I'll help you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Beta, our caravan will arrive at the camp tomorrow. This time they've brought a lot of grain. I need to find a place to unload the goods. You'll have to find me a good place." Beta became stunned, and then he replied, "To be back so soon, Brother Hai. Your men does things very quickly. How much grain did you bring this time?" Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "About 3 million jin." Beta stared. With a startled face he looked at Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, did you say 3 million jin, not 300,000 jin?" Zhao Hai laughed and replied, "Brother, how can I possibly joke about his matter with you? 3 million jin is not wrong, therefore I need a very big place." Beta sees that Zhao Hai is serious. He hurriedly replied, "Brother Zhao Hai, go back to your tent and wait. I'll immediately report to the elder. In a moment I'll provide you with an answer." Zhao Hai showed a smile, gave Beta a salute and turned around to walk. Beta looked at Zhao Hai's back, then immediately turned his cow around and headed towards the foreign affairs elder. Outside the elder's tent, Beta didn't give any warning and broke into the tent directly. Fortunately, There are no other people inside the tent. Only the elder was inside shuffling around with some books. When Beta came in, the elder became dissatisfied. "Can't you be more calm?" Already an adult, but still rash and impatient, Beta didn't even give a salute to the elder before he said, "Elder, Zhao Hai came to find me. He asked for help in preparing an area. Tomorrow his first batch of grain is arriving, carrying around 3 million jin in total." The elder stared, his eyes lit up and said, "So quick, he really has 3 million jin?" Beta nodded and replied, "Yes." Zhao said he was very sure. The elder slowly closed his eyes as he muttered, 3 million jin of grain at half price. This may save many matters for us. Go help him find a place. Be sure to find a good area. When the grain arrives tomorrow, help him unload and see how good the grain is." Beta issued a acknowledging sound, then turned away. When Beta went out, the elder opened his eyes and said to himself, "To ship so quickly, does he have a transit station in the prairie?" It is not uncommon for human merchants to build transit stations in the Beastman prairie. Some big merchant companies would construct stations on Beastman communities. Generally these stopover stations are made with medium or large Beastman tribes' cooperation. Human merchants place their station on the Beastman tribe territories and pay them commissions. This is so that they could move quickly and conveniently around the prairie whenever that wanted to transport. The elder didn't care about whether Zhao Hai has a transit station or not. He is thinking about Zhao Hai's grain. To be honest, Zhao Hai's grain is very cheap. Even those merchants who often supply them with food wouldn't dare give the price that Zhao Hai is giving. These merchants would trade their grain at a price of 1,000 jin for an argali. But Zhao Hai's grain's price compared with these other merchants is a full half cheaper. What does 50% cheaper grain represent in West Wonder King's camp? It represents more food. This is a very good news for them. At the very beginning, when Zhao Hai came to meet him, he still didn't believe anything that Zhao Hai said. So he let Zhao Hai as well as other merchants to deliver grain. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's grain would arrive very fast. The next morning, a huge convoy can be seen slowly approaching West Wonder King's camp, getting closer and closer. Beta stood at the side of the camp, watching caravan after caravan. The convoy is composed of more than 1,000 carts. In front of the convoy are 100 carts commonly used by the beastmen, followed by the carts commonly used by human merchants. Zhao Hai is standing on the ground outside. This time the team has some undead in it. But that isn't something for Zhao Hai to worry about. At this time Beta is watching the grain convoy. Watching this long parade of carts, Zhao Hai's heart is very excited. This convoy is his. How can he not be thrilled? After the arrival of the convoy, Zhao Hai and Beta led the convoy to a vacant clearing. This is the area specially prepared to store Zhao Hai's grain. Now that the prairie is heading towards winter, there is absolutely no chance of rain, so even if they store the grain in an open area like this, they didn't have to worry about it being wet. Beta has been paying close attention on the grain bags on the carts. The bags look ordinary, nothing special. Beta is carefully observing. He wonders what the quality of grain that Zhao Hai has delivered this time. Quickly after they reached the open area, Zhao Hai wanted to command the undead to unload the grain, but he didn't think that other beastmen would run to help. Zhao Hai is too embarrassed to stop them. He can only assent. When Beta picked up a bag of grain, he froze for a moment because the bag is too heavy. Not to say that he couldn't move it. It's just that the bag has more weight to it compared to other merchants' bags of grain. This made Beta stand still, his expression completely sunken. He has encountered this situation before. Some grain merchants would put sand in the grain bags to make them heavier. This cheating method is the one that Beta disliked the most. He picked up a few more bags of grain. The bags were so heavy that it made Beta's face look unpleasant. After he picked up the bags, he pretended to handle it carelessly, and he accidentally dropped a bag from his shoulders. The grain is placed inside cloth bags, but these cloth bags, after long periods of transportation, they couldn't possibly be able to retain their strength. After falling from Beta's tall body, the bag split immediately. Beta looked at the split bag of food. He wanted to mock Zhao Hai with a few words, but as he glanced at the grains, he was stunned. The content of the bag is the highest grade grain. The individual grains seem to shine. If such grain cannot be called top grade, then the grain that they have been eating can only be inferior grain that hasn't even matured. Most importantly, there has been no sand inside the bag. It is very pure. Beta stared at the bag of grain, and other fighting bull people also gathered around, looking at the split bag. Their amazed expression is the same as Beta. This method of falling and breaking one bag, seemingly looking for trouble with human merchants, isn't an uncommon deed for these fighting bull people. As long as there are problems with the food, they can seize the opportunity and purchase at a lower price. Looking at what Beta just did, everyone was ready to cause a disturbance, but when they saw the grains scattered on the ground, all of them have lost all their voices. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. He knew, by looking at their expressions, that he can now carry on with his plans. Chapter 283, Special Requests. Whoosh! Then tent curtain was forced open. Then a figure rushed in from outside. The elder could not help but frown. He knew for sure that it was Beta. No one but Beta would dare break into his tent like this. He put down the pen in his hand and looked up at Beta. The elder could not help but pause for a moment because in the hands of Beta was a bag of grain. Beta looked at him excitedly. The elder knitted his brows. What is it, Beta? Did something happen? Beta took a deep breath. Then he put the grain bag down, and with a face full of excitement he looked at the elder and then he slowly opened the bag of grain. The contents of the bag fell towards the ground. The elder watched the actions of Beta, then shifted his gaze towards the grain on the ground. These grains were the best grain he has ever seen in his life. He couldn't sit still. He stood up, walked towards the bamboo grain, grabbed some with his hands and lightly chewed on them with his mouth. Good rice. The elder looked up at Beta and said, "Is this Zhao Hai's grain?" Beta nodded. The elder then said, "All bags are the same?" Beta nodded again. The elder immediately told Beta, "Go ask Zhao Hai to come over." Beta did not say anything. He immediately went outside in haste. The elder slowly sat down, but his eyes never left the bamboo rice on the ground. Such good rice, he has never seen them before in his life. Zhao Hai supplies this rice, not to mention half price. Even if he doubles the price, the elder would still be willing to trade. Before long, the sound of footsteps can be heard outside the tent, after which Beta and Zhao Hai walked in. This time the elder acted very polite. He got up and saluted to Zhao Hai. "Welcome, Mr. Zhao, please take a sit." Zhao Hai didn't dare to act big. He returned the elder's salute. He then went towards the elder's right side and sat down. This is the way humans show respect. Zhao Hai sitting on the elder's right side shows an act of modesty. This gave the elder a very good impression. After Zhao Hai sat down, the elder looked at Zhao Hai. "For Mr. Zhao to bring us such high-quality grain, I am very deeply grateful for that." Zhao Hai quickly responded. Elder is too polite to get into the elder's graces. This Zhao Hai is honored. The elder actually didn't care about Zhao Hai's modesty. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Mr. has such good quality grain, but why sell it to us at such a low price?" "I ask Mr. Zhao to clear my doubts about this." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile as he replied, "There is nothing too complex about it. There are actually only two reasons. First, because these grains are my territory's produce, therefore the price is very low. Second, is because I have just arrived at the prairie, and seeing that the prairie operates on an open market, the prices would be naturally low. Of course, this does not mean that my price would increase later. Be assured, elder, my food price wouldn't change." The elder looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Zhao Hai's response was justified. The elder continued towards Zhao Hai. "How much grain could Mr. Zhao supply this year?" Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Only 15 million pounds. My ability to transport is currently very limited. Moreover, I can only trade this month. After this month winter would arrive, at which point I would probably return to my territory. Thus I cannot transport food here." The elder gave an understanding nod. Humans after all would need to return to their homes. It would be impossible for them to wade the winter with the beastmen race. They are not used to that kind of life. but 15 million jin of grain wouldn't be too less upon further calculation. Zhao Hai looked at the elder and smiled. Elder, I don't know if I would be fortunate enough to meet with West Wonder King in order to discuss the possibility of cooperation next year. The elder paused for a moment, then he replied, I don't have authority for this. I will report your inquiry to the prince. Tomorrow I shall give you a reply. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the elder and said, there is another thing that I want to talk with elder. Now that my men has delivered the grain, they need to leave immediately. Can you look to see if I can get the payment for this batch of grain, to save me trouble of bringing them myself? The elder paused, then he nodded and said, not a problem, but these things needs to be readied. You'll have to wait for a day. What payment does Mr. want? Do you want all of them to be argali? Zhao Hai shook his head. No, actually, I was going to talk to the elder about this matter. We have a few elders in the family. They are potion masters as well as alchemists. You should know, they like to collect special ingredients. Therefore, if possible, I'd want some special magic beasts and magic plants. If you were to offer your tribe's unique magic beast, that would be better. Of course, we still would accept argali as well as wool products as payment. I asked the elder to look into these matters. The elder didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a special request. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister's meaning is, if we were to exchange the grains with some fighting bulls of our clan, then you'd offer a high price? What about magic beasts? TN. Not the fighting bull clansmen but instead their cousin fighting bull beast. Zhao Hai hastily replied, be assured elder, I'd offer the same high price for magic beasts, but the quantities of these beasts couldn't be many. After all, I fear that I couldn't raise them properly. The elder agreed to Zhao Hai's request. He nodded his head and said, well, I can give you 10 fighting bulls, as well as 10 wild blood cows. I hope Mr. can exchange each cow for 10,000 jin of grain. Then we'll use argali and wool blankets for the rest. What do you think? Zhao Hai thinks for a moment then replied, there's no problem. 10 fighting bulls plus 10 wild blood cows account for 200,000 jin of grain. That leaves 2,800,000 jin of grain. If 2,800,000 jin were to be traded with argali, it would be 1,400 heads. So I'd like 1,000 heads, and for the rest I'd like 600 blankets. If your tribe has any magic plants, this number can be lowered. What do you think? The elder nodded. Fair enough. I agree. Tomorrow, Mr. Zhao can get the things that you requested. However, currently we don't have the time to collect more magic beasts as well as plants for Mr. The time is too short. Moreover, during winter plants would wither. We can only wait for next year. Zhao Hai faintly smiles. That's fine. The elder can send some people to collect during these days. In a few days my second batch of grain will arrive. Then we could trade. Withered plants are okay, as long as it hasn't withered for more than 1 month. The elder nodded. Very well, we'll try our best. Mr. can return. If West Wonder King agrees to meet Mr. tomorrow, I'll immediately inform you. Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, then turned to leave. Looking at Zhao Hai going out, Beta couldn't help but say to the elder, Elder, why did you agree to trade him our fighting bulls? What if he studies them? What do we do? The elder showed a faint smile. Nothing. Rest assured, humans have spent all these years researching about our soul beasts without much result. And do you think that if we don't give them some beasts, they wouldn't have any way to procure them elsewhere? If they really are to be greedy, then why not trade our soul beasts to bring more food for ourselves? Beta nodded, not saying anything. The elder turned to Beta, you go take some people from the tribe and go search for some strange plants. If anyone were to spot some magic beasts, make sure to bring them alive. Beta complied, then turned to leave. Zhao Hai went to his tent while assessing his conversation with the elder. But fortunately, there are no flaws in his part. He acted like any common merchant. He just deliberately asked the elder for their magic beasts because he is very clear that he can't be too low-key. Human merchants tend to act high-profile towards the beastman, so he should be the same from time to time. The opposite would cause other people to have suspicions. After all, spies would tend to be low-key, trying not to stir up trouble as much as possible. On the contrary, if you were to act high profile, no one would suspect you. Zhao Hai also would not be too high profile, but he also couldn't be a pushover, so he asked the elder for the tribe's companion soul beast as well as some special magic plants, which could be interpreted as a lofty request. At the same time, he also disclosed to the elder that he couldn't get these things at another place. Zhao Hai knows very clear that West Wonder King isn't most afraid of whales. In his opinion, Herculean Bull tribe was already ruined. Whales is a prince of a declining tribe. They wouldn't even dare return to the cow-headed beastman domain. West Wonder King fears the grudge held by the Fighting Bull chieftain, and Zhao Hai, by requesting for fighting bulls and wild blood cows, gave clues to the elder that he is not related to the chieftain of the Fighting Bull tribe. Strictly speaking, West Wonder King's tribe is a branch family of the Fighting Bull tribe, so they also use the same bulls as the main tribe. Their beasts, the Fighting Bulls, have bodies filled with short black hairs, a very violent ox-headed bull. The bull's height is nearly 3 meters. They cannot use magic, but they have great strength, ranked in the top 10 among the cow-headed domain. Moreover, they also have a special ability, rage. Rage can be considered as a very strange ability. Because of their fury, their strength and defensive ability would greatly explode. No matter what level the opposing beast is, they would still dare to charge. This point is what excels them compared to other magic beasts. Ranks of magic beasts are very strict, like the Fighting Bulls, which can be considered as 6th rank magic beasts. Ordinary 6th rank beasts, when they meet 8th rank beasts, would be immobilized, thus letting the 8th rank easily slaughter them. But the Fighting Bulls are different. They are not afraid, whether it be 8th rank or 9th rank beasts. As long as they are in a state of rage, they dare to make the first move and charge. The wild blood cows are a dark-type magic beast. They place only at the 5th rank, only 5 levels. They can perform simple blood magic, but this beast actually is most suited for the Fighting Bull clan. The name Wild Blood actually doesn't conform to the cow's nature because of its 2 blood magics. One is quick recovery and the other is gloom. These 2 magic belongs to support type magic. Quick recovery can be cast on somebody to quicken their wound healing by many folds, some being dozens of times faster. Gloom is a mental type black magic. Once used, the target would become absolutely rational, like a puppet, and seemingly forgetting what anger is. These 2 magics fit the Fighting Bulls perfectly. Regarding the Fighting Bulls' temper, with which single word can cause a fight, and their mounts would be similar. Once the rage skill is used, it would be in a state of extreme anger. No matter if ally or foe, it would only know to charge, which in a battlefield is very fearful. But the 2 skills of the wild blood cow happens to suppress this enraged state. So the Fighting Bulls absorb the wild blood cow's soul and train in their skills. After practicing in these skills, their beastly souls would obtain 2 new abilities, which is to quickly recover wounds as well as make them retain a calm condition. Not only them, but also to their mounts. Their name of wild blood cows became so because they are completely blood red. Normally with black and white eyes, their eye color would turn red once in battle, like a violent man when he is angry. Therefore it was given its name of wild blood. Before, the Fighting Bull tribe is only an ordinary tribe within the cow-headed race. Their temperament is too bad along with their very disobedient mounts. They couldn't control their temper, which wouldn't differentiate between friend or foe. Because of these qualities, they were not very well liked among the cow-headed race. Afterwards, after generations of effort, they finally were able to find soul beasts most suitable for them, which multiplied their battle effectiveness by many folds. Now they are famous within the cow-headed race as strong warriors. The human race, all these years, has had researched beastmen soul beasts as well as beast relatives. They want to discover a way to crack this method that gave beastmen immense strength, but till now they still haven't succeeded. The beastmen are still using soul beasts, but humans are still using battle chi. Humans have always coveted this method of obtaining strength from the beastmen for a long time. If they were to discover how these beastmen managed to have companion beasts, This would greatly increase the might of their cavalry. If they were to know how to use soul beasts, then their battle power would also increase greatly. But unfortunately, just as the beastman said, these two abilities were given to them by the beast god. With the exception of the beastman, no other race could use these abilities. Zhao Hai also knows that, before, some human merchants would purchase soul beasts as well as unique beasts from the beastman and then bring them back to human territory to do research on. But unfortunately, most of these beasts would die of illness. Even if it's alive, the humans still couldn't find anything in their research. Because of this point did Zhao Hai propose to the elder his purchase of their fighting bulls and wild blood cows. This is because he knows the elder will sell. In addition, it would eliminate some of the elder's wariness of him. As he returned to his tent, Zhao Hai immediately turned on the monitor. The words Beta and the elder has said right after he left gave him relief. He has now found out that the elder's wariness of him has basically disappeared. Chapter 284, Seeing West Wonder King. The next morning, Beta went to find Zhao Hai to tell him that everything is ready. 10 fighting bulls, 10 wild blood cows, 1,000 argali, and 600 wool blankets. Beta told Zhao Hai that he can take them away anytime. Zhao Hai went with Beta outside. Beta already loaded the blankets to the carts. The argali, fighting bulls, and wild blood cows are outside the camp. Zhao Hai casually inspected the blankets. They were very good, one of the finest blankets he has ever seen. Just by seeing the blankets, one would see the amazing workmanship of the beastman. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, then he made the convoy leave. He commanded the undead to herd the argali, fighting bulls and wild blood cows outside. Just like before, Zhao Hai let them carry the ghost staff, otherwise they wouldn't have any place to store the beasts. After everything was done, Zhao Hai returned to his tent. He is still waiting for news as to whether he could meet West Wonder King today. He's very curious regarding this West Wonder King. After his convoy has left, the grain that Zhao Hai brought has officially changed ownership. The elder has traded him with products and beasts in exchange for the grain. Naturally, the grains are no longer Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai has also witnessed the ability of a big tribe to consume food. It still hasn't been an hour before the convoy left, but the 3 million jin of grain can no longer be seen. They completely vanished. Zhao Hai felt very stunned. Zhao Hai returned to his tent. He couldn't see Laura, but he knows that she went outside to trade with other beastmen. Even though Zhao Hai doesn't have any more grain, he still has fruit wine in his possession. Even though this type of liquor is not very popular with beastmen because they liked milk wine, most beastmen still traded for fruit wine, to be used when entertaining guests. Vanity is also present within beastmen, so some live in fairly decent homes, thus they'll also prepare some fancy wine when a special guest arrives. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. He's not planning on leaving his tent today. He'll stay here in order to await news from Beta. If West Wonder King wants to see him today, and he still needs to find Zhao Hai, it would be somewhat annoying. Zhao Hai didn't fear West Wonder King, but he needs to see West Wonder King. He needs to assess what kind of person West Wonder King is so that he could make appropriate plans. He quietly watched the scenes on the monitor. The beastmen are still busy. The difference compared to a few days before is that there are no longer people observing them, not even one. This all began this morning. This allowed Zhao Hai to confirm his theory that the elder no longer suspects him of being a spy. And this result is what Zhao Hai wants the most. Zhao Hai is quietly sitting in his tent. He also observed the undead convoy walk away. Because he fears that the convoy would get raided, he got Beta to stick West Wonder King's flag on his convoy. He believes that in this area, there shouldn't be anyone who won't give West Wonder King face. Beta didn't say anything. He asked the elder, to which he agreed. After all, Zhao Hai is currently trading them grain at a very cheap price, and very good quality grain at that. If Zhao Hai isn't eligible to carry West Wonder King's flag, then all other merchants are even more so. However, to be sure, Zhao Hai still placed the fighting bulls and wild blood cows inside the space. Then he sent them towards the ranch. As the fighting bulls and wild blood cows entered the ranch, Zhao Hai heard an alert. Bull variant animal detected. Level 25, mentally unstable, irritable. Improving the animal's weaknesses. Animal maturing time, 20 hours. May produce offspring 6 times. Produces 6 calves each time. Consumes 3 grass per hour. Converting animal to data. Can now be purchased in the shop. Bull variant animal detected. Level 25, special ability, resilient. Improving the animal's capabilities. Animal maturing time, 18 hours. May produce offspring 8 times. Produces 6 calves each time. Consumes 2 grass per hour. Converting animal to data. Can now be purchased in the shop. Space has met level up requirements. Promoted to level 7. Increased quantity of beasts that can be reared. Current number of beasts the space can breed, 1,300. Hopes that host continues to put in more effort. Zhao Hai smiled. Good. Finally time for a level up. He immediately took out 100 calves and placed them in the space. He turned to Muir and said, Muir, I'll hand this space's ranch to you. Make sure to maintain the number of Argylus and bulls. Muir complied with a sound. At this moment, Kair informed him that Beta was coming and is soon to arrive at his tent. Zhao Hai commanded with his mind. He immediately reappeared inside the tent. He walked outside and at this time was seen by Beta, who said, Brother Zhao Hai, come see the elder with me quickly. The elder shall take you to see the prince. Zhao Hai nodded and walked with Beta. The West Wonder King's title, he himself claimed it, but he didn't dare call himself a royal. He could only claim to be a prince in private. But this prince likes to keep up appearances, like others calling him Your Majesty Prince. Zhao Hai noticed this point yesterday when he asked the elder if he can meet with West Wonder King, and the elder himself called West Wonder King Prince. They quickly arrived outside the elder's tent. Beta led Zhao Hai inside the tent immediately. The elder saw Zhao Hai and he immediately stood up and said, regarding Mr.'s request, the prince has agreed. Please follow me. After that, the elder led him outside. Zhao Hai is appreciative of the neat way Beastman handles things. Zhao Hai followed the elder towards outside. He froze for a moment, because right outside the tent is a cart pulled by a bull. The cart is very big and also has a carriage on it, obviously meant for them to ride on. Zhao Hai rarely sees beastmen riding carriages. They generally want to ride on top of their mounts. They think riding on top of a mount is more comfortable than inside a carriage. The elder seems to know what Zhao Hai is thinking. He said, this elder is now quite old. It's impossible to stay still at the back of a bull. I can only manage by riding a carriage. Mr. Please. Zhao Hai returns the elder's gesture. Then he rode the ox carriage. The ox carriage is very large, much larger than Laura's cart. But the inside decorations are obviously inferior. It only has 2 simple seats on both sides of the carriage, and the above is covered in beast skins, a simple and crude setup. After Zhao Hai and the elder had sat down, the ox carriage began to move. When the elder got inside the carriage, he closed his eyes. It is obvious that he does not want to make conversation with Zhao Hai. Since there's no other way about it, Zhao Hai had to sit quietly inside the carriage. After about half an hour, the carriage stopped. Zhao Hai, who has almost fallen asleep, immediately woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of smiling eyes. Zhao Hai cleared his mind, looked at the elder and embarrassingly said, Hee, sorry elder, I almost fell asleep. The elder didn't mind it. He smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Was the road too boring? Let's continue on. We don't want to make the prince wait. Zhao Hai nodded, and along with the elder, they got off from the carriage. Zhao Hai went out and gawked. He thought that when they arrived they would be outside West Wonder King's tent. But now, he was mistaken. After he got out, what he saw was that he was outside some wooden fences, and inside these fences should be West Wonder King's tent. This is the first time that Zhao Hai has encountered this situation. There are no fences nor railings outside the beastmen camps. There are no fences outside the camp, but instead there are fences surrounding West Wonder King's tent. It was as if he's a captive himself. Of course, West Wonder King doesn't think that it is so. He just wanted to express that he and humans are different. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, it is like a monkey that trapped himself in a cage. To express that he is different from humans is just ridiculous. Standing at the front of the fence are two guards. Once the guards saw the elder and Zhao Hao go off the carriage, they immediately gave a bow. The elder waved his arm and then led Zhao Hai inside. While walking, Zhao Hai inspects West Wonder King's tent. The tent gave Zhao Hai the feeling of magnificence. In the open area outside the tent, two teams of cavalry can be seen patrolling back and forth. The cavalry are wearing leather armor and is equipped with a mace on their hands. You could sense the murderous aura emanating from them. One could see that these men were elites. West Wonder King's tent is very white. It's very clean as well. The roof is gold-colored and inserted above it is West Wonder King's war flag. Zhao Hai understood that this is the camp's central tent, very magnificent. While Zhao Hai was observing, the elder actually didn't stop. He immediately led Zhao Hai towards the entrance. From the outer gate to the tent entrance is about 100 meters. The two quickly arrived at the entrance where 8 guards stood. The guards placed on both sides of the entrance of West Wonder King's tent stared at Zhao Hai, sizing him up. Zhao Hai didn't mind it too much. He just wanted to follow the elder in entering the tent. The elder stopped right at the entrance and told the guard, "Foreign Affairs Elder Beluk brings the tribe's human friend Zhao Hai to seek an audience with the prince." This is the first time that Zhao Hai has heard of the elder's name, but he felt uncomfortable. This isn't because he was dissatisfied with Beluk, but instead he became dissatisfied with West Wonder King. West Wonder King's faction on the cow-headed domain is at most a medium tribe, which are innumerable inside the prairie. But this fellow not only dubbed himself as king, he also wants his subjects to address him as prince or his majesty. The main point is, his ego is too big. He places himself too highly, completely unlike a beastman. He's just like those human nobles, wickedly arrogant. Zhao Hai didn't know, but in truth, West Wonder King did this arrangement on purpose. When he sees a human merchant for the first time, he would exhibit an imposing stature before the human gets to meet with him to make them cower. However, he did not think that what he is doing is just deepening Zhao Hai's dislike for himself. Zhao Hai can even be sure that this West Wonder King isn't a big deal. Even though his strength still hasn't reached its max, he still acted as though he is someone grand. If such a person accomplishes something, the result wouldn't be considered noteworthy. Simply not enough. Zhao Hai now understood why the Herculean Bull clan chief decided to support this West Wonder King. It is because this West Wonder King doesn't have the capability to threaten the Herculean Bulls. Chapter 285. The Princess's Situation. Zhao Hai entered the tent with Beluk with his head bowed down. Using the corner of his eyes he observes everything inside. The ground is covered with a layer of thick carpet endowed with an extremely beautiful design on top, looking very high quality. Stepping on it felt like stepping on clouds, which is extremely comfortable. There's no fire pit inside the tent, but instead there is a big copper brazier about 1 meter in diameter. The brazier appeared very beautiful with its animal carvings, and on top of the brazier is a copper pot exuding the fragrance of milk tea. At the top of the tent, a source brightness was hung. Zhao Hai stole a glance at it and saw a huge wheel-shaped chandelier lamp. These are not oil lamps but is instead magic lamps. Zhao Hai felt very surprised. It seems that West Wonder King has been living comfortably. One must know that the price of a magic lamp is much greater than an oil lamp. At this time, Beluk bowed. This one has seen the prince. Zhao Hai recovered from his shock and immediately bowed following Beluk. This one sees West Wonder King. Even though he hasn't seen West Wonder King yet, the hour's voice replied, "Don't be so polite, Beluk. Mr. Zhao, please take a seat." Zhao Hai started to look up. The first thing he saw was a table. This isn't a small table but a proper square table. It looked like a writing desk. On the opposite side of the table, a beastman could be seen. This beastman was about 3 meters high, has a huge ox head, a pair of scimitar-like horns, and an unattractive cow face caused by a very long scar, which made him look very fierce. His body is very sturdy. He looks like a mountain just by sitting there. His body's muscles are very angular and detailed, comparable to cast iron. Behind him is a huge mace whose head is as thick as Zhao Hai's body. The man was not wearing ordinary beastman leather clothes, nor is he wearing human cotton clothes, but instead he wore iron armor, a full set of human-made iron armor, which made him look like a terrifying iron monster. Looking at his appearance makes one think that he's a battle maniac, a crude and rude man. But Zhao Hai thinks otherwise. The eyes of this West Wonder King is very bright. It gave you a look that seems to penetrate your body and pierce your soul. Zhao Hai did not think that people who possess these kinds of eyes would be a crude man. This man is surely not a simple character. But Zhao Hai didn't show any expression. After he expressed his gratitude, he sat down opposite West Wonder King on his table. Elder Beluk sat by his side. West Wonder King curiously sized up Zhao Hai as he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhao Hai, welcome to my camp. I must thank you for the grain." Zhao Hai smiles and replied, "Your Majesty is too polite. We are also in need of your help, not to mention who to thank. I myself must express my gratitude to you. Without your tribe buying my grain, I may need to wait until next year to find trade again." West Wonder King laughed and said, "You humans really have your way with words. Mr. Zhao doesn't need to be modest. As long as you bring your grain to the prairie, it'll surely be instantly sold out." Zhao Hai didn't notice the look of his eyes before. He would have thought that West Wonder King was a hearty person who wouldn't have machinations in his heart. So now Zhao Hai isn't affected by the man's current attitude. He just smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too kind. What I say is certainly true. I consider the cooperation with your Majesty as long-term, not just this year, but the next year and the year after that as well." You couldn't do that with any normal tribe. There's no such guarantee. I wonder if I'd be honored to cooperate with your Majesty for next year. West Wonder King didn't think that Zhao Hai would quickly get to the point. He looked at Zhao Hai's eyes and asked, "I wonder how much grain Mr. Zhao can provide us next year?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment then answered, 200 million jin. West Wonder King's face didn't show surprise. Instead, in a deep voice he asked, "The price?" Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "Basically the same as this year. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Moreover, I could confidently guarantee the grain's quality." West Wonder King looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, you have to know that 200 million jin of grain is quite a substantial amount for our tribe. If there are any problems with your grain, then my entire tribe may be affected." Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course I know about this matter. But your Majesty can be assured of my sincerity in this cooperation. I won't start transporting these 200 million jin of grains during autumn next year. I will instead send the grain in batches starting from the moment grass starts to grow on the prairie up until the start of winter, when my carts can no longer traverse the landscape. What does your Majesty think?" West Wonder King's eyes turned cold. "Why can you grow grass extensively, to the point that you can send us food the moment the grass grows?" Zhao Hai smiles and replied, "Your Majesty, I can only say that my territory has a special climate wherein I can plant grain 3/4 of the year. When the prairie's grass has grown, my first batch of grain would have just matured, after which I'll send it to your Majesty." When West Wonder King heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Aren't you a resident of X Empire?" What West Wonder King asked makes sense. After all, the general climate in the empire only allows planting in 1/4 of the year. Only the countries at the front may have 2 or 3 seasons of planting. Zhao Hai shook his head. "I'm not, please be assured, your Majesty." I think I need to do some rereading, because I'm pretty sure Buddha clan is in X Empire. Maybe because his territory is quite far from the empire. West Wonder King nodded and said, "If Mr. is confident in his proposal, then we'll purchase all of your grain. I can guarantee a fair price." Zhao Hai smiled. "This one thanks His Majesty. I will assure that His Majesty's tribe will have a supply of grain." West Wonder King nodded. "Well then, I will not keep you here. Beluk, make sure to accommodate Mr. Zhao properly." Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, "I won't dare make His Majesty worry. I'll excuse myself." He then stood up, gave a bow to West Wonder King, and then went with Beluk to leave the tent. On the ox carriage, Beluk looked at Zhao Hai and said, I hope Mr. wouldn't be offended. There are currently a lot going on in the tribe. The prince really has no time to spare. Zhao Hai stared for a moment then smiled. Elder is too polite. I'm not in the least offended. Deciding the cooperation with His Majesty with me is already enough. The elder doesn't need to worry about me. I'll take care of my own matters. Beluk nodded, then went back to silence. Zhao Hai opened the window and looked outside. Suddenly he notices a Herculean bull soldier. He was handcuffed and fettered. He was pulling a large cart with difficulty and was followed by a fighting bull soldier who wielded a whip in his hand. Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Hai cannot help but be shocked. His complexion changed and immediately understood what was going on. He immediately calmed down his expression then pulled down the curtains. Luckily Beluk was maintaining his silence with closed eyes, so he did not see Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His heart became overwhelmingly calm, because he knew what that scene just now represented. If the Herculean Bull's second and third princesses still held power, the fighting bulls would not dare to such a thing to the Herculean bulls. It appears that the Herculean bulls in this camp are certain to be the second and third princesses' retinue. Now that the servants are treated this way, it is certain that the second and third princesses aren't in any better state. The carriage quickly arrived at Beluk's tent. Zhao Hai dismounts from the carriage then politely said goodbye to Beluk. Then he headed towards his tent because there are many things that he has to consider now. The most important thing is figuring out the second and third princesses' whereabouts. At noon, Laura and Meg returned, but although they had a smile on their faces, Zhao Hai noticed that those were somewhat restrained. When Laura went inside the tent, Zhao Hai immediately turned on the monitor. Seeing that no one was following them, Laura talked. Brother Hai, we just heard that the second and third princesses were demoted by West Wonder King to slaves, being forced to forage on the prairie. Zhao Hai nodded and added, I thought so. Just after I met with West Wonder King, I happened to see a Herculean bull soldier pulling a cart while being whipped. If there was no incident with the second and third princesses, nobody would dare do such a thing to Herculean bulls. It looks like West Wonder King is planning on returning to Fighting Bull Chieftain's side. Laura anxiously replied, Brother Hai, what do we do now? We must find a way to save the second and third princesses, otherwise we wouldn't have any face left to meet Brother Wales. Zhao Hai nodded. Don't worry, I have already thought about it. In a few days when the grain convoy gets out of the cow-headed race's territory and had the grain loaded up, I will have the ghost staff brought back by the Blood Hawk. If our scouting around West Wonder King's camp goes well and we finally find the second and third princesses, we'll find a time to rescue them. Laura thought for a moment then she nodded and said, Presently this is only thing we can do and it's not like we can do anything else at the moment. We also heard something from the fighting bulls. It looks like it came from other fighting bulls. It is said that with the recent intervention of a human during the conflict, the fighting bull chieftain decided to deport all human from their tribe. Zhao Hai paused, then he frowned. So this is the case. The fighting bulls are really good at scheming. With this, not only can they let the humans escape, they can also provide an excuse. This chieftain of the Fighting Bull tribe seems to be quite a character. Now we don't really know if they really did expel the humans from their tribe. Laura frowned. It is not yet proven, just a speculation. There is also another rumor that the Fighting Bull chieftain killed the humans who helped him, and also that the Fighting Bulls are ready to attack West Wonder King. Zhao Hai nodded. We don't have to worry about that now. We need to think of means to rescue the princesses. We can talk about other matters later. Chapter 286, Trap. Laura nodded and said, Good, but when do we rescue the princesses? Do we wait up until we leave? Zhao Hai shook his head. No, if we wait until we leave to rescue the princesses, then West Wonder King would suspect us of rescuing them. As long as we find the second and third princesses, we'll immediately rescue them. Only then would West Wonder King not suspect us. Laura heard Zhao Hai's words and thought that they seemed reasonable. If they rescued the second and third princesses just as they left, then West Wonder King would undoubtedly find fault with them, adding many variables to the current situation. But if they immediately rescue the princesses, West Wonder King wouldn't be able to find fault with them, even if he has his suspicions. Meg looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, did you see West Wonder King today? How did it go?" "Smooth." "What kind of person is he?" Zhao Hai thinks for a moment, then he said, "He looks like a powerful person. If you judge based on his appearance, then you'd think he was a crude man. But if you take note of his eyes, you'll see that he has a calculating attitude. I went today and talked to him about the issue of our grain business. This should make him trust us." Laura nodded and then smiled. Now West Wonder King would feel proud. I have the inkling that he could not wait for the day that we'd bring him the grain. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. "First we need to stabilize him. Have him stay his hand so that Brother Wales can continue on with his plans. And after we rescue the princesses, we'll snoop around the camp." But from all the rumors going around, it seems that the Fighting Bull tribe isn't in any better situation. By cooperating with a human, they had placed themselves in an awkward situation since it's a beastman taboo to ask for help with humans. They'll have to cover it up. "If I am the Fighting Bull chieftain, I'll help the humans escape the prairie, then await for a suitable time to have them return. As the matter stands, they are on the losing side. This is a big help to Brother Wales. It will make his success more possible." Laura nodded. "If Big Brother Wales can counterattack as soon as possible, then he'll certainly succeed because nobody would think that he'll counterattack immediately." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. He didn't had any further comments. He looked at Laura and asked, "You have been in contact with the Fighting Bulls these past few days. What do you feel about them?" Laura thought for a moment. Then she said, "I don't really feel anything. I just think that they are very much unlike Spiel, who was easygoing. I don't like them." Zhao Hai smiled. "Probably it's because they are too practical. You cannot blame them. They often see convoys come, so trading has become too common here. In any case, after this we won't have any interactions with them anymore." Laura nodded, then turned her head to the monitor and saw several beastmen being busy. Zhao Hai suddenly sighed. Look at their busy appearance. It is very difficult to imagine what their response will be when war comes. Laura didn't say a word. None of them have experienced war, so they cannot imagine that scene, but they had seen the giant horned bull tribe's appearance after Gasol's attack, and that is only a small tribe. If the big tribe outside encounters the same fate, it would be very difficult to visualize the scene. Zhao Hai sighed. Then the image on the monitor switched to the convoy. The convoy was still on the move without any accidents. Zhao Hai nodded. "Right. I just placed the Fighting Bulls and wild blood cows on the ranch. It made the ranch rise to level 7, and then I raised 100 cows. The milk wine that we made should be good by now. Want to return to Iron Mountain Fortress and have a taste?" When Laura heard that the pasture has been upgraded, she became very happy. Then she said, "Brother Hai, the Space's pasture is now level 7. What change do you think will happen when it reaches level 10? Zhao Hai shook his head. "Who knows? The change that will happen may not be what I want. Forget it. Any change is good." Laura smiles. "I believe that the pasture will keep improving, just like the farm. Also, I didn't think that the milk wine would only take a short time to ferment. To be honest, I cannot seem to get used to the taste of milk wine, but our milk might be very tasty. I can't wait to have a taste the flavor of our milk wine." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. To be honest, he also wants to have a taste of the wine. Seeing that it is now lunchtime, Zhao Hai led Laura and others back to Iron Mountain Fort. He left the camp to care for monitoring, just in case if some people come to visit, they'd still have time to come back. Back at Iron Mountain Fort, the residents have just finished eating their lunch. In general, the lunch provided here at Iron Mountain Fort is very simple. Since they will become busy at the afternoon, lunch would be brief, then followed by a short break before they head back to work. Seeing Zhao Hai suddenly come back, Green became somewhat surprised. Usually Zhao Hai wouldn't come back for lunch, but fortunately Green prepared a lot of food. He didn't need to prepare again. While having lunch, Zhao Hai had Green bring some milk wine. Green got someone bring a pot to Zhao Hai. He then gave each person 1 cup to taste. The milk wine was very tasty, quite mellow compared to Beastman-made wine. It was very fragrant, and coupled with the distillation method, the quality of the milk wine became a lot higher. Laura drank a cup, after which her face reddened. Zhao Hai didn't drink any more. He only drank a cup, then returned to his tent back at the camp, then fell asleep. In the next 3 days, Zhao Hai's life was very calm. Sometimes they'd interact with some beastmen, but this time they didn't just trade things with the beastmen. They also asked them if there are any things that the beastmen specifically wanted, because if possible, he'd bring those to them. Leaving aside that Zhao Hai trades them with products, when he asked them regarding things they needed so he can procure them, the beastmen became happy. In reality, these beastmen have many things that they want, but since Zhao Hai mainly trades with food, they couldn't buy anything else. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to listen to their requests, they'd be absolutely delighted. But trouble came afterward. The news that Zhao Hai accepted requests spread throughout West Wonder King's camp, and before long, a bunch of people came in with requests of all the things they needed, hoping that Zhao Hai could procure them. Zhao Hai felt that he made a big mistake. He really shouldn't have asked for requests. Since the beastmen still had a lot of things to do, Zhao Hai had them return first. He had their requests written down so that he does not need to list them one by one. Zhao Hai did so because he had a lot of supplies from Casa City. Almost all were prepared for this trip to the prairie, so Zhao Hai wanted these supplies to be traded for some argile. He just underestimated the beastmen's desire to buy. Since the beastmen cannot buy whatever they wanted on this scarce prairie, their blown-out enthusiasm was completely out of Zhao Hai's expectation. Zhao Hai finally received all the list of orders, which was enough to compile a few books with. In any case, the grain convoy just reached outside the cow-headed race territory. Zhao Hai can only delay the orders until next shipment to bring in the requests. These few busy days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai's grain convoy had finally left cow-headed race's territory. After they finished loading the grain, Zhao Hai immediately took back his ghost staff. He then called a bloodhawk to seek around West Wonder King's camp to find Whale's two sisters. Now that the beastmen are preparing for winter, the quantity of grass to be foraged by a tribe as large as West Wonder King's camp reached astronomical figures. Therefore, at this time, there were very many foragers out and about, but these foragers were mostly slaves. Foraging grass for the winter season is very tiring work. You cannot return to the camp for a long time. You work from dawn to dusk, such high-intensity work. Only after then can you rest. Majority of the large tribes would have slaves do this job, sometimes having a certain quota per slave. If someone cannot meet the required amount, they may even get killed. Fortunately, the bloodhawk is quick, and also Zhao Hai believed that the fighting bulls would certainly group up all the Herculean bulls to one place. Zhao Hai is certain to find their specific location. Laura and the team are also staring at the scene, very careful in looking, fearing that they might miss something. Soon they finally found their target. In reality, it wasn't that difficult to find them since they are not that far from West Wonder King's camp, only half a day's journey away. There were more than 100 Herculean bulls working, both male and female. These people were in handcuffs and fetters. What made Zhao Hai surprised is that they are accompanied by a cavalry of 300 fighting bulls. Moreover, they were fully armed. Zhao Hai didn't immediately make a move. He observed the fighting bull cavalry carefully, as well as the surrounding situation around the Herculean bulls. Sure enough, Zhao Hai found something not right with the surroundings. In the herd surrounding the Herculean bulls, there were a lot of fighting bulls working. These were not slaves of the fighting bulls but true fighting bull clansmen. They also have their mounts and weapons with them. Moreover, you could see that they were not working that hard. Instead, while working they would sometimes pay attention to the Herculean bulls' situation. Counting them up, there were about 5,000 of them. Zhao Hai immediately understood the situation after seeing this scene. This was a trap set up by the fighting bulls. They want to use the second and third princesses as bait, so when the Herculean bulls come and try to attempt rescue, they would be attacked immediately, catching the Herculean bulls off guard. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink. Laura with a gloomy face also didn't speak. Some time after, Meg angrily shouted, Too shameless. Without the Herculean bulls they wouldn't even achieve what they are today. But look at what he did. He unexpectedly set a trap for the Herculean bull clan. Completely shameless. Meg rarely cursed people, but today she madly cursed. You could see how angry she was. Zhao Hai and Laura are also very angry. They really didn't expect that West Wonder King would be shameless to this point. Zhao Hai can guess what West Wonder King is thinking. He wants to use this way to show the Fighting Bull tribe that he already drew the line between the Herculean bulls and himself. To be honest, after West Wonder King is finished with the Herculean bulls, he wants to hire himself onto the Fighting Bull clan. This point Zhao Hai can understand. After all, West Wonder King is a leader, not only himself, but he also needs to consider his people. However, the method that West Wonder King used made Zhao Hai very angry to the point of enraging him. He knew from Wales that without the Herculean Bull clan, there wouldn't be a West Wonder King today, but West Wonder King actually treated the Herculean bulls this way. Zhao Hai cannot forgive this action. Laura didn't curse, but instead she turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, what is your judgment? Laura knows that Zhao Hai isn't a person to suffer a loss and remain silent, therefore she asked this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. We move this evening. I'll dispatch the undead as well as the hawks, but not to save the second and third princesses but instead make West Wonder King's 5,000 men my subordinates. Laura stared, then immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She frowned and replied, is this okay? That is a large battalion of troops, and the camp is very close by. Zhao Hai smiles. Darkness is our domain. We'll tidy up the surrounding cavalry first, then we'll rescue the second and third princesses after. Laura nodded, then said nothing. Like what Zhao Hai said, after darkness, it would truly be their domain. With so many undead, taking care of these fighting bulls should be very easy. After watching the weather outside, Zhao Hai said with a low voice, we shall rest first. In a while we'll begin. We will not wait for the day to be entirely dark. This time we are only here to monitor. It would be best for the fighting bulls to see us so they will not have suspicions towards our group. Laura stared blankly for a moment, then showed a faint smile and said, right, we'll get loud during dinner. We'll also go out of the tent from time to time, so that no one would doubt us. Zhao Hai smiles, right, by then we could provide evidence that we're not the culprit. They wouldn't think that we have the space. A mysterious existence. With us, I'll have the Bloody Hawk hold the ghost staff. We'll poison them first, then we'll begin. Laura didn't have any further opinion. All those inside the tent hoped that the darkness would come soon. Chapter 287, Poison. The sky slowly darkened, because of the preparations for winter. The whole camp had their dinner a bit later than before. Sometimes at almost dark. The camp was filled with smokes rising from the tents. Zhao Hai looked outside and sees beastmen beginning to cook. He could not help but smile. Let's get started, he said. Laura nodded. As per usual, they prepared their dinner in their camp, nothing very out of place. Zhao Hai didn't come out. Through the space's monitor, he watched the fighting bull cavalry in charge of the Herculean bulls. The cavalry were currently cooking. One could see that the food was very good, a pot of boiled mutton. Some took out their pouches that were used to hold milk wine. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile while seeing this scene, which was very suitable for him to use poison. Initially, Zhao Hai planned to have the hawks deliver the poison from the air, but after thinking about it, it was very unrealistic. The blood hawks were not aircraft, and even aircraft cannot guarantee that the dropped bomb could hit 100% of the time, let alone the blood hawks by raining poison down. Since there is no way to use poison with blood hawks, Zhao Hai thought of another ultimate weapon he had inside the space, the blood-devouring mosquitoes. Since the blood-devouring mosquitoes have entered the space, Zhao Hai hadn't used them. This time he had the opportunity to do so, but Zhao Hai didn't make them bite. Instead, he made them deliver poison. The heads of these mosquitoes were not small, so one or two can secretly infiltrate a camp, and if too many were sent, they would be discovered. So Zhao Hai sent 5 blood-devouring mosquitoes. These blood-devouring mosquitoes gained some improvements from the space, so they were not afraid of the space's poisons. Therefore, Zhao Hai got them to suck up some poison to their bodies. Then they dived towards the fighting bulls and spat out some poison to the big pot of mutton. Zhao Hai, after asking Zhao Wen, knew that the mosquitoes possess such an ability, but he didn't expect that in addition to sucking liquids to their belly, they could also spit it out. They were too overpowered. Initially, Zhao Hao planned to have them dive towards the pot in a suicidal attack, but it looks like there is no need for it now. The current setup is much better. Zhao Hai only poisoned the fighting bulls that monitored the Herculean bulls while excluding the Herculean bulls. He feared that he may injure the second and third princesses. If that happens, then he'd have no explanation to give whales. While the poison was doing its job, at this time Laura was preparing food outside. Today they also cooked delicious mutton. In the prairie, people didn't eat mutton daily because they regard argali as their most important property, so how could they possibly always eat mutton? For herders in the prairie, they would usually eat bamboo rice. Only in special occasions would they cook mutton. Laura also knows this, so they usually eat bamboo rice and some pie. They wouldn't eat mutton regularly. However, today is a special day, therefore Laura prepared mutton. Outside the camp stands a large pot. Cooking inside the pot is the mutton. Several people are laughing while preparing food. Of the three, Meg was the one who cooked the food. She used to assist Marin prepare food, therefore she's a very good cook. Laura and Near cannot cook food. Since Laura was a genuine young lady, there would always be someone to prepare for her, and since Near is always at Laura's side, she also cannot cook. 2. However, the two have not been idle. They followed by Meg's side, laughing and joking being more of a hindrance than help, sending Meg into a flurry. Zhao Hai sat in the tent. He faintly smiled while looking at the scene of the three women. Zhao Hai felt that he was fortunate that they got along so peacefully. If his backyard were on fire, then it would be a big problem. 3. Zhao Hai has also been paying attention to the condition of the several camps. Seeing that the fighting bulls began to eat, Zhao Hai prepared to begin his plan. He selected a faraway camp. With a wave of his hand he released some muddened fighting bull cavalry and jackal cavalry and had them head towards the camp. Zhao Hai had to admit that these fighting bulls have good physiques. Even after eating the poisoned mutton, they were not affected immediately and were still drinking milk wine. But at the moment, there were people currently charging at them, so they immediately equipped their weapons and readied to fight. However, Zhao Hai's poison isn't that easy to deal with. This concoction is made from mixing different kinds of poisons, thus making it very overbearing. At the beginning, the fighting bulls didn't feel anything. Only when they rode their bulls to start fighting did problems arise. As they readied to fight, naturally their blood flow would speed up, thus increasing the rate of absorbing the poison and allowing the poison to reach the heart faster. So as these fighting bulls were charging, after 100 meters, they suddenly felt their body turn weak and their arms numb. At present they can only become accessories stuck at the back of their bulls. At this time, the jackal cavalry came. When it comes to harvesting life, they are very good. Zhao Hai also immediately stored the undead fighting bulls, because the fighting bulls would cause much noise when running and may alert the surrounding camps. The remaining matters became simple. The jackal cavalry completely slaughtered all fighting bulls. Later, Zhao Hai turned all of them into undead. This camp had 1,000 people, therefore Zhao Hai gained 1,000 troops, after which they headed toward the second camp. In the first camp, because the fighting bulls had just consumed the meat, the poison had yet to affect them. But when Zhao Hai reached the second camp, all the fighting bulls there were already poisoned and fell to the ground waiting for the blade to slice them. 5 camps became useless after Zhao Hai dealt with them. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhao Hai took out all of his fighting type undead. Presently he has 6 battalions of undead fighters, 5,000 of which were West Wonder King's subordinates. Zhao Hai let 5,000 men of West Wonder King take the lead, followed by 1,500 cavalry behind. Then they headed towards the place where the Herculean bulls were located. The fighting bulls that were with the Herculean bulls were very anxious at first, but after seeing that they were encircled by their own people, They relaxed and even prepared to send greetings. However, having suddenly appeared here, their clansmen immediately started to charge, and instead of responding to their calls, they were instead met with maces pounded on their heads. 6,500 versus 300 who were totally unprepared. One doesn't need to look to know what the result would be. So the men under West Wonder King that couldn't react to what is going on immediately got slaughtered clean, while the enslaved Herculean bulls didn't react. They only looked blankly at all that happened. They really couldn't wrap their head around what is happening here. But then suddenly they felt their head go dizzy. Afterwards they lost their awareness. Before long, all of the fighting bulls vanished along with the Herculean bulls. On the camp all commodities also vanished. The prairie became peaceful. It became extremely quiet, as if nothing happened. But because they made a lot of noise while fighting, West Wonder King's camp naturally heard the commotion since the place is not that far away. So West Wonder King's camp immediately sent 10,000 cavalry towards where the Herculean bulls were. At this time, Zhao Hai seemed to be oblivious to all that was happening. He just ate mutton outside his tent. Midway through their dinner, Meg went out looking for beastmen to trade milk wine, with the reason that their supply of milk wine has run out. It is normal for many beastmen to have dinner outside their tent. Zhao Hai's group also had dinner outside several times, especially during the times they were still monitored. During that time, Zhao Hai didn't return to Iron Mountain Fort nor to the space for dinner, and always had their dinner outside so that the observers could always see them. Later, after the people who monitored them were withdrawn, Zhao Hai still had his dinners outside. To the beastmen, this is nothing strange. Everyone had no suspicions at all. However, this night the camp was not peaceful. In the middle of the night, Zhao heard a bugle ringing outside. They immediately ran outside the tent in a panicked manner. Currently, the entire camp was boiling with commotion. All fighting bull people went out their tents carrying their weapons. Fortunately, these men didn't enter Zhao Hai's tent, but a few fighting bull cavalry were patrolling outside their camp. They didn't know whether they were sent to protect Zhao Hai's group or monitor them. Zhao Hai pretended to restlessly walk back and forth in his camp while wearing a very worried face. At this time Beta came. Zhao Hai immediately saw him and moved forward to greet. With a panicked face he asked, "Brother Beta, what happened? Why did you suddenly mobilize troops?" Beta looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I'll have to inconvenience you. Do not leave your camp." Just now we had one team of cavalry suddenly disappear outside when they went to forage some grass. The prince is very angry. We are currently tracing them. Do not go out of your camp. We have sent some men to protect you. You'll be safe inside the camp. Zhao Hai pretended to be startled and said, "Good. I'll definitely refrain from going out." "Thank you, Brother Beta." He immediately turned back to his tent and looked at the monitor. The monitor was guided by a blood hawk carrying the ghost staff so that the situation around the camp can be seen. Teams of fully grown fighting bulls have equipped their weapons and rode their mount before heading out to the prairie, prepared for combat. 1. Zhao Wen was the big mosquito Zhao Hai captured way back. 2. After all this time I thought Laura did all the cooking. 3. Maybe a Chinese idiom, so I just left it as is. Chapter 288, North. Laura looked at the monitor and said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, do you think they'd figure something out?" Zhao Hai smiled lightly. "Impossible. The most they could see are nothing but hoof prints of some fighting bulls and jackals. Remember the way I left the scene? There is nothing left there but grass." Laura nodded, then smiled. "What do you think will happen when they see the area with the sudden disappearance of more than 5,000 people? What speculations would be in their minds?" Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. "It's hard to say. From what it looks like, they would possibly be looking for clues in the surroundings for quite a while. Now that we have nothing else to do, let's just behave inside the tent." Zhao Hai's action this time was too sudden that West Wonder King hadn't even thought of them. What he knew presently was that the Herculean bulls area where they worked at was only a half-day's distance away from his camp. But, in general, if a horse ran very fast, it would be possible to reach the camp in an hour. But around the camp, there were 5,000 fighting bull cavalry. These 5,000 fighting bull cavalry when in frontal charge, would surely be able hold wind against 3,000 Herculean bulls. With such numbers, West Wonder King is confident that even if the strongest tiger or lion cavalry on the prairie would attack them, their clan member of 5,000 men could still keep up for an hour. They would have bought enough time for reinforcements to arrive. But a faction sending thousands of cavalry to a camp which is only a half-day travel from his camp while bent unnoticed is impossible. Therefore he believed that the Herculean bulls cannot escape. However, what he didn't expect is that in this world a person such as Zhao Hai would exist, one who has the capability to use the power of the space to completely eliminate his 5,000 cavalry while also departing quietly. Because he haven't got any idea that Zhao Hai's method exists, West Wonder King felt stifled. He didn't know who he was facing against. For his 5,000 cavalry to simply just vanish is too strange, while leaving no trace at the scene except for some bloodstains. There was almost nothing left worth noting to see. No trace, except for some tents around which looked like they even hadn't been disturbed. It looked like they were attacked by a heavenly general, suddenly landing from the sky, trampling his camps flat, then rounded everything up before flying away. Getting zero leads, everyone from West Wonder King's camp developed headaches. In the end there was nowhere for West Wonder King to send his troops to. West Wonder King can only go to the prophets in their tribe. There were prophets in tribes like West Wonder King's. At the moment there were currently 5 prophets in West Wonder King's camp, all of which were from the Water Buffalo tribe. It is said that in the entire cow-headed race, if one were to be prophets, they were generally of the Water Buffalo clan, because other branches of the cow-headed race cannot produce prophets most of the time. Other races' prophets couldn't come to the cow-headed race. This is a beastman tradition, except truly big warrior clans like the lion race and tiger race, who have prophets of different races. Ordinary warrior clans would use their own race's prophet produced in their branch clans. This time West Wonder King went to find the prophets for nothing but the prophecy for the future of his camp. He didn't ask who saved the Herculean bulls because the prophets weren't gods. It's impossible to prophesize about those. One of West Wonder King's 5 prophets was one who became very well known amongst the beastmen. His name was Blue Jack of the Water Buffalo tribe. He began his debut quite early on in his life. He was best known for having a successful prophecy a few years ago. He prophesied that the Beastman Prairie would have a great drought, and indeed, on that year the prairie did have a drought. This made him instantly famous amongst the entire Beastman Prairie. Actually, Beastman prophets were not that mysterious. The main thing they used to combat were beast soul tablets, just like how human magicians use their own conduit-like staffs. And when prophesying, among 100 prophecies, they could correctly guess 5 or 6 times. Quite a bad rate, but the beastmen still believed them regardless, much like how the ancient Chinese believed in fortune-telling. This time, West Wonder King gathered all the prophets in his tent. He looked at them and said, "Prophets, the situation of this tribe, I believe you already knew more or less about it, so I won't say anything more. What I want to ask of you is to predict the situation of my tribe in the future. If our tribe won't have a good future, how then should we avoid the disaster? I ask the prophets for help." Amongst those gathered, Blue Jack undoubtedly has the highest authority. He took the lead in joining West Wonder King the greetings. "The prince is too polite. Sharing the worries of the prince is our duty-bound matter." Blue Jack wore a cotton robe which looked like a black magician's gown. He had wrinkles on his face, clearly showing that he's the opposite of being young. His hand is holding a cane which seems to be made from magic beast bone, white but not pale in color but white like pure jade, very beautiful. Hanging on his neck were skulls, 18 of them. These skulls were not genuine but are instead made of bull horns and is made to be black. Oftentimes he'd trace his hands on them, making him look gloomy and grim as if he's not a beastman but a human black magician instead. In all honesty, West Wonder King never liked Blue Jack. He thinks that Blue Jack is gloomy, but he had to recognize Blue Jack's real skill, therefore he can only depend on Blue Jack heavily. As soon as West Wonder King heard Blue Jack's voice, he nodded and replied, "Very well, then gentlemen please." he said as he prepared a few items for the several prophets. Two things were extremely crucial to a prophet's prophecy. The first is the skull of a magic beast and the second is the blood of the beast. If the prediction is very important, they could even use their own blood. Presently, 5 skulls were placed on the ground. These skulls were not of Argyle, but the skull of bulls. In a beastman's view, the higher level the magic beast skull is, the more accurate the prediction would be, so this time West Wonder King presented high-quality bull skulls. Next to the 5 bull skulls were 5 bowls of blood. This was also a bull's blood. The prophets knew that this was prepared for them, so they each took one set and then went towards the brazier in West Wonder King's tent. They put the skull in the brazier before they closed their eyes and started mouthing off incantations. These incantations were the type that only beastmen prophets could learn. The prophets believe that this language is used to communicate to the beast god and receive instructions from him. Therefore all prophets must study this language. Soon, the prophets picked up the bowls filled with blood, then poured the blood onto the skulls. Afterwards, the prophets took out the skulls inside the brazier and carefully looked at it. After some time, the prophets placed the skulls down and then turned towards West Wonder King. West Wonder King looked at the prophets before him and said, "Prophets, tell me, no need to be polite about it." The prophets' expression were quite unattractive. "Prince, from the result of this time's prophecy, we fear that the situations of your camp is not good." Other prophets also told the same thing save for Blue Jack. West Wonder King saw that Jack was not speaking. He quickly asked, "Blue Jack, what is your judgment?" Blue Jack also shook his head. "Not very good. Our West Wonder King camp will encounter a great calamity, but there is a way to resolve it." Upon hearing what Blue Jack had said, West Wonder King's face changed its complexion. He quickly said, "I invite Prophet Jack to speak clear words." Blue Jack said, "From today's prophecy, if we want to overcome this calamity, there is only one way, judging from what can be seen on the skull. It's that there is a means of safety in the north, but as to the specific meaning I do not know. Perhaps to take refuge in the north, or perhaps there is a special person we need to assist in the north." West Wonder King knitted the eyebrows on his head. He looked at the prophets one by one, but no other prophet spoke any more words. West Wonder King frowned. He did not understand what this north meant. To say the north, that place is too big, and it isn't quite possible for them to take refuge in the north. It's impossible for a camp of 100,000 people to go and migrate during winter. Completely impossible to go, but to think of it, there is a special person in the north, because the Fighting Bull clan is in that direction. Does this mean that they should take refuge with the Fighting Bull clan? Actually, this idea of Blue Jack is already on West Wonder King's mind. He had long wanted to go back to the Fighting Bull clan, therefore it reflected on his current actions. He made the Herculean Bulls princesses into slaves, and he also set up a trap for the other Herculean Bulls who may want to attempt rescue. These actions represent his willingness to side with the Fighting Bull clan. However, he had long been in opposition with the chieftain of the Fighting Bulls. It could be said that many in the camp has had grudges against the Fighting Bull clan. If he directly said that he wanted to side with the Fighting Bull clan, the people in his camp wouldn't agree. So he put out many actions to tell the people in the camp that he wanted to side with the clan. But he could not say this idea plainly since he didn't have a concrete reason. But now, with Blue Jack's prophecy, it gave him a good reason to use the prophecy to tell the people that siding with the clan is the decision of the beast god. This way the voices in opposition would lessen considerably. But West Wonder King didn't think that there was another entity in the north other than the Fighting Bull clan. The Herculean Bulls were also in that direction. The Herculean Bulls fled to the Mastiff territory, which is in the northern direction as opposed to the Herculean Bulls' main camp. Perhaps West Wonder King hadn't thought about this because, in his opinion, the Herculean Bulls are done. They were a completely hopeless tribe who won't be able to recover. They were simply out of his consideration. Chapter 289. News and Merchant. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to West Wonder King's tent, but if he did, he would certainly be shocked by the ability of these beastmen prophets. These prophets have unexpectedly prophesied that north is salvation. and Zhao Hai understood what this meant. It meant that West Wonder King should support Wales in taking back Herculean Bull's main camp. In this way, West Wonder King wouldn't be dealt with en route, thus he would be absolutely safe. It was a pity, however, that West Wonder King's thoughts didn't coincide with Zhao Hai's. His brain was now full with the idea of siding with the Fighting Bull chieftain, so how could he possibly thought of giving aid to the Herculean Bull clan? What Zhao Hai is observing right now were the actions of the Fighting Bull cavalry. The cavalry, holding torches in their hands, were performing a carpet search all around West Wonder King's camp. Of course, it was for sure that they wouldn't find anything. The entire night had been restless. Only when dawn came did the various troops return to the camp. Naturally, they didn't have any leads. This made the entire camp develop a very tense atmosphere. Naturally, Zhao Hai's group, who were behaving inside their camp the whole time, were forgotten by the beastmen. This did not mean that they were looked down upon by the beastmen, but seeing that Zhao Hai seemed to not be a powerful person, he would naturally be ignored. Beluk sent someone to check on Zhao Hai, but they only checked for a moment, because at the time of the accident, Zhao Hai's group were eating in their camp. A lot of beastmen have seen them, therefore it would be impossible for them to be the culprits. In the next 2 days, the mood inside the camp isn't only of anxiety, but also of sadness. They have lost more than 5,000 young and capable men. These Fighting Bulls have their own families, and some of them were even living near Zhao Hai's camp. Seeing that their family members were missing, this made their family members sad. For Zhao Hai, he didn't regret his actions. For their own sake, he must only do so. There was a saying, just do, never regret. In Zhao Hai's mind, there is no good or evil in war, only victory and defeat. With Zhao Hai being low-key, West Wonder King didn't have time to take notice of him. He wanted to side with the Fighting Bulls, but it's clearly not the time for that yet. After preparing for winter, he plans to announce his decision to side with the Fighting Bull chieftain. After all, the Herculean Bulls have just been defeated. If he immediately went forward to rely on the Fighting Bull clan, then it wouldn't be good for him image. Just at this time, the sad atmosphere had been diluted a little because of a certain matter, and that certain matter is the arrival of Zhao Hai's grain convoy. Zhao Hai's grain convoy came at a very timely moment since the camp's atmosphere is very bad. With the convoy's arrival, the sad atmosphere surrounding the camp have been cleared. The people's lives seem to become a bit calmer. Unfortunately, because of the recent incident, there was no way for the Fighting Bulls to collect plants and magic beasts. Zhao Hai can only trade with Argyle. This time Zhao Hai did not want wool products. He wanted to exchange the whole shipment with 1,500 heads of Argyle. At the same time, in front of the beastmen, Zhao Hai handed a stack of papers to the undead one. The beastmen couldn't help but to be excited because they knew what those stacks of paper were. Those were the requests of things that they made Zhao Hai purchase. After the grain convoy left, Zhao Hai had managed to restore the beastmen camp to calmness. People were foraging grass. You could also hear occasional laughter in the surroundings. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He looked at the beastmen camp and then turned to Laura. Laura, why are they laughing? They just lost 5,000 people recently. Don't they feel sad? Laura looked at these beastmen. She sighed and said, perhaps they got used to it. I heard that in the Beastmen Prairie, wars are very common. They do it to compete for slaves, compete for territory, compete for women. They will have wars. You can say that there are wars every day in the Beastmen Prairie. You can see that idea from the defeat of the Herculean Bulls. It had caused quite the sensation among the cow-headed race. But can you see whether or not the other Beastmen races were affected? No. Because for the beastmen, that kind of situation happens very often. Zhao Hai sighed and then stayed silent. He turned to go back inside the tent, also followed by Meg too. In the tent, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, I think that Brother Wales will soon find his fellow clansmen. We need to prepare grain for their consumption. Right. How many requests from this camp can we meet? Zhao Hai promised the beastmen of this camp to help them buy some things. There were some requests which were similar, So Zhao Hai made Laura help with the statistics of the orders and then look if they have enough from what they brought from Casa City. Laura had known how to do all of these calculations mentally since she used to do this before, so naturally it would come familiar and easy. Therefore she smiled and replied, "It would be enough, but I do not think that we should give the items to them in one go. This may cause suspicions. From what I see, how about we give them a tenth of the total quantity? This would not only help ship items easily, it would also consume less space in the grain convoy." Zhao Hai nodded to show his consent. Zhao Hai didn't idle about. He immediately sent a letter to Wales that the princesses were rescued and that his people were now saved so Wales would not worry. He also added the matter about West Wonder King preparing a trap to make Wales completely lose trust in West Wonder King. After completing all of these, Zhao Hai patiently waited for Wales' reply. He must determine Wales' condition and determine if Wales needed aid for anything. Wales' reply quickly arrived, along with the letter. There were also 6 space bags brought. This time, besides grain, there were several things that Wales urgently needed. At the same time Wales also told Zhao Hai about the situation with the Mastiff tribe. This time, the Herculean bulls have suffered such a huge defeat. To understand, the Herculean bulls used to have a number of more than 1 million clansmen and their troops have reached 300,000. Now the Herculean bulls have fled. Their numbers have been reduced to 500,000 clansmen, but they still have troops of over 200,000. This is because during the Fighting Bulls' attack on the Herculean bulls, the Herculean bulls didn't have a central command to coordinate them, therefore they were quickly defeated. And in the process of being routed, those younger can run faster while the old and weak could not catch up. Now these 500,000 people came for refuge inside the Mastiff tribe. Fortunately, there would be Herculean bulls joining the group from time to time. Now, even though the Herculean bulls have suffered such a defeat, they still have kept their fighting strength. They still have the ability to fight it out. After Wales returned to the Herculean bulls, he immediately took over the position of chieftain without question. He also took out Gasol's weapon and told the tribe that he had already executed Gasol on charges of treason against the tribe. But most important thing is that he brought grain with him. These life-saving grains stabilized the will of the people. One could say that these grains were crucial to him being able to take the position of chieftain. At the same time, Wales also told Zhao Hai about the news that Zhao Hai's magic beach juice and life water fully healed their tribe's supreme elder. Not only did it heal his wound, it also pushed him towards a breakthrough and also having to the brink of another breakthrough towards the next level. If he were able to break through successfully, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Naturally, this breakthrough didn't mean that he would level up from 9th to 10th rank. That would be impossible. The 9th rank is divided into 9 layers. The elder used to be 9th rank 3rd layer, and after this, he may possibly become 9th rank 5th layer. About 2 consecutive breakthroughs, which in the 9th rank is considered to be a miracle. Zhao Hai didn't think that the magic peach juice as well as the life water would have this effect. This made him very surprised. But with this breakthrough, Wales can now arrange a plan for his counter-attack. Zhao Hai quickly prepared all of Wales' needs and delivered those to him. This time he used 5 space bags to store grain while the remaining bag was used to store some living materials. Busy day. Zhao Hai's convoy have just arrived for the 3rd time in West Wonder King's camp. This time, in addition to food, they also brought a lot of the items requested by the Fighting Bulls. Because of this, Zhao Hai's standing inside West Wonder King's camp improved by a lot. He had become one of the most popular here. Due of this popularity, Zhao Hai had managed to get some news about the Fighting Bull clan. He is specifically concerned about news regarding West Wonder King and the Fighting Bull chieftain. West Wonder King already exhibited his motive to hire himself to the Fighting Bull chieftain, but he didn't explicitly say so. He has not sent someone to contact the Fighting Bull clan. Hence in the camp, some sensed fear. They don't know what their future holds. It was this sense of fear that the people at West Wonder King's camp made sure to pay special attention to the Fighting Bull chieftain. They were afraid of being attacked by the Fighting Bull chieftain, but they also know that it would also be unlikely, because at this time, They need to forage for grass in order to prepare for winter. The fighting bull chieftain also needs to forage. Moreover, he needs to forage for many more people. In addition, winter is not generally a time where beastmen dispatch troops. Amongst the beastmen, aside a few races, few would choose to dispatch troops in the winter. However, the sense of fear still exists. Therefore, inside the camp, plenty of rumors are in circulation regarding the fighting bull chieftain, both genuine and fake. It was very hard to tell them apart. However, Zhao Hai had reached two conclusions from looking at these genuine and fake rumors. First, the fighting bulls reduced all remaining Herculean bulls into slaves, a total number reaching an astonishing 300,000. Second, the human who cooperated with the fighting bulls was already not in the fighting bull clan. Regarding this human's whereabouts, there were two opinions. First, the human was really expelled by the fighting bulls, and the second is that the human was killed by the fighting bull chieftain. Zhao Hai is partial towards the first opinion. No matter which opinion it is, it became very clear that currently, the fighting bull clan did not have any helpers. If there were gonna be helpers inside the fighting bull clan, the success rate of Whale's counterattack would drop. Zhao Hai immediately told Whales about the information he had obtained. He hoped that Whales would attack as soon as possible. Due to it being winter, if they were to attack during this season, their time would be tight because war preparation isn't simple. Although rumors were flying everywhere in West Wonder King's camp, overall, the general mood is positive, especially because Zhao Hai had sent them grain. It made the camp's winter food sufficient. Although they lost 5,000 people, people still wore smiles on their faces. Now Zhao Hai had stayed inside West Wonder King's camp for about 20 days. In 10 days he would have to leave. At this moment another convoy arrived at West Wonder King's camp. This convoy already had established a cooperation with West Wonder King. This time they did not deliver grain to West Wonder King, but instead they delivered living materials. Different from Zhao Hai's amateurish mercantilism, these merchants who delivered commodity goods were genuine traders. Even though true merchants wouldn't be eager to trade during the winter, they still would like to trade grain. But delivering grain during this time isn't wise. They would be raided too easily, and going back would be similarly unsafe. Moreover, big tribes would prepare grain in the 2 months following winter. Therefore transporting grain to the prairie this time is a pretty huge risk, and beastmen would surely find reasons to undercut the price. So during these times, prairie merchants would bring with them living materials. These were items essential to living in the prairie. Therefore these products' prices would never be undercut. For the small tribes, however, these things were not as attractive as grain. The people of the caravan didn't think that inside West Wonder King's camp there would be another merchant group, but this group unexpectedly focused on trading grain. The head merchant of the convoy had tried contacting Zhao Hai twice, but Zhao Hai seems to not like coming in contact with them. He did not criticize Zhao Hai, however, because through his connections in West Wonder King's camp, he understood who Zhao Hai was. The merchant was startled when he heard of the facts. He did not think that Zhao Hai had managed to supply more than 10 million jin of grain to West Wonder King. This number, for a merchant, is not a small number. This fact made him more careful of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also very concerned about this merchant. The merchant said that he is an ex-empire citizen, named Bell, but he is not a Persal Duchy citizen. He said he arrived to Beastman Prairie through Ikisa family territory. Regarding the Ikisa family, Laura had some knowledge about them. This is a family in the west of Persal Duchy, its neighbor. Moreover, their territory also neighbored the Beastman Prairie, which became another passage for humans to smuggle goods towards the prairie. And this Bell is the Xa family's most famed grain and commodity merchant. But Laura didn't know that this Bell was in cooperation with West Wonder King. 1. I am in the assumption here that the undead were in their not undead look form. 2. Meg the eternal background character. 1 mentioned per 2 chapters. Chapter 290, One of Us. Bell appearing here was unexpected. Laura had cooperated with him before, but not too deep. They didn't get to see face to face. They only knew each other's names. The reason why Laura didn't get too deep with their cooperation was because Belle didn't hold a good reputation. According to the rumors, Laura judged that Belle and Thompson were the same type person. They would resort to all means in order to achieve their goals, even though unethical. This mindset let Thompson transform the Markey family into a famous merchant family. Also, by using various means, Belle also made himself the largest grain and commodity trader in the Xia family territory. Because of Belle's style, Laura felt repulsed. Therefore there weren't much cooperation between the two of them. Zhao Hai was sitting in the tent while looking at the picture on the monitor. Currently the picture showed Belle's image. Belle's location isn't far away from where Zhao Hai stayed, in a similar tent prepared by West Wonder King, which were prepared for the use of human merchants. After he heard about Belle's character, Zhao Hai felt that this Belle was a formidable man. Therefore he paid special attention to Belle. He wanted to know the other people accompanying Belle, and there were a lot of them. Belle himself is mediocre, only a 6th rank warrior, but in his entourage he had 2 8th rank warriors, a 7th rank black magician, 5 5th rank warriors, 26th rank warriors, and 505th rank and below personnel. Such group, their strength isn't something to be looked down at. If they were to fight on the surface, then they would be a lot stronger than Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't worry too much that Belle would find trouble with him because Belle wouldn't dare do it. They were in the Beastmen Prairie. They would have to obey Beastmen rules. If they were to cause trouble, it would be equal to slapping the Beastmen on the face, and they will not like it. Zhao Hai knew that he is not in a low position in the hearts of these beastmen. He sold them grain at low prices. He also bought them items, and he didn't charge too much. All these beastmen felt good about Zhao Hai, so if Belle dares to cause trouble with Zhao Hai, then it'd be the end for Belle. However, since Belle still hadn't done anything, Zhao Hai could only act amicably. But looking at Belle's fat face, Zhao Hai felt uncomfortable. He had thought of an expression for a person with a kind face but a cruel heart, a smiling tiger. In Zhao Hai's eyes, Belle was a smiling tiger. Because of this, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to Belle as there doesn't seem to be any movements from West Wonder King. Zhao Hai is spying at Belle. He wants to know what measures he could prepare to cope with this man. With his 4th batch of grain arriving at the camp soon, Zhao Hai fears that Belle would make a move then. On the monitor, Belle was sitting still inside his tent. In his hand is a cup of fruit wine, and in front of him unexpectedly were fruits. One must know that in the prairie, it is very difficult to acquire them. Zhao Hai looked at the fruits and noticed that they were frozen. It looked like Belle didn't have any spatial equipment with him. In front of Belle sat a person. Laura and Zhao Hai had not seen this person before. His appearance is that of a subordinate. He looked to be over 30 years old, but his face has the color of frost and wind, seemingly like a bachelor. Zhao Hai turned his head towards Laura. "Laura, do you recognize this person?" Laura shook her head and said, "I don't. Maybe it's an undead that Belle raised." Then, they heard Belle speak. "How's the probing?" The man said to Belle, "It's okay. There's nothing odd with Zhao Hai and Laura. Their names don't seem to be fake." The food they sold to the beastmen was Haven rice, and they only sold it at half the normal price. Tasting the wine in his glass, Belle said, "A completely careless and wasteful use of nature's gifts. If this Haven rice were sold on the mainland, then they wouldn't sell for cheap. What a pity." Radiant Church. "Those bastards and Southern King, that buffoon, they deserve to fall off their horse and die." The man then followed. Currently the Xia Empire is still tracing the origin of Zhao Hai, but it's a mess and they can't figure anything out. But it is certain that Zhao Hai came from a large aristocratic family and in his hand were space equipments, and that he is also a very strong black magician. Other than those there aren't any leads. 1. Belle nodded. "This is normal. We can see from Zhao Hai's actions that he does not want others to take notice of him. But sometimes he does things that can only make other people turn their heads to him. How do you say it? Low-key but arrogant. To be honest, I'm very like this Zhao Hai. Unfortunately my reputation is not good, otherwise I might have accomplished more right now." "Right. What message did the League want to transmit?" The servant suddenly smiled. "The League only transmitted a few words. 3 words, "One of us." Bell became surprised for a moment, then he laughed. "I knew those old fogies of the League won't give up on Zhao Hai, one who is this powerful. In addition, he is someone the Radiant Church wouldn't certainly let off. We can certainly pull him closer to the Alliance." "Good, one of us, perhaps, haha. I must chat with him for cooperation." The servant looked at Bell and said, "Will he believe you?" Bell showed a faint smile and said, "I have this." He took out a small badge. It was a League of Black Mages identification medallion. Zhao Hai and Laura, who saw this, were shocked. They had not thought that Bell, this successful merchant, was unexpectedly a member of the League of Black Mages. This fact surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head towards Laura. Then he showed a faint smile. The League's range of power really isn't to be underestimated. For a successful merchant like Bell to be a member of the League, really surprising. Laura smiled. "Yes, what a coincidence. We should go see him, since he is in the League. Let's just ask him for news about the Fighting Bull clan." Zhao Hai smiled, then he stood up. "Come, let us go meet him," he said as he walked out. Laura, Meg and Near followed hastily. Even in his dreams, Bell would not think that all of what he said would be heard by Zhao Hai. Before he made his move, Zhao Hai beat him to it. While Bell was discussing with his subordinate about when to see Zhao Hai, suddenly a voice came from the entrance of his tent. "Master, Mr. Zhao Hai along with Miss Laura, Miss Meg, and Miss Near, have come to see you." Bell became surprised for a moment. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "They came first, what do you think?" The man shook his head. "I'm unable to guess, even Master wouldn't know." Bell nodded, then he said, "Invite them in quickly." The servant on the entrance complied, then turned to invite the visitors in. Bell stood up, ready to meet Zhao Hai. The tent's entrance was opened. Zhao Hai and his group came in. Bell immediately smiled and greeted, "For Mr. Zhao Hai to come suddenly, it really gave me a scare." Zhao Hai smiled as he replied, "May Mr. excuse my disturbance of your rest, I apologize," he said as he gave Bell a simple salute. Bell quickly responded, "Mr. is too polite, I am very honored. Mr. please sit down." After Zhao Hai finished sitting down, a servant came and poured him a cup of wine. Then they took out a bowl of fruit and placed them on the table in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. He turned his head and looked at the 2 servants by the entrance. He then turned to Bell and said, "Mr. Bell, I have somewhat of an important matter to discuss with you, so can you please invite them to leave?" Zhao Hai gestured towards the 2 servants by the entrance. Bell stared blankly as he looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded. He signaled towards the 2 servants. The servants bowed, then drew back. Seeing that the servants were now away, Zhao Hai turned his head to Bell and said, "This time I came to find Mr. Bell to inquire about something." After he finished talking, a League of Black Mages medallion appeared on his hand. Bell didn't think that Zhao Hai would show his badge to him. He stared for a moment, then looked at Zhao Hai before he laughed. "Mr. is really bad. You already knew about my identity." He also took out his badge. The 2 people stared at each other and laughed. Some time after the 2 persons have calmed down, Bell looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I really didn't think that you could know of my identity so quickly. What do you want to know?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "I wanted to know for how long have you cooperated with West Wonder King, and if whether you have any other cooperation with others." Bell became surprised for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hai puzzled. "Why do you ask, Mr. Zhao Hai? Do you have matters to take care of?" Zhao Hai nodded, and replied, "Mr. Bell, I'll be honest with you. Presently I am in an alliance with the Herculean Bulls chieftain. The tribe's 7th Prince Wales is my beheading oath brother. The reason that I'm moving about in the prairie is to gather information for Brother Wales with regards to the Fighting Bull clan. But you also know that it's my first time in the prairie, therefore I am lacking with regards to information here. Thus I wanted to ask you for help this aspect." Bell looked at Zhao Hai. The information Zhao Hai told him really gave him a shock. He didn't know of a beastman performing a beheading blood oath with a human, but Zhao Hai has unexpectedly managed to do it in his first year in the prairie. This is too astonishing. 1. Note here that Armak uses his name Zhao Hai for his dark magician persona. His name in this world is Adam Buddha. This is the reason why people are having a hard time finding out about his background. Chapter 291. Inside Information. Bell looked at Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao Hai, are you sure you aren't joking? Are you really Whale's beheading blood oath brother? Zhao Hai nodded. Therefore I need to know information about the Fighting Bull chieftain, to make Brother Whale's counterattack against the Fighting Bull clan more successful. Bell stood up, and walked back and forth twice while muttering, good, this is heaven's will, this must be God's will. Zhao Hai puzzlingly looked at the excited face of Bell. He didn't know what elated Bell. It took a while before Bell managed to calm himself down. He turned towards Zhao Hai, who still wore a puzzled expression. He couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, Mr. Zhao Hao, you really are a lucky star, out League of Black Magicians' big lucky star. This made Zhao Hai even more puzzled. He looked at Bell. What is going on, Mr. Bell? Do you care explain it to me? Bell looked at Zhao Hai's face. He showed a faint smile and then sat down. Red drunk with wine, Bell let out a long breath and then said, Mr. Zhao Hai, because you just joined the league, there are a few things you know about what is going on in the inside. In fact, the Hercules Bulls matter this time is in fact a contest between the League of Black Magicians and the Radiant Church, a contest on another level. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Bell and said, what you mean is that the human expert who helped the Fighting Bulls was from the Radiant Church? Bell nodded. Yes, that person was from the Radiant Church. In fact, the Radiant Church had long wanted to extend their claws towards the Beastmen Prairie. They have tried controlling the tribes using business, but the Beastmen have always believed in fellow Beastmen. The Church didn't succeed on several occasions. After this matter was made known to our League of Black Magicians, we naturally needed to act on it. If we allowed the Church's control to reach the Beastmen, then our difficulties would increase in the future, so we kept an open eye on their actions with the Beastmen. After learning that the Church wanted to cooperate with the Fighting Bulls, we tried to destroy their plan several times but we haven't succeeded. Finally, they managed to draw in the Fighting Bull chieftain to their side. The League wanted to ally with the Herculean Bulls, but their clan chieftain is a stickler for tradition. He didn't want human help, thus we have not succeeded yet. Bell looked at Zhao Hai. The next thing we know, they actually sent a 9th rank warrior to aid the Fighting Bulls, helping the Fighting Bulls to expel the Herculean Bulls in one go, becoming the cow-headed race's royal clan. You can say that this was their first success in invading the prairie. Moreover, there was nothing we can do about it. Now that you became Whale's beheading oath brother, you can help him openly. Standing behind you will be the League of Black Magicians. Even if the Radiant Church were to send a 9th rank expert, you do not need to fear. The League will send a 9th rank expert to protect you. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't think that the fight between the Church and the League would reach to this point, but he still shook his head. No. It would be best if the League refrain from participating. You already know that the Beastmen have been rivals with the humans for many years, and they are not simpletons. The cow-headed race can only count as a medium-rank race in the prairie, so those truly big warring races wouldn't care about their conflict. But if those warring races were to know that humans have tried to control Beastmen, then no matter which organization it is, they would suffer the wrath of the Beastmen. And it may lead to a war. Being in the forefront of the war isn't in our League's best interest. Moreover, I am also preparing to use this information to take care of the Radiant Church personnel, therefore the League can opt not to participate. Bell was stunned, then he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Good, let's do it according to your advice. It seems the rumor that you have a grudge with the Radiant Church is real. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile, then he waved his hand. An undead wearing a white magic robe appeared in front of him. He smiled towards Bell. This is a church's white-robed bishop. He is now my servant. The bishop was Lindsay Becker. This guy was infamous in the League of Black Magicians and his father was a red-robed archbishop. Zhao Hai took him out to show Bell that he indeed has a hatred towards the Radiant Church. Bell also knows Lindsay Becker, so when Zhao Hai introduced him, Bell was shocked. Disbelief was plastered on his face. How did you do it? Didn't they say that light magicians can't be turned into advanced undead? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He waved and Becker disappeared. He replied, my magic staff can do black magic variations. Hee hee. Bell did not comment any further. He knows that each mage had their own secrets, so he didn't prod any further. He just nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than the average black mage, killing a white bishop immediately. Zhao Hai smiled, not the same. At that time there were 5 others. 5 radiant bishops attacked along with 18 radiant cavalry, but they were extinguished by me in the end. Mr. Maru was also there. Right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me some information about the fighting bulls that you know of. Bell nodded. With a serious voice he replied, the Fighting Bull clan has long been preparing for their confrontation with the Herculean bulls, but with their attack against the Herculean bulls, their losses were certainly not small. They originally had a total clan number of 800,000, with available military strength of 250,000, and if you include their slaves, their forces would reach about 400,000. The Hercules Bulls is a large tribe numbering about 1 million people. Their available strength is 300,000, and if we also include their slaves, it will reach at about 500,000. But the Herculean Bulls didn't think that the Fighting Bulls will move on them. Moreover, on their 9th level expert, their defeat had dampened their morale, adding on to Gasol's effort to replace his father as chieftain by killing him, and also his plot of killing his brother. This made the wills of the Herculean Bulls unsteady. When the Fighting Bulls attacked, Gasol was absent. The Herculean Bulls didn't have a complete line of command, therefore they were quickly routed, but they also made the Fighting Bulls lose about 50,000 personnel. Now, the forces of the Fighting Bulls only amount to 200,000. Adding the slave soldiers it would number to about 300,000, but this time they didn't have a human expert to help them anymore since they were being pursued by 9th rank beastmen experts. Zhao Hai nodded. So this means that the current Fighting Bull troops is only about 300,000, and 100,000 of these are slave soldiers. This is good news. When will Wales counterattack be ready? Bell asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, it's still not known. This time the Herculean Bulls have suffered a great loss. This winter will be very sad. I am only responsible for gathering information for Brother Wales. He also has his own worries, and Brother Wales is very similar to his father, a very traditional man. He still has reservations regarding asking humans for help. Bell did not doubt Zhao Hai's words. He nodded. I also thought so. Otherwise the old Herculean Bull patriarch won't pass his seat to Wales, not even considering Gasov from the very beginning. Right. When will you return to human territory? Maybe we can cooperate at that time. Zhao Hai looked at Bell. He smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Bell, are you serious? You must know my current situation with the Ixu Empire. It's what everyone is shouting about these days. If those people were to know that you were cooperating with me, there will be no advantages for you. You'll also become a target for the Radiant Church as well as Southern King if this information were to be known. I think that you being able to keep your current identity is much more advantageous for the League. Bell nodded to what Zhao Hai said. You're right, but there are a lot of good things in your hand. If you gave it to me, I can make a lot of money with it. Zhao Hai stiffly smiled. I also know that I hold a lot of good things, but because of these things, I was chased around in the Ixu Empire. You don't want to be like me, right? We can do another type of business. This business is absolutely good. Bell stared. He looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and asked, what business? Zhao Hai smiled slightly. Milk wine. Do you want to sell milk wine to humans? I know that milk wine couldn't be preserved for a long time, but my milk wine is different. My milk wine can be preserved for a long time and it wouldn't affect its taste. I think there would be people willing to try it. Bell stared. To be honest, although he went to the prairie many times, he still was not used to the taste of milk wine because the absurd smell of mutton and the flavor isn't something that any ordinary human could bear. He did not understand why Zhao Hai spoke of his milk wine with an appearance of infatuation. Was this person a beastman? Zhao Hai looked at Belle's appearance. He smiled faintly and said, "You need to taste my milk wine to understand, right? Should we not celebrate our meeting as fellow members of the league? Why don't you go roast some argali? I'll take care of the milk wine." Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Belle suddenly laughed. He felt Zhao Hai to be a very interesting person compared to the other members of the league. He immediately beckoned towards the servant by his side. "Cassie, go kill an argali to roast. Also, ask the captain to come. Today we'll be drinking nicely." Cassie complied. Then he turned around to arrange the roast. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I should go and prepare some vegetables and milk wine. We'll see each other at the camp." Belle nodded. Then Zhao Hai led Laura and Meg as they returned to their tent. Chapter 292, A Sense About Living. Zhao Hai and Laura returned to their tent but did not immediately head back out. Laura looked curiously at Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, you did not mention to Belle that Brother Wales would counterattack immediately. Are you afraid that he'll spread the news?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Although Belle is also a member of the league, we can't not hold a little bit of precaution. It's better to be more careful, in any case, so that Brother Wales' counterattack this time would be successful. This time, Brother Wales's attack hinges on the element of surprise. If we let others know when he will counterattack, the plan may fail. So we should tell nobody about this matter." Laura nodded. To be honest, if Belle were not a member of the League of Black Mages, they wouldn't even make a contact with him. After all, Belle's reputation is really bad. Meg turned to Zhao Hai. "I think Mr. Belle is a good man. He told us some secret information. Why is young master still on guard against him?" Zhao Hai looked at Meg and the innocent Nier with a wry smile. Laura also shook her head. Meg and Nier were the kind of people who wouldn't make any further assumptions. To them, if a person treated them well, then the person must be good. With this mindset, if nobody protects them, then they would most likely be swindled and become bankrupt. Zhao Hai cannot bear to look at their eyes any further. He said Belle is a good person, and he is also a fellow member of the League of Black Magicians, so he should not be against us. But with the current situation, the less people who knew the better. Anyway, you must remember this saying: never harbor the intent to victimize others, but never let your guard down against being victimized. 1. They nodded earnestly, but looking at their faces, Zhao Hai had the impulse to hit a wall. Looking at them, it's really uncertain if they will really remember. Zhao Hai and Laura looked at each other. They cannot help but shake their heads and focus on preparing things they needed to eat. They did not believe that Meg and Nier would be able to hurt someone in this life. The things that they need to prepare aren't that many. As long as they have milk wine and some vegetables, then they would be fine. Zhao Hai didn't bring out many vegetables, only ones that were easy to preserve. He didn't want the beastmen to be jealous of his space. In only a few minutes, the 4 people were ready to go out of their tent. Outside the tent, the bonfire was already going on, the argali already roasted. This made Zhao Hai admire the technique of Belle's subordinate in handling food. In his hand, Zhao Hai was holding the sheepskin knife given to him by Spear. Even though what Mendez gave him was much more gorgeous, Zhao Hai still liked using the one Spear gifted him. Maybe it's because he felt Spear's sincerity in handing him the knife, while the knife Mendez gave him was too magnificent, and not suitable for use, perhaps only for collection. Belle was waiting for Zhao Hai, as though he was waiting for a treat. Glasses, plates, and all the things they needed for the meal were prepared. Only Zhao Hai was missing. Zhao Hai didn't act too polite. He put out several pots of milk wine. You must know that these big pots were used by beastmen to hold their milk wine. Each pot can hold up to 5 jin. Zhao Hai brought 6 pots this time. As Zhao Hai brought out the wine, Beta also arrived. He did not come empty-handed. He held a big basin in his arms, which actually turned out to be beef. Belle immediately sat down along with the other 2. After they have sat down, Meg and Nier immediately went forth and poured them some wine. As the wine was poured down, Beta and Belle could feel the difference in this wine. This wine's fragrant aroma is too imposing. What's most important is that the liquid is very clear, as though it doesn't have any point of impurity. It pretty much looked like water. However, The fragrance and mellowness of the milk in the liquor greeted the nostrils, making one unable to stop smelling. At this time, Cassie had cut up the beef that was brought by Beta, but Belle and Beta didn't notice the beef at all. Their eyes were stuck staring at the wine glass in front of them. Belle took a deep breath, then he looked towards Zhao Hai and asked, "Mr. Zhao, is this you milk wine?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He replied, "Try it, see how my milk wine compares." So Brother Beta, you also taste, but I have to warn you that this wine strongly burns. Beta didn't know what it meant by being polite, so he immediately downed the entire glass. Then Zhao Hai looked at his appearance as though he was watching an entertaining show, a show on a screen called The Face, with the performer being Beta. As the performance proceeded, Beta's face turned red in a flash. This cannot be blamed on Beta. He was not used to drinking liquor with a high degree of alcohol. Although Zhao Hai's liquor only underwent simple distillation, the degree went up by almost 30 proof. The milk wine that the beastman drank before can only be considered a simple alcoholic drink. It didn't have that high of a degree. Looking at Beta's situation, Belle was surprised and also became a bit cautious. He raised the cup and took a little sip. The mellow wine fragrance along with its milky flavor became sandwiched in his mouth. The taste was really exquisite. Belle closed his eyes, and just felt the fragrant taste of the wine. Although the wine also had a milky flavor, it wasn't any bit smelly and the taste wasn't uncomfortable at all but was rather mellow, making the wine a bit more rich. This was the first time that Belle has come to drink this type of wine. Beta was breathing heavily at this time. He was already unable to wait and he poured himself another glass of wine. He did not even have the time to praise the first glass before he drank the second glass. His face became even more red, as if they were bleeding. Zhao Hai saw Beta beginning to get his third glass. He quickly said, "Brother Beta, no rush. We may not even taste the beef that you've brought. You wouldn't want yourself to be drunk, do you?" Beta responded. He gave back his glass full to the brim with liquor. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Right, Brother Zhao, come taste the beef that I brought. This was just boiled with some unique spices from our prairie. Taste it quickly." Seeing Beta this way, Belle and Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then they tasted the beef that he brought. It was very fragrant, and the flavor is really unique and can only be found in the prairie. Humans had no way of replicating this flavor. Zhao Hai was curious about the spices that Beta mentioned. He turned to Beta and said, "Brother Beta, can you give me some of your spices? It'll be much better if they were alive." Beta knew that Zhao Hai wanted to collect plants, but he didn't think that he would collect these kinds of plants also. After he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "Very well, Brother Zhao, this is not a problem. Tomorrow I will find some spices and have them sent to you alive. But I have a request. You have to send me a few pots of your milk wine." Zhao Hai laughed. "No problem, brother. Even if you didn't give me some of those spices, I would have still given you a few pots of milk wine," he said while laughing. Belle also laughed with Zhao Hai. Belle liked Zhao Hai more and more now. At the same time, he also understood why in such a short time, Zhao Hai managed to make the entire West Wonder King camp like him so much. Belle didn't know that the two flags that Zhao Hai had were friendship flags. Nobody could blame him because most people who did business in the Beastman Prairie did not understand what friendship flags were or have even heard it since they could not win the Beastman's trust, thus they weren't given friendship flags. But even so, looking at the way the Beastmen act towards Zhao Hai, the Beastmen seemed to be showing a different side. They seemed to like interacting with Zhao Hai more. Them interacting with Zhao Hai and them interacting with Belle, it's exactly two different things. At the beginning, Belle didn't understand what it was, but now when he saw Zhao Hai, he understood. He understood why those beastmen like to make contact with Zhao Hai. It was because of respect. Although Belle didn't want it known, but he had to admit that he had always looked down on the beastmen. He despised them, who only know how to herd sheep and had very unpleasant sheep smell. He thought that these beastmen were some uncouth boorish fellows, that they were completely different. When he comes in contact with the beastmen, he was polite and merry, which was enough. But he had to recognize that he was less respectful and is a bit more arrogant towards them, therefore this made it very difficult for him to become a true friend to the beastmen. Bell cannot help but sigh. He can now understand why Zhao Hai became Whale's beheading blood oath brother. It was because Zhao Hai held a respect for him. This meal eaten by several people was very merry, not only because of Zhao Hai's wine, but also because of Bell's fruits, Zhao Hai's vegetables, Bell's beef, and Cassie's roast targali. After eating, many beastmen who were familiar with Zhao Hai came and joined them. Zhao Hai was busy making Laura take out more milk wine to drink with everyone. More than a dozen beastmen became drunk in the camp. It didn't mean that they had drunk a huge amount of liquor. On the contrary, they did not drink too much but instead drank too fast, therefore they made themselves intoxicated. Zhao Hai didn't drink too much since he was very experienced with high-degree alcohol. One cannot drink too much of this type of liquor. Drinking too fast will also make you drunk. But to Zhao Hai, this milk wine was not the high-degree alcohol that he was used to. Compared to a high-degree alcohol back on Earth, this milk wine felt too light. All the people who came to the camp were happily drinking. For Bell, this was the first time he experienced beastmen being intimate with him too. He really admires Zhao Hai now. Bell was also happily drinking. In the end he needed to be lifted by Cassie back to his tent, but Bell didn't say anything. He was the first one keeling over, drunk. When the other people in the camp were gone, Zhao Hai also returned to their tent. Zhao Hai didn't drink too much today, so he was very awake. He did not need to drink life water to heal his hangover. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. It seems that the milk wine deal with Bell is finalized. Zhao Hai slightly smiled. It looks like there would be no problems. Moreover, I think our milk wine sales in West Wonder King's camp would also skyrocket. A pity that West Wonder King wouldn't exist for too long. Laura stayed silent. She didn't know what to say. If Whale's counterattack against the Fighting Bulls were to succeed, he certainly wouldn't let West Wonder King off easily. When that time comes, West Wonder King's camp would be embroiled in the flames of war. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance. He knew what she was thinking. He sighed and said, "There's no other way. Forget it. Give me a piece of paper. I have to write the information we gathered today and send it to Brother Wales to make him prepare earlier. I want the information regarding the Radiant Church to be among these. This would be a very important weapon for him. He can use this information to invite other beastmen races for help. They'd certainly agree to give aid." Laura nodded and replied, "I think that this thing was already been known by those large warring races in the prairie. The strength of those races couldn't be underestimated, but why they just turned a blind eye towards the Herculean bulls is beyond me." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Not necessarily. These warring races aren't gods. They cannot know everything. Although the Herculean bulls are fairly famous among the beastmen, they are still a small group. They cannot necessarily be able to attract the attention of those big warring races." Laura nodded. "I certainly hope that is the case. I always had the feeling that something was going on between the beastmen and humans recently, and it's not good." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "No matter what we do, we only need to ensure the safety of our territory. I heard a saying, if everything is left to the world, then poverty is the only good. What it means is, we need to help others when we have the power, but if you have no power, just let yourself not be bad and be an honest person. We can only count as poor people now. If there is really something big going on in the continent, then we can only do our best to help others." Laura nodded. She also thought that these words were reasonable. Their current status on the main continent was very sensitive, especially inside the Xia Empire. Zhao Hai and Laura's status is likened to that of an old street mouse, being chased and hunted around. At this time, even if they wanted to help others, they were unable to. It would not bode well if they were to expose their secret, as their troubles would become greater. Laura sighed and said, "If the beastmen would really make a move, their only goal could only be the Xia Empire because they share borders. They wouldn't cross the ocean to attack the Rosen Empire. That would be unrealistic. If the beastmen were to really wage war with the humans, Then what do we do? Do we still provide grain to the beastmen? But in that case, wouldn't it be unfair for the humans? Zhao Hai had a headache thinking about this. He touched his forehead and after some time sighed. Let's not think about this anymore. Right now there still hasn't been a war, and if it breaks out, Wales is still my sworn brother. To be honest, I don't hold much favor towards the human race. Naturally this refers to those at the higher positions. Human commoners are just the same as beastmen commoners. I do not hope for war, but we can only do what we can. These matters are out of our control. We can only act as observers, quietly watching, offering help where help is needed. This is what we can do at most. Chapter 293, Milkwine Partnership. Zhao Hai never thought of himself as a saint. He was just an ordinary man who can be a bit selfish. He didn't think of becoming a hero nor did he want to become a saint. He just wanted his life to be a little bit more comfortable, and also make his followers' life more comfortable. Laura also knows that this was Zhao Hai's ideals. She didn't think that Zhao Hai was wrong. After all, who wouldn't want to make his family's life more comfortable? Isn't that a man's responsibility? If you don't help your family, but you're trying to help other people, then you are not a saint but a hypocrite, and neither are you a good husband. Laura nodded. Now we can only wait until something happens, then we decide what to do. I hope the result wouldn't be too bad. At this time, Meg had brought the pen and paper. Zhao Hai started to write Whale's letter. The information he got today was very important. He wanted to tell Wales immediately. After writing the letter and having the Bloodhawk send it, Zhao Hai also rested. After all, it was already late. What they didn't know, when Bell came back to his tent, he was already sober. Pretending to be drunk was a basic merchant's skill, so Bell with his long years of experience would naturally be very skillful in this aspect. How could a merchant possibly be unable to handle alcohol? Although Zhao Hai's milk wine had a high alcohol content, Bell quickly adapted to it after having a small sip. He then pretended to be drunk so that he could return to his tent. After returning to his tent, Bell immediately drank a few glasses of cold water to make himself feel better. Then he ate a few fruits. Only then did his mind completely sober up. Cassie was standing next to him. He looked at Bell and said, "Master, Zhao Hai was quite reserved when speaking to you. You asked him about his matters but he didn't respond. Why did you still give him a lot of information?" Bell shook his head and replied, "Zhao Hai not trusting me is completely normal. I can be sure that if I weren't a member of the league then he'd never even meet me. Perhaps he'll even deal with me. He is not the friendly kind. Moreover, he has astonishing power." Currently, in the whole of Uxa Empire, aside from a few people, almost all nobles wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, making Zhao Hai and Laura give up their business for many years. This hatred is impossible to be erased. I can say that right now. Zhao Hai won't just trust anybody. Him meeting and speaking with me is already good enough. The current matter is very favorable to the alliance. I did not tell him this. Moreover, he also had not told me his secret. The matter that stumped the league would be solved by him. This time, the Radiant Church's men in the prairie would certainly suffer a few big losses. Cassie was not opposed to what Bell said. He knows that Bell was right. Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of the chance to attack the Radiant Church. His enmity with the church was very big. Bell calmed his mood. He turned his head to Cassie. "Did you drink Zhao Hai's milk wine? What do you think?" Cassie's eyes lit up. "Money." Bell became amused by Cassie's expression. He laughed and said, "You say it well. Money. A lot of money. Ha ha ha. I believe this wine is a huge business opportunity. Zhao Hai must have given me face as a fellow league member, otherwise he wouldn't have given me such a good deal. The taste of the wine is too fragrant." Looking at what those beastmen's expression, it seemed that they haven't drunk such good milk wine is their entire life. They haven't expected that milk wine could taste so good. Cassie flapped his lips. To be honest, that milk wine was the best liquor he had drank. Though he was not used to the taste of alcohol, that milk wine's taste made him unable to stop. Bell looked at Cassie's appearance and smiled faintly. "Do to not think about it too much. Take a good rest. Tomorrow we'll talk to Zhao Hai about this milk wine partnership." Cassie nodded. He prepared Belle's bed, then retreated outside the tent. Casey is the absolute subordinate of Belle. He knows all of Belle's matters. In fact, they grew up together. This is why he calls Belle master, as well as being able to talk casually with Belle if there are no other persons nearby. The next morning, Belle wasn't able to find Zhao Hai to discuss the matter with the milk wine because the camp suddenly became lively, and there's no other reason for this atmosphere other than Zhao Hai's convoy arriving for the fourth time in West Wonder King's camp. Belle didn't think much of it when he saw the big row of grain carts. When he delivered grain to West Wonder King before, his convoy was a lot bigger than this one. But he didn't not expect the beastmen to be more enthusiastic to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai transports to West Wonder King's camp, he didn't need to arrange for his people to unload the grain. These beastmen would willingly do the work. Before long, all the grain had been snatched up. With the grain gone, Zhao Hai immediately had his team head towards the outside of the camp where the argali were herded, ready to be taken away. Belle also saw Zhao Hai's convoy and noticed the undead, which made him envious. He hired a lot of people for his convoys, and all of them needed to be paid with money, unlike Zhao Hai, who had no other men on his convoy other than undead. There was no need to be told that Zhao Hai didn't need to spend a single cent for wages, as well as money for meals. Zhao Hai reducing the price of grain, Belle didn't mind. The beastmen lack food too much, and Zhao Hai's grain quantity is merely a spray compared to the entire prairie. Additionally, he also knew that Zhao Hai was selling grain in order to gather information, thus Belle didn't mind it too much. To be honest, after drinking Zhao Hai's milk wine, Belle almost wanted to give up his grain business in the prairie. This was because trading grain to the prairie was a very huge risk, very hard. But the milk wine was a very high quality good just in the continent alone. Doing such business, one wouldn't worry about money not coming in droves. Therefore Belle is preparing to make trading milk liquor his main business now. However, after the grain convoy left, Beta came. This led Belle's plan to approach Zhao Hai delayed once again, which made Belle very helpless. Beta went and delivered the spices to Zhao Hai. He brought a lot of spices this time, with only a couple of them being seen at Spear's camp, and the others Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. Unfortunately, when he threw these spices to the space gave a prompt saying that the level of these plants were too low and therefore is not enough to upgrade its level. This made Zhao Hai quite depressed. However, he still gave Beta some milk wine since in any case, Beta treated him well. He wanted to pay Beta back as a friend, so he gave Beta 50 gin of wine. After Beta was sent away, Belle came to Zhao Hai immediately. He was afraid that other people will come and delay his plans yet again. Seeing Belle's behavior, Zhao Hai couldn't help the urge to laugh. They sat down inside the tent. Laura gave the two of them some milk tea. Belle smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I thought that you had already familiarized with the lifestyle of the prairie, drinking their drink, but instead you're drinking milk tea." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "I really like the taste of milk tea, and I'm unable to stomach the beastman's milk tea. Thus, I made my own. Come taste." Belle smiled, then he tasted Zhao Hai's milk tea. Its taste was very good. He thought that this couldn't be sheep's milk, but a never-before-seen magic beast's milk. The flavor is very mellow, very good to drink. After putting down the cup, Belle laughed and said, "I won't be polite to you. I came here today to discuss to you about the matter with the milk wine. How much milk wine can you provide me?" Zhao Hai smiled, calculating the current production progress. "I can provide about 1,000 gin every month, although it's quite small, it's the current limit." Belle smiled and said, "This is already a lot. This number was above my expectations. I'll have you know that I already have the equipment and route for selling your high-quality milk wine. So for how much would you want to sell it?" Zhao Hai smiled. "What do you think?" "I don't know the prices of alcohol that well," Belle replied. "I think one bottle can be sold for 3 gold coins, a gin of wine per bottle. What do you think?" Zhao Hai replied with a faint smile, "Right, going by your calculation, how about I sell you the wine for 2 gold for 1 gin, while you sell it at 3 gold?" Belle stared for a moment. "Godo, let's do it." To be honest, I feel that I got the wine for cheap. To be able to gain a gold coin per bottle is quite good, right? How do you want to deliver the goods?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We don't need to rush about this, I think. If we do, I won't have time to return to human lands. We'll begin our business at the beginning of spring. When the time comes, I'll tell you where to pick up the goods. What do you think?" Bell knitted his eyebrows. He thinks that the beginning of spring is quite a long time, but he also knew that Zhao Hai was in the prairie to collect information for whales, so he didn't say anything. He just nodded and replied, "Okay, let's do that. I'll wait for your news. I'll get ready to head back tomorrow. When the time comes, it'll be easier if you look for me at the Xa territory." Zhao Hai smiled lightly. "I'd also like to express my gratitude for the information you provided." "Right. I have a small request. Can you help me with a small matter? A simple mercenary task." "The task is to collect rare plants and magic beasts. The more the better. All needs to be alive. I'll pay handsomely." These days Bell has been made aware of this habit of Zhao Hai. He just nodded his head. "No problem. Don't worry." After that, Bell said goodbye, then Zhao Hai escorted him out of the tent. Chapter 294, Leaving West Wonder King's Camp. Seeing Bell leave, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we can produce more than 1,000 jin of milk wine every month. Why do we only sell 1,000 jin?" Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. "Good things should be in low supply to be valuable. If we control the supply, then it would never become cheap. Right now, our 1,000 jin is still a small number when being sold to something like the Xa territory. But there is still an adjustment time for the people since we had just introduced the milk wine to the market. In the future, when there would be more demand, we shall increase our supply then." Laura was also a merchant, so he understood what Zhao Hai is saying. She smiled and didn't say anything else. Then she immediately frowned. "Then how do we deal with supplying Bell? We have no transfer point in Xa territory." Zhao Hai shook his head. "Even if we have a delivery point in the territory, it still couldn't be used because the people on the continent would think we have some sort of special means to make milk wine. Our supply point for Bell should be in the prairie since nobody would find out due to milk wine being common here. They will only think that we bought it from the beastman to resell." Laura understood, but she still couldn't help but worry. There is a great deal of risk having trade with the beastman, especially in the prairie. But if we suddenly appear in this huge prairie, nobody would notice. Then there probably won't be any more trouble. Zhao Hai nodded, but he still said, "There's no need to worry about this right now. We'll go to the border where the Xa territory and the prairie meets. We'll decide where to place our supply point then." Laura agreed. She had not been to the Xa territory before and was not familiar with the situation there. However, another reason she agreed with Zhao Hai's words was that if they want to sell milk wine, it would indeed be better to do so in the prairies so that no one would have any suspicions. Although Bell told them that the Radiant Church had some influence in the prairie, the Radiant Church's influence was too small to cover the entirety of it. Even the large warring beastmen races couldn't possibly monitor the entire place. Today had been a peaceful day. In fact, it has been quite tranquil these past few days in West Wonder King's camp. Even though they lost 5,000 clansmen, they couldn't even find any traces of them, so they eventually let the matter go. The camp was very calm. After all, winter was approaching. People had many things to do in preparation. There was no time to be distracted. Zhao Hai had no more information to collect since he already got all he needed, so he had nothing to do but idle about in the past few days. Now he was only waiting for the last convoy to arrive before leaving the camp. The next day, Bell left West Wonder King's camp. As was said before, winter was already fast approaching and the winter in the prairie is very terrible. Not to mention the winds and blizzards, there would also be devil wolves wandering about. The demon wolves can also be categorized as one of the disasters in the prairie. In the winter, because these magic beasts would find it hard to get food, many small magic wolf packs will join forces and attack beastmen tribes. Due to this, There were a lot of beastmen tribes who were eliminated in the winter. It was precisely because of those that humans would return to their territory during the winter. When the spring of next year comes, there would be flocks of humans returning to the prairie. This process had become like a tidal movement every year. In the following days, Zhao Hai's life was very calm. From time to time, Beta would come find him sporting a reddened face. It seemed that he was drunk with wine. This made Zhao Hai a bit regretful. He did not think that because of his liquor, Beta would turn into a drunkard. However, like the first time, Zhao Hai still gave some wine to Beta. After all, they were both friends. And even if Zhao Hai didn't give any wine to him, Beta was already an alcoholic. Sending or not sending wouldn't make any difference. Soon, 6 days had passed and Zhao Hai's convoy arrived at the camp for the last time. Before the convoy arrived, Zhao Hai already had all his things packed up. When the convoy came, Zhao Hai immediately said his farewells to Beluk and left the camp. But before leaving, Zhao Hai gave Beta another 50 gins of milk wine. Beta was very happy. But this time he did not dare get so drunk. He decided to keep the wine and wouldn't use them all up before Zhao Hai returns to the prairie. But what a pity, he would never imagine that the next time him and Zhao Hai would see each other, they would be enemies. After Zhao Hai left West Wonder King's camp, he followed his previous route and walked towards the pig-headed race's domain. Zhao Hai didn't want to play any tricks inside the cow-headed race's territory because if he suddenly disappeared, people would find it odd. Zhao Hai immediately sent Wales a letter after leaving the camp telling him that he was already out of West Wonder King's camp and would soon come to find him. Then they hurriedly headed to the pig-headed race's domain, but not too anxiously. They rushed but at a controllable rate to avoid suspicion. 5 days after leaving West Wonder King's camp, they managed to enter the pig-headed race's territory. Upon arriving at the pig-headed race's domain, Zhao Hai walked a bit further before he was certain that he wasn't followed by another person. Then he went into the space and gave the ghost staff to a bloodhawk to head towards the Mastiff clan. Whale's recent days had not been well. Although there was the grain that Zhao Hai provided to get through difficult times, the grain was not sufficient enough. This gave the people in the tribe a pessimistic mood. Everyone seemed to think that their situation wouldn't turn for the better. Although Wales was trying to find ways to change the situation, there hasn't been a solution found. Even if he got grain every day from Zhao Hai, the space bag had a limited size. There would be no way to send food at huge quantities for his people. Every time food was delivered to the camp, it'll be devoured instantly, making people worry about their next meal, which further adds to the pessimism. Right now, Wales really wanted Zhao Hai to just appear in front of him. Although he already received a letter from Zhao Hai 5 days ago that he was coming, 5 days had already passed and Zhao Hai hadn't arrived yet. Currently, Wales felt that every day seemed to be as long as a year. He knew that the best time to counterattack would be right now. Because currently the fighting bulls are lacking in troops, their human helpers were away, and now he received information from Zhao Hai that the human helpers were from the Radiant Church, which was good news since he can use this information to get aid from Mother Beastmen. Although these facts made it clear that there was definite reason for success against the fighting bulls, if his men's morale is not high, then all of these might as well be empty talk. After all, he may invite other races' experts to deal with the fighting bulls, but he could not invite others' troops. Otherwise, they may face resistance when passing by other cow-headed tribes' area. Having said that, Wales also had his own pride. He hopes that what the Herculean bulls had lost, they themselves would be the ones to reclaim, or otherwise the Herculean bulls couldn't hold the title of being the royal clan of the cow-headed race. Currently, Wales was sitting inside his tent. Yale and Mendez were sitting right next to him. There was also another man sitting inside the tent. The man looked old, his face wrinkled, but his body looked very strong, had eyes that showed wisdom, and an aura of a lord. This person was a Herculean bull's elder, Coney. He was a friend of Wales' father. The two grew up together, so they were as close as brothers. It could be said that Wales and his group grew up while looking up to him. He was also an 8th rank expert and is very loyal and devoted to Whale's father. He was also one of the reasons why Gasol couldn't snatch the seat of chieftain after having killed his father. Moreover, this elder Coney is quite well known in the tribe as a brave warrior. For the Herculean bulls to have this much military prowess and fame, he contributed greatly through his achievements. However, there was also a small issue regarding this man. Like Whale's father, Elder Coney never did have any trust towards humans. He did not make contact with humans. He did not cooperate with humans, more so wanting to ask for help from a human. Whale suddenly said to Mendez, "Sixth brother, didn't Little High deliver his letter a few days ago? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Mendez replied, 5 days. "Forget it, don't worry, Little High will surely arrive." Coney knit his eyebrows and said, "Little Seven, why do you always mention that human? Do we not have any other means?" "To me, since winter still isn't in full bloom, why not go towards the feline race's territory and pillage some grains? Not only would we have food, we can also develop a good relationship with the mastiffs." Whales cannot bear with Coney's suggestions. Although Coney was very powerful, he was a military man through and through, and this time he wants to go raid the feline race. If the Herculean bulls were to cause trouble for the felines, then the felines may be pushed to ally with the fighting bulls, which would create more trouble. If the feline race were to side with the fighting bulls and suddenly attack them, they would be finished. Therefore, Whales had never thought of attacking the opposite party. He can only wait for Zhao Hai to arrive. As long as Zhao Hai comes and brought some grain, the morale of his troops would be stabilized, then they could prepare for the counterattack. Yale sighed and said, "Coney, please talk less nonsense. If we go and attack the felines, wouldn't that create more trouble? Our main concern now is to stabilize the morale of our men, then counterattack now that the injuries of our Supreme Elder has been cured. Moreover, the Mastiffs has agreed to help us, while the Fighting Bulls currently don't have any helpers. Now is the best time to counterattack. Attacking the feline race now would only worsen our position." 2. At this time, the sounds of running footsteps could be heard outside. Then Whale's guard entered with an excited face and said, "Chieftain, young Master Zhao Hai has arrived." 1. "Oh, really?" 2. Yale was that prophet guy that was with Zhao Hai. Chapter 295, Revenge. Revenge. When Wales heard the guard, he immediately stood up and rushed towards the guard named Bogut. "Are you sure?" Bogut excitedly replied, "Yes, the caravan is not far away from here. Come immediately." Wales laughed and turned to run outside the tent. Yale and Mendez also followed while Bogut also ran behind them. Inside the tent, only Coney was left, gazing at the empty area. Coney saw Wales' excited expression. He looked at the now empty tent then muttered, looking too excited, "Let's go see what's so remarkable about it." He slowly stood up and headed outside the tent. As he arrived outside, Wales had already ridden his mount and rushed towards the plains. The sound of hooves rumbling alerted the entire camp. The Herculean bulls were horrified. They thought that the enemies had already come and attacked them. Many people clutched their weapons and went with Wales. Coney became shocked at the situation at the camp. Of course he knew why Wales immediately rushed out of the camp, but he didn't imagine that the people's response would be this intense. This time he grasped the clan's current situation. He now knew that his perception of his clansmen was wrong. Coney couldn't help but be stunned. Then he what Yale said. In the entire Herculean bull camp, only Yale could move him, since Yale and himself were of the same generation and the two of them were friends. In addition, Yale had always been smart, so Coney would almost always listen to Yale. Because of this, Coney wouldn't object to Yale's words, and Coney wasn't a completely coarse fellow. Otherwise he wouldn't attain his current position. Currently, he realized that the state of the clan is far from what it was before. The young clan members were as if rabbits that were being hunted, easily getting frightened by the sound of arrows. This made Coney angry. In Coney's mind, the Herculean bulls shouldn't be afraid of anyone. They should be the bravest warriors in the entire prairie. No matter what kind of enemy they face, They should be courageous enough to charge into battle. No matter how many times they were defeated, they should still charge head-on at the next confrontation. Looking at it now, these young Herculean bulls fell short of his requirements. Wales did not have the means to change this right now. He had long been aware of this fact, but did not have any solutions. Currently he was leading Bogut and the others away from the camp. At this moment, he saw a Beastman friendship flag from afar, and below the flag was a carriage followed by a long caravan of carts. Wales laughed and patted his mount. The mount moved faster and soon arrived next to Zhao Hai's carriage. Zhao Hai was standing outside his carriage at this time, watching Wales approach. Wales jumped down from his mount. He laughed, opened his arms and hugged Zhao Hai. "My goodness, you really made me wait." Zhao Hai also laughed and said, "You really cannot blame me, but brother, if you don't let go now I'll actually be killed by you." Wales laughed, then he put Zhao Hai down on the ground. He turned around and glanced at the grain carts behind him. He looked at Zhao Hai. "Why did you use carts to transport grain?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't you think that this effect is better? Let your people see the grain. We have quite a few." Wales laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder forcefully. He knew that Zhao Hai did so to help his men recover their morale. At this time, Mendez and Yale had also arrived, and they both walked towards Zhao Hai and laughed, leaving the people following them stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Wales also noticed that behind Zhao Hai's grain carts were about 10,000 argali. These argali were from Zhao Hai's trades with West Wonder King. Zhao Hai knew that when regards to beastmen, if they did not have any argali, then it would be akin to a human having no land. It'll make them restless. Therefore he took these argali out and planned to give them to Wales. Wales didn't need to say anything. He led Zhao Hai towards the camp. Although there were many argali in their camp, compared to the tribe's hundreds of thousands of people, their argali were still too few. This made the Herculean bulls feel unease. However, the grain that Zhao Hai brought this time would give relief to the Herculean bulls. After arriving at the camp, the people of the Herculean bull camp were very surprised as grain cart after grain cart were being unloaded until a pile of grain appeared in the camp. Looking at the huge pile of food, the people from the Herculean bull camp became shocked silly. Some even knelt down and started praying to the beast god. And standing at the side was Coney, staring blankly at all of these. He now finally understood why Wales was filled with the thought of Zhao Hai arriving. It was because of this. Conley looked at Zhao Hai. He really cannot see how this thin and small human could have such ability. After unloading about 100 million jin of grain, Zhao Hai stopped. Wales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and then jumped on top of the grain pile. He looked around his clansmen and spoke loudly. "My people, this year has been a disaster for our Herculean bull tribe. Our late chieftain was killed. We were even driven out of our homes by the traitorous fighting bulls. Many people thought that our Herculean bull tribe was finished, that we are already defeated, but I would not say that the Herculean bulls are finished. We Herculean bulls were just taking a nap, but a thief just stole our belongings. We the Herculean bulls, with the help of a friend, shall reclaim all that belonged to us." The people below looked blankly at Wales, and then towards the piles of grain. Their hearts lit up with fire. Just as what Wales had said, when they were defeated by the fighting bulls, they felt as though the sky had collapsed. They felt that the Herculean bulls were finished. Overnight, they lost all their grain, and all their argali. They thought that they wouldn't have hope, that their future was bleak. They all seemed to become nobodies. Wales looked at this clansman. He knew that his words had an effect, so he went on. "I want to tell everyone the good news that our Supreme Elder didn't just recover from his injuries, but he also achieved a breakthrough, and he's going to teach those fighting bulls a lesson." The Herculean bulls burst into cheers. If the grain stabilized their hearts, the fact about their Supreme Elder gave their hearts a shock of revival. Their gray future seemed to light up with hope. Wales waved his hand. The people began to calm down. Wales continued, "The shameless fighting bulls didn't actually defeat us with their own hands. They cannot defeat us with their own strength, so they asked humans for help. Moreover, they did not just invite an ordinary human expert. This human is actually from the Radiant Church. All of you know that this Radiant Church had always wanted to control and enslave all the beastmen in the prairie, for the fighting bulls to be working for them. This is a betrayal to all beastmen, absolutely unforgivable. But we will not ask others for help. This is our Herculean bull tribe's own matter, so we shall take revenge with our own hands. Revenge. All the Herculean bulls were shouting, "Revenge, revenge." Whales went on, "My clansman, this human is Zhao Hai, my beheading blood oath brother. He is a human merchant as well as a formidable mage. He has grain and is willing to support us in our path of vengeance. Some time ago, he gathered information for us at West Wonder King's camp, and now he has arrived here carrying an innumerable amount of grain. Now that we have food, we shall fill our stomachs. We shall eat till we are full so that we can have the strength to fight. I order that starting today, all of you shall sharpen your axes, prepare to go back and fight for revenge and claim back our territory. Claim everything that belonged to us. Claim back our clansmen." More and more beastmen gathered and loudly shouted, "Claim back our camp! Claim back our camp!" Whales loudly said, "My clansmen, go get some food, eat till you are full, we have a war to fight." He waved his hand, the guards immediately distributed grain to their clansmen. Currently there were 500,000 clansmen in the Herculean bull camp, but Zhao Hai brought more than 100 million jin of grain. This means that each clansman can get 200 jin each, but some of these beastmen have families to feed, so they would be given a few hundred more jin. But to them, this quantity of grain is already a lot. Even before their plight, it would be impossible for a person to be allocated 200 jin during winter season. While they were distributing the grain, Whales led Zhao Hai to his tent. After they entered the tent, Whales laughed, Mendes laughed, and a smile was plastered on Yale's face. Zhao Hai became quite puzzled. He did not know why they were laughing. At this time, Coney was looking at Zhao Hai and Laura's group. He had not thought that they could bring so much food with them. Looking onto Whale's words, he now understood what Whales meant. He believed that the Herculean bulls now had a good chance to restore their past glory. Even if they were led to battle at this very moment, the people would certainly agree. Morale is a thing that can't be seen nor can it be touched, but this thing can actually decide the result of a war. If the army doesn't have morale, even if they were trained well, it would be impossible for them to defeat a crowd of enraged peasants equipped with crude weapons. This is what morale can do. Before, what the Herculean bulls lack the most is morale. But now they have recovered it back. The current morale-driven Herculean bull army would even dare to charge a same number of lion or tiger race warriors, not to mention a small fighting bull tribe. After some time, Whale stopped. He turned to Zhao Hai. He smiled widely and said, "Brother, you came just in time. Now we can plan for the counterattack immediately." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile. "It's not too late. Big brother, did you manage to find help? When do you plan to begin?" Whales thought for a moment then replied, "We need to be quick now that morale is recovering. If the morale dissipates, then it would be too troublesome. I think we should contact the Mastiffs, immediately invite their experts to make sure they arrive fast." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't have any problems on my side. Leave your army's food supply to me." "Right, big brother. Do you want to prepare some gifts for the Mastiffs this time?" "When I'm not here, I'm unable to prepare various things. Now that I came, you can tell me what you need. I'll deliver them to you." Whales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "Brother, because of the Mastiffs my clansmen had fortunately able to live. They gave us some grains and argali, otherwise would be unable to reunite with me. How would you consider this matter?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I have a lot of grain on hand, but if we were to give all of it to them, then your days will be bad. Brother, how about this? We'll give them milk, wine, vegetables, fruit oil in addition to some grain as a gift. What do you think?" Whale stared blankly. The vegetables and fruit oil he understood, but milk wine is something that beastmen always produced. Did Zhao Hai plan to give that as a gift? Looking at Whale's appearance, Zhao Hai understood what he was thinking. He smiled and handed over a pot of milk wine. "Brother Whales, taste it. This is your brother's milk wine." Although shocked, Whales smiled and took the jug. "What's the matter? Why did you start brewing milk? You want to be a beastman?" While talking, he poured some wine on a cup. While the wine was being poured out of the jug, the people in the tent involuntarily sucked some air into their noses. It was because the smell of the wine was too fragrant, a brand new kind of smell. Whales couldn't control himself. He took the cup and drained it dry. But he didn't think that this wine would be so strong. He choked and began to cough immediately. Zhao Hai was there smiling. Laura was at the side laughing. They already expected this kind of result. After quite some time, Whales eventually stopped coughing. He gave a complicated look at the wine pot in his hand. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, this is milk wine? Why doesn't it have any color? And why is it so fragrant? How did you make it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This I cannot tell you, brother. This wine is my lifeblood product." "Brother, how was it? Is it qualified to be a gift?" Whales actually shook his head and said, "Brother, do not gift this. Instead, why don't you just give it to me? I cannot bear seeing other people take away this wine." Zhao Hai laughed loudly. Chapter 296, Semi-Warring Clan. On the yellow and withered plains, an enormous convoy was moving forward. The convoy consists of about 2,000 carriages. About 1,000 were large carriages used by the beastmen, while the remaining 1,000 were human carriages. Escorting the convoy was a team of 10,000 Herculean bull cavalry. At the front was a human carriage. Inserted on both sides of the carriage were two friendship flags, one from the big-bellied pig tribe, while the other is from the giant horned bull tribe. Around the carriage was a group of Herculean bulls. The cotton robes worn by these bulls were not ordinary, showing their exceptional status. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the carriage. He looked towards Whales and said, "Big brother, can you drink moderately? If you drink all the wine, we won't have any left to gift." At the moment, Whales was holding a leather pouch in his hand while having a mouthful of wine on his mouth. Watching this made Zhao Hai helpless. Since the time he gave Whales some milk wine up until now, Whales almost never stopped drinking. He was always carrying a leather pouch filled with the wine around. Zhao Hai was helpless. Whales glared at Zhao Hai and said, "You had such good wine but you never let me drink? HMPF, and you still want to gift it to others? I haven't drunk enough yet." Whales laughed. Laura laughed and Yale, who was riding his mount, also laughed. They knew that Whales was just joking, but Zhao Hai's wine was really good. It even made Yale, who was not an alcoholic, a bit greedy for this wine. Zhao Hai shook his head and said to Whales, "Brother, is it fine that there's only sixth brother to manage the camp?" Whales showed a faint smile. "It's fine. Sixth brother is very good at logistics. Don't worry, he'll be fine." Zhao Hai nodded and then he said, "Also, we're moving at winter time. It would be better to prepare liquor. Winter is too cold no matter if you are a person or a magic beast. Before battle, it would be best to drink liquor to avoid being cold." The light on Whale's eyes changed. "Don't worry, I have arranged this as well. These are desperate times for our tribe. I had all ugly killed and be turned to rations. I also made a prohibition on alcohol consumption, controlling the amount of milk wine being drank. We only wait for the start of the battle. If this time we cannot claim our camp back, then the Herculean bulls might as well vanish from the prairie." Whale's words held a trace of resolution. Just as he said, the Herculean bulls are preparing to go all out this time. Right now that their tribe's strength is dwindling, moreover they had lost their home in this war. If they cannot reclaim their territory back, then the Herculean bulls will not have any more chances to rise back. Zhao Hai thought that Whales had gone a bit mad, but this madness was what the Herculean bulls need right now. He sighed. "Aside from second and third sister, how's the situation with eldest sister and fourth sister?" Whales nodded and said, "Dead. They said the Fighting Bull chieftain ordered their execution." Not only them, the Fighting Bulls also executed all their servants. The old and weak were captured and turned into slaves. "This time I will make sure to have all Fighting Bull clansmen killed." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew that for the beastmen, killing was very common. He replied, "Brother, when dealing with West Wonder King, Is it really necessary to do so? Wales froze for a moment, then he nodded. West Wonder King's people can be spared, but West Wonder King himself must die. Little Hai, you must promise me that you will turn all the dead fighting bulls into undead, make them slaves. Zhao Hai forcefully smiled. Big brother, that is several 100,000 people, do you really want to do it? Wales nodded, and fiercely said, if we don't do that, it'll be difficult to quell the hatred in my heart. Brother, you must promise me. Zhao Hai was helpless. He said, brother, wouldn't I profit much from this? After giving me all those people, my combat strength would increase. Of course I'd be happy to help. Wales didn't say anything. He thought that Zhao Hai was just comforting him. He had some basic understanding of black mages. He knows that if a black mage controls too many undead, they'd have some difficulties. A common black mage that can command several hundred undead is already a very good feat. For him to request Zhao Hai to control several 100,000 undead is actually a little excessive. What he didn't know was that Zhao Hai was not a true black mage. For Zhao Hai, controlling that much undead isn't much of a trouble. It was just like what Zhao Hai said, the additional undead would be a great help for increasing his strength. Wales has now completely regarded Zhao Hai like his own biological brother, even more than his own brother. In any case, his biological brother didn't achieve such high contributions such as Zhao Hai. Wales had an idea. If they won against the fighting bulls this time, in addition to turning the fighting bulls as slaves for Zhao Hai, he is also prepared to give Zhao Hai several 100,000 dargali. However, he didn't say it out loud. It was only an idea, but he believed that Yale and Mendez wouldn't disagree, because without Zhao Hai, there would be no longer any Herculean bulls today. This time, they were planning to give some gifts to the mastiffs. Zhao Hai initially didn't want to come, but Wales forced him to go because he felt that it would be advantageous for Zhao Hai to be acquainted with the mastiffs. The two could also do trades with each other, which would not only benefit Zhao Hai, but it would also benefit the mastiffs. The convoy slowly progressed. The mastiffs' main camp isn't too far away. The mastiffs set a certain area close by for the Herculean bulls to live in, as well as to protect them. This made Wales very touched. For the Herculean bulls, the people that helped them in their present situation were true friends. This time's disaster could be said to be a test. You could find who your real friends were during this time. Differentiate friends from wolves. It would take 2 days to travel from the Herculean bulls' camp to the mastiffs' camp. Wales didn't hurry but proceeded slowly. Before Zhao Hai arrived, Wales already informed the mastiffs about the matter with the Radiant Church and the fighting bulls. Among the beastmen, the mastiffs held a higher status than the Herculean bulls, so when Wales told the news to the mastiffs would pass the news on to the lion and tiger tribes. For a war clan to know about this matter, it would mean that there would be a huge purge that will happen in the prairie. It could be said that for the beastmen, the most loathsome human organization would be the Radiant Church. They always suppress the beastmen. They talk to the beastmen as though they are inferior, and they also had many wars with the beastmen due to repeatedly provoking the inhabitants of the prairie. What's most important was that they had tried to control beastmen tribes before, thus making tribes experience internal strife. This made all the beastmen full of hatred for the Radiant Church. When Wales received the news from Zhao Hai, that the fighting bulls were working with the Radiant Church, he knew that as long as the information becomes known, the fighting bulls would be finished. Wales believed that when the lion and tiger tribes received the message from the mastiffs, they would act and thus will help Wales reclaim their place. However, Wales didn't want to rely on the powers of the warring clans to retrieve his position as the royal family, because if that happens, the prestige of the cow-headed race would plummet, which would make his rule on the entire race difficult in the future. At night they pitched their tent in the plains. Wales did not make a huge fuss, he just ate some food and took a rest. He wants to save his energy, so all enjoyment would be put on hold. Wales, for the sake of the war preparations, put strict measures on everything. Even on this trip, he only brought basic foods. There were no argali brought. Wales wanted the argali to be turned to war rations. The next day after they woke up, They can already see the foraging teams of the mastiffs. Beastmen foraging can be seen everywhere on the prairie. They need to prepare for winter, thus you can see them foraging for grass everywhere, not just clansmen, but there were also many slaves working. You can say that this was the busiest time of the year for the prairie. The mastiffs can also spot Whale's group. One can see the fondness of the mastiffs of the bulls. Many mastiffs ran over to greet Whales. This was also the first time that Zhao Hai saw the mastiffs. The mastiff clansmen were big, about 2.5 meters tall maximum. Although they were short compared to the Herculean bulls, they weren't that short in general. Their bodies were sturdy, with a giant mastiff head. On their faces and necks was a layer of fur. This made them look like mighty lions. Their voices were deep, but it had a remarkable power of penetration that made people feel the strength on their voices, very domineering. In fact, on the entire prairie, the mastiff tribe is very well known. Even the large wolf, tiger, bear, and lion tribes wouldn't carelessly provoke the mastiffs. They are very strong. A number of mastiffs could hold wind against the same number of lions. If against the tigers, they would be slightly disadvantaged. If against the wolves, they'd certainly win. If against the bears would also be defeated. Such prowess made the mastiffs quite famous in the prairie. However, the mastiffs had so many clans in their race, and their strengths were not well. Therefore the mastiff can only rank a bit lower as a tribe. For the people in the Beastmen Prairie, the mastiffs can be considered as a warring clan, but they can only hold on to half of this claim because of their unique situation. Thus they could only be classified as a semi-warring clan, and only the mastiffs hold this classification. 1. I think this refers to dogs having numerous breeds. So, in a way, the weak breeds sort of dilute the overall power of the race. Chapter 297. Mastiff Chieftain. The mastiffs had also noted Zhao Hai's presence. When they looked at Zhao Hai, Whales quickly explained to them that Zhao Hai was his beheading blood oath brother. It was very clear that to the beastmen, the beheading blood oath was a sacred pledge which all beastmen respect. No matter which race you are, as long as you have undergone the beheading blood oath, to the beastmen, you are already one of them. Because of this, none of the mastiffs treated Zhao Hai any differently. On the contrary, they became more enthusiastic towards him. This is because other than being Whale's brother, they also noted the presence of 2 beastmen friendship flags on his carriage. Friendship flags were also equally important to the beastmen. Thus, when the mastiffs saw that Zhao Hai was Whale's blood oath brother and also had 2 friendship flags, they naturally wouldn't treat him as any ordinary human merchant. At noon the next day, they finally reached the main camp of the mastiffs. This camp was more impressive than West Wonder King's. It was placed on top of a hill. Below it was a small river with an adequate volume of water that was quickly flowing. In this manner, they could use the river as a natural barrier as well as a source of water. This made it a very convenient resource. On the river, the mastiffs have built a wooden bridge. The bridge looked very sturdy. It was also wide, enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side. Moreover, not far from the hill was gentle flowing water. This let people bathe in it. The area was an absolutely good area to settle in. The hill wasn't that tall, but you can see the visible height. Saying that, the camp was really big. It looked like it can accommodate more than 1 million people. These 1 million people were not gathered together. Beastmen cannot clump up close to each other. This so that they could not damage the grasslands too much. Therefore, they were scattered all around. Looking at the distance, it looked like the tents have almost covered the plains completely. Just as Whales were to see the mastiff clansmen, a team of cavalry came out of the main camp. The team was not large. There were only over 100 riders. These 100 riders were very fast. Additionally, they didn't emit any sound. Zhao Hai paid attention to their mounts. Their mounts looked very special as they were very large mastiffs. There was no need to ask. These were the mastiff's beast cousins. 1. The team of cavalry quickly reached their group. The one at the lead looked at Whales then laughed and said, "Whales, you fellow, you finally came to see me." Zhao Hai looked at the mastiff. He looked young and with a strong stature. He was not bad compared to the Herculean bulls. Compared to other mastiffs, this one had a heavy beard on his face, making him look very like a lion. He wore a cotton robe, and although the weather isn't warm, there was an opening on his bosom, revealing his chest, which was full of black fur. He gave off a natural, primal aura. A person's personality and his appearance almost always doesn't have anything to do with each other. Although beastmen have huge bodies, Zhao Hai didn't judge them by how they look. The mastiff standing in front of Zhao Hai gave him a feeling of being unconventional. He looked like a courageous and upright man willing to go through dangers and perils with his friend. The mastiff also noticed Zhao Hai. He turned to Wales and said, "Wales, is this human your beheading blood oath brother? Why did you perform your beheading blood oath ritual with a human?" Wales looked at the mastiff and said, "Buffon, don't spout nonsense. My brother Zhao Hai is a good and honest person, don't go off scaring him." "Little Hai, this is brother Buffon, the mastiff's fifth prince." Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute to Buffon, but inside he felt like laughing because he remembered that there was a star player back on Earth named Buffon. He didn't expect to meet a person here with the name Buffon. Buffon stared at Zhao Hai, sizing him up, then he laughed and said, "Since you are Whale's blood oath brother, then you are also my fellow brother." "Brother, the mastiffs welcome you." Zhao Hai smiled, "Thank you, brother Buffon." Wales then followed up, "Buffon, you can't expect us to continue speaking here, can you? Quickly invite us in, I've brought a lot of gifts for Uncle." Buffon glanced behind the carriage. He noticed a lot of leather bags. It looked like they contained some sort of liquid. This made him stare. He turned his head to Wales and said, "Wales, you're not really giving my father milk wine, are you? Are you kidding me?" Wales stared at him and said, "Well, if you don't like it then don't drink." "Right. Do you have any cooked mutton? I'm famished." Buffon obviously didn't get offended. He led the convoy to the camp. As they entered the camp, they immediately headed towards the hill. Up on the hill, Zhao Hai saw a flag. It was clear that this was the Mastiff race's royal flag. A big golden tent was erected there. Sure enough, after a while, they came upon the golden tent. Although the tent looked impressive, there were no fences nor patrols here. Except for the golden facade, it looked like any ordinary tent, but this one had 2 guards at the entrance. The convoy stopped. Wales took Zhao Hai, Yale and several other escorts towards the big tent. Currently, Wales put away the silly face he wore just moments before when him and Buffon were cracking jokes. His face was now very stern. Zhao Hai also followed right by Wales' side. Under the leadership of Buffon, the two followed towards the tent, upon which they entered. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. The tent's magnificent exterior was vastly different to its interior, which looked very simple, like West Wonder King's tent. It had a huge brazier, a lamp hanging from the ceiling, and a writing desk. Behind the desk was an old mastiff. On both sides of the desk were a row of chairs. It looked like a conference room. Aside from these, the ornaments inside were very simple, which was good. As soon as Wales entered the tent, he quickly took 2 steps forwards, then kneeled towards the old mastiff. "Wales has seen Uncle Buzier." Zhao Hai also hastily knelt to greet. Buzier chuckled and said softly, "Good, little 7, get up. You don't need to be polite with me. I heard you brought many gifts." "You bringing these gifts? Now is a difficult time." Wales smiled and stood up. "Uncle, I brought human specialty products. We can spare as much. We also want to show respects to you." Buzier faintly smiled. "Very well, you have a good heart." "Right. This is your beheading blood oath brother." Zhao Hai didn't want to slight Buzier. He immediately knelt down and greeted, "Zhao Hai has met Uncle." Buzier nodded his head and smiled. "Get up. Since you're a brother of Wales, you can also be considered as my nephew. You don't need to be too polite. Come sit." Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, then retreated towards Wales. Wales went forward and waved his arm towards his guards, which then handed him a silver pot containing wine. Wales handed the pot to Buzier and said, "Uncle, this milk wine is made by Little Hai. I thought it tasted good, so I brought you some. Have a taste." Buzier looked at Wales. He didn't have any negative expression. He smiled and replied, "Good, milk wine is a good thing. We beastmen cannot live without it. I'll taste this milk wine made by your brother. Let's see how it compares to our milk wine." Wales smiled and walked towards Buzir. He poured over some wine right onto Buzir's glass. Just as Buzir said, beastmen cannot be separated with their milk wine. It has become an important factor in their lives. Thus, there's a wine glass already placed on Buzir's table. When Wales poured the wine, Buzir was stunned. He had drank milk wine all his life but had not seen a wine as clear as this one. This had surprised him. Also, he didn't suspect Wales of playing a trick on him, because he can clearly notice the distinct smell of milk wine. One should know that a mastiff's nose was more sensitive than most beastmen. After Wales finished pouring the wine, Buzir immediately grabbed it and took a sip. Unlike Wales, who immediately downed his wine, Buzir did not drink too much. Feeling the small amount of wine in his mouth, Buzir couldn't help but be intoxicated on the wine's taste. Beastmen love their liquor, no matter if they were ordinary citizens or members of a royal family. Thus, Buzir also loved drinking, and he could swear that he hadn't drunk such tasty liquor before. He couldn't help but close his eyes, slowly enjoying the taste of wine. After a moment, he opened his eyes and turned to Wales, and then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. People have always said that humans are smarter than beastmen. I, like most people, didn't believe it. But now I knew I was wrong, looking at how the beastmen weren't able to improve the taste of milk wine after thousands of years. "Young man, you surely are quite talented. This old man wants to thank you for making me taste such fine wine." It was clear that he was addressing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai bowed and replied, "Uncle is too polite. It was because the materials I used are good quality. I'm glad Uncle liked it." Buzir smiled. "Good, Wales, you don't need to accompany this old man." Little 5. Go lead Wales to drink. "Remember to send me a few pieces of mutton. I'm inviting a few elders in, so also give us some wine. This wine is really fragrant. We old guys want to enjoy a few cups." Buffon complied. He led Wales and then turned away. 1. Just a reminder, small letters for beasts, big letters for beastmen. Chapter 298, If we won't succeed, then we'll die with honor. After the group went out of the tent, Buffon immediately spoke and laughed. "Wales, you ungrateful brat, you had such good liquor but you only took it out and gifted it to father. Although father likes to drink, he just doesn't drink any ordinary wine. For him to say that the wine is good, it certainly wouldn't be bad." "Did Little Hai really make it?" Wales smiled and replied, "Of course he did. What do you think?" Hee. "I remember someone saying that me giving Uncle milk wine is a joke. How about not drinking for now?" Buffon immediately played the fool. "Someone did. Who said it?" With his appearance, in addition to his huge dog head, nobody could really tell if he was joking or not. Wales and the group laughed. Then they immediately arranged for some wine to be delivered to Buzir. They sent a large bag, about 50 gin of wine, after which they headed towards the area next to Buzir's. There were already several fires built, along with argali being roasted. Zhao Hai can tell that Wales was very popular with the mastiffs as they would greet him with smiles on their faces. Wales would also greet those people and would crack jokes from time to time. And these mastiffs, when regards to their fifth prince Buffon, didn't have any attitude of reverence, as they would often tease Buffon. Zhao Hai could see that the mastiffs liked Buffon. You can say that Buffon is very popular with his clansmen. Several people arrived at the campfire. Immediately a few drunkards encircled the fire. Obviously, they were freeloading, but Buffon didn't catch them. He ridiculed a few of them, making some go home and get a few snacks. The drunkards didn't say anything. They ran back home and soon they came back with some beastmen's specialties such as milk, skin, cheese and so on. Wales, however, had a large amount of vegetables brought out by Zhao Hai. This made the beastmen wide-eyed. One must know that vegetables were very rare in the prairie. It was at this time that the argali had finished roasting. The milk wine that Zhao Hai brought started to be poured. The result didn't even needed to wait for the mutton to be eaten up. The vegetables that Zhao Hai brought were obliterated. There were many drunks sprawled under the table. They have drank the wine too quickly. They have become drunk. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was Buffon. This guy was like a bottomless barrel. During his first drink, his face still had a hint of red, even his tongue had stretched out. But after a few cups he acutely recovered. Cup after cup of liquor went to his stomach. Zhao Hai went speechless. Moreover, this guy didn't even eat mutton. He seemed to become a herbivore. He plugged his mouth with vegetables enough for whales to reprimand him. But he didn't listen. He just went on his own way. Zhao Hai was somewhat envious of Buffon. By this time, Zhao Hai already had a general view of the mastiffs. They were the most simple type of beastmen. They like the strong, they display their happiness and anger outwardly, they stick to their own way of doing things, never caring for others' criticism. Such race is worth a merit. The feast made Zhao Hai very happy because the mastiffs were very accommodating. When Zhao Hai finished eating, they went to the tent prepared for them. The tent had a fire pit inside. They can come in and rest anytime. With this heartfelt arrangement of the mastiffs, Zhao Hai and Laura were very thankful, but they still went to the space to rest. This time, in order to help whales, Zhao Hai's supplies had been reduced significantly. There weren't many argali left in his space. Moreover, he also brought out a lot of grain, vegetables and fruit oil. Fortunately, these products were produced by the space, otherwise he'd be helpless. Now that things have gotten to this point, Zhao Hai couldn't retreat. His investment was not small. If whales were to fail, his losses would be massive. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about these anymore. All he wanted right now was to help whales get his revenge. Zhao Hai didn't know that the beheading blood oath had slowly influenced him. But this effect isn't any disadvantageous to Zhao Hai. The next morning, after breakfast, whales went to see Buzier. Zhao Hai didn't go with him. He knew that the reason whales wanted to meet the chieftain this time was to discuss the matter of his counterattack. This time's meeting of whales and Buzier can be said to have a huge impact for the future of the Herculean bulls. If the mastiffs were to help, whales would have a 70% chance of success. Otherwise he'd only have 50%. Of course, whales wouldn't ask for troops from Buzier. Instead, he wanted to request the deployment of the Mastiff's 9th rank expert as help. This was what Wales and Buzier had agreed on before. Wales was asking whether Buzier could comply. Whether it were humans or beastmen, the deployment of 9th rank experts were not a small matter. So even if Wales had a good relationship with Buzier, the latter wouldn't dare say that he had full assurance. Zhao Hai and Yale sat quietly inside Wales' tent. They were waiting for the final news. As long as the mastiffs agreed, the only thing left is to plan for the attack. Shortly before noon, Wales finally came back. As soon as his face entered the tent and saw Zhao Hai, he laughed. They agreed. Uncle Buzier agreed. Their 9th rank elder also agreed. Little Hai, thank you. If you hadn't brought in the information, I'm afraid their elder wouldn't agree. Zhao Hai and Yale cheered. They jumped. They knew that the only thing left is to grasp victory. Seeing the group being happy, Buffon said, "This is a happy occasion, right? We should drink a few cups." The group turned around. They didn't know when Buffon arrived in front of their tent. He grinned at them. Wales rushed out and grabbed Buffon. He laughed and said, "Drinking 2 cups isn't enough. Me must drink 2 pots." Buffon laughed as well. He did not fare well the previous evening. He had to be lifted to his tent. But he was really happy, because the wine was too tasty. After a moment, Wales finally calmed down. He looked at Buffon. "Thank you, Buffon. I know you've done a lot of work this time. Thank you." Buffon chuckled. "This is actually also in consideration for our Mastiff tribe. Just think what would happen if you Herculean bulls were to be replaced by the fighting bulls as the royal clan of the cow-headed race. The fighting bulls had no connections nor relations to us. It would not be good for us to make them the royal clan of the cow-headed race. Thus we'll certainly support you." Wales smiled faintly. Of course he knew that Buffon was only saying this to comfort him. Regardless of who the royal clan of the cow-headed race were, it wouldn't actually matter to the Mastiffs. If you were to compare the overall strengths of the two races, the Mastiffs were many-fold stronger than the cows. After taking care of this matter, Wales did not spend too long at the camp. The next day, They immediately set out early to return. This time they hurriedly traveled, and at that night they arrived at the Herculean bull camp. Upon arriving, Wales immediately busied himself on planning for the counterattack. They also had more argali killed and made into rations. Although Zhao Hai can follow them and provide grain at any time, it was impossible for beastmen to be unable to eat meat, especially during war, so they still prepared rations. But this time, the way they prepared rations were not the same as before. Before, when they prepared their rations, they would have the mutton air-dried. Then it would be boiled during consumption. This time they didn't air-dry their meat as they just did not have the time to do so. After they had the argali killed, they immediately boiled their meat, then gave them to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a huge mobile warehouse. If they didn't make use of him, then they'd be fools. At the same time, Zhao Hai gave Aries orders to make more milk wine. He is even prepared to use his fruit wine supply if Wales were to lack milk wine. It isn't good to run out of wine. For the beastmen, not being able to drink during winter is the same as taking their lives. And another reason Wales did such a large-scale slaughter of argali to turn in rations is also to use their skin as supplies for warmth. The winter in Beastman Prairie is too cold, and this time, they didn't have any other materials. Zhao Hai also had ran out of materials, so the only solution is to kill the argali and use their sheepskin to keep warm. Zhao Hai did not oppose their decision. The beastmen had their own way of living. He cannot intrude upon their ways. Zhao Hai can only help Wales with the means he already had. Zhao Hai actually thought of having Wales enter his space, then transport them to an area not far from the fighting bulls and release them there. The fighting bulls certainly wouldn't expect such sudden attack. However, he gave up on this idea. He knew it wouldn't work because his secret would be completely exposed. He'll certainly be the target of all major forces on the continent, then he couldn't show his face on the continent for the rest of his life. Green didn't oppose Zhao Hai's decision to help Wales. This is because they thought that the prairie could become another escape route for them. Currently in the Exu Empire, they didn't dare show themselves too much, and if one day other people would discover the situation of the Black Wastelands, they must find another place to settle down. 2. Although there was the Carrion Swamps Flower City, it was a dead end. If they go there, they would have to live there for the entirety of their lives. And if Zhao Hai were to die, they certainly wouldn't have any way of getting out. They could only wait for their deaths there. So that place was not the best place of retreat. But in the Beastman Prairie is different. The relationship between humans and beastmen were generally not good. Even if Zhao Hai made a huge sin in human territory, the beastmen here can still accept him. However, the beastmen were also not so dull. You must be accepted by the beastmen first to be able to settle here. Now that Zhao Hai is helping Wales, his integration to the prairie had already started. As long as he becomes an inseparable brother to Wales, the other beastmen would definitely accept him, thus providing Zhao Hai another burrow to escape to. For one thing, in business terms, Zhao Hai was currently investing. If he were to succeed, he'd have returns of 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. If he were to fail, he'd only lose some resources that the space can just replace given some time. Looking at this, why wouldn't he support Wales? After obtaining Green's approval, Zhao Hai can go all out in helping, other than making Wales aware of his space. As long as he has the ability to help Wales, Zhao Hai wouldn't be stingy. During this time, the Herculean Bulls camp was very busy. This time they are putting all of their manpower into preparing for their all-out counterattack. If they were to fail this time, then the Herculean Bulls would vanish from the Beastman Prairie. Zhao Hai looked at the people busying themselves in the camp. He can feel the resolve and vigor in the bodies of these people. Even if they fail, then they'd have died for an honorable cause. Many times have Zhao Hai heard these words, but only few can only achieve it. But this time, Zhao Hai is convinced that the Herculean Bulls would achieve it. They have no other escape routes to come back to. They already killed all of their argali, effectively cutting off all paths to retreat. Argali for the beastmen is equivalent to land for humans or a shop for merchants. But this time, the Herculean Bulls had killed all argali, just like a farmer selling off his own land. If they do not succeed, They'd have no possessions left in this world, they could only become slaves, or even just die. Zhao Hai knew that such group is to be feared. In China there was a saying, an army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. 3. Now, these warriors of the Herculean bulls have become underdogs, they have lost their homeland which they have settled in for generations, they have lost their family members, lost their own pride, they had almost lost all hope. Now they place all of their strengths towards a single matter, which was revenge. Claim back all that belonged to them, or otherwise die. Laura had also noted the actions of the Herculean bulls. She did not say anything, she only followed Meg and helped whenever she could. In any case, they had already thrown in their lot with whales. If they cannot help whales win this war, then they could just get out of the prairie. Half a month after whales returned from the Mastiff camp, the prairie's winter came. Overnight, the prairie plunged into winter with its piercing cold wind. The grass turned yellow in one night. This is also the first time Zhao Hai encountered the fierce prairie winter. Laura didn't dare exit their tent, it was too cold. Laura felt that as soon as they go out, they would immediately freeze to death. However, Whale's reaction was just normal. They immediately donned their winter clothes. It seemed like the winter had no effect on them. 1. That pleb from the large horned bull clan. 2. I think this refers to the fact that they managed to make the wastelands fertile again bit by bit. 3. I Bing Bai Sheng, Chapter 299, Snowstorm. Seeing the tribe ready, Zhao Hai knew that the time for attack was coming. His heart was a little agitated. This will be the first time that he'll witness a battle between several 100,000 people. He cannot help but be excited. Zhao Hai was also preparing, since he knew that the time for revenge is not far. While they were busy in their tent, the tent curtain was suddenly lifted. Then whales came in. The action caused a cold breeze to come in. Laura couldn't help but shrink her head into her coat. Whale saw Laura's appearance. He laughed and said, "Laura, you have to get used to the temperature soon, you know, because the coldest time of winter hasn't arrived yet." Laura's face paled. She shook her head and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot get used to it. If the coldest time came, I think I'll just freeze to death." Whales cannot help but laugh. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, come with me. The Supreme Elder wishes to see you." Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that the Herculean Bull's Supreme Elder would want to see him. The Supreme Elder is a 9th rank expert. People on that power level cannot be met just casually. Zhao Hai immediately responded. He nodded and replied, "Okay, then let's go. I don't want the elder to wait long." Whales nodded, then walked outside with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's physique isn't that good, he was not afraid of the cold. This may be related to the previous him who lived at the northern part of China. The winters in northern China were also very cold. Zhao Hai was already used to this temperature. They quickly arrived at Whale's tent. Whales was not polite. He immediately raised the curtain and entered together with Zhao Hai. Mendez and Yale were sitting inside the tent. However, they both looked solemn, as though they were of the younger generation. Zhao Hai also noticed an additional person inside the tent. Inside the tent sat an old man, plainly dressed, with a tall and mighty body. He looked extremely majestic sitting there as firm as a mountain. Although the old man's eyes were closed, Zhao Hai felt that every movement inside the tent couldn't escape the notice of this old man. When they entered the tent, Whales was very careful. His footsteps were very formal as he slowly arrived at the side of the old man and said with a soft voice, "Elder, Zhao Hai has come." Zhao Hai went forward and performed a gesture toward the old man. "Zhao Hai has met the Supreme Elder." The old man slowly opened his eyes. He sized up Zhao Hai, then faintly smiled. "Get up, young man, I express my gratitude for giving me medicine." Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, "The elder is too polite." It was this Zhao Hai's honor to be of help. The old man smiled at Zhao Hai. "You and Whales are blood oath brothers. Therefore you are also part of the Herculean Bulls. I won't be polite to you, young man. Take note of this, since you are a member of our clan. Remember that us Herculean Bulls have our own pride, and we'd rather die than let go of this pride. In order for the Herculean Bull flag to not fall into dust, you have to guard it with your life. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't know where the old man was going with this, but he still replied with a serious tone, I can do it." The old man nodded, turned and gave Wales a look. Wales bowed towards the elder, then went to the side and took out an already prepared war flag and placed it on Zhao Hai's hands. "Zhao Hai, this war flag is the cow-headed race's king flag. It's a war flag that can only be used by members of the cow-headed race's royal clan, namely the chieftain and the crown prince. Starting today, you are our Herculean bull's crown prince." Zhao Hai became stunned. He had not thought that when Wales went to fetch him today, he would be given a war flag, and a king's flag at that. This king's flag didn't only represent the approval of the Herculean bulls, but similarly, it also represented a special status in the prairie, which was the status of being the Herculean bull's crown prince. And in this special time, this king's flag represents a huge responsibility for the upcoming counterattack of the Herculean bulls. Giving Zhao Hai this war flag represents their confidence in him and their success. Zhao Hai received the war flag solemnly. He looked at Wales and said, "Be relieved, brother. Rest assured knowing that I won't shame the Herculean bulls." Wales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "Little Hai, I wanted to wait after we have recaptured everything before handing you this war flag. However, the Supreme Elder believed that such arrangement would be unfair to you. Your contribution to the Herculean bull tribe had been astronomical. We can even say that the counterattack's merit belongs to you. So we gave this war flag to you before the battle to let you know that the Herculean bulls recognize your efforts, so you must treasure this flag." Zhao Hai nodded seriously then said, "Don't worry, brother, I'll treasure this flag as if it's my own life." At this time, the Supreme Elder talked. "Good, make sure to remember your own words, Little Hai. We will move after the first wave of snow, prepare yourself well." After which he flashed and disappeared. After setting the day for the attack, Wales immediately sent a letter to notify the mastiffs. Then they quietly waited. The weather on the prairie changes constantly, but the beastmen had lived on this place for many years, so they had their own means of forecasting the weather. On the day Zhao Hai received the king's war flag, Wales also told Zhao Hai that an elder from the tribe had predicted that the first batch of snow to arrive in 10 days would be the biggest snowstorm that had been seen for the past 10 years. Zhao Hai didn't know how strong a snowstorm never before seen in 10 years is, but he knows that this will bring no small inconvenience to their attack. However, on the other hand, it is also advantageous because nobody would also think that someone would march into war during this kind of weather. 10 days was not that long, but to people who were waiting, these 10 days seemed like 10 years. For this war, the Herculean bulls had bet their all. While waiting, they'd go sharpen their axes and take care of their mounts. Also at this time, Wales had prohibited his clansmen from drinking liquor. No one was allowed to drink. Not allowing beastmen to drink during winter is like taking their lives. But the Herculean bulls didn't oppose this time and just accepted the order. Since they couldn't drink, they could only exercise in this cold weather. Some even went outside and practiced their martial skills there. This is also the first time that Zhao Hai saw the beastmen's soul techniques. When using their soul techniques, a projection of a beast would appear and slowly merge with their body, and after which their strengths would increase. Looking at this, Zhao Hai suddenly had a chill. He felt that the process looks very much like being possessed by a soul, giving him a feeling of gloom. To everyone's disappointment, after 10 days had passed and the sky was overcast, snow didn't fall down, making Wales anxious. At this time, the forecasting elder went to see Wales. He told Wales that the weather had undergone some changes. This time they wouldn't encounter a snowstorm that can only be seen once every 10 years, but on that can only be seen once in 50 years. It would be best for the camp to group up immediately, otherwise their tents would be blown away by the snowstorm. Although the elder's previous forecast didn't hit right on the spot, Wales still decided to trust the elder. He made his clansmen group up the tents, then reinforce them, as well as building a few more additional tents to have their mounts stay in. This time the elders' predictions were not wrong. While they were reinforcing their tents, Large swaths of snow came blowing down like flying knives. Fortunately, the Herculean bulls were known for their strength. After deploying all of their manpower, they managed to finish their reinforcements despite the buffeting snow. They had also grouped up all of their tents, making the place much warmer. Naturally, Wales and Zhao Hai's tent were at the very center of the camp so that they couldn't be directly affected by the cold. They were even warmer than before. When the snowstorm came, Zhao Hai and Laura came to know how fierce a once-in-50-year snowstorm actually was. For a straight 10 days, day and night it fiercely stormed. The Herculean bulls had to send people out to clear the snow on top of the tents. They had to be tied by a rope while working because otherwise they'd be swept up by the fierce storm and die. Laura looked at the busy beastmen and sighed. In the face of such a storm, the power of men is truly very weak. It's true, in front of such a snowstorm, the power of men was really insignificant. Even the well-known strength of the Herculean bulls can only bow down to the power of nature. Nature's might is really great. After 10 days, the sky finally cleared and the sun finally came out. Although it was still very cold in the prairie, the fearful snowstorm had finally passed. The entire camp couldn't help but cheer. Laura also couldn't help but cheer. This was a contest between man and nature, and fortunately, man had managed to win. But this also came with a price. Seeing the final tally, there were 123 Herculean bulls who froze to death. Although the number was small compared to the full 500,000 population, it was still very sad. Although the snowstorm had already passed, Wales couldn't charge immediately because the area around the tents were filled with snow that was even higher than the tents. They first need to clear out the snow before they could move. But despite this, the camp still exploded with enthusiasm and soon the snow had been cleared enough for them to pass through. 1. When you can't be arsed to think of a number XD, Chapter 300, Difficulty. Hurrying along, a large group walked slowly on the endless, snow-covered prairie. Looking at the scene, it was like they were lice walking on a bald person's head. At this time, there was nobody else on the plains. Prairie winter was terrible. Cold winds, snowstorms, and wolf packs are the most fearful things currently on the prairie. Beastmen rarely leave their camps during winter, even more so a group of them. The group numbered about 500,000 beastmen. Although the snowy lands were full of perils, the group didn't stop moving along. If you look at it closely, these group of beastmen were not only the young and strong, there were also many elderly, children, and women present. It was like an entire tribe was moving. The group was precisely the Herculean bull tribe. On this expedition, not only did the young and strong go, everybody went. There was a saying in the prairie, beastmen were long-lasting, so long as they are still breathing, they're still dangerous. This fully explained the fighting strength of the beastmen. Some elderly beastmen were sometimes more difficult to deal with than the younger ones. This was because although their strength wasn't as great as before, they still had experience that the young ones didn't have. The Herculean bull women were also cannot be dealt with easily. Although they did not study beastmen's soul techniques, they were still Herculean bulls in the end with their innate divine strength. A fully mature female Herculean bull would have strength comparable to a human fourth-rank warrior. This made the Herculean bulls quite fearsome among the beastmen. The Herculean bulls had to choice but go all out. Currently, there were no child too young nor an elder too old. All of them would be unable to escape the fighting bulls. They can only become slaves. Under this circumstance, Wales decided to have everyone march together and fight it out with the entire clan. Otherwise the clan would rather die. Zhao Hai followed the group, but he was inside his carriage instead of riding a mount outside like other people. Their carriage was covered with thick sheepskin since Laura couldn't handle the cold. In fact, while inside the carriage and behind shut doors, Zhao Hai and the group went inside the space, so they didn't suffer much. Meg immediately went to the villa's kitchen to heat up some tea and brought it in the living room. Laura drank her cup of hot tea, making her feel better. Laura put her cup down and sighed. Being inside the space is good. I think I'll freeze to death outside. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Is it too freezing cold? I feel pretty fine, not really feeling anything." Laura looked at Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, didn't you always live in the imperial capital? You should be like me who can't handle the cold, but why aren't you a least bit affected?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled. "You forget, I'm a mage, so I'm quite resistant to cold, hee hee." In fact, this is only but one reason why Zhao Hai can take cold compared to Laura. But Laura was already convinced of this reason. She nodded. "That's good. I'm afraid of you becoming sick. It'll be quite troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "Don't worry, my body is very healthy now that I drink life liquid every day. If I were to get sick, I'm afraid all other people could only be worse." While Zhao Hai and the others were chatting and laughing inside the space, Whales and the others outside weren't faring very well. Their bodies were fully wrapped with sheepskin, even their mounts were covered. On their hands were alcohol bags, the necks of the bags were exposed, and if the beastmen were to feel too cold, they would chug some liquor into their stomachs to raise their body temperature, so that they could feel a little bit better. Marching during winter was a great trial for beastmen. It required endurance and the nerves to survive the task. Fortunately, Whales had prepared heavily beforehand, otherwise all of them would be long dead. In complete contrast to the prairie's cold weather, Iron Mountain Fort's weather was far from cold. The people were even wearing unpadded clothes. Since it was currently winter in the prairie, Zhao Hai went to Iron Mountain Fort. Compared to the prairie, Iron Mountain Fort was completely different. The grass was green here, as though the two places were from two different worlds. Zhao Hai knew why the weather in Iron Mountain Fort was such. Firstly, because it was surrounded by the Iron Mountains, winter still hadn't arrived here. Secondly, it's because Kair managed to maintain the temperature, therefore place was still relatively warm. Since Iron Mountain Fort was fine, Zhao Hai didn't worry about it anymore, and instead focused his mind on the prairie helping Whales. After a day's journey, night came. Whales had everyone stop, make their shelters, and prepare for resting. They didn't worry about dinner since they already had steaming hot mutton to eat. This was also Zhao Hai's idea. He told Whales to cook the mutton, then Zhao Hai would store them while still warm. As long as the food was stored inside the space, it would retain its properties when taken out again. Upon hearing what Zhao Hai said, Whales immediately changed the way they prepared rations. After they boiled the mutton, they immediately gave it to Zhao Hai. In this matter, when the time for eating came, they'll have hot and delicious mutton which, in this winter weather, made the people happy. After constructing their tents, Zhao Hai immediately went to give everyone their food. He was quite busy. Imagine catering for 500,000 people. It's not an easy task. However, Zhao Hai didn't complain since he knew that these beastmen just marched the whole day while being cold and hungry. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make them leave their tents and instead he just delivered the food himself. 1. Now that they were going for battle, the clan was not separated according to their families, but instead they were divided by gender. Each tent would have 20 people each and had separate tents for men and women. In order to avoid accidents, there were no fires inside the tents, so they had to sleep on their sheepskins. But after eating the warm mutton and drinking the hot soup, they felt much better. When Zhao Hai was sending mutton and soup to the people, he also had the mounts be given their fodder. This was also prepared by Whales before and had Zhao Hai store them in the space. 2. The Herculean bulls had developed an extreme fondness for Zhao Hai. Before they went to battle, they already experienced this treatment. They knew that if Zhao Hai was present, the logistical problems was solved. While all of these was happening, Whales was right beside Zhao Hai. He often asked his clansmen how they were. Such actions moved his clansmen. You can say that Whales had already captured the hearts of all his clansmen. Because they had to hurry during the daytime, they could only have 2 meals each day, one in the morning and one in the night. They used almost all the time during daytime to travel. Almost nobody had time so dismount. This method of hurrying along, which was very taxing for anyone, made Zhao Hai view the tenacity of the beastmen. After giving the Herculean bulls their meals, Zhao Hai and the group gathered inside Whales' tent since they still hadn't eaten. They ate the same as the other Herculean bulls, mutton and soup. Whales drank some soup and let out a long breath. Little Hai, We are very happy to be so relaxed before the battle. Coney smiled and said, It isn't only that, even before, when we go to battles during summertime it isn't as comfortable as this time. But at this time, Yale knit his eyebrows as he said, Currently our issue is that the time for travels are just too small. In the morning we collect our tents, and at the evening we set them up, thus there wouldn't be enough time for traveling. Now adding the occasional snowfalls, the distance that we would travel is too short. Wales put down his bowl and also frowned. He had no solution for this matter. In the summer, they can afford to not pitch their tents, just lie down using their sheepskin on the grass at nights. But in the winter it won't work since one would freeze to death. Zhao Hai looked at Wales' expression and said, Brother, how about this? Tomorrow don't worry about deconstructing the tents, just proceed along. I'll go fetch the tents and store them on my space, and at night I'll just take it out. What do you think? Wales replied, How would you dismantle the tent? Zhao Hai faintly smiled, They don't need to be demolished. I'll just store them as they were. Isn't that fine? In fact, Zhao Hai's tent was already pitched inside the space, so when the time for resting arrived, he'll just take it out while Wales would still pitch his. But now that it seems that pitching and unpitching a tent was a waste of time, so Zhao Hai decided to store them as a whole. Wales was surprised. Can you store them all? Zhao Hai shook his head. I'm not sure. If we can store them then that'll be best so we can save a lot of time. We still need to try. Wales nodded. Very well, let's try that. That would be the best. Then we would have more time to move along. Mendez said, According to our present progress, we should arrive at the old camp in about half a month or so. Little Hai, have you sent some bloodhawks to monitor the fighting bulls that are in the old camp? Zhao Hai nodded. Be relieved, sixth brother. They were still there at this time. It seems that they didn't leave the camp for the winter. Wales' eyes lit up with a cold gaze. That is good. A chance of revenge is finally here. 1. Now that's just impossible. How long would it take? 2. They didn't know about the space, per se. They only know that